Chapter 1 just became Lu Shi's father. Shenhan, where are you? Lin Feng stood outside a couple's restaurant, calmly watching a big show inside. Her girlfriend, Shenhan, was kissing a bald man passionately. Even though there was a floor-to-ceiling window between them, Lin Feng could clearly see the yellow stains on the bald man's teeth. He must have had a terrible breath. He wondered how Shenhan endured it. Shenhan's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Didn't I tell you that I'm out playing with my friends? Are you annoying me? It's fine, I'm hanging up now. How ridiculous. Damn, this woman doesn't even blush when she lies. Lin Feng sneered and said, don't hang up yet, look out the window. The other party suddenly realized something, turned his head, and met Lin Feng's eyes. The next moment. Shenhan. Lin Feng paused, distant and indifferent. Let's break up. Shenhan was stunned. What? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you break up with me first? You have a pretty face, but nothing else is good about you. Let's break up. Shenhan took a deep breath, much calmer than before, and his words were mixed with a hint of boasting. My current boyfriend is hundreds, thousands of times better than you. Lin Feng, remember, I was the one who dumped you. After that, the call was hung up. Lin Feng didn't say a word the whole time, just listened to Shenhan going crazy like an outsider. Of course he knew why Shenhan was so confident in breaking up. Because the old bald guy he cheated with is rich enough. Hermes belts, Rolex watches and a Range Rover parked at the door. Shenhan must have wanted to break up with this poor guy with no money and no power for a long time. Lin Feng laughed at himself. Oh, fuck love. Ding. The system is binding to the host. Binding progress 5%, 15%. Binding progress 100%. Binding successful. A series of mechanical sounds made Lin Feng pause. System? His eyes lit up instantly. The host has completed the hidden pre-task, breaking up with the money-worshipping scumbag Shenhan, and now starts the main quest. Find by Mumu and accompany her to give birth to triplets. After completing the task, the host will receive a novice reward. Mission failed, the host will be punished by electric shock. Based on his years of experience in reading a lot of books, the gift package for beginners should be very generous. What's more, he didn't want to be punished by electric shock. Only by Mumu? Lin Feng frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. He recalled carefully, but could not find a woman named Bai Mumu in his memory. The system has detected a clip about Bai Mumu in the host's memory. Do you want to watch it? How thoughtful. Lin Feng smiled widely. Watch. As soon as he finished speaking, a memory came to his mind. A girl with a curvy figure but a cute and innocent look was forced to drink alcohol. Her face was flushed and she was very resistant to the harasser's approach. It happened that he was in the bar that day and he bravely rescued her. Unexpectedly, the girl's drink was secretly spiked with something, and he got drunk. When Lin Feng brought her to the private room, the drug had already taken effect. The beauty was moaning and acting coquettishly in his arms, and her skirt became loose, revealing her two big white rabbits, which made Lin Feng's eyes red. He is not Lu Xiaohui. Faced with such temptation, he was instantly furious, and his brothers had already stood up. Under the influence of alcohol, both parties spent the night in a daze and crazy. When he woke up the next day, he had lost all memory. It was only when he saw the messy room and the bloodstain on the bedsheet that he vaguely felt that he had done something terrible. It was that night that Bai Mumu became pregnant with triplets. When the memories ended, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes and took a breath. So she is Bai Mumu. He said thoughtfully, but where is she? He only knew a name, and it was simply a pipe dream to want to find Bai Mumu in the vast crowd. The system is testing. The host is detected to be 2.1 kilometers away from the mission target. Does the system still have this function? Lin Feng was suddenly overjoyed. The target person is 15 meters away from the host. According to the system's prompts, Lin Feng found Bai Mumu's location. There is a road ahead, and Bai Mumu is probably in the car. Warning! Warning! Bai Mumu is about to be rear-ended. Please prepare for rescue. This time, the system's voice was particularly urgent. Lin Feng hurriedly crossed the traffic, trying to find Bai Mumu and prevent the traffic accident. Unexpectedly, the next moment, there was a loud bang, followed by a commotion. The person who was rear-ended was a pregnant woman. Hurry, hurry, call 120. Girl, where's your husband? Call him. Oops, it's still too late. Linfeng walked into the crowd with a serious expression. Mumu was weakly answering questions from enthusiastic citizens. Please help me, just call 120 for me, my husband is abroad and can't come back. There was a flash of disappointment and sadness in her eyes. Seeing this, Linfeng hurriedly stepped forward and appeared in front of Mumu. Seeing this unforgettable face, Mumu's pupils dilated instantly. She thought she was dreaming and even forgot the situation she was facing. She couldn't even speak. Linfeng calmly dialed 120. After doing this, he patiently comforted Mumu. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath first, the ambulance will be here soon. I forgot to introduce myself when we met last time. My name is Linfeng. The corners of his mouth curved up and his eyes were determined. I will be responsible for you. These words instantly calmed Mumu's emotions and made her feel a lot more at ease. The scene was not so chaotic because of Linfeng's appearance. Then, the sound of the ambulance came from far away, and Linfeng's heart finally settled down. Outside the operating room, Linfeng felt a wonderful feeling for the first time. Unexpectedly, he became a father for the first time at the age of 23. He had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend, and this series of news made him dizzy. He was thinking when an urgent voice came. How's Mumu? Linfeng looked in the direction of the voice. The visitor is Chi Yao, a third-tier star. She has a pretty appearance and has always presented herself as a sweet little princess. But at this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she wanted to open the hospital to the sky just by hearing this voice. She's already in the operating room and just signed the consent form. The doctor said it's triplets, so the risk is higher than normal. Linfeng explained to her, clearly stating Mumu's current situation in concise terms. Is the risk high? Chi Yao was extremely nervous. When she saw Linfeng's unfamiliar face, she was stunned. No, who are you? Linfeng held his forehead helplessly. I only remember to ask now, you are also a talented person. I am the child's father. Linfeng. Chi Yao had just breathed a sigh of relief, and now she looked at him with a twitching mouth. So you are the unfaithful man. Chi Yao said angrily, no matter how I ask Mumu, she won't tell me who the father of the child is. What's going on? You're not a scumbag, are you? You only care about having fun and not taking care of your children? The questions made Linfeng feel overwhelmed. He quickly pulled Chi Yao to sit down and told her what had happened. After he finished speaking, his mouth was dry, and Chi Yao nodded thoughtfully, muttering, so that's it. Seeing that she was no longer irritable, Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment. It has been detected that Mumu has given birth to triplets. A novice gift pack has been issued and is temporarily stored in the backpack. As soon as the system's voice fell, the door of the operating room was pushed open from the inside. Linfeng slapped his thigh. Great! Mother and child are safe. Chapter 2, First Meeting with Father-in-Law. As soon as Linfeng finished speaking, a nurse pushed out a baby carriage, and the baby's crying sound echoed in the corridor. Congratulations, both mother and child are safe. The nurse said happily, triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy, you are so blessed. The nurse pushed the stroller towards Linfeng. The eldest daughter is 6.5 Gene, and the second daughter is 6.3 Gene. My youngest son has lost some weight, weighing only 5.4 Gene. Linfeng lowered his head, and 3 crying little guys came into view. This is his child. The 3 children were all wrinkled and kept crying, their voices loud and clear. Looking at the children who haven't even opened their eyes, a sense of responsibility arises spontaneously. He has to take good care of Mumu and the triplets. After taking good care of Mumu, Linfeng found a deserted place while she was resting. System, can the novice gift pack be opened now? The cold mechanical sound is reproduced. Sure. Host, please confirm whether to open the novice gift pack? Linfeng didn't hesitate for a moment. Open. The newbie gift pack is automatically opening. Congratulations to the host, you have received a bonus of 2 million, physical strength plus 10, parenting experience plus 50, top ointment plus 5. Note, using the top grade ointment 5 times can completely remove the stretch marks of pregnant women. The generous gift surprised and delighted Linfeng. Apart from anything else, the 2 million prize alone is enough to make people exclaim. The ointment that can remove stretch marks is also what Mumu needs now. But how are these physical strength and parenting experience distributed? Lin Feng touched his chin, not figuring it out. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with parenting knowledge, making his head hurt. The next moment, he felt burning all over, and sweat soaked his clothes in an instant. The sudden heat made Lin Feng dazed. He barely managed to keep his body in shape, panting and asking, "What's going on?" 2 minutes later, the system spoke. Rewards have been issued successfully. After the sound, all the discomfort disappeared. This made Lin Feng suddenly feel his vision clear, and his whole body felt a lot more relaxed, and it seemed that his speed also increased a lot. As for the parenting knowledge in his mind, it was engraved in his mind like a knife or an axe. So magical. Lin Feng was secretly happy. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Chi Yao's voice came hurriedly, "Come back with me quickly, Mumu's father is here." She came in a hurry and continued to explain to Lin Feng before she could even catch her breath. Mumu's father had a huge fight with her because she got pregnant before marriage. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, the old man is not easy to mess with." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Is he going to meet his father-in-law? His father-in-law had a quarrel with Mumu because of him. Lin Feng thought, damn. This plot is developing too fast. His palms were sweating. No matter what, when you meet your father-in-law for the first time, you must leave a good impression on him. When we arrived at the ward, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Mumu turned his head away, and Bai's father also had a look of anger on his face, with his arms folded across his chest, but he didn't say anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder, did they just have a fight? "Are you Lin Feng?" Before he finished analyzing the situation, Father Bai spoke. Father Bai's voice was deep and clear, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Lin Feng smiled and replied respectfully but not distantly, "Hello, Uncle Bai, yes, I am Lin Feng." When Father Bai heard this, he just snorted coldly and didn't give Lin Feng any good face. "You made my daughter pregnant before marriage. You are so bold. My Bai family has lost all face. Lin Feng, I hope you can give me an explanation. A reasonable explanation." Father Bai slammed his crutch heavily to the ground, and his deep eyes met Lin Feng's gaze. It was as if the air around me had solidified, and the feeling of oppression instantly reached its peak. Seeing this, Mumu became anxious. She was afraid that her father would embarrass Lin Feng, so she hurriedly began to explain. "Father, Lin Feng is not what you think. Uncle Bai, I will take responsibility." Mumu was interrupted by Lin Feng before she could finish her sentence. He ignored Mr. Bai's sharp eyes and just replied firmly. "After Mumu finishes her confinement, I will get the marriage certificate with her. I promise to be good to Mumu and responsible for the child. I hope you can rest assured and entrust Mumu to me." These heartfelt words made Mr. Bai's sharp eyes calm down a little. But he still didn't believe it deep down. How can a father easily entrust his daughter's lifelong happiness to his parents? Father Bai felt that Lin Feng was just saying it in a nice way. In the words of young people, he is just drawing big pie in the sky. Only. Father Bai caught a glimpse of Mumu's weak and anxious look and sighed inaudibly. "I don't know what this girl likes about Lin Feng. You'd better keep your word." He spoke lightly, left a few words, and then left on crutches. Before leaving, Father Bai passed by Lin Feng and did not forget to give him a look. This look was full of threat. After Mr. Bai left, Lin Feng rubbed his swollen temples. "Alas, it is a long and arduous journey to gain the trust of my father-in-law. Mumu, is your father leaving now?" "Lin Feng, don't think Uncle Bai's words are harsh. Mumu is his precious baby. You seem to have disappeared during the pregnancy, and Mumu's mother, they depend on each other for survival." "Eh? What are you holding? It's quite exquisite." Chi Yo was originally chattering, but when he saw Lin Feng take out an exquisite little bottle, his attention was immediately attracted. Mumu also asked curiously, "Yes, there seems to be a faint smell of medicine. Is it an ointment?" The two of them cast curious glances at Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng chuckled, he opened the lid of the medicine bottle, moved a chair and sat next to Mumu. "This is an ointment that can remove stretch marks." Lin Feng explained slowly, "Use it 5 times and the stretch marks will be completely removed." Lin Feng's expression was very serious when he spoke, and there was no trace of joking at all. But Chi Yao laughed out loud. "Puff! Lin Feng, have you been cheated by a profiteer? This product without any certification can remove stretch marks 5 times? Isn't it a bit fake?" Don't use this ointment on Mumu anymore. It's useless and it may cause allergies. Qi Yiyao's attitude towards the ointment can be summed up in 2 words: disdain. Bai Mumu coughed lightly twice. Yao Yao, don't say that. She smiled gently. Lin Feng, I believe you. In Bai Mumu's mind, Lin Feng would not brag. Perhaps because Lin Feng is the child's father, Bai Mumu developed an inexplicable sense of trust in his heart. Seeing that he was so confident that the ointment was useful, it must be effective. Qi Yiyao choked. Her best friend who forgets her friends for the sake of a beautiful woman. Oh, right. Qi Yiyao curled her lips and put her hands on her hips. Go ahead and use it. If you have an allergic reaction, don't blame me for not reminding you. Bai Mumu shook his head helplessly. She explained to Lin Feng, Yao Yao has a straightforward personality, don't mind it. Lin Feng handed the ointment to Qi Yiyao. Of course I don't care. After saying that, he met Qi Yiyao's gaze and smiled. It's troublesome. Chapter 3, The Arrogant and Domineering Rich Second Generation. Lin Feng consciously turned his eyes away. Qi Yiyao cursed and took the ointment, poured the cold ointment into her palm to warm it up, and continued to mutter, Okay, I'll apply it for you. Will this 3-no ointment cause allergies in my hands? If so, I probably won't be able to go to film for a while. Qi Yiyao said this, but her actions did not stop. Bai Mumu lifted up her hospital gown, revealing a belly covered with stretch marks. The stretch marks were densely packed around her originally fair belly like poisonous snakes. Qi Yiyao looked at it and frowned reluctantly. Giving birth to a child is like walking through hell, this is indeed true. Then, she slowly applied the ointment to every area of skin with stretch marks. Qi Yiyao warmed up the icy ointment, and after applying it, Bai Mumu felt extremely comfortable. After a moment. It's done. Qi Yiyao closed the ointment. I want to see if this ointment is effective. Even if it works, you'll have to wait a while. Bai Mumu said as he tried to pull the quilt up. Qi Yiyao spoke haltingly, Okay, it seems we don't have to wait for a while. What? Bai Mumu looked at his stomach in confusion. Next, she and Qi Yiyao were both stunned when they saw the lighter stretch marks. This has faded? It has faded already? Am I seeing things right? Qi Yiyao spoke first, and after she finished speaking, she rubbed her eyes, as if she didn't believe what she saw. It's really faded. Bai Mumu was extremely surprised. What kind of ointment is this? The effect is so obvious. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and took out the remaining 4 bottles of ointment. Apply it 4 more times and you will definitely get rid of your stretch marks completely. After saying that, Lin Feng suddenly felt that this was a business opportunity. In the future, I can start a company and sell ointments. Postpartum stretch marks affect many pregnant women. If there is such a good medicine, they will definitely rush to buy it. Lin Feng was thinking happily when the system sound rang again. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Help Bai Mumu reduce her stretch marks. Task reward, physical strength plus 10, cooking skills plus 50. And what about this surprise? Lin Feng was overjoyed. Putting aside the issue of physical strength, cooking skills are quite useful. As the saying goes, if you want to capture someone's heart, you must first capture that person's stomach. There are restaurants near the hospital. After buying fresh ingredients, Lin Feng gave some money to a restaurant, and they made an exception and allowed Lin Feng to use the kitchen. As his cooking skills improved, Lin Feng cooked as fiercely as a tiger, stunning the chef next to him. After finishing the meal and politely declining the restaurant owner's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Feng returned to the hospital carrying an insulated box containing 3 dishes and a soup. What's that smell? It smells so good? Soon after the door was opened, Bai Mumu, who had a keen sense of smell, asked. I brought you some food. Lin Feng thoughtfully closed the door, walked to Bai Mumu's bedside, opened the thermos box, and the room was instantly filled with fragrance. I didn't cook anything greasy. These are all low-fat and low-salt dishes. They're just right for you to eat now. Lin Feng placed 3 dishes and a soup neatly on the small table in front of Bai Mumu. Qi Yiyao also poked her head out at this time. She wiped her saliva and said, Help me, this delicious food is really making me hungry. Bai Mumu smiled and waved at her, Come and eat, I can't finish it by myself. Hearing this, Qi Yiyao rubbed her hands in surprise, and couldn't wait to step forward, Then I won't be polite. Lin Feng served them some food, and Bai Mumu and Qi Yiyao started eating with relish. While eating, they did not forget to praise it. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ward was particularly harmonious, and the relationship between Lin Feng and Bai Mumu became closer. Lin Feng sighed again. With good cooking skills, he will be able to make Bai Mumu plump and white in the future. Then the three of them ate while chatting and laughing. Just when everything was warm and loving, suddenly, a loud bang broke the harmonious atmosphere. After the door was pushed open, it bounced back quickly, making an even louder noise. It can be seen how much effort the visitor put in. Lin Feng frowned, turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. The person who came was a young man with dyed yellow hair. He was wearing luxury brand clothes and sprayed with a strong perfume. Even though he was 7 or 8 meters away, he still smelled the pungent smell. Bai Mumu also sneezed because of the fragrance. Lin Feng stood up, stood in front of her, and faced the newcomer. Shi Yao also followed him to protect Bai Mumu. Lin Feng said calmly, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Who am I?" The yellow-haired man smiled disdainfully, moved a chair over, sat on it, crossed his legs, and said nonchalantly, "You have such a bad memory." As he spoke, the yellow-haired man pointed at Bai Mumu behind Lin Feng and said in a very bad tone, Hey, bitch, they don't know who I am, don't you know either? Pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years? Is your brain soaked in water?" Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. He comes with bad intentions. You dare to bully his woman? You are so bold. Didn't anyone teach you how to talk to a lady? Lin Feng said coldly, "You uneducated thing." After saying that, he looked at the yellow-haired man carefully, his eyes full of disgust. The yellow-haired guy was immediately furious when he was stung by Lin Feng's words and the disgust in his eyes. "You dare to scold me?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded in disbelief. "What else?" "My young master, I specifically scold people like you." "Pfft, good scolding." After he said this, Shi Yao, who was about to curse, also laughed. This laughter was very obvious in the ward. You are simply. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened, then rolled around. He stopped talking halfway, as if he was thinking about how to refute Lin Feng's words. At this moment, Bai Mumu pulled the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and explained in a low voice, "Lin Feng, if I remember correctly, he should be the driver who rear-ended the car." It turned out to be the driver who rear-ended the car. He was so panicked at the time that he was only focused on sending Bai Mumu to the hospital, and he didn't even remember the man's face clearly. But he remembered that the vehicle that rear-ended the car was a sports car. Worth 3 million. It seems that this yellow-haired guy is a rich second generation. No wonder he is so arrogant. Lin Feng was thinking when the yellow-haired man continued to speak. You have a good memory. I am the son of the CEO of Mushy Group. After introducing himself, he raised his head proudly. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Is this guy mentally ill? He had heard of the Musher Group, but it was not a big company, at least not a big one in their city. Is the son of a CEO of a small group so arrogant? Besides, didn't he rear-end the car? Why does it act like Bai Mumu owes him something? So what? Lin Feng calmly said, stopping the angry Qi Yao, "You came to us for compensation?" "I'll compensate you?" Huang Mao seemed to have heard a huge joke. "I don't even want to look at your broken car. Even if I compensate you with a new one, it won't cost much. But my sports car is imported. The paint has been scratched off and there's a dent in the front. Tell me what to do." So? Huang Mao licked his lips and looked at Qi Yao with a smirk. Chapter 4, Controlling Little Yellow Hair. "So let this woman stay with me for one night, and I'll let you go," the yellow-haired man said with a lewd look on his face. Although Huang Mao was rich and had no shortage of beauties around him, he had never tried someone as exquisite as Qi Yao. Lin Feng chuckled with sarcasm in his eyes. "First, I compensate you? You are fully responsible, right? Second, don't bark in the ward, it disturbs my wife's rest. Third, let your mother accompany you, idiot. You dare to scold me? You have guts, kid." Huang Mao was so angry that his hands were shaking. He shouted loudly, "Ada, air!" Bang! 2 big men kicked open the already shaky door of the ward. The next moment, the ward door finally couldn't hold and broke. Exist! The 2 people named Ada and Air in Huang Mao's mouth shouted together, and their voices were so loud that they were deafening and echoed in the hospital corridor. Lin Feng frowned. Is this dandy young man coming to the hospital to make a scene? I, Huang Shirong, have never failed to obtain what I want. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Huang Shirong's yellow hair and sneered, "Huang Shirong, this name doesn't suit you." Humph. Huang Shirong didn't say much, just waved his hand. Smash the ward for me. After he finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked extremely proud. It was as if everything was under his control. After receiving the order, the two big men did not consider whether the order was correct or not. They just said yes and began to execute the order mindlessly and stepped forward one after another. Seeing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng, why don't we call the police? The situation was urgent. Mumu hurriedly whispered, they are tall and strong, we can't beat them at all. Chi Iyo also agreed and nodded. Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Mumu. Rest assured. I won't let them hurt you, trust me. After he said this, the sound of glass bottles breaking was heard, which was particularly obvious in the ward. A big man has already taken action. It was too late for Mumu and Chi Iyo to say anything else. They could only hold each other's hands, unaware that their palms were sweating. In their opinion, today will not end well. The other big man rushed towards where Lin Feng was, wanting to smash the things next to the bed. I say. Lin Feng stood in front of the big man and said coldly, are you sure you want to make a scene here? Get out of the way. The big man was a rough guy. Now that his way was blocked, he became very impatient and reached out to push away the little weakling in front of him. Mumu was extremely anxious. Lin Feng had saved her, so how could she just sit there and do nothing? She ignored Chi Iyo's attempts to stop her and was about to get out of bed without hesitation, but she saw Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised, his eyes cold. I gave you a chance. It's a good opportunity to try out how strong the body strengthened by the system is. Holding his breath and concentrating, he grasped the big man's wrist with swift movements, put some strength in his hand, and a slight sound of bone breaking came from his ears. Ah! The big man's face suddenly became ferocious and he tried to escape from Lin Feng's clutches. But unexpectedly, no matter how hard the burly man struggled, he could not escape Lin Feng's control. The big man then realized how terrifying the person in front of him was. Mumu and Chi Iyo were stunned. Lin Feng, so strong? At this moment, another big man stepped forward with his fist raised and punched Lin Feng in the face without saying a word. The wind from the fist brushed past his ear, and Lin Feng quickly dodged the oncoming fist, and in the process let go of the thick and greasy wrist in his hand. It's just right. Let's stretch our muscles today. After dodging the attack, Lin Feng secretly sighed at his current physical strength and said something lightly. The two big men who had experienced Lin Feng's strength looked at each other and couldn't help swallowing. You two are trash. Huang Shirong was still shouting, knock this trash down first and then destroy the ward. Do it now. The big man who was still hesitant a moment ago, now gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and ran towards Lin Feng in unison, trying to subdue him together. Lin Feng still looked calm and composed. He moved between the two men, his movements so fast that an afterimage was left in the air. The two big men couldn't even touch his hair, and they were so anxious that they jumped to their feet. Just when they were confused and at a loss, Lin Feng found the flaw and knocked them both down with 2 punches. After doing all this, Lin Feng stretched his waist and spread his hands. Don't blame me. You were the ones who attacked us first. I was just defending myself. The two big men were beaten and sat on the ground. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at something extremely terrifying. They retreated tremblingly, and one of them even bumped into Huang Shirong's leg while retreating. Waste. Huang Shirong, who witnessed the whole process, was surprised at Lin Feng's strength, but he also did not forget to vent his anger. He stared at Lin Feng with scorching eyes. You ate? Don't think you are great just because you know a little kung fu. When he wanted to continue speaking, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng took 3 or 2 steps to Huang Shirong and stopped when he was less than 1 meter away from him. The other party was frightened and stood up and backed away repeatedly. Is that the courage you have? Lin Feng sneered. What are you still showing off for? He pinched the joints, and the joints made a sound as they rubbed against each other. Huang Shirong was terribly frightened now. He took 2 steps back, looking defensive, and almost couldn't speak clearly. What are you going to do? You can't touch me, I'm the young master of the Mushy Group. If you dare to touch me, the Mushy Group will not let you go. Huang Shirong spoke loudly, revealing his proud trump card. After hearing this, Lin Feng said calmly, and then? Now, you are in my hands, no one can save you. As he spoke, Lin Feng took another step forward, closing the distance between himself and Huang Shirong. I only give you 2 choices. He paused and glanced at the panicked Huang Shirong. 1. Try to fight with me now, but you are so small, I am not sure if I can control my strength. It would be bad if I beat you half to a pulp. Huang Shirong trembled all over. 2nd, stop making trouble and get out of the ward. A playboy is a playboy after all. In this situation, Huang Shirong didn't care about his face. He made a choice without hesitation. 2. I choose 2. In the ward, Lin Feng's laughter was exceptionally cheerful. You're smart. Then please, Mr. Huang, Yuan Ran, leave. When Huang Shirong led his 2 bodyguards out of the ward in disgrace, Bai Mumu and Qi Yao's eyes were full of shock. Lin Feng's actions just now refreshed their impression of him. How could a person who looked ordinary and just good-looking actually have such strength? So surprising. But in the end, the 2 of them just looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly, and didn't say much. While the 2 of them were still immersed in shock, Lin Feng spoke. Mumu, I will take legal action and make Huang Shirong take full responsibility to repair your car. He raised his eyes and gave Bai Mumu the right to choose. Do you think this solution is feasible? Chapter 5, Huang Mao's Revenge, Buying off all the confinement centers. Bai Mumu originally wanted to say that Huang Shirong had some background and that she should give up pursuing the responsibility, but when she saw Lin Feng's calm look, she inexplicably believed in Lin Feng very much. Just like when she first called for help, Lin Feng appeared like a savior hero, and she also had this feeling of complete trust. Seeing that Bai Mumu agreed and was dazed again, Lin Feng suddenly wanted to rub her little head. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea. As for the relationship, we still have to slowly build closer. Afterwards, Lin Feng handled the matter according to relevant procedures and, as expected, held Huang Shirong fully responsible. When Huang Shirong received the news, he was riding a horse in the backyard of his luxurious villa. I never thought that one day I would have to send away these beggars. Huang Shirong got off his horse angrily and threw the whip at the housekeeper beside him. If this matter gets out, where will I put my face? The butler quickly took the whip, pushed up his glasses, and said, Master, the news will not spread. Then I'll hold my breath too. Huang Shirong spat on the ground. Check for me who the dog next to that bitch is. 2 hours. I want to know his identity. After leaving a few words, Huang Shirong walked straight into the villa. He thought the housekeeper would investigate for 2 hours, but unexpectedly, the housekeeper came to report in less than an hour. Master, that man's name is Lin Feng. He is just an ordinary college student. He doesn't stand out. At most, his grades are better. He has never even studied martial arts professionally. When the housekeeper finished checking, he also felt strange. After he said that, Huang Shirong threw the phone in his hand onto the table, his arrogance reappearing. That's it? That's it? Then how dare he bark and offend this young master? Thinking of the humiliation of that day, Huang Shirong became more and more angry. The butler hesitated for a moment, then spoke up to persuade him, Master, this man is probably not a simple person. Just his martial arts skills alone. How do you look ahead and behind? Huang Shirong interrupted the butler before he could finish his words. Butler Zhang, you're getting old and you're starting to shrink back? He knocked on the table impatiently. What's so scary about Lin Feng? He's just a blank sheet of paper. I will make him kneel down and beg for mercy. I will let everyone know the price of angering me. Seeing this, the butler hesitated inside. Huang Shirong didn't care at all. He folded his arms across his chest with a profound look on his face. I think Lin Feng is quite nervous about that bitch. In that case, we can start with that woman. Where will a pregnant woman go after being discharged from the hospital? He laughed arrogantly. Lin Feng, have you thought about how to bear the cost of provoking me? 3 days later, Bai Mumu was able to be discharged from the hospital. The 3 children were placed in a stroller and pushed by Qi Yao, while Lin Feng wrapped Bai Mumu tightly to protect her from the wind and supported her carefully. Just as they were about to leave the hospital, Bai Mumu's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone, and after the person on the other end said something, Bai Mumu's expression became visibly solemn. Didn't we make an appointment a long time ago? Why are you saying now that we can't check in? You guys? Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. The argument that Bai Mumu was about to blurt out was still on his lips. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked with concern, and Qi Yao also cast a concerned look at him. Only after hearing Lin Feng's voice did Bai Mumu calm down a little. It's someone from the confinement center. Bai Mumu looked worried. We had already made an appointment to go there, but they said there were not enough rooms and staff, so they couldn't accommodate us. Not enough rooms or staff? Lin Feng noticed something was wrong. How could something go wrong if the reservation was made in advance and successfully? I'm afraid someone is secretly doing something. Who is this person? The figure of Huang Shirong flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The ones who have conflicts with them and are most likely to hold a grudge against them are these unruly rich second generations. It must have been Huang Shirong who did it. Shi Yao also guessed who did it, and her face was filled with anger. I've heard a lot about that rubbish Huang Shirong. He bullies men and women. He's the worst of the worst. She cursed, but not satisfied, so she stomped her feet heavily, as if she was stepping on Huang Shirong. Shi Yao's actions were amusing, and the atmosphere was not as solemn as before. We can only find another confinement center now. Lin Feng said to Qi Yao, there is no time to lose, let's split up into 2 groups, you stay here to take care of Mumu, and I'll contact the confinement center. Having said that, Lin Feng vaguely felt that there would be many difficulties ahead. How could Huang Shirong, who is so petty, only threaten one maternity center? Nowadays, all the maternity centers in the city have probably received the notice and are only prohibited from entering. But Lin Feng still called one confinement center after another, and he even took the initiative to visit the ones that were closer to him to inquire. But the result was just as he expected, no one agreed to let them stay. Huang Shirong, this bastard. At first, Lin Feng thought that Huang Shirong was unreasonable and brainless, but now, he is completely disgusted by this man. When Lin Feng was thinking of a solution, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. Release the main mission, publicly teach Huang Shirong a lesson, avenge Bai Mumu, and successfully move into the confinement center. Mission successful, reward, 15% shares of Mushy Group. Mission failed, the host will receive electric shock punishment. This mission came just in time. Lin Feng turned around and saw Qi Yao comforting Bai Mumu, so he asked in a low voice, System, where is Huang Shirong now? Location in progress. Location successful. Huang Shirong is in the office on the 5th floor of Mushy Group. So it's here. Lin Feng smiled dangerously. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Feng walked up to Bai Mumu. Mumu, there are no maternity centers open for the time being. Let's rent a house first and I'll take care of the rest. After that, Lin Feng took the stroller from Qi Yao. In the stroller, the 3 babies were sleeping soundly and obediently, not causing any trouble. They looked much better than the day they were born. Maybe he inherited the good genes of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart melted. At the same time, his desire to tear Huang Shirong apart became stronger. You can think of such a shameless method? You have to pay the price. Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Qi Yao asked doubtfully, you're not going to teach Huang Shirong a lesson, are you? Hearing this, Bai Mumu also frowned. Nothing, just going to have a friendly exchange with Master Huang. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face, as if he really just wanted to have a friendly exchange with Huang Shirong. Without waiting for Qi Yao to say anything else, Lin Feng changed the subject. I just checked the rental app and there's a nice house near the hospital. Let's go over there now. Chapter 6 Arriving at Mushy Group. Lin Feng, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Qi Yao stood in front of a villa, lost in thought. Bai Mumu also nodded in agreement, we will live in the confinement center afterwards. This is just a temporary place to stay. It doesn't need to be so luxurious. Besides, you are a college student. Bai Mumu was really afraid that Lin Feng would spend a huge amount of money to rent this villa, causing his savings to be reduced to zero in an instant. It's okay. Lin Feng pushed the stroller over, stay here and don't worry about anything. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed a bunch of keys to Bai Mumu. This is the spare key to this villa. Let's go in quickly and don't let the children get cold. Hearing this, Bai Mumu no longer refused. She just thought silently that if Lin Feng really spent a huge amount of money on this villa, she could make up for the loss with her current savings. Once the lights in the villa are turned on, everything inside is fully revealed. The decoration of each floor is luxurious and elegant. There are spacious balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors. When the sun shines, the whole villa is very bright. Lin Feng became more and more satisfied. This living environment is even better than that of a confinement center. He thought about his current financial situation and raised the corners of his eyes. After Huang Shirong's problem is solved, he will ask people from the confinement center to come to the villa to take care of Mumu and the 3 children, which will make them much more comfortable. Wow. Just as he was thinking about this, a loud cry rang in his ears. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and saw his second daughter crying loudly in the stroller. The crying seemed to be contagious, and the remaining son and daughter also started crying. Suddenly, cries came one after another. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng immediately searched his mind for parenting experience and realized that the children were most likely hungry, so he was particularly calm. Mumu, who was a new mother, seemed a little flustered and quickly picked up the child and coaxed him in her arms. The 3 children instantly made her overwhelmed. Lin Feng picked up a child and, based on the knowledge in his mind, held the child firmly in the standard position. After coaxing him for a while, the little son in his arms stopped crying. There was a flash of surprise in Mumu's eyes. She never expected that Lin Feng, a grown man, could actually coax a child. Shi Yao, who had just finished cleaning the house, came over after hearing the noise. She had just come down from the 3rd floor when she saw this scene, and she couldn't help but sigh, amazing. Lin Feng chuckled. This is what I should do. He put his youngest son in the stroller, his movements gentle, the children must be hungry. The master bedroom in this villa is on the 2nd floor. Mumu, go upstairs and feed the children first. Mumu came back to his senses and smiled gently. Okay, I'll listen to you. After feeding the children, Mumu was exhausted and fell asleep in the master bedroom. Inside the villa, everything returned to peace. Lin Feng said hello to Chi Yo and was about to do the task assigned to him by the system. Mushir Group is neither far nor close to the villa he rented. It only takes 20 minutes to get there by taxi. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng appeared at Mushir Group with a calm face. Seeing a strange face, the person at the front desk asked, "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Huang Shirong." Lin Feng answered concisely. The receptionist looked Lin Feng up and down and saw that the clothes he was wearing were very ordinary. The whole set of clothes probably cost no more than 500 yuan, so she smiled sarcastically. "Sir, if you want to see our young master, you need to make an appointment." There was some impatience in her words, but she still added, "Our young master is not someone that everyone can see." Lin Feng caught the sarcastic expression of the receptionist. He raised his eyebrows and felt that the people of Mushir Group really followed Huang Shirong. "Please tell your young master that I am Lin Feng and I am here to discuss something with him." Lin Feng showed no displeasure and remained calm. When the receptionist heard the name Lin Feng, her movements paused slightly. She has received an order that if someone named Lin Feng comes to see the young master, she should send someone to notify him immediately. She guessed at that time that this was a distinguished guest. Okay. The receptionist changed her expression and suddenly became respectful. "Please wait a moment. I'll go find our young master right away." Lin Feng nodded and sat down aside. As for the change in the receptionist's attitude, he didn't care too much about it and just thought that Huang Shirong had said something to the people below. Meeting Huang Shirong is his ultimate goal. 3 minutes later, there was a commotion. People from the Mushir Group suddenly received news that there was a commotion on the 1st floor. It was also lunchtime, so those who loved to join in the fun came to the main hall on the 1st floor. "Master Shirong is here." Someone in the crowd shouted, and the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet, and the onlookers quickly made way for them. Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw Huang Shirong coming towards him with a smug look on his face. Behind him, there were 2 martial artists who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Their huge muscles were sticking to their clothes and their chests were floating up and down. One of them had a scar on his face and exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Just looking at him made people feel a chill down their spine. But Lin Feng took a look and then looked away without caring. Huang Shirong walked up to Lin Feng and smiled, seeing that he was still looking nonchalant. "Lin Feng, who gave you the courage to come here?" "Fortunately, I had foresight and knew that you would come to Mushi Group to cause trouble." "Do you think you can get away with it this time? If you dare to come here, you will have to pay the price." Huang Shirong talked incessantly, and after he finished speaking, he put his hands on his hips and laughed, his smile full of arrogance. "The confinement center refused to let us stay." "Was it you who did that?" Lin Feng ignored Huang Shirong's personal performance show and just asked in a deep voice. This made Huang Shirong lose face. His eyes were grim, and there was a hint of anger in them. But after a moment, thinking that Lin Feng was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, he was no longer depressed, and was even in a good mood. "Lin Feng, are you here just for this?" Is there no confinement center that can take you and buy Mumu in? Oh, that woman is so pretty, who knows how many people she has slept with. If you ask me, you should go check on by Mumu to see if she has any infectious disease or is it bad luck. Otherwise, why would the people at the confinement center turn you away? This one sentence completely ignited the anger in Lin Feng's heart. This dude has such a foul mouth. Did you brush your teeth today? Huang Shirong didn't understand Lin Feng's sudden words and frowned and asked, What? You probably didn't brush your teeth. Lin Feng said coldly, Otherwise why does your mouth stink so much? I know you're a straight talker, but you can't poop with your mouth. Lin Feng, you have no background and no status, and you dare to disobey me? If you're a dog, you should wag your tail and beg for mercy. Who do you think you are? What can you use to fight me? Huang Shirong jumped up instantly, and after cursing, he took a deep breath. Now, I also give you two choices. Either kneel down and beg for mercy, or... My men beat him until he knelt down and begged for mercy. Chapter 7. The CEO of Mushy Group shows up and Huang Mao gets slapped in the face. Seeing this, the people around started talking. Who is this person? How dare he scold young Master Huang? It should be just an ordinary person. Now it's going to be fun. Oh, stop talking. This guy named Lin Feng just came and I thought he was the young master's distinguished guest. I didn't expect that he was just a loser who annoyed the young master. I just smiled at him. Really? Just wait for the young master to teach this loser a lesson. Huang Shirong smiled even more as he heard the discussions. You are out of your mind, daring to come to my territory and cause trouble. Huang Shirong snorted coldly, Now, choose. He raised his head proudly, thinking that in the next second, Lin Feng would kneel down and beg for mercy. He even thought about how to humiliate Lin Feng. But what could I have expected? Stupid. Lin Feng uttered two words calmly, without any ripples in his heart. Huang Shirong's eyes widened in shock, and he said viciously, You don't know what's good for you. Then he took a few steps back and stood behind the two bodyguards. These are all masters among masters, Lin Feng, you will regret your choice now. Huang Shirong spoke to the two bodyguards again. Beat him till his teeth are all gone, and beat him until he is willing to apologize to me. Get started. The two bodyguards took the order and quickly rushed to where Lin Feng was. At the same time, a figure appeared in the main hall, watching everything silently. But everyone's eyes were on Lin Feng and Huang Shirong, and no one noticed this figure. Even Lin Feng didn't notice it. He threw himself into the battle. When the two masters were about to touch him, he suddenly turned sideways and successfully avoided the attack. But the people Huang Shirong found today were indeed more powerful than those that day. The two men did not stop for a moment and continued to attack Lin Feng from both sides. In a flash, one of them punched Lin Feng in the face. He staggered a few steps and a bruise appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good job! Huang Shirong shouted. Lin Feng sneered without any fear and ignored the pain. He used the advantage of his body shape to constantly change positions between the two people, looking for their flaws and not missing any opportunity. The best solution is to defeat them one by one. 5 minutes later, a big man was knocked down by Lin Feng's punch and had no strength to fight back. When the remaining scarred man saw this scene and heard the endless sighing around him, he was panicked for a moment. It was this moment of panic that allowed Lin Feng to seize the opportunity. A punch, straight to the face. After a wail, the man with the scar also fell down. Huang Shirong, who had a smug look on his face just now, suddenly had his smile frozen on his face. He murmured, How is it possible? Without giving him time to be surprised, Lin Feng slowly walked towards Huang Shirong. With every step he took, Huang Shirong's heart beat faster. Security department, where are the people from the security department? Hurry up and throw this guy out. Bring more people. He shouted in panic, and the security department came over after hearing the noise. A group of people stood in a row, ready to carry out Huang Shirong's order. Lin Feng still did not feel any fear. He put one hand behind his back and glanced at the group of people. Just as he was about to make a move, a steady and powerful male voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone stop moving. What do you mean you can't move? Everyone, move, throw Lin Feng out. Before he even uttered the word go, Huang Shirong was stunned. The moment he looked back, he saw his father, Huang Zhang, standing behind the crowd with a serious look on his face. President? Why is the president here? Shut up, shut up. We have no right to interfere in the fight between gods. Hurry, hurry, make way for the president. The crowd had made way for him. Huang Zhang walked forward steadily. When he reached the center of the crowd, he first glared at his disappointing son. Nonsense. After saying that, he ignored Huang Shirong's surprised expression, turned to look at Lin Feng, and put on a kind smile. I guess this is Mr. Lin Feng. My son was so rude and offended Mr. Lin Feng. As his father, I feel really sorry. As he spoke, he glanced at Huang Shirong out of the corner of his eye. Huang Shirong, apologize to Mr. Lin. Apologize for your recklessness. Huang Shirong couldn't help but feel surprised by this action, and even Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why is Huang Zhang here? Still speaking for him? This father and son duo are each more incomprehensible than the other. Lin Feng was thinking about it, but Huang Shirong got angry. He never expected that Huang Zhang appeared to help Lin Feng. Father, it was Lin Feng who embarrassed me in front of others first. My son was threatened by him last time. Every time I think about it, I still feel wronged. How can you help him? A piece of trash in a garbage dump should be stepped on by us. He started to argue, but Huang Zhang shut him up with just a look. Apologize. These two light words made Huang Shirong dare not speak again. He clenched his hands and felt an unprecedented humiliation. Lin Feng smiled faintly, crossed his arms over his chest, and waited for Huang Shirong's apology with an attitude of watching a show. It's nice to see him get humiliated now. As for what tricks this father and son are trying to play, he will just fight them off. As sorry. The other person's voice was so small that even the buzzing sound of a passing mosquito was louder than his. Ah? What did you say? Lin Feng curled his lips and asked lightly. Huang Shirong felt even more humiliated now. Lin Feng noticed that his ears were red, obviously he was extremely humiliated. But he was not the least bit soft-hearted. Huang Shirong deserves it. Any woman who dares to mess with him must pay the price. I'm sorry. Huang Shirong summoned up his courage and shouted, I shouldn't have insulted you and that woman by Mumu. I apologize. The apology was obviously not sincere, but he wasn't going to push it too hard. Master Huang, I have never been a person who takes the initiative to cause trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble either. Lin Feng curled the corners of his mouth playfully. Since you apologized, I won't attack you, but I hope you won't do anything behind my back to disturb my life. In one word, full of threats. After hearing this, Huang Shirong was so angry that he was shaking all over. Lin Feng didn't care. He waved his hand and was about to turn around and leave, but Huang Zhang, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Mr. Lin Feng, please stay. He paused. Mr. Lin Feng, the conflict between you and Shirong has been resolved. Why don't we talk about something else? You are a talent. It just so happens that I always value talents, so I, Huang Zhang, sincerely invite you to work at Mushy Group. The salary is definitely not low. Offer him an olive branch? Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. Is Huang Zhang sincere, or is he planning something bad? Chapter 8 by Mumu's gentle concern. Huang Shirong on the side was full of disbelief. He wanted to say something, but Huang Zhang glared at him and he could only take back the words with an angry look on his face. Afterwards, Huang Zhang looked at Lin Feng earnestly, seeming to be looking forward to his answer. But Lin Feng knew that this old fox who had been in the business world for decades and founded the Musher Group, how could he be a simple boss? He extended the olive branch, maybe just to find a reason to control himself. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to reject the other party's invitation. Anyway, after completing the task, the system will give him 15% of the shares of Musher Group. I don't have any idea of working ahead, sorry. Lin Feng's words once again confused the onlookers. In their eyes, a college student invited by Huang Zhang should be grateful and thank President Huang for giving him the opportunity, but this person actually refused? They didn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. Huang Zhang didn't understand either. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Huang Zhang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal, adjusted his glasses with one hand, and spoke with a smile. I see. He nodded. That's a pity. As he spoke, Huang Zhang sighed. However, if Mr. Lin Feng changes his mind in the future, Mushy Group welcomes you at any time. Okay. Lin Feng agreed. Once the mission is completed, Musher Group will of course welcome him as a major shareholder. Seeing Lin Feng agreed, Huang Zheng smiled and ordered, "Come here, send Mr. Lin Feng away. Remember, you must be respectful." It can be said that this is polite to a certain extent. After Lin Feng left, Huang Shirong followed Huang Zheng to the president's office. Only after the office door was closed did Huang Shirong ask the questions in his mind. "No, Dad, why did you want to win over that loser Lin Feng?" "I checked. He's just an ordinary person. He's the lowest person in society. We don't need to be afraid of him." Faced with Huang Shirong's questioning, Huang Zhang did not answer in a hurry. He just picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of strong tea, moistened his throat, and then his eyes fell on Huang Shirong. "Ordinary person?" Huang Zheng sneered. "Do you think an ordinary person has the courage to come to Mushur alone? Can he defeat the two masters beside you? A word can wake a person up from his dream." Huang Zheng's words made Huang Shirong clench his fists. The anger and grievance he had just felt disappeared, leaving only surprise. After a long while, he stammered out a rebuttal. "Then, maybe he is just a brainless warrior." Huang Zheng slammed the teacup heavily on the table. "Brainless? Humph, you haven't met many people, but I have been in the business world for many years and I can see that Lin Feng has a calmness that doesn't match his age. In short, he is not simple." Huang Shirong fell silent. Is Lin Feng really that extraordinary? He seemed submissive on the surface, but he felt in his heart that his father was too old and had made a mistake in his judgment to actually think that someone like Lin Feng could be compared with them. Seeing his son silent, Huang Zhang rubbed his temples. "You better use your brain. Keep your head down when things happen and don't provoke any big shots. If you do, Mushy Group and I will pay the price for you." His voice was low and his expression was serious. Although Huang Shirong was dissatisfied with being taught a lesson, he did not dare to disobey his father. He could only bow his head deeply without uttering a word in rebuttal. Young Master Huang, who had been so arrogant just now looks like a quail. "Okay, I'll let Otto watch you. For the time being, don't run around. Stay at home and learn how to run a company." Huang Zhang waved his hand impatiently, signaling the other party to leave. Huang Shirong clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. The intense pain did not help him to cool down from his rage. He felt that the old man was senile and confused. He scolded him for an insignificant person and even sent someone to supervise him? It was ridiculous. A surge of anger gathered in Huang Shirong's heart. He left in a rage, feeling even more dissatisfied with his stubborn and timid father. The other side. After leaving Mushur Group, Lin Feng returned to the villa. When Lin Feng was outside dealing with things, Mumu had already woken up. Ever since she learned that Lin Feng had gone to Mushur Group, she had been waiting in the main hall on the first floor with a worried look on her face, fearing that something might happen. When the door opened and Mumu saw Lin Feng again, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and her worried expression turned into surprise. "You're finally back." Mumu suddenly noticed the wound on Lin Feng's mouth, and her smile froze. "Are you injured?" Chi Yao also came to the first floor from the second floor, and was equally surprised, so she couldn't help but ask. "Was it Huang Shirong who did it?" Lin Feng nodded and helped Mumu to the soft sofa. He waited until she was seated firmly before he sat down beside her. "It's just some minor injuries, nothing serious, I bumped into it accidentally. I've already dealt with the matter regarding the confinement center." Lin Feng made up an excuse and tried to fool Mumu so as not to worry. But Mumu certainly didn't believe Lin Feng's words. But when she saw that Lin Feng was unwilling to say anything, she was very sensible and didn't ask. She just silently took the medical box handed to her by Chi Yao, took out the ointment, and opened the lid. Instantly, the smell of ointment lingered in my nose. Mumu used a cotton swab to scoop out the milky white ointment. The wound needs to be treated properly. This is an ointment for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Let me apply it to you. Okay, thank you for your help. Lin Feng agreed without thinking. After that, in order to make it easier to apply the medicine, Lin Feng deliberately sat forward, which brought him closer to Mumu. So close that they could see every detail of each other's faces. Mumu suddenly felt the tip of her hand holding the cotton swab getting slightly hot, and her heartbeat speeded up unconsciously. The thump-thump sound was particularly obvious. After a moment, Mumu coughed lightly, concentrated her mind, and then raised the cotton swab covered with ointment to the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. She applied it carefully, cautiously, for fear of hurting Lin Feng, and at the same time let the delicate and cold ointment evenly cover every inch of the other's skin. Her serious expression at this moment made Lin Feng, who was usually calm, swallow his saliva. The pain from the wound was still screaming, but he had completely forgotten about it now. It was as if his brain had crashed, with only one sentence left. His future wife cared about him and was still applying medicine for him. The special fragrance from Mumu came towards me, and even though it was covered by the smell of medicine, it was still faintly visible. It's so touching. This time it was Lin Feng's turn to have his heart beat faster. Lin Feng's rapid breathing when he got closer actually caused Mumu to undergo drastic changes in his physical body. Afterwards, both of them blushed. As for Qiao, who was watching the whole process and felt that she was glowing, she could no longer sit still. Pretend to make a phone call and walk out the door. Chapter 9. Invite the confinement center directly to your home. After applying the medicine, Mumu's mind gradually became clear and he lowered his eyelashes. It's all my fault. Her eyes were full of heartache. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hurt. She felt so guilty. Seeing the unignorable wound on Lin Feng's face again, Mumu frowned and asked in a low voice, "It hurts a lot." Seeing Mumu like this, Lin Feng's heart melted. He quickly comforted the other person. "It's not your fault." Lin Feng said seriously, "It was Huang Shirong who rear-ended the car first. He is an idiot. If we have to talk about fault, it is his fault." "How can it be your fault?" Mumu shook her head slightly. "Can." Lin Feng interrupted her before she finished her sentence. He seemed to know what Mumu was going to say next. He said directly, "No buts." After a pause, he emphasized again, "It's not your fault." Mumu was stunned, and a warm feeling suddenly flowed through his heart. Her father had high expectations of her since she was a child. If she did something slightly wrong, she would be criticized. Even if some things were not her fault, as long as she had anything to do with them, she would be called to the study to receive education. This was the first time in her life that someone had told her so firmly that she was not wrong. A wonderful feeling spread in my heart. "Yeah." Mumu responded softly and muttered thank you softly. But the sound was so faint as that of a mosquito that Lin Feng did not notice it. When the atmosphere between the two sides was just right, Qiao finally couldn't help but speak out. "I'm not saying." She stroked her chin, "The medicine has been applied, and the matter has been discussed. Shouldn't we discuss something else?" Seeing this, Mumu's face turned red. For example, the matter of the confinement center. Qiao popped up from nowhere and reminded them, and only then did Lin Feng and Mumu think of the important matter. Mumu spoke first. "The confinement center I contacted earlier called me and said they welcome us to stay at any time. Why not go with this one?" She knew that facing Huang Shirong's oppression, the confinement center could not resist due to its livelihood, so it did not complain at all. "I think it's okay." Qiao nodded in agreement and pushed the information of the confinement center in front of Lin Feng, motioning him to take a look. "We have been interested in this confinement center before. It has received rave reviews and there have been no malicious incidents. It is a good choice." Qiao said, looking up proudly, "This is the one that Mumu and I chose after selecting 13 options. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Lin Feng received the information about the confinement center. After reading it carefully, he also felt that it was good. "This confinement center is very good." Seeing that Lin Feng also agreed, Qiao smiled and said, "Okay, let's pack up and check in now." Seeing Mumu and Qiao were about to pack up, Lin Feng stopped them. "Who says you have to live in a confinement center? We can move the confinement center to our home." When the people at the confinement center learned of Lin Feng's request, they were confused. After turning on the speaker, the receptionist asked again, "Sir, the wind was too strong just now. Could you please repeat your request?" As soon as the words fell, the receptionist pricked up her ears, afraid that she had heard it wrong. Lin Feng repeated patiently, "I want the confinement nannies from the confinement center to come to my home and take care of my wife. The price is up to you, as long as the service is good enough." His casual words made the receptionist hesitate. This is very expensive." The receptionist thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Can you accept 200,000 a month?" I thought the other party would refuse, but who could have imagined what would happen next? "I can accept that. Cash or card?" An hour later, people from the confinement center entered the villa one by one and stood in a row in front of Mumu. These are all experienced confinement nannies and the backbone of the confinement center. Lin Feng handed their information to Bai Mumu. Mumu, they will take care of you during the next month, and I will assist you. See how it goes. Bai Mumu's body stiffened and he took the information in confusion. Chi Yo in the back was even more speechless. Afterwards, Bai Mumu did not open it immediately, but whispered, "Invite the people from the confinement center to your home? Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome, we can go to the confinement center. We've already paid. Besides, we're the only ones in this villa, so it's more convenient and comfortable than a confinement center." Lin Feng explained in a soft voice. But Bai Mumu was still worried. "Lin Feng, you are a student, where did you get so much money?" She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly covered her mouth, looking at Lin Feng with a worried look. "You didn't take out a loan, did you? To be able to borrow so much money, you didn't mortgage some property, did you?" For a moment, Bai Mumu even thought of how to fill the hole for Lin Feng. At worst, she could just go and ask her father for help. In any case, we cannot let Lin Feng be heavily in debt at such a young age. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. "Of course there is no loan. Just enjoy yourself, no need to worry." His words soothed Bai Mumu's worries. "I have to say, Lin Feng, I am more and more curious about your financial resources." Seeing that the atmosphere was not so awkward, Chi Yao said jokingly, "You don't have a few $100,000 in savings, do you? Little rich man." Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. Of course he didn't have hundreds of thousands in savings, he had millions in savings. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 15% of the shares of Mushy Group. After receiving the mission reward, Lin Feng still felt a little worried. He found a place where no one was around before asking his question. "System, 15% of the shares of Mushy Group have inexplicably come into my hands. The outside world won't suspect anything, right?" Host, "No. All rewards provided by the system will be converted to the correct channels for distribution. 15% of the shares of Mushy Group will be purchased by a mysterious account, and the scattered shares will be purchased at a high price, which will not arouse any suspicion." After the system's explanation, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. "I see." He suddenly realized something, paused, and asked again, "If that's the case, then as long as I don't tell anyone, no one will know that it was me who bought the shares?" "Of course." After getting a positive answer, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. It just so happened that he didn't plan to be too ostentatious. Without any worries, Lin Feng simply calculated how much dividends the 15% stake of Musher Group would bring him. You don't know until you calculate it. Once you calculate it, you'll be shocked. The dividend for 1 year is 3 million. No wonder Huang Shirong can drive a sports car worth millions and show off every day, fearing that others don't know that he is the son of the company president. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, if this small Musher Group can make so much money, what about bigger companies? He was imagining the beauty of his future life. "Mr. Lin, my youngest son seems to be sick. Please go over and take a look." Sister Rome, the confinement nanny, came staggering over. Chapter 10, The Youngest Son's Sudden Illness. When Lin Feng hurried to the baby room, Bai Mumu had just picked up her youngest son. The little child was twitching in her arms and crying miserably. Chi Yao, who was standing beside her, had her brows wrinkled into the shape of a character and was pacing back and forth, extremely nervous. Lin Feng didn't say much, and walked to Bai Mumu's side in 2 steps. He glanced at Bai Mumu's arms. The child, who was originally fair and tender, now has yellowing skin and scara. His brain worked rapidly, and in less than half a minute, he said with certainty, "This is pathological jaundice." After Lin Feng finished speaking, Bai Mumu felt surprised. What he said was exactly the same conclusion as that given by the experienced confinement nanny. Bai Mumu didn't expect that Lin Feng also knew this. But there was no time to think too much. The child in his arms started crying again. Bai Mumu could only coax him softly, and the heartache in his eyes was about to overflow. "Let's go to the hospital now without further ado." Lin Feng spoke directly without hesitation. After thinking for a while, he said to Chi Yao, "Mumu and I will go together. I have to trouble you to take care of the remaining 2 children at home. Chi Yao is a star after all, and it's not good for her to show up in public all the time. What's more, when this happens, there should always be someone trustworthy watching over the family." "Okay." Chi Yao nodded firmly. "Sir, madam, if it's pathological jaundice, I know a doctor." Sister Rong said sincerely, "If you don't mind, you can go there and try it." My child also had severe pathological jaundice. By chance, I met Dr. Lee. After his treatment, my child was out of danger that day and had no sequelae afterwards. Sister Rong is simple, honest, and very enthusiastic, and Lin Feng and the others know this very well. Now they also believe what Sister Rong says. So, Lin Feng spoke first. Sister Rong, of course we don't mind. I'll have to trouble you to tell us the location and Dr. Lee's contact information. When the taxi stopped in front of a clinic that was neither too big nor too small, Mumu's nervous mood finally eased a little. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Dr. Lee doesn't have any patients today, so we can get in line directly under these circumstances. According to Sister Rong, Dr. Lee has a good reputation in the area and there is a constant stream of people coming to see him for treatment. So it was really good luck that I was able to queue up directly after making an appointment. Lin Feng responded softly, well, this is all because of the baby's good fortune. As he spoke, he pushed open the door of the clinic. Come in, it's cold outside. Only then did a smile mixed with nervousness appear on Mumu's face. As soon as she stepped into the door, she saw a group of people rushing over, yelling at Mumu to get out. They were shouting and had no manners at all. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and pulled Mumu to his side, preventing the mother and son from getting injured. Before Mumu recovered from the sudden shock, the group of people just now started shouting loudly in the clinic. Dr. Lee, where is Dr. Lee? I'm your sister's aunt's younger sister. I'm your distant relative. Come and take a look at our child. Lin Feng raised his eyes and saw that the person who was shouting was a middle-aged woman. As she spoke, the spit flying everywhere became more obvious under the sunlight, and there was an unpleasant smell in the air. The man next to her was also a rough guy. Seeing that the doctor had not appeared yet, he took 2 steps forward impatiently, put his hands on his hips and shouted. Where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? What if something happens to my son? He slammed the table hard, wishing he could break it. This is the only boy Tsueme gave birth to for me. He is the hope of our whole family. I won't allow anything to happen to him. After the man finished speaking, the couple's relatives began to argue with each other, and the scene was in great chaos. Lin Feng didn't speak at the first moment, but pulled Mumu behind him to prevent her from being hurt in any way. After he did this, Dr. Lee also appeared. What are you arguing about? This is a clinic, not a market. Dr. Lee was wearing a white coat. He was in his 30s, but he had white hair early on, and he exuded a calm temperament. Seeing the doctor, the middle-aged woman named Tsueme hurried forward. Xiao Li, do you still remember me? I'm Tsueme. Tsueme showed the child to Dr. Lee. We went to a big hospital to ask, and they said Bauer had a pathological something? It would cost a lot of money to treat it. I thought, aren't you an expert in this field? Why waste money? So I rushed here. You have to save our child. This is a boy, he is very precious. Dr. Lee frowned at her words. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent just now, spoke. Auntie, you should understand the principle of first come first served in everything. His voice was as calm as the water, but the waves were rolling under the water. We came here first, please make way and let my child go to the hospital for treatment first, okay? Mumu also nodded immediately after him, extremely anxious. The other party is obviously not a reasonable person. What do you mean by first come first served? Tsueme's husband said, we know the doctor, so we should be treated first. You should get in line as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, Tsueme beside him also laughed disdainfully. If you are in a hurry, you can go to a big hospital for treatment. Do you have to squeeze in with us? We are relatives of Dr. Lee, you better shut up as soon as possible, otherwise I won't let you see him. These words made it seem that she was the doctor and the owner of the clinic. The anger in Lin Feng's heart was finally ignited. Before he could even open his mouth, Dr. Lee couldn't help himself. First come, first served. Don't you understand? In my place, don't say you are my distant relative. Even if you are my ancestor, you still have to follow the rules. After saying that, Dr. Lee glanced at whereby Mumu was and continued speaking calmly. Don't worry, the child will be fine. Come with me now and I will treat your child first. Seeing this, Mumu nodded gratefully. She followed Dr. Lee into a room. Just as they were about to close the door, Tsueme came to her senses and became unhappy. You can't treat him first. My baby must be treated now. Look how miserable he is crying. She was so anxious that she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and went forward to pull by Mumu. But before she could touch by Mumu at all, she was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes unkindly. I told you to follow the rules. If you don't want these hands, I can cripple them for you. Chapter 11, Teaching the Unreasonable Auntie Who Cuts in Line a Lesson. The faint threat made Su Weimei stunned. Her hands couldn't stop shaking and there was a layer of fear in her eyes. As the door behind him was closed, Lin Feng also loosened the shackles on Su Weimei. At the same time, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Teach the unreasonable Su Weimei and others a lesson. If the mission is successful, you will receive a bonus of 1 million and a luxury car. If the mission fails, the physical strength bonus will be reduced by 10 points. The voice of the system made Lin Feng perk up. This is exactly what he wants. This group of people who have no manners at all are dancing wildly on his weak spot. Lin Feng hadn't made any move yet, but Su Weimei, who was freed from her shackles, and her relatives and friends behind her were unhappy. What do you mean? Su Weimei's man stepped forward and cursed, How dare you touch my wife? Don't you know that my wife has my son in her arms? If anything happens to them, he will kill you. The people in the rear also started clamoring. However, facing this group of people, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Aren't these just a group of unreasonable people who only know how to talk big? But Lin Feng didn't want to cause trouble in this matter. The most important thing at the moment was to get the child treated. Amid the noise, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone slowly, typed the 3 digits 110 on the dial page, and then showed it to the group of people. These 3 obvious numbers made the group of people shut up immediately. No matter how short-sighted they were, they knew the meaning of this string of numbers. The first person to react was Su Weimei's second uncle. Don't scare us. We didn't do anything. Even if we did, you have no evidence. The old man's voice was hoarse, and the words he said were even more stupid. Lin Feng sneered and pointed at the surveillance camera in the clinic. Isn't this evidence? You're causing a scene in a private clinic. Aren't you afraid of being arrested and taken in for questioning? If that happens, your child's illness will be delayed. Lin Feng's simple words touched the hearts of these people. Most people looked at each other and felt that what Lin Feng said made sense. But Su Weimei and her husband don't think so. Stop talking nonsense. Don't bully me for being uneducated. I want my baby to see the doctor first today. Su Weimei said loudly, Old man, take his phone away and control him. Don't worry, Dr. Li is my relative, he won't hand over the surveillance. Seeing her being so straightforward, Lin Feng sneered. Okay. Su Weimei's husband was also a rough man. He rolled up his sleeves and walked forward angrily, You little white face, are you qualified to block my way? As he spoke, he raised his fist. The heavy fist came down with the sound of wind, but Lin Feng did not dodge at all. Su Weimei and others thought he was frightened silly. When everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to be knocked to the ground, at the critical moment, Lin Feng took action and easily blocked the fist. He didn't let go, and the strength in his hands gradually increased. As his physical strength increased, his power also grew, so it was certainly easy for him to face this man who only had some brute force. The man who had looked arrogant and complacent just now showed a look of surprise on his face, and this expression became ferocious due to the strength in Lin Feng's hands. Aw, it hurts. Let go, please let go. The man wailed in pain. Now, the remaining people were like ants on hot pan, rushing forward impatiently. They tried to stop Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, before they took 2 steps forward, Lin Feng raised his eyes and a cold look made the group of people stop in their tracks. Su Weimei became even more anxious now. Let go. She no longer had the arrogance she had just now. She just felt that they had accidentally picked a hard persimmon. If you don't let go, we will sue you. After hearing Su Weimei's words, Lin Feng laughed out loud. Pfft, are you mentally retarded? He was the first to attack. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly, but he increased the strength in his hands. I was just defending myself. It hurts. It hurts, ah. The man's wailing became louder and louder, filling the entire clinic. Seeing this, Lin Feng let go of his hand. It's not that I feel sorry for the man, but I feel that if he keeps screaming like that, Dr. Li inside won't be able to concentrate on treating his child. The man was released, sweating profusely, and sat on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. When he looked at Lin Feng again, it was as if he was looking at a devil from hell, and he couldn't help trembling. He even heard the sound of bones breaking just now. He never wanted to feel that kind of pain again in his life. Su Weimei hurried to help her man. But at the same time, the child in her arms couldn't stop crying, and his yellow face looked particularly pitiful. Su Weimei felt like her head was about to explode. With a click, the door at the back opened. Lin Feng ignored the group of people crying and howling, and quickly turned around to see what was happening to his son. Under Dr. Li's treatment, his little son was out of danger, and Bai Mumu was no longer as nervous as before. She smiled brightly, thanks to Dr. Li. After saying that, she caught a glimpse of a group of people outside the door, and then remembered the wailing outside when Dr. Li was treating the child just now, and her smile faded a little. They are nothing. The violet look just now disappeared, and Lin Feng was now like a Tibetan mastiff with its fur stroked. Just now they tried to force their way into this room, but I stopped them. Bai Mumu nodded and stopped talking. When Su Weimei and others saw that Lin Feng was still inside, they were afraid of him and didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The child in her arms was still crying, and even Su Weimei, who was always domineering, hot-tempered and unreasonable, had to speak up. Your child has been cured. Can we bring the child in? She finished speaking tremblingly, still feeling unsure. She was afraid that Lin Feng would not let them in because of what had just happened. But this worry is totally unnecessary. Lin Feng picked up the medicine prescribed by Dr. Li, led by Mumu out of the house, and spoke to Su Weimei and others with an expressionless face. It's your fault, the child doesn't have to bear the consequences. This one sentence made Su Weimei feel instantly ashamed. She felt relieved and ran into the ward as fast as she could, begging Dr. Li to treat her child. When this group of people hurriedly entered the ward, Bai Mumu smiled and said, I knew you would let them in. She understood Lin Feng. Even if he hated this group of people, he would not stop them from taking the child to see a doctor. This is a great role model for fatherhood. Lin Feng curled his lips, without further explanation, glanced at the little guy who was sleeping soundly, and went out with Bai Mumu, ready to go home. Their villa is not far from the clinic, and Lin Feng added Dr. Li's contact information, which will make follow-up treatment much more convenient. On the way back, Lin Feng was no longer nervous and even had time to look at the scenery passing by outside the car window. Suddenly, a naming agency came into view. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. After my youngest son recovers from his illness, it's time to give the little ones names. Chapter 12, Naming the Three Children. Mushy Group. The solemn high-level meeting room of the past no longer exists. Nowadays, a group of white-haired old men are making a lot of noise. Who on earth is willing to buy up our company's scattered shares at any cost? Mr. Liu pushed his reading glasses and scratched his already sparsely haired head, pulling out a few gray hairs. 15% of the shares are now owned by one person. We don't even know if this person is a friend or an enemy. This situation is not optimistic. Mr. Liu was very worried. The middle-aged man sitting opposite him also said calmly, Is it possible that our rival company is behind this? Do they have any new conspiracy? The rest of the people started to speculate, and the meeting room became even noisier. After a while, Huang Zhang, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke with a serious face. Enough, be quiet. As soon as he spoke, the people below fell silent instantly. Huang Zhang glanced around and said slowly, I sent someone to check before. The person who bought the stocks has the online name F. At present, the technical department has not yet cracked his location. We can only wait and see. While he was speaking, Special Assistant Zhao gently pushed the door open and placed a cup of light tea next to Huang Zhang's hand, with only a few tea leaves floating on the cup. After several hours of meetings, Huang Zhang's throat felt like it was on fire. So he picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued discussing business. Why don't we lure the snake out of its hole, find some bait, and let him take it? Before he uttered the word hook, Huang Zhang's expression changed instantly. Cough, 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 cough. He began to cough violently, and after coughing for a while, a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the corner of the conference table in front of him red. A strong smell of blood spread in the conference room. Huang Zhang's face gradually turned pale and his lips turned dark purple, which was very creepy. The senior executives in the conference room were thrown into chaos in an instant. Boss Huang? Boss Huang, what's wrong with you? Quick, quick, go call a doctor. This is an emergency, the meeting is urgently stopped. Don't gather here, keep the air circulating. In the chaos, no one noticed that a figure had already sneakily left the meeting room. At the same time, Maple Leaf Villa District. When Lin Feng and Bai Mumu brought their youngest son back, Chiyo was waiting anxiously, pacing from time to time. When the door opened, she stopped abruptly, stepped forward impatiently, and asked with concern, "How is it?" Bai Mumu was changing her shoes. Seeing Chiyo so anxious, she first gave her a gentle smile, and then said softly, "It's okay." As Sister Rong said, Dr. Li is an experienced and good doctor. Lin Feng, who was following behind Bai Mumu and holding the baby in a standard position, also echoed, "With medication, the jaundice will be gone in about half a month. Dr. Li also told me that if I take Xiaobao out to bask in the sun more often, he will get better faster." Lin Feng wrote down word for word what Dr. Li said. Hearing this, Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also gave a thumbs up. "You remember everything? You are very responsible." Lin Feng smiled and accepted the compliment. Afterwards, the three of them went to the nursery and put their youngest son to bed before going to the main hall to talk. Bai Mumu leaned against the soft back of the sofa, and her tense nerves were relieved. After a while, she told Chiyo what had just happened. After listening to this ups and downs of the medical history, Chiyo's expression changed from nervousness to anger, and then from anger to joy. "It's their duty." She spat out a word through her teeth. "These people are too unreasonable. They think cutting in line is reasonable? They should be taught a lesson." She then turned her gaze to Lin Feng and praised him cheerfully. "Well done." Hearing the voice, Lin Feng smiled. "Just teaching them a reasonable lesson," he said calmly. "However, on the way back, I remembered something more important." Bai Mumu tilted her head and asked, "What's the matter?" Chiyo also cast a curious look. Lin Feng chuckled, "Of course I named the children. When I came back, I saw the naming club and then I remembered this." "Yes." Bai Mumu nodded in agreement. "Without further delay, let's get the children's birth dates and go to the naming society to ask." "Naming society?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I heard that there is a temple in the city. The old monk there can calculate many things based on the birth dates of children. Why don't I go there and ask first? A child's name will be with them for the rest of their lives, so don't be careless about it." Lin Feng was unwilling to leave the matter entirely to the naming society. He wanted to do it himself. Bai Mumu was slightly stunned. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng would take this matter so seriously. Even she didn't think about it so carefully. In her mind, Lin Feng's image instantly became a little taller. The next moment, Bai Mumu narrowed her eyes. "As you say, let's go to the temple and ask." Because Bai Mumu had just given birth and couldn't stay outside in the wind all the time, Lin Feng decided to let her recuperate in the villa, and he went to the famous Beishan temple alone. The temple was located on the top of a mountain. If he wanted to get there, he had to walk through the winding mountain roads, reach the mountainside, and then climb 999 steps before he could see the temple itself. Facing such a high mountain, Lin Feng held a bottle of mineral water in his hand and kept walking up. Even though his physical strength increased, after such a long period of physical exertion, when he reached the top of the mountain, Lin Feng felt exhausted, his legs were slightly weak, and he was breathing heavily. But even so, he didn't show any impatience, but was full of anticipation. "Finally. Arrive." Lin Feng spoke in surprise. What comes into view is a huge temple. The trees in the mountains are lush and green, and the wind blowing makes people feel fresh. The breeze on the face, accompanied by the leisurely sound of bells, makes Lin Feng feel relaxed and happy. He walked slowly forward. The ancient temple was filled with the smoke of incense and the sound of chanting scriptures, which calmed his heart a little. Among the crowd, Lin Feng accurately found the final destination. It was a small wooden house that looked a little shabby, but it was clean and tidy. In the courtyard, an old monk was sweeping the floor. "Donor." While Lin Feng was in a daze, the monk spoke. "What do you want?" Lin Feng sat on the stone bench with the old monk and told him in detail why he came. After saying this, he handed the birth dates of his 3 children to the old monk. The old monk calculated carefully. During this time, Lin Feng did not say anything. He just sat quietly aside, waiting for the other party's answer. After a long while, the old monk opened his eyes. "These 3 children will all be wealthy and powerful in the future. Blessed are you, benefactor." Chapter 13: Obtaining the Poison Cleansing Pill. There was a flash of surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. The old monk continued, "It's just that the eldest daughter's fate lacks water, the second daughter's fate lacks wood, and the youngest son's fate lacks fire. The donor should pay attention to this when naming them." Lin Feng took note of his words carefully. Afterwards, after thanking the old monk and giving him a considerable sum of money as incense offerings, Lin Feng happily hurried home. When we returned to the villa, the hour hand pointed to 1. This is exactly by Mumu's lunch break time. When passing by the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Feng deliberately slowed down his steps. He went straight to the study and took out a dictionary. Putting a few more pieces of white paper on the table, Lin Feng began to rack his brains to name the children. Is your eldest daughter dehydrated? Lin Feng drew on the first piece of paper again and again before he circled the 2 words "roll away" with a blue pen. These 2 words mean gentle and soft, and are also written with the character for water, implying that his eldest daughter is smart and beautiful. Lin Feng raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction. Then he went on to name his second daughter. As his second daughter lacked wood, he remembered the phrase thinking but not getting. After hesitating, he chose the word "sishi," which gives people a tranquil feeling. The youngest son's name is left. Lin Feng stretched to relieve his sore waist. He rubbed his eyes and continued to fight. At the same time, Bai Mumu woke up. By asking the confinement nanny, she learned that Lin Feng had returned. When they arrived at the study, the door was slightly open. Through the gap, Bai Mumu clearly saw Lin Feng, who was seriously naming the children inside. The sound of turning pages became the only noise in the study. Bai Mumu could see Lin Feng's seriousness. She knew that Lin Feng had gotten up early to go to the temple just to calculate the birth dates for the children. Now he rushed back without taking a rest and named their children as soon as possible. He did everything by himself and was a model husband. Her heart felt warm. Bai Mumu knew that Lin Feng had always been someone he could rely on. She had a sweet smile on her face and was filled with happiness. Mumu? Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice brought Bai Mumu back to his senses. She pushed open the door and walked to the desk. She saw 2 pieces of paper filled with names. She also saw the words "Ruowe" and "Sishi" circled, and her heart felt even warmer. Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Feng spoke first. I went to the temple to ask today. My eldest daughter lacks water, and my second daughter lacks wood, so I chose these 2 names. Lin Feng pushed the paper full of names to Bai Mumu, and continued, my youngest son lacks fire. Does Mumu have any good ideas? 2 good names. As for Xiaobao's name, I need to think about it. Bai Mumu smiled gently, first affirmed the names Lin Feng gave to his daughters, then thought for a moment, took the pen beside him, and wrote 2 words on the paper. Lin Feng took the paper. Mao Wei. These 2 words are beautiful, clear, and pleasing to the eye. Bai Mumu explained with curved eyes, the character Wei belongs to fire, and the character Mao belongs to wood. This way, the fire attribute in the name is strengthened. Also, this is what it means to be young and promising. I hope our little son can become a brilliant person who can distinguish right from wrong in the future. These 2 words are full of a mother's expectations for her child. After listening to Bai Mumu's explanation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I will. After a pause, he added, I will definitely educate our children carefully. I don't ask them to be rich or powerful, but I only ask them to understand reason and distinguish right from wrong. And of course, being filial to their mothers. This is what he looks forward to most as a father. After hearing Lin Feng's last sentence, Bai Mumu's face turned slightly red. After a while, she added, you also have to be filial to your father. They smiled at each other. Just when the atmosphere was just right, Qi Yiyao's voice suddenly appeared. Mumu, Lin Feng, Sister Rong has washed the fruit, come down and eat. In one word, the atmosphere is completely gone. Bai Mumu turned her head and smiled shyly before saying gently, let's go downstairs then. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice, stood up and was about to go out with Bai Mumu. Suddenly, he stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden task, name 3 children. Rewards, physical strength +10, medical skills +30, poison removal pill +1. Note, the detoxification pill can cure all kinds of poisons. It is a one-time consumable item. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Lin Feng was overjoyed. Can this also complete the hidden mission? His physical strength increased again, and he felt his whole body become more relaxed, with surging power. Afterwards, a steady stream of medical knowledge filled my mind. My brain was confused for a moment, and then gradually became clear. This knowledge was imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. Lin Feng smiled. That's a good reward. If he becomes an expert in medicine in the future, he will not only be able to cure illnesses and save lives, but he will also be able to treat people around him at any time. This can be described as a divine skill. Why are you dawdling? Xiao put the fruit plate on the small table in her slippers, turned on the TV, and muttered, "The fruit is so fresh today." As she said, all kinds of fresh fruits were cut and neatly placed on the plate. Some fruits were also shaped to make them look even better. She is indeed a professional confinement nanny. Lin Feng took a fork, picked up the peeled white grapes, and handed it to Bai Mumu naturally. "Thanks." After politely thanking him, Bai Mumu took the grapes, put them in her mouth, and the sweet taste filled her mouth. She smiled with satisfaction and echoed him. "It's really fresh." But there was something wrong with Lin Feng's expression. Bai Mumu's thank you made him feel uncomfortable all over. Was she being too polite to herself? This one tea do. How can we, as one family, speak differently? Just when Lin Feng was thinking about how to get closer to Bai Mumu, a piece of news on TV attracted his attention. Today, Huang Zhang, the president of Mushy Group, suddenly fell ill and is now recuperating at home. Mushy Group will be temporarily managed by Huang Zhang's only biological son, Huang Shurong. On the news, the host chattered on and on. Qiyo also complained, "Huang Shurong is in charge? Then the Mushy Group will go bankrupt in less than half a year." Bai Mumu shook his head and held up 3 fingers. "I guess it can only last 3 months at most. If the Musher Group is really handed over to the playboy Huang Shurong, it would be terrible news for the Musher Group." While they were joking, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Something is wrong. The last time he saw Huang Zhang, he was still in good spirits. How could he suddenly fall ill without any warning signs? Something is extremely wrong. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. There's news. Chapter 14, Huang Ma poisons his own father. Unknown number, Mr. Huang Zhang has been murdered. I hope you can help me. Unknown number, I am Huang Yao, the adopted son of the Huang family. I hold 8% of the shares of Mushy Group. If you help me, I am willing to transfer all these shares to you. These 2 messages should have been edited in advance and sent only 3 seconds apart. Huang Yao contacted Lin Feng through the virtual account F. Huang Zhang was panicking and asking a stranger for help. He guessed that his situation must be not optimistic. Lin Feng's eyes were focused on the line Mr. Huang Zhang was murdered. He originally didn't want to get involved in the Huang family's affairs, but if the Musher Group was really handed over to Huang Shurong for management, then as Bai Mumu and Qiyo said, the group would go bankrupt within a few months. By then, his shares will also be affected. Furthermore, Huang Yao offered such favorable conditions, and he could also use this opportunity to build up his network, so why not do it? He has to get involved in this mess of the Huang family. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, clicked into the input box, and typed a few words with his slender fingers. F, 5 p.m., Mueller Coffee Shop. F, let us meet and talk. At 4:57, Huang Yao frowned and looked at the clock. To show his sincerity, he arrived half an hour early and waited, but still did not receive any news of F's arrival. He was already starting to worry. Separated by the screen, if the other party suddenly regrets his decision, then he and Huang Zhang will be truly isolated and helpless in the Huang family. Huang Yao's hands were trembling slightly and his heartbeat was accelerating. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. Lin Feng, wearing a white windbreaker, slowly pushed open the door of the coffee shop and slowly walked towards Huang Yao. Huang Yao? Lin Feng said calmly when he arrived in front of him, I am F. Huang Yao was stunned and completely petrified. The person who owns 15% of the shares of Mushy Group is so young? So shocking. Fortunately, he accepted things quickly. After a moment of surprise, he came to his senses and a smile quickly appeared on his face. Huang Yao immediately became like a lackey, full of flattery, with wrinkles on his face. Please take a seat. Lin Feng sat opposite him. Seeing this, Huang Yao didn't say any more nonsense and explained to Lin Feng directly. I believe you have also noticed that there is a rumor online that Mr. Huang Zhang is ill and the group is temporarily managed by Huang Shurong. Huang Yao paused, looked around, and confirmed that no one was secretly following them before continuing in a low voice. In fact, there is another hidden story behind this matter. Lin Feng nodded, without showing any surprise, and said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Huang Yao was shocked by his calmness and spoke again quickly. My subordinates told me before that Huang Shurong was colluding with my adoptive father's special assistant and was secretly plotting something, saying something like poison and meeting. Thinking of this, Huang Yao sighed heavily. At the time, I didn't think much about it, let alone thinking that Huang Shirong was murdering his own father. But who would have thought he was so heartless? He even murdered his own father. His eyes were filled with anger, his fists were clenched so tightly that veins even popped out. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but shook his head. Who would have thought that Huang Zheng's biological son Huang Shirong wanted to murder him in order to seize the family power, while Huang Yao, as Huang Zheng's adopted son, was worried about him after he got into trouble? It's really unexpected. Lin Feng's fingertips tapped the table from time to time, making a dull sound. Huang Yao saw him thinking and his heart was gripped by his subtle movements. After a while, he finally spoke. Okay, I can help you. However, I want to go to the Huang family to see Mr. Huang Zhang first. The Huang family is now headed by Huang Shirong, so if Lin Feng wants to see Huang Zhang, he can only act in the middle of the night. It was a high sky and late night. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Feng and Huang Yao took action on time. Relying on his agility, Lin Feng dodged the guards in a remote passage provided by Huang Yao in advance and successfully arrived at the Huang family's main residence. He had no time to appreciate the luxurious decoration of the main house and was rushing to Huang Zhang's room. He hid all the way, but fortunately he was fast enough and successfully entered Huang Zhang's room with the help of Huang Yao. When he put it into the room, he smelled a strong scent of herbs. Lin Feng frowned. Mr. F, my father. Huang Yao hesitated, the sadness in his eyes was unavoidable. He choked twice before speaking again. The doctor said he may not have much time left, and now he is relying on his obsession to stay alive. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that Huang Zhang's obsession was the rise and fall of the Huang family. He walked slowly to the bedside. The last time we met, Huang Zhang was still a little old man with full energy. This time, he looked pale, his skin was as thin as paper, he could only breathe slightly, and he looked extremely weak. Lin Feng said nothing and put his hand on Huang Zhang's wrist, which looked like a withered tree trunk. He was taking Huang Zhang's pulse. After feeling it carefully, when Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he sighed. The pulse is dry. The doctor is right. Mr. Huang Zhang doesn't have much time left. In this situation, Lin Feng has a way to save the situation. The detoxifying pill given to him by the system can cure all poisons in the world. But he is not the turtle in the wishing well and cannot save anyone at will. After all, the detoxification pill is a consumable, and who knows whether he can get it again. He wants to save this pill for the important people around him. Huang Yao's long eyelashes drooped. He had heard Lin Feng's words many times before, but when he heard them again, he still felt uncomfortable and couldn't help feeling lost. Suddenly, ahem! The weak cough quickly attracted the attention of Lin Feng and Huang Yao. It's Huang Zhang. He was holding on to his last breath, trying his best to open his eyes. It should be a last glimmer of light. Huang Yao hurried to the bed and knelt in front of Huang Zhang. Yao. Yaoer. Remember, protect Mu Shi. The intermittent words had already exhausted all of Huang Yao's strength. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost all his strength and his eyes drooped weakly. The CEO of Mu Shi Group, who was considered a great leader in the business world, fell so quietly. Huang Yao suppressed his tears and lay on the head of the bed, his body shaking uncontrollably. Lin Feng sighed imperceptibly. Birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable. He stood up and stepped back a little to give them a quiet space. Apart from the crying, the room was very quiet for a while. Bang! In an instant, without any warning, the door was kicked open. Lin Feng? Why are you here? I didn't look for you, but you still dared to come to the Huang family. Are you trying to fall into a trap? After a round of sarcasm, Huang Shirong shifted his gaze to the hospital bed. Seeing Huang Yao's collapsed look, he suddenly became excited. Pfft, this old man is dead? Chapter 15 Huang Zhang passed away, Mushy Group is in danger. After Huang Shirong finished speaking, he walked to Huang Zhang's bedside. Seeing that Huang Zhang on the bed was no longer breathing, he did not feel any grief. Instead, he was so excited that he could not suppress the curve of his lips. Great, great! Huang Shirong laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. The old man is finally dead. From now on, Mushy Group will be completely mine, Huang Shirong's. After his wild laughter, Huang Yao clenched his fists in front of the bed. He is only 1.85 meters tall, but he looks particularly weak at this moment. But the bulging veins on his forehead showed how angry he was. Hey, hey, hey! The next moment, Huang Shirong kicked Huang Yao impatiently. Huang Zhang is dead, why are you pretending to be a filial son? Get out of the way, and get someone to collect the old man's body as soon as possible, so as not to delay my inheritance of the Musher group. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng said coldly, "TSK, beast." There was no warmth in Lin Feng's words. His eyes were filled with disgust towards Huang Shirong. The species are diverse. It was also the first time that Lin Feng, as a son, could laugh out loud after seeing his biological father die. There are all kinds of things in this world. The word beast is the most appropriate to describe Huang Shirong. What did you say? Huang Shirong couldn't believe it and turned back stiffly. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you insult me again and again? Now that Huang Zhang is dead, no one can save you. He was so angry that he picked up a teacup and threw it to the ground. The delicate and expensive teacup broke into 8 pieces, and the crisp sound echoed in the empty house. When the people brought by Huang Shirong saw this, they didn't even dare to breathe. Lin Feng looked at Huang Shirong with disdain, who looked like a clown. Huang Shirong glanced at the teacup on the ground, thinking that he had shown his full power, and said arrogantly, "This is what happens when you disobey me." After saying this, he still felt unsatisfied and added another sentence. "Once I'm done with you, I'll capture that bitch by Mumu. Isn't she pretty? It's perfect. After I've enjoyed herself, I'll throw her over to my brothers to enjoy. I'll consider it a welfare treat." Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng, what do you say? Huang Shirong's dirty words completely touched Lin Feng's bottom line. He would not allow anyone to insult by Mumu, let alone the beast Huang Shirong. If you can't speak with your mouth, you can tear it into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Lin Feng sneered and said with full momentum, "You dare to insult Mumu, do you really think your life is too long?" This rhetorical question made Huang Shirong's heart beat faster unconsciously. He had never been so afraid when Lin Feng defeated the bodyguards in front of him before. But now, just based on these simple words, he felt a chill all over his body. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Huang Shirong clenched his fists, his fingertips dug into the flesh, and the pain woke him up. "Oh, you still dare to be so arrogant now?" Huang Shirong laughed. He thought he could cover the sky with one hand, so he showed his arrogance. "All of you come at me. Whoever can take down Lin Feng will be the new manager of Mushy Group." After hearing these words, the bodyguards brought by Huang Shirong became full of fighting spirit. When they were about to take action, Huang Yao, who had been depressed, moved. He was immersed in sadness in the previous second, and in the next second, he stumbled to his feet and stood between Lin Feng and the group of bodyguards. For the position of a manager, you are willing to do anything. Do you just blindly follow whatever Huang Shirong says? After all, he is Huang Zhang's adopted son. Over the years, Huang Yao has had some authority in the Huang family. When these words came out, the bodyguards looked at each other, not knowing who to listen to for a moment. Look, now an adopted son can give orders. Huang Shirong narrowed his eyes dangerously. "No, to be precise, you are a dog adopted by our Huang family." He looked at the bodyguards again. "Would you listen to me, the young master, or to him, a stray dog?" After the bodyguards looked at each other, the leader lowered his head slightly. "Of course I will listen to Master Shirong. This is a choice." Huang Yao was stunned and his heartbeat quickened a little. He was not sure that he could escape unscathed, so he could only stand beside Lin Feng silently and whispered to him, "No, Mr. Lin Feng, wait a moment, I will try my best to hold them back, you can run while the chaos is going on." His eyes were firm. "I was the one who brought you into the Huang family's affairs. Now, no matter what, I have to protect your safety." Hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. From this perspective, Huang Yaokai looks like Huang Zhang's biological son. Be responsible and accountable, but not arrogant. Most importantly, he has some brains. Unlike Huang Shirong, whose head is full of shit. Don't worry. Lin Feng remained calm, he's just a brainless young master. He can't hurt me. But, Mr. Lin Feng, be careful. Before Huang Yao could say something else, the bodyguards had already taken action. He had no time to speak as he focused entirely on dealing with the aggressive bodyguard. But after all, he was a young master who had always lived a life of luxury, and when faced with this group of bodyguards, he soon had no power to fight back. Seeing that Huang Yao had bruises on his face after less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng moved. He pulled Huang Yao back with one hand, allowing him to successfully avoid a bodyguard's fierce fist, then patted Huang Yao on the shoulder and said lightly, "You should stand in the back, find a safe position, and don't interfere." Huang Yao was confused. He didn't know what Lin Feng meant. Besides, he hadn't recovered from the fear of being beaten just now, so he just nodded blankly. The next moment, Lin Feng took a step forward. He didn't hesitate and started fighting with the bodyguards directly. Lin Feng moved as fast as the wind among the bodyguards, so fast that they could see his afterimage. Because of the reward from last time, his speed is faster and his punches are more powerful. Ah! My eyes. In less than 5 minutes, following a few cries of pain, the bodyguards who had been so aggressive just now were now rolling on the ground in pain, or standing there, not daring to take another step forward. They just thought Lin Feng was too powerful. After knocking someone down with this punch, how could they dare to continue rushing forward? They can't risk their lives just for a manager position. Huang Yao was also as confused as the bodyguards. Huang Yao, who had just threatened to protect Lin Feng, was protected instead, asking online, very urgent. Did I get the upper hand? This is too fierce. You guys, get moving. This time it was Huang Shirong's turn to get anxious. He wanted to step forward and do it himself, but he was still afraid and could only stand there helplessly and furiously. The position of manager, with a monthly salary of 70,000. Aren't you tempted? Lin Feng curled his lips and looked at him coldly. Huang Shirong, why did you promise them the position of manager? Do you think no one knows what you did? Chapter 16, Sending Huang Mao to prison. Lin Feng's words, coupled with his cold eyes, made Huang Shirong's breath stop. Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng know? Huang Shirong showed horror on his face, and then a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Huang Yao, you also know about this? It was you who told Lin Feng that I poisoned Huang Zhen? He said to Huang Yao viciously. Without waiting for Huang Yao to reply, Lin Feng chuckled. Do you think everyone is as brainless as you? Lin Feng shook his head. Huang Shirong, you have an incomplete outlook on life, crooked features, and a simple mind. You should grow some brains. After Huang Zheng's death, the biggest beneficiary is you, Huang Shirong, and you acted so arrogantly afterwards. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that something is wrong. After Lin Feng's ridicule, Huang Shirong became so angry that his face turned red. Huang Yao snorted coldly when he saw him like this. Huang Shirong, your adoptive father treated you so well, and you, such a heartless person, actually tried to murder him? Huang Yao gritted his teeth and said, for someone like you, hell is a good thing for you. He's nice to me? Huang Shirong went completely insane, and his face instantly became hideous. How do you know he's nice to me? That damn old man always beats and scolds me, and always says that I am not as good as you. A few days ago, he locked me up at home because of Lin Feng, a lowly person, and even asked someone to supervise me? Is this good for me? He should just die. Die. He won't be a bother to anyone anymore if he dies. After saying this, Huang Shirong laughed wildly. Lin Feng just looked at him coldly. Huang Yao frowned inside. Huang Shirong, you are so stupid. The reason why your adoptive father is so strict with you is because you are his child, and you will inherit the mushy group in the future. The deeper the love, the more severe the blame. Don't you understand this simple truth? After he finished speaking, Lin Feng folded his hands and spoke lightly. Don't act so aggrieved. You actually know Mr. Huang Zheng's good intentions, but even if you knew, you still hurt him. All because you are too selfish. Rubbish. Lin Feng spoke the last 2 words clearly, word by word. His words pierced through Huang Shirong's hypocritical shell. Now, Huang Shirong became even more angry and embarrassed. He wanted to refute Lin Feng's words, but what Lin Feng said was exactly the same as what he thought. He could only open his mouth but couldn't say a word. After a long while, Huang Shirong finally spoke. So what? He looked at me with a sharp gaze. I am still the person in charge of Mushy Group. When the news of Huang Zheng's death is made public tomorrow, I will completely take charge of Mushy Group. As for the so-called patricide, that's just your imagination. Even if you doubt it, no one will believe you. Huang Shirong is particularly confident. Puff. Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Huang Shirong glared at him, what are you laughing at? Lin Feng didn't respond to him immediately, but took out his cell phone from his pocket. The 4 words recording above are the most eye-catching. It's been recorded for nearly 10 minutes. In other words, everything Huang Shirong said just now was recorded in its entirety. This is the ironclad evidence. No matter how Huang Shirong wanted to refute, he had no way to prove his innocence. Now, Huang Shirong was completely panicked. "Give me the phone, give it to me," he shouted, and then spoke to the bodyguards in a panic. "Are you all useless? Grab the phone. It's useless." As soon as the other party finished speaking, Lin Feng said, "I have already sent this recording." His voice was calm, and when he said this, it was as if he was saying the most ordinary good morning. Outside the house, alarm bells were ringing everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes curved. "Huang Shirong, your good days are over." "Lin Feng, do you think you won? You are too naive. Mushy Group will definitely be able to protect me. My father will definitely save me." Huang Shirong's voice became lower and lower because he knew that no one could protect him anymore. But Lin Feng didn't even give him a glance. When the sirens became farther and farther away, his eyes finally stopped on Huang Yao. "Huang Yao, you have been in the Huang family for so many years, you should have your own power." Huang Yao, who had already become a little fan of Lin Feng, quickly said, "Yes, there are some, but not many. Over the years, I have been feared by Huang Shirong. Anyone who wants to join me will be severely retaliated. Over time, except for some loyal people, no one dares to join me." Huang Yao said this with a gloomy look on his face. Lin Feng smiled confidently. "All you need is this small group of loyal people." Huang Yao's heart moved when he heard his affirmation. The next moment, Lin Feng became serious. "I will help you win the position of CEO of Mushy Group." After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject. "Of course, I have conditions." Huang Yao was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I'd like to hear more details." Lin Feng didn't like to talk nonsense, so he spoke directly. "I need to make 3 rules with you. First, after taking that position, you must maintain the operation of the Mushy Group. If you don't understand something, go to the CEOs and ask for advice. In short, you must not let the Mushy Group go downhill. Second, maintain your original intention and never become someone like Huang Shirong. Third, you can't go back on your word about the shares you promised me." Lin Feng thought carefully about each of these 3 points. He needs the Mushy Group to operate normally, not better than before, but definitely not worse than before. Otherwise, his shares will be worthless. Lin Feng could also tell from Huang Yao's performance just now that he was not an ungrateful person. Therefore, he knew that he would definitely agree to these 3 reasonable requests. Sure enough, after Huang Yao thought about it seriously, he nodded heavily. "Okay, I promise." Of these 3 points, the first 2 are beneficial rather than harmful to both the group and himself. As for the last point, even if Lin Feng didn't say it, he still had to give him the 8% stake as promised. People cannot go back on their word. This is the truth Huang Zheng taught him. Huang Yao thought for a moment, then hesitantly added, "Mr. Lin Feng, I have another question for you, but it's a bit presumptuous." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Ask." Huang Yao cleared his throat and became serious. "You already have 15% of the shares, plus the 8% I promised you. You are also a major shareholder of the group. Why don't you compete for the position of CEO of Mushy Group yourself?" This is what he has always wanted to ask. After hearing this question, Lin Feng answered directly without hesitation. "I have to stay at home with my wife and kids. I don't have time to manage the company." Chapter 17. Father Bai arrives suddenly and wants to take Mumu away. After dealing with the affairs of Musher Group, when I return to the villa, the hour hand on the clock will point to the number 3. Lin Feng first went to the baby room and saw 3 children sleeping soundly. He felt surrounded by happiness. After he was satisfied, he returned to his room and took a short nap. The next morning, the light was just beginning to rise. Even though he had stayed up all night, Lin Feng still got up on time at 8 o'clock because of his biological clock. After a simple wash, Lin Feng pounded his aching waist and slowly went downstairs. Downstairs, breakfast had been prepared, and Bai Mumu and Chi had already sat down. Seeing Lin Feng, Bai Mumu smiled, waved at him, and spoke gently. "Lin Feng, come and have dinner." When Lin Feng saw Bai Mumu's sweet smile, he immediately felt that all his fatigue was soothed away. A good mood early in the morning, starting from seeing Bai Mumu. While eating, Chi suddenly asked mysteriously, "Do you know what happened yesterday?" Bai Mumu became interested. She tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "You don't know, what happened yesterday was so earth-shattering." Chi said vividly that Huang Shirong, he teamed up with Huang Zheng's assistant to poison Huang Zheng. This incident has become known to everyone and has even become a hot topic on the internet. I just opened my eyes this morning and saw this earth-shattering incident. After Chi Yao finished speaking, she did not forget to take out her mobile phone, open Weibo, and show the hot search list to Lin Feng and by Mumu. The first place in the hot search was a line of words. Huang Shirong murdered his own father. At the end, there is also the word explosion. Something that happened just yesterday has become known to everyone today. It is not normal for it to spread so quickly. However, Lin Feng understood. It is most likely that Huang Yao did this. Knowing that using public opinion to make the people of Mushi group give up Huang Shirong is a good choice. It seems that Huang Yao has brains. Bai Mumu, who didn't know the truth, covered her mouth in surprise. Huang Shirong even harmed his own father? You scumbag, you can do anything. Lin Feng said lightly, and pushed the dumplings in front of Bai Mumu, and said naturally, chicken corn. This natural action made Bai Mumu's face turn red. Her heartbeat quickened again, and her liking for Lin Feng increased again. She just casually said a few days ago that she liked the flavor of dumplings, and Lin Feng actually remembered it all. Details are the most touching. Bai Mumu saw Lin Feng's action and was extremely moved. She smiled, picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. It's a familiar taste. But she felt that today's dumplings were more fragrant than before. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her fair face. Chi Yao noticed Bai Mumu's little action and said, I can't bear to watch this. I can't stay in this house for another day. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Chi Yao couldn't stand it, so she clicked on the hot search, excitedly. Do you want to hear what netizens think about this matter? Bai Mumu, who was still immersed in the emotion, didn't hear Chi Yao's words clearly. When she came back to her senses and saw her asking, she could only nod awkwardly. Okay, go ahead. Lin Feng, who was standing aside, thought that Bai Mumu's silly look was very cute, and he even wanted to rub Bai Mumu's little head. Chi Yao was so absorbed in these popular comments that she didn't notice the fact that she was being perfunctorily treated. When Bai Mumu said okay, she started reading aloud. The first part was mostly insults from netizens to Huang Shirong. Lin Feng listened to it, laughed it off, and didn't pay much attention to it. But when Chi Yao read the third one, he became interested. I'm from the Mushi group. This morning, Huang Zheng's adopted son Huang Yao came to take charge of the situation. He really has the demeanor of a CEO. In short, he is much better than Huang Shirong. It seems that Huang Yao did a very good job. Then he won't have to worry too much. He can just wait for the dividends from Mushi group every year. It's so leisurely and I have more time to spend with Bai Mumu and the children. It's great. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Just when he was in a good mood, Sister Rong suddenly appeared in the restaurant. Sir, madam, someone is coming. That man said that he was your father, madam, and he came to take you away. The person who came was indeed Bai's father. Father Bai was sitting on the sofa in the main hall of the villa, leaning on a cane. He had a serious expression and stood very straight. The words I'm not easy to mess with are engraved on his face. When Lin Feng and Bai Mumu arrived at the main hall, Bai's father glanced at them and then quickly looked away. He cleared his throat and said seriously, I came here this time for only one thing. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu felt that something was wrong. Bai Mumu, come home with me. It's fine that you're pregnant before marriage, but now you don't come home all day long. How can you live here? You're bringing shame to our Bai family. Mr. Bai's attitude was very tough. Seeing this, Bai Mumu couldn't help but take a step back. Dad, I'm fine here. She looked away. There's a confinement nanny here who can take good care of me. Besides, Lin Feng is also very good to me. Hearing this, Father Bai was extremely angry. He stood up and stabbed the ground hard with his cane. Bai Mumu, you are so capable now. Am I unable to control you? Or has this Lin Feng deceived you? Has he made you dare to disobey your father? Anyway, no matter what, you have to go home today. Father Bai showed no sign of backing down. When Lin Feng saw the scene, he was just about to speak to comfort the father and daughter, but the next moment, the voice of the system suddenly appeared. Ding host triggers the main task, get the recognition of Bai's father. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with physical strength plus 30, parenting experience plus 50, medical skills plus 20, and perspective skills. Note, perspective skill. If the host uses this skill, he can see through the surface of an object and see its interior. Of course, if the mission fails, the host will lose the bonuses he has received in the past. The sound of the system is refreshing. This reward is too rich. especially the perspective skill. He had seen in novels before that people who possessed similar skills made a fortune by gambling on stones. If he possesses this skill, won't he make a lot of money in the future? But seeing that Bai's father and Bai Mumu were refusing to give in to each other, Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache. It seems that this is a long-term game. If he wants to gain the approval of Mr. Bai, he will have to spend more time and experience. There is still a long way to go. Chapter 18, Currying Favor with Future Father-in-Law. I won't go back. Bai Mumu suddenly raised her voice, her eyes red and filled with tears. Father, since I was a child, I have always done things according to your requirements. But I didn't do what you wanted in one thing. Am I a disgrace to the Bai family? Am I your daughter or the face of the Bai family? Bai Mumu sighed heavily and turned his head to the side. She raised the corners of her mouth in self-mockery, and a tear rolled down her cheek the moment she blinked. It looks like a rose teetering on the edge of a cliff, as if the wind would blow and the petals would fall into the abyss, beautiful yet fragile. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something. Father Bai was stunned for a moment when his usually obedient daughter suddenly became emotional. After a moment, he said in a deep voice again, I am doing this for your own good. It's all for my own good? Bai Mumu laughed out loud, her voice full of bitterness. Father, is it for me or for your own reputation? We all know this very well, so please stop acting in front of your daughter. After these words came out of her mouth, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she had vented her grievances, she felt as if the heavy burden on her shoulders had been lightened, and her whole body felt more relaxed. You. Father Bai was so angry that he couldn't speak. The weathered and usually stern old man looked embarrassed at this moment. After a while, he whispered, Bai Mumu, how can you say that about Dad? There are all kinds of emotions in the words. Grief, disappointment, helplessness. Or, regret. The atmosphere at the scene reached freezing point. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly took the tissue paper beside him. He first handed the paper to Bai Mumu, then helped her sit on the soft sofa beside him. His movements were gentle, fearing that she would feel the slightest discomfort. After Bai Mumu sat down steadily, Lin Feng spoke softly. Be good, take a deep breath and calm down. These words sounded like coaxing a baby. After Bai Mumu heard them, the emotions that had just accumulated seemed to be blown away by the breeze, and the ice in her heart melted a lot. She nodded, forced a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, okay? Only after comforting Bai Mumu did Lin Feng have time to help Bai's father. Uncle, calm down. Lin Feng said respectfully, Mumu is still in confinement after childbirth, her health is not good, and your grandson is sick, so Mumu is not in a very high mood. Please don't take what she said in anger too seriously. Father Bai snorted coldly, and when he heard that his grandson was sick, worry flashed in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but seeing that Bai Mumu was still feeling awkward, he didn't say anything more. Seeing that he was no longer as tough as before, Lin Feng quickly poured a cup of tea for Father Bai. The room was filled with the aroma of tea, which soothed me a lot. Have some tea to cool off. After pouring the tea, he picked up the cup and handed it to Mr. Bai. Father Bai glanced at him indifferently, but still reached out to take the cup of tea and took a sip. It's neither too strong nor too weak, just what he likes. The tea is not bad. Father Bai's tone was as cold as ever. I just don't know what your moral character is like. As he spoke, Father Bai glanced at Bai Mumu from time to time. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he couldn't bear to let Bai Mumu suffer too much. He also guessed from her various behaviors that his daughter liked Lin Feng. After hesitating, Father Bai finally gave in. He paused and continued, in that case, I will stay here for the next few days. Lin Feng, if you can get my approval, I might agree to what you two are doing. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu's eyes lit up when Bai's father gave in. They looked at each other and read the emotion called joy in each other's eyes. As long as Father Bai is willing to give in, Lin Feng has the confidence to make Father Bai satisfied with his son-in-law who came from heaven. Lin Feng personally found a suitable room for Bai's father. Due to Mr. Bai's leg problems, he chose a room on the second floor for Mr. Bai to stay in temporarily. The room is full of sunlight, which is very suitable for the elderly. Although he was satisfied, he didn't show any expression on his face and just nodded lightly. After 2 times of getting along, Lin Feng fully understood Mr. Bai's occasionally awkward personality. He was not too surprised. After a brief introduction, he went straight to the kitchen. In order to welcome Father Bai, he planned to cook a table full of delicious dishes himself. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was cooking personally, working as ferociously as a tiger. Sister Rong was helping him on the side. Coincidentally, Father Bai, who was passing by the kitchen, saw this scene and his eyes were focused on Lin Feng's busy figure. What delicious dishes can he make? Father Bai thought. He believed that although Lin Feng looked busy, it was just on the surface and he had no real ability. People too. Only talk, not do. Father Bai couldn't help but snorted coldly when he thought of this. Lin Feng's physical strength increased, and his hearing became very good. Even though there was a constant sound of cooking in the kitchen, he was still able to accurately capture the subtle voice of Bai's father. Looking up, Lin Feng and Bai's father's eyes met. He smiled habitually, with exceptional enthusiasm. Uncle, are you hungry? The food will be ready soon. Please wait a moment, and we will serve you soon. Father Bai, who said I was hungry? 10 minutes later, the delicious dish came out. Sir, your cooking skills are better than mine. Sister Rome, who was the first to witness it, couldn't help but exclaim, you can be a chef in a 5-star hotel. Sister Rome, you are too kind. Lin Feng picked up a plate of sweet and sour pork and replied to Sister Rome, it's just some home-cooked dishes, not that great. Sister Rome also helped serve the dishes and couldn't help but praise the food. Sir, you are too modest. This is so delicious and will definitely be a big hit if you sell it. Lin Feng smiled and accepted Sister Rong's compliment. The two of them brought the dishes out of the kitchen one after another and placed them on the round table. The aroma instantly spread throughout the restaurant. When Bai's father and Bai Mumu arrived at the restaurant, the aroma was rich and filled their noses. Shi Yao had to go out for something, so only the three of them had this meal. Uncle, please take a seat. Lin Feng welcomed him warmly, pulled out a chair and motioned for Mr. Bai to take a seat. Father Bai did not refuse Lin Feng's face and sat in the main seat cooperatively. Seeing that Bai's father had taken his seat, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu sat down one by one. This dish. Father Bai looked around at the incredibly good-looking dish. Did you make all of this? Yes. Lin Feng picked up a piece of steaming hot braised pork with the serving chopsticks and said, Uncle, try it and see if it suits your taste. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Lin Feng always had a smile on his face. When Father Bai saw it, he felt embarrassed to refuse. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the braised pork on the white rice and put it into his mouth. The aroma of meat lingers in the mouth and goes straight to the taste buds. Lean but not dry, fat but not greasy. Father Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. So delicious? Chapter 19. Lin Feng and his future father-in-law have a private conversation. This bite of braised pork made Mr. Bai's previous thoughts disappear. His appetite was whetted, and at the same time he silently gave Lin Feng a few points in his heart. It was rare to see the old man eating so heartily. Bai Mumu also secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and accepted the compliment. After the meal, the gloomy mood in Mr. Bai's heart dissipated a lot. He slowly wiped his mouth with a tissue and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, accompany me for a walk after dinner. Father Bai said calmly, I saw when I came here that there is a small park near this villa, which is very suitable for walking. Hearing this, Bai Mumu suddenly became nervous without waiting for Lin Feng to reply. Dad, let's go together. The corners of her mouth pulled up a little arc, without the awkwardness in the morning. It's just right, I'll go for a walk and exercise, so as not to get out of shape. Bai Mumu felt that Bai's father was not satisfied with Lin Feng in the first place, and now he proposed to take him for a walk alone. Based on her understanding of her father, she felt that Lin Feng would most likely be targeted. She must go alone. Seeing Bai Mumu's protective look, Bai's father snorted, What are you afraid of? I can't eat him. Lin Feng also gave Bai Mumu a reassuring look. He always has to face Father Bai alone and make things clear. The scenery of the small park is pleasant, with a cool breeze mixed with the fresh scent of grass. As Mr. Bai said, this is really suitable for a walk after dinner. There were many elderly people coming and going in the park. They were strolling in groups. Father Bai and Lin Feng were walking one after the other in the crowd. Mr. Bai didn't say anything at first, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He slowed down only when he reached a lake. Lin Feng, boy, do you know how obedient Mumu was when he was a child? Father Bai suddenly spoke, his voice unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him finally speak, but he did not show it on his face and remained as calm as ever. He smiled faintly and said, Uncle, I would like to hear the details. After saying that, Lin Feng looked as if he was ready to listen attentively. When she was young, her mother passed away, and I took on the responsibility of taking care of Mumu. When talking about the sad things, a hint of sadness flashed in Bai's father's eyes, but he remembered something, and there was a little more relief in his eyes. Fortunately, Mumu was good in every way when she was young. She was obedient, sensible, and filial to her elders. I didn't even worry about her. She had excellent grades in all subjects and was recommended for admission to a top university. She had a bright future. After a pause, Father Bai suddenly changed the subject and said through gritted teeth, "But such an obedient and sensible girl is pregnant, and her studies have been delayed." Father Bai became more and more angry as he spoke, but he sighed helplessly. He stopped and asked seriously, "Lin Feng, you should understand that any father would have the same mentality as me when facing this matter." Lin Feng naturally knew about Mr. Bai's dissatisfaction. After being told all this, he did not show any anger and remained as gentle as ever. "Uncle, what I said was not a joke." Lin Feng suddenly said this nonsense seriously. Father Bai frowned, not understanding what he meant, but he still patiently asked, "Which sentence?" Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all, and said firmly and seriously, "Be good to Mumu, and I will never let her down." Without waiting for Mr. Bai to question him, he continued. "After spending some time with Mumu, I discovered many of her strengths. I also always felt that she was a gentle and strong girl with many shining points." When Lin Feng spoke, there was always a faint smile on his face. But then, the smile on his face faded a little. But, as time went by, I felt that there was always a faint sadness around her. Father Bai raised his head curiously and looked at Lin Feng. What do you mean?" "She is not happy. Sometimes, even though Mumu is smiling, it's not a sincere smile, especially." He looked into Father Bai's eyes. "When he mentions you." Father Bai's heart tightened and his hands clenched unconsciously. "Uncle, maybe there has always been an invisible and intangible barrier between you and Mumu, preventing you from getting close to each other, but you still love each other, you just haven't found the right way yet. Whether you came to the hospital to look for Mumu or wanted to take Mumu away, it was because you loved her and were afraid that she would get hurt here, or have a hard time with me and be bullied by me. This is a father's concern for his daughter." Lin Feng turned around, looking extremely serious and earnest. "So, I promise to be responsible for her because I know you care about each other and I want you to feel at ease." He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "But if you continue to treat Mumu with the same attitude you have always had, so majestic, even if it is because you love your daughter, you will eventually drift further and further away." Lin Feng's conversation directly touched Bai's father's heart. Father Bai, who was being pointed out, felt gloomy for a moment. But he didn't want Lin Feng to find out. The next moment, Father Bai snorted coldly and turned his back. The back, which had always been straight, seemed a little hunched at this moment. Lin Feng didn't say anything and followed behind Bai's father. He knew that Mr. Bai would think it through. When he can truly understand Bai Mumu, the relationship between him and his father-in-law will be eased. Suddenly, "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky." The phone rang. Father Bai coughed lightly, and after seeing the caller ID clearly, he quickly picked up the phone. "Hello? Sister, what are you doing?" "Brother, something happened to Yen Yen." Before Mr. Bai could finish his sentence, an anxious male voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Bai's expression was visibly frozen. His body stiffened, and when he came to his senses, he immediately asked, "What happened?" The other party answered immediately without any delay. "It's severe food poisoning. Plus, her health was not good to begin with." "I'm afraid." Father Bai asked hurriedly, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid I can't make it." A loud thunder exploded. He didn't know how he hung up the phone, he just felt his brain went blank and the world turned gray. "Uncle." Lin Feng spoke at the right time and stepped forward to support Father Bai. "Is there something serious?" At this time, Father Bai gradually came to his senses. "It's Mumu's aunt. Life hangs on a thread." Chapter 20, The Desperate Zhang Qianfeng and His Son. When Lin Feng and Bai's father hurried back to the villa, Bai Mumu learned that her aunt had food poisoning. For a moment, her eyes were empty, as if she had lost her mind. In Bai Mumu's eyes, her aunt is like a mother who has been with her since she was a child and always teaches her various principles gently. Now, she really can't accept this sudden change. "Mumu." Lin Feng called Bai Mumu's name softly, his eyes filled with worry and heartache. "My uncle and I will go to the hospital, don't worry too much, and we'll be fine." When Lin Feng was rushing back, he also understood from Bai's father the position of Bai Yan in Mumu's heart. At this moment, Lin Feng could understand Bai Mumu's feelings. No, no. I can't stay at home, I want to go too. Bai Mumu wiped away a tear that naturally flowed from the corner of her eye. Her eyes were red and she even spoke a little unsteadily, but she was extremely determined. I want to go. No. Almost as soon as Bai Mumu finished speaking, Bai's father spoke up to refute. Realizing that his tone was too harsh, Father Bai deliberately lowered his voice and advised earnestly, Mumu, you are still in confinement, your body is weak and you can't stand the wind. Why don't you just rest at home and wait for our news? Isn't it that Lin Feng is accompanying me? Don't you trust this guy? With him here, you don't have to worry too much. Hearing this, Bai Mumu still shook his head stubbornly. No, I want to go. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Feng up and tugged at the corner of his clothes aggressively. Lin Feng, please, let me go see my aunt, okay? As Bai Mumu spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again, and her eyes were full of pleading. How could Lin Feng refuse? Okay. Lin Feng nodded, but you have to wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. Seeing Lin Feng agreed, Bai Mumu's eyes lit up instantly. Father Bai wanted to say something else, but when he saw Lin Feng's serious look, he just sighed and said nothing more. Bai Mumu was covered with layers of clothes on the left and right, and was curled up into a ball. Before leaving, Lin Feng considerately zipped up her outermost layer of clothes to make sure she would not catch a cold before he felt relieved. The car has been called. As this was an emergency, Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and just called an ordinary taxi. The three of them got in the car. Bai's father sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Feng led Bai Mumu to sit in the back seat. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Feng quickly said, let's go to the city center hospital. We are in a hurry. When the driver saw the anxious Lin Feng and others, he stopped being careless. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out of the villa complex in a flash. On the way, Bai Mumu frowned. Don't worry. Lin Feng soothed softly, Aunt will be fine. His words were not just simple comfort. Lin Feng had already thought about it just now. The detoxification pill given by the system could completely cure Bai Yan's food poisoning. In case of an emergency, he can also use the detoxification pill to save Bai Yan's life. But Bai Mumu didn't know that Lin Feng had a trump card, so she was still worried. Aunt has been weak since she gave birth to a child a few years ago, and now. Bai Mumu was so anxious that her eyes became redder. I'm scared. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng spoke seriously. No. Don't worry, your aunt is blessed with a good life, nothing will happen to her. Lin Feng patted Bai Mumu's shoulder gently and forced a comforting smile. It was originally just a remark of comfort, but Bai Mumu paused after hearing it. Lin Feng's words seemed to have magical power, calming her anxiety again. Only then did she manage to stay awake and calm herself. You're right. Bai Mumu nodded firmly, and will be fine. Father Bai, who was sitting in the front row, didn't say anything when he heard the voice, but in the silence, he felt a little more favorable towards Lin Feng. Father Bai felt that Lin Feng was a good guy since he took the trouble to comfort Bai Mumu in such a situation. Maybe he should really think carefully about how to treat Lin Feng in the future. 10 minutes later. The taxi was speeding at high speed 1 second ago, and stopped steadily in front of the main entrance of the city center hospital the next second. After paying the money, Bai's father walked in front, while Lin Feng carefully supported Bai Mumu. The group arrived at the 11th floor of the inpatient department. When I arrived, I saw a man and a woman standing outside the ward where Bai Yan was staying. Chewing pig's trotters. The smell of braised pig's trotters filled the corridor and was hard to ignore. Lin Feng frowned and observed. He guessed that the bearded man with a scar on his face should be Bai Yan's husband, Zheng Qianfeng. As for the old woman next to him who was chewing pig's trotters until her mouth was full of oil and was still wearing heavy makeup, she must be Zhang Qianfeng's mother Ning Fengshu. This painting style is quite unique. While Lin Feng was thinking, Ning Fengshu saw them coming and quickly stood up. He first wiped the oil off his mouth with his hand, then wiped the oil off his hands with his clothes, and then he spoke happily, showing his big yellow teeth. Here I come. There was no worry on her face, instead, her face was full of joy, as if there was some happy event. Father Bai frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, where is my sister? Who is taking care of her in the ward? The one who responded to him was Zhang Qianfeng. She's in the ward by herself. My mom and I haven't eaten yet. We're starving to death. How can we care about her? Zhang Qianfeng's rough voice echoed through the corridor. Oh, By the way, do you guys want to eat? Mr. Bai was so angry that he couldn't speak. What kind of attitude is this? Does he think there is no one in the Bai family? In this situation, Bai Mumu hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Uncle, how is my aunt now? Is she out of danger?" Her delicate eyebrows were wrinkled together, and it was clearly an anxious expression, but it had a different flavor. When Zhang Qianfeng saw it, he licked his lips obscenely. Bai Mumu's mind was full of what happened to Bai Yan, and she didn't notice his lewd little action, but Lin Feng accurately captured his behavior. Lin Feng stepped forward, slightly blocking Bai Mumu with his body, and looked at Bai Mumu's wretched and shameless uncle with a gloomy look. Zhang Qianfeng was stared at like this and waved his hands impatiently. "Not yet. My wife is weak, and this time she was greedy and got food poisoning. Life and death are in the hands of fate, so let nature take its course." This sentence completely annoyed Bai's father and Bai Mumu. "What do you mean life and death is up to fate? If anything happens to my sister, I won't forgive you." Father Bai reprimanded in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Ning Fengshu on the side was unhappy. She put her hands on her hips, swore, and said something unbelievable. "Why are you mad at us? Bai Yan is dead, so my son can find another one." Chapter 21, Miraculous Detoxification Pill. After these words were spoken, Bai's father and Bai Mumu were both stunned. Lin Feng, who reacted quickly, said coldly, "Are you talking human language?" Ning Fengshu glanced at Lin Feng and spat on the ground. "Pa!" She said proudly, "Who are you to say that to me? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Bai Yan has been married to my family for so many years, and she only gave birth to a girl, a money loser. And because of this money loser, her body was damaged and she can no longer give birth to a son. Isn't she a waste? My son has shown great kindness by not divorcing her." She acted as if it was a matter of course, which was surprising. "That's right." Zhang Qianfeng also agreed, "That bitch is still trying to protect her daughter. I really don't know why there is anything to protect about a little girl. As for Bai Yan, I've been tired of her for a long time. I'm still with her now, just for..." Bang! Before Zhang Qianfeng could finish his words, Bai Mumu was so angry that she walked up to him and slapped him. This slap was full of Bai Mumu's anger. A bright red slap mark appeared on Zhang Qianfeng's face. His head was tilted and a few strands of hair were scattered. "You!" Zhang Qianfeng covered his face and glared at Bai Mumu fiercely, his eyes full of disbelief. After a while, he came back to his senses. "You bitch, you are exactly like Bai Yan. Damn it!" He was furious and cursed, then raised his hand high and slapped Bai Mumu's left cheek quickly. Father Bai's eyes widened and he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. It happened in a flash. When Zhang Qianfeng's slap was about to land on Bai Mumu's face, Lin Feng moved swiftly and grabbed his wrist. "Are you tired of living?" His voice was extremely cold, and anger was gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Qianfeng only felt pain in his wrist, but he couldn't break free and grimaced in pain. He wanted to open his mouth to insult Lin Feng, but the moment his eyes met Lin Feng's, he suddenly lost his courage. The aura that Lin Feng exuded was so terrifying. The murderous intent in his eyes made Zhang Qianfeng shudder. Bai Mumu, who had just recovered from the shock, looked at Lin Feng with emotion in his eyes. Lin Feng once again protected her at a critical moment. A feeling of being touched filled her heart. Lin Feng didn't know how touched Bai Mumu was at this moment. He just stared coldly at Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu, who had a terrified face, without any warmth in his eyes. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't mind making you lose the ability to speak." He spoke slowly, his words full of threats. Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu were short-sighted people to begin with, so they were naturally frightened by Lin Feng and dared not say anything. Seeing this, Lin Feng loosened the shackles on Zhang Qianfeng. The moment he let go, Zhang Qianfeng lost his strength and fell into the iron chair behind him with lifeless eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end no words came out. After facing his fear, he didn't even have the courage to glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted coldly, "Trash." After saying that, he looked Bai Mumu up and down, and only felt relieved after making sure that she was not hurt. "Let's go see Auntie." Lin Feng spoke softly, and the fierceness in his expression just now completely disappeared. This is the gentleness that belongs only to Bai Mumu. "Okay." Bai Mumu finally smiled, then remembered her aunt who was in critical condition in the ward, and hurriedly moved, "Let's go in quickly." Bai Mumu took the first step. Lin Feng followed behind Bai's father and made sure that Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu were not doing anything stupid again before entering the ward. As soon as I arrived at the ward, the smell of disinfectant became stronger. Bai Yan lay on the bed with a weak look on her face. Her lips were as white as paper, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, clumping the loose hair on her forehead together. Her breathing was extremely weak. Just like duckweed in the water, with no support. Seeing her aunt so fragile, Bai Mumu's eyes became red again. Tears instantly filled her eyes, and big drops of tears fell to the ground and broke into 8 petals. Aunt! Bai Mumu hurriedly called Bai Yan, her voice trembling. Thinking of her aunt's current situation with no one to take care of her, she didn't forget to curse Zhang Qianfeng, that beast. Father Bai's eyes were filled with heartache at this moment, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Brother, Mumu. You are here, cough, cough, cough. Bai Yan, who was lying on the bed, heard the noise and took a lot of effort to slowly say these 2 sentences. At the same time, these 2 sentences also consumed a lot of her energy. Bai Yan became even weaker. There were faint coughing sounds in the ward. It was intermittent and the sound was very small. The situation is serious. Lin Feng looked solemn. It seems that I need to take this detoxifying pill quickly. He raised his eyes and saw Bai Mumu kneeling at the head of Bai Yan's bed, crying out of breath and trying to suppress her tears. She looked particularly pitiful. Father Bai was also standing beside the bed, his eyes were blank and his usually straight back was bent a lot. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried forward and helped Bai Mumu up. Don't worry, I have a way. His firm tone made Bai Mumu forget to cry. Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Mumu was stunned, he helped her to a chair nearby. Then, Lin Feng took out the detoxification pill with quick movements. The detoxifying pill was packed in an exquisite small wooden box. He opened the box, and the strong smell of the pill instantly covered up the smell of disinfectant in the ward. Afraid that Bai's father and Bai Mumu would be worried, Lin Feng did not forget to explain. This is a detoxifying pill that can remove the toxins in Aunt's body. Lin Feng paused, raised his lips, and continued with certainty, I guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease. Detoxification pill? What kind of medicine is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Father Bai said, confused. Lin Feng, is this medicine reliable? Let's ask a doctor to take a look. His eyes fell on the small pill. In any case, he didn't believe that this little pill alone could save his sister. It's better to call a doctor. Thinking of this, he pressed the call bell on the bedside. Dad, believe in Lin Feng. At this time, Bai Mumu spoke, his voice still a little hoarse, he won't do anything he is not sure of. Thinking of the last time when Lin Feng took out the effective ointment to remove her pregnancy spots, Bai Mumu began to trust Lin Feng very much. What's more, she trusted him from beginning to end. Seeing Bai Mumu was so sure, Bai's father didn't know what to say. But he still didn't believe it deep down. Lin Feng didn't care about Bai's father's suspicious look. He walked forward, helped the dying Bai Yan up, and fed the detoxification pill into her mouth. The pill melts in your mouth, saving you a lot of effort. After Lin Feng completed a series of actions, Bai's father and Bai Mumu both became nervous. But Lin Feng looked calm and composed. This is a detoxifying pill given by the system, which can cure all kinds of poisons. It's just a case of food poisoning, no big deal. The next moment, Bai Yan suddenly moved. Puff. She actually spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 22 I will satisfy you no matter what you say in the future. The strong smell of blood spread throughout the ward and filled my nose. Father Bai was shocked and asked hurriedly, what happened? Bai Mumu stepped forward to support Bai Yan and wiped the remaining bloodstains from the corners of her mouth. Don't worry, uncle. Auntie has cleared the remaining poison and is fine now. Lin Feng spoke calmly, without any panic, and was the calmest person. Can. Before Mr. Bai could ask anything else, a sudden loud noise interrupted his next words. With a loud bang, the door of the ward was kicked open. The visitors were Zhang Qianfeng, whose face was red and swollen, and his indignant mother Ning Fengshu. As soon as they entered the room, they were stunned to see blood all over the floor. Ning Fengshu reacted quickly. 3 seconds later, she pointed her trembling fingers at Lin Feng and others, her face full of disbelief. It's you who killed my daughter-in-law. You black-hearted people, how did my daughter-in-law harm you that you would do such a cruel thing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Ning Fengshu, who was so nonchalant just now, suddenly changed her attitude 180 degrees. There must be something fishy going on. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhang Qianfeng took a few steps forward angrily. Zhang Qianfeng originally wanted to step forward and grab Lin Feng by the collar and then make some bold remarks. However, due to the residual influence of Lin Feng's previous actions in his heart, he did not dare to get too close to Lin Feng. You have harmed my wife, so you must pay the price. Otherwise, I will not let you go. After finding a safe distance, Zhang Qianfeng said at the top of his lungs. If it weren't for the second half of his sentence, he would really seem like a good husband who loves his wife deeply. After he finished shouting, he took 2 breaths and continued shouting. However, we are relatives after all, so this matter can be settled privately. A cunning look flashed in his eyes. As long as your Bai family gives us 200,000, we won't sue you. As he was talking, Zhang Qianfeng pointed at Lin Feng as if he was trying to kill himself. I saw clearly what he did just now. He fed my wife the pills, which caused her to vomit blood. He was committing premeditated murder. He spoke with confidence, as if he was a truly good husband who was seeking justice for his wife. But the greed on Zhang Qianfeng's face could not be concealed. He had a mean expression at this moment, like a gangster. My son is right. Ning Fengshu, not wanting it to be chaotic enough, echoed, young man, if you don't want to go to jail, pay the money. 200,000. We won't let you go even a penny less. She put her hands on her hips and spit it everywhere, just like the shrew at the village gate. As Ning Fengshu finished speaking, a doctor in a white coat entered the ward. The doctor had just arrived and paused when he saw this scene. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He stepped forward and used his eyes to drive away the aggressive Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu, making way for the doctor. I'll have to trouble the doctor to check my aunt. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng smiled and ignored Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu, who were shouting. The doctor was also accustomed to all kinds of occasions. He quickly calmed down, nodded at Lin Feng, signaling him to rest assured, and then strode to the bedside to examine Bai Yan. Seeing that the ward had become a little quieter, Ning Fengshu, who had been shouted away, rolled his eyes twice and started cursing again. Doctor, please give us your judgment. My daughter-in-law is fine. Why did she cause dissatisfaction to a strange man? He must kill my daughter-in-law to be satisfied. Ning Fengshu was crying and wiping her nose in the middle of the conversation. She then wiped the snot on her clothes, which was very dirty. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This old lady is so disgusting. Father Bai, who was used to seeing Ning Fengshu like this, sighed and felt a pain in his head. He tapped the ground with his cane and said in a deep voice, quiet. After all, he is an old hand, and this voice made Ning Fengshu stop her hypocritical crying. She sniffed and pouted. After thinking it over carefully, she muttered in dissatisfaction, wait until the doctor finishes the examination. If there is any problem with my daughter-in-law, I will blackmail you to death. The voice was small, but it could not escape Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng curled his lips. I'm afraid this shrew and this scumbag will not get what they want. 5 minutes later. The doctor examined Bai Yan from head to toe and asked in shock, what did you give her to eat just now? Hearing this, Zhang Qianfeng mistakenly thought that Bai Yan was dying, and quickly replied, it was him, he gave my wife poison. After that, he asked with a worried look on his face, Doctor, how is my wife? For a moment, everyone in the ward looked at the doctor, waiting for an answer. Under all kinds of gazes, the doctor said in surprise. The patient is fine now. This one sentence made Bai's father and Bai Mumu overjoyed, and also stunned Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu. That's great. Father Bai was surprised and happy, his eyes were red with emotion. He turned to Lin Feng with a sincere face, thank you, Lin Feng. I really don't know what to say to thank you. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Lin Feng smiled and answered Father Bai very modestly, Uncle, thank you for the compliment. Bai Mumu also spoke at this time. Lin Feng, you really helped a lot. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, just like my father said. Lin Feng helped her time and time again, and she didn't know how to repay him. Bai Mumu secretly made up her mind that in the future, as long as Lin Feng wanted something, she would do her best to help him. But when Lin Feng heard the voice, he felt a little disappointed. Bai Mumu gave birth to a child for him, and he planned to get the marriage certificate after she finished her confinement. If nothing unexpected happens, we will soon be a family. But Bai Mumu was still so distant, constantly thanking him and trying to repay him. We are one family, so we don't have to talk behind each other's backs. Lin Feng said calmly, discarding all the mixed emotions. With a firm face, Mumu, you don't have to thank me. Bai Mumu wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Bai's father. Mumu, come and take care of your aunt. His words shifted Bai Mumu's attention to Bai Yen. Father Bai looked at Bai Mumu's serious back, smiled and shook his head. Bai Mumu is confused as she is involved in the matter, but Bai's father is a bystander and can see things clearly. He had an earth-shattering love experience when he was young, so at this moment, he knew clearly what Lin Feng was thinking. At the same time, this also made him more satisfied with his future son-in-law. It's rare to have a son-in-law who is kind to Mumu without asking for anything in return. If that is the case, then what reason does he have to stop Lin Feng and Bai Mumu from getting along? At this moment, Bai Mumu on the side suddenly spoke in surprise. Auntie is awake. Chapter 23, Zhang Qianfeng and his mother reveal their true colors. When the unconscious Bai Yan opened her eyes, although she was still weak, her breathing rate returned to normal. The doctor instructed them to take good care of Bai Yan's body, and told them that she was no longer in danger, and then left the ward. Before leaving, the doctor did not forget to ask Lin Feng how he got the pill. Lin Feng only said that he got it by chance and didn't know its exact origin. The doctor then left the ward with a look of regret on his face. After the doctor left, Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu started to commit suicide again. TSK, nothing happened. Zhang Qianfeng curled his lips and said, it's better if something happened. Now my family has to support you. How much money will this cost? Ning Fengshu on the side also started to add fuel to the fire. Bai Yan, you have to pay for your medical expenses yourself. Our family has no obligation to support a useless woman who can't give birth to a boy. These two sentences made the already weak Bai Yan feel even more uncomfortable. How could she have imagined that after having just been to the gates of hell, she would have to endure the cold words from her husband and mother-in-law when she came back? Shut up! Bai's father scolded, the medical expenses will be paid by our Bai family, and you won't pay a penny less. After he finished speaking, he glared coldly at Ning Fengshu and Zhang Qianfeng. If you want to get the money, get out of this ward now. Don't let me see you again. With Mr. Bai's promise, Zhang Qianfeng hurriedly pulled Ning Fengshu away. In their eyes, reimbursable medical expenses are much more important than Bai Yan. As the door of the ward was closed, Father Bai sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He held his sister's withered hand tightly, feeling extremely distressed. Sister, I'm sorry for wronging you. I was wrong at first. I didn't expect Zhang Qianfeng to be such a person. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let him enter my Bai family. Bai Mumu wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Look at it from a bright side. At least we saved my aunt's life. She couldn't bear to see the weak Bai Yan, so she turned her head to the side and said in a tearful voice, as long as you are alive, there are always other ways to go. Bai Yan, who was lying on the bed, saw that the father and daughter looked worried, and forced a weak smile. Don't be sad for me. Her voice was barely audible. Fortunately, the ward was quiet. My life is like this, like this. This is my fate. A feeling of sadness filled the ward. Why don't you get a divorce? Lin Feng, who had been silent, spoke. He looked calm and analyzed the current situation carefully. If Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu continue to live together with this kind of behavior, you will definitely suffer a lot of hardships. It is better to leave and find a better man to spend the rest of your life with. Hearing the sound, Bai Yan slowly turned her head. She looked Lin Feng up and down, and her smile widened. You are the young man who saved Mumu, right? Bai Mumu told Bai Yan what happened at the beginning. Now that she saw Lin Feng in the ward, she could naturally recognize who he was. But Mr. Bai, who didn't know the whole story, was stunned. Did Lin Feng save Bai Mumu back then? How come he doesn't know? The confused Mr. Bai was extremely curious, but after hesitating for a while, he decided not to ask now. After hearing what Bai Yan said, Lin Feng smiled cordially. Aunt, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng, good boy. Bai Yan was very satisfied with Lin Feng, he is worthy of my Mumu. Although Lin Feng was happy to get Bai Yan's approval, he still asked without giving up. Aunt, Zhang Qianfeng is so vicious, and Ning Fengshu is also unreasonable, why don't you divorce? Seeing that she couldn't avoid the question, Bai Yan chose to answer it directly. My daughter is obedient and sensible. She is still in primary school. I can't let her lose her father at such a young age. Besides, if we get divorced, I'm afraid Zhang Qianfeng will retaliate. Bai Yan's eyes became firm at this moment. I want to protect my daughter's safety. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. After hearing the whole story, Lin Feng shook his head in disapproval. Aunt, you are harming your daughter by doing this. He analyzed carefully. If she lives in such an environment, how can you ensure that she will not learn Zhang Qianfeng's bad habits? I just discovered that Zhang Qianfeng and Ning Fengshu favor boys over girls. Since your daughter can't have children anymore, how can you ensure that they won't vent their anger on your daughter? The sharp words caused silence in the ward for a while. After a while, Mumu nodded in agreement. Yes, Auntie, let's get a divorce. In order to prevent Zhang Qianfeng from dragging down the Bai family, you only said that our family background was average. If they knew about this, how would they treat you? They would beat and scold you at every turn. You can't let Yingying live like this anymore. Zhang Yingying is Bai Yan's daughter. Seeing that Bai Mumu and Lin Feng both asked her to divorce, Bai Yan turned her attention to Bai's father. Noticing the burning gaze, Bai's father also spoke. The Bai family will always be your support. This sentence shows Mr. Bai's position. But Bai Yan still hesitated. What if Zhang Qianfeng wants to snatch the custody of Yingying from me? As soon as she finished speaking, a mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding dong. I noticed that the host is persuading Aunt Bai Mumu to divorce, and now I am issuing a reminder. Zhang Qianfeng has cheated on his wife, and the person he cheated on is named Zhao Xiaofang. After hearing what the system said, Lin Feng was overjoyed. This news comes at just the right time. Zhang Qianfeng is finished. The corners of Lin Feng's lips rose slightly. This time, he not only has to help Bai Yan win the custody of Yingying, but also makes Zhang Qianfeng, the scumbag, leave the house with nothing. Think about it, Lin Feng said easily. Auntie, don't worry. I have a way to make sure Zhang Qianfeng gets the punishment he deserves. After everyone's constant persuasion, Bai Yan finally agreed to divorce. After resolving the matter, Father Bai called Lin Feng to a deserted corner. Can you tell me how you and Mumu met? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised when Bai's father brought up this matter. But after being surprised, he didn't waste any words and told in detail how he met Bai Mumu. After listening to this, Father Bai fell into deep thought. He always thought that Lin Feng had deceived Bai Mumu. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Feng who heroically saved the beauty and saved his daughter. Thinking of this, Father Bai felt extremely guilty. He actually disliked Lin Feng before, which was really wrong. Guessing what Father Bai was thinking now, Lin Feng said, Uncle, you don't know what happened back then. It's normal for you to target me. After thinking for a while, he continued. Something happened a while ago, and I accidentally got 23% of the shares of Mushy Group. I can get nearly 5 million in dividends every year. My current savings is... He told Father Bai all about his current situation. After a thorough accounting, Lin Feng finally stated his ultimate goal in front of Bai's father's surprised eyes. Uncle, I want to get a marriage certificate with Mumu. Chapter 24 Spending 5 million to buy a villa for his wife. Lin Feng's shocking words left Father Bai at a loss for words. After being surprised, Mr. Bai's brain started working rapidly. He thought of Lin Feng's protection of Bai Mumu and his many efforts to get along with her, and the awkwardness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Mumu agrees. Father Bai paused, looked at Lin Feng's expectant eyes, and sighed, You kid, this cabbage of mine is destined to be taken away by you. Lin Feng reacted quickly, and his eyes lit up when he heard this. Do you agree to this? Although he knew the deeper meaning behind Mr. Bai's words, he still wanted to confirm it again and again. I agree. Father Bai waved his hand, You saved my sister, and Mumu gave birth to your child. If I refuse you again, won't I become a sinner? After Mr. Bai finished speaking, the system's voice was heard. Ding! It is detected that the host has been recognized by Father Bai, and the mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: physical strength plus 30, parenting experience plus 50, medical skills plus 20, and perspective skills. Lin Feng was so excited that he almost cried out in surprise. Good things come in pairs. After a brief chat with Mr. Bai, when Lin Feng returned to the ward, he was already radiant. When Bai Mumu saw this, she was slightly stunned. What did his father say to Lin Feng? Why did she feel that Lin Feng was so happy? Ahem. Before Bai Mumu had time to ask carefully, a faint cough brought her back to her senses. She quickly helped Bai Yan, who was coughing, and patted her back gently. The remaining poison in Aunt Bai Yan's body has been cleared, but after being tormented for such a long time, her body still can't take it and she needs to rest. Don't worry. Seeing Bai Mumu's nervousness, Bai Yan patted her hand slowly. I'm much better now. The doctor said that I can be discharged from the hospital today or tomorrow. Don't worry. You just gave birth to a baby, so you have to take care of yourself. Aunt, I'm fine. Bai Mumu hesitated for a moment and then continued, but you are just recovering, and you will definitely suffer Zhang Qianfeng's cold eyes when you go back. Oh, what should I do? Bai Mumu's eyes could not hide the worry. Aunt, I rented a villa. If you don't mind, you can live there for a while. Lin Feng's proposal was timely and his words were straightforward. After hearing what he said, the worry on Bai Mumu's face disappeared. Aunt, that villa is pretty good. Whether it's transportation or the location, it's all good. What's the saying? Oh, yes, it's simply a dream house. Bai Mumu kept praising, and after praising the villa, she also praised Lin Feng for his good taste. Seeing Bai Mumu say this with sincerity in her eyes, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He was very satisfied with the praise, and at the same time, he accurately captured Bai Mumu's thoughts. She loves this villa. In that case, he might as well buy the villa and solve the problem once and for all. In the end, Bai Yan chose to go back to the Bai family and stay there for a while. After all, that was her home. But Lin Feng still remembered Bai Mumu's previous advice to his aunt. While Bai Yan was resting, Lin Feng called Bai Mumu outside the ward to discuss buying a villa. Renting a villa is easy to say, but it is hard not to be surprised when a senior student wants to buy a villa. Bai Mumu swallowed and repeated what Lin Feng had just said. So, you want to buy the villa in full? She frowned slightly. Although the villa is nice, isn't it a bit too much to buy it? Bai Mumu didn't know that Lin Feng had invested in Musher Group, let alone how much property he had. She just thought he was a college student who was about to graduate. Seeing Lin Feng said he wanted to buy a villa, Bai Mumu thought he was just saying it casually, so she politely refused. To exaggerate a little, she was afraid that Lin Feng would have a quarrel with his parents because of buying a villa. It's not an exaggeration. Lin Feng smiled. As long as you like it, let alone buying a villa, even if you buy all the villas in this area, it's not an exaggeration. As for this one, let's buy it as soon as possible to prevent others from getting there first. As he spoke, he found the real estate agent's contact information and began to ask for specific information about the villa. Bai Mumu paused. Why does she feel that Lin Feng is serious? Before I could stop it, the real estate agent on the other end called. Lin Feng answered directly. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? This villa is priced at 5.99 million, and can be paid in full or in installments. I believe you have seen the goodness of the villa. If you want to buy it, you can come and discuss the specific price with the owner today. The agent was so enthusiastic that Bai Mumu couldn't say a word. The price is quite suitable. We have time now. If possible, can we discuss the specific details of the purchase today? Lin Feng said calmly. Bai Mumu couldn't always be outside in the wind, so it was a good idea to get things done today so she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. The agent on the other end of the phone smiled brightly when he saw that a big deal was about to be completed. Okay, I'll contact the landlord right away. After talking about some details, the real estate agent hung up the phone happily. Bai Mumu hesitated to speak again. Why does she feel that Lin Feng is a hidden rich second generation? If Lin Feng could hear Bai Mumu's inner voice at this moment, he would definitely tell her seriously, he is not a rich second generation. But it's the first generation of rich people who have a nanny system sent from heaven. Coincidentally, the place where the contract was signed was not far from the hospital, only a 10-minute walk away. However, for this short distance, Lin Feng still called a special car. He escorted Bai Mumu the entire distance from the hospital to downstairs, fearing that she would accidentally catch a cold or encounter any emergency. Mr. Lin Feng, you are here. The agent smiled brightly and enthusiastically. The owner of the house is here. Let's sit down and discuss the specific matters in detail. The agent welcomed Lin Feng and Bai Mumu to sit by the window. A white-haired old man was sitting opposite them, probably the landlord. Regarding the specific details of purchasing the villa, both of us. The agent chattered on and on, not missing any detail. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu listened carefully with serious expressions. After all, it was the first house they bought. However, they were so serious that they naturally did not notice the burning gaze outside the sales office. Bai Mumu? The people outside stopped in their tracks and covered their mouths in surprise. Why is she here? Chapter 25. Lin Feng's mansion was discovered by his vampire uncle. The person outside the sales office was by Mumu's uncle Zheng Qianfeng. Sometime after leaving the hospital, he wanted to buy some cigarettes and happened to pass by the sales office. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu's looks were so good that he couldn't ignore them, and they naturally attracted his attention. The person I met in the hospital 2 hours ago, and now I meet him here again? Unlucky. Zheng Qianfeng flicked the ash from his cigarette, took another deep puff of smoke, and then sneaked into the sales office. He was also very curious about what they were doing in the sales office. After signaling the salesperson to go about his business, he sat down a little further away from Lin Feng and Bai Mumu as if nothing had happened. There happened to be a huge pot of flowers between the two positions, which provided favorable conditions for Zheng Qianfeng to eavesdrop. This villa is priced at 5.55 million. The agent's voice was not small, and Zheng Qianfeng heard the specific contents of the villa clearly. His mind went blank, with only the 3 words 5 million remaining in his head. 5 million? Zheng Qianfeng was so shocked that he was speechless. His mind was racing. Didn't Bai Yan say her family had no money? How could Bai Mumu still have the money to buy a villa? Could it be that? Is Bai Yan lying? Zheng Qianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Damn bitch." An idea suddenly occurred to him. If the Bai family is really rich, then as Bai Yan's husband, shouldn't he get some money? The part that belongs to that damn woman is his money. Zheng Qianfeng crushed the cigarette but in the ashtray, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Is it the Bai family? He needs to check it out. Because Mumu liked it, Lin Feng didn't make any more comparisons and quickly signed the contract. The two of them successfully owned a house of their own. The location of the villa is good, but it is far from the city center, otherwise it would not be so cheap. But they were also satisfied. The feeling of renting a villa is completely different from that of owning it outright. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu felt much more relieved when they returned home. Bai Yan's problem was solved, and Lin Feng successfully obtained the approval of Bai's father. The next step was to help Bai Yan and Zheng Qianfeng divorce. With the evidence of Zheng Qianfeng's cheating, this was not a difficult task. All difficulties were solved and Lin Feng was in a really good mood. He walked leisurely to the nursery and looked at the sleeping children. When the youngest son Maowei was sleeping, he never forgot to put his fingers in his mouth. Lin Feng smiled kindly. He gently removed his son's hand from his mouth. During the process, he was extremely careful for fear of disturbing his youngest son. After being removed, the little baby was still smacking his lips, which was so cute. The fresh little life made Lin Feng feel like spring breeze. For the next 2 days, without any other distractions, Lin Feng just pampered his wife and took care of the children. Because of his rich parenting experience, he is able to take care of the child with ease. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. Lin Feng took the 3 little guys to the balcony to bask in the sun. The second daughter was giggling happily in the stroller and seemed to enjoy the feeling of the sunshine on her face. The eldest daughter is completely different. She looked sleepy and drowsy. The youngest son was the most noisy. He even reached out to grab the small toy in Bai Mumu's hand, but unfortunately his soft little arms couldn't reach it. Bai Mumu laughed out loud because of his amusement. "Why are you so cute? You should grow up quickly." She coaxed the child gently, her eyes full of doting. "Time flies." Lin Feng said, "Maybe in the blink of an eye, they will grow up." He sighed aside, the tenderness in his eyes could not be hidden. When he looked up, Lin Feng saw that Bai Mumu's hair had not been washed for several days because of the confinement period. "Sister Rong, please watch over the 3 children and make sure the sun doesn't shine directly into their eyes." After saying that, Lin Feng took Bai Mumu's hand and went straight to the bedroom. "What's wrong?" Bai Mumu was a little confused. Lin Feng pointed at the bed and said, "Just lie down on the bed first, I'll come over later and you'll know what's going on." Hearing this, Bai Mumu's lips curled up into a sweet smile. After listening to Lin Feng's words, she lay on the bed and waited quietly. Coming to the bathroom, Lin Feng picked up 2 basins and filled each with half a basin of 41-degree water. Ding, it is detected that the host is about to wash Bai Mumu's hair, so the task is started. Help your wife wash her hair and get a recipe for anti-hair loss shampoo as a reward. Lin Feng, who was testing the water temperature, raised his eyebrows. This system task came really timely and effective. Anti-hair loss shampoo formula is a necessity for today's young people. After I finish taking care of Mumu and she is done with the confinement period and the marriage certificate application process is arranged, maybe I can use the dividends from the Mu group to invest in a shampoo company. Lin Feng smiled and took the 2 basins of water to the bedroom. Come on, Mumu, lie down on the edge of the bed, I'll wash your hair so you don't feel uncomfortable. When Mumu heard Lin Feng say this, her eyes lit up. Because she heard that washing hair during confinement can easily cause illness, so after so many days, although she felt uncomfortable and her hair was oily, she kept it to herself and didn't say anything. She happily sat up from the pillow, looked at Lin Feng in front of her, and asked, "Is it really okay? You won't catch a cold, right?" He stood up so much that his big, round, white nipples shook. Lin Feng's movements as he held the basin of water were somewhat stiff. It was clear that Mumu was wearing loose confinement clothes, but he could clearly see the food rations for the 3 children. The one on the left was even dripping milk. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lin Feng quickly lowered his head. How come this newly acquired perspective skill suddenly became useful at this time? Place the basin on a stool, which is just lower than the bed, suitable for Mumu to lie down and wash his hair. After suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Lin Feng spoke calmly. Come on, Mumu, just lie down obediently and leave the rest to me. The weather is good today, and I've set the water temperature a little higher. It won't be a problem if I blow dry it in time after washing. Lin Feng was worried that Mumu still had concerns, so he added, "For your sake, I have looked up all the information." Seeing that Lin Feng was so well prepared, Mumu smiled and lay down on the edge of the bed, enjoying the massage-level hair washing service. Since improving his medical skills, Lin Feng has become familiar with acupoints and so on as if he had suddenly been enlightened. It's a good opportunity for Mumu to relax while washing her hair. Lin Feng's slender fingertips shuttled back and forth between her hair, making Mumu so relaxed and comfortable that she closed her eyes. You're done, come to the bathroom and I'll blow dry you. After Lin Feng wrapped Mumu's hair with a towel, he took her hand and went to the bathroom. When he rented the entire villa, the belongings in the house were quite complete and new. After he bought it, the landlord generously gave them all to him. It also saves him from having to buy it again. Of course, all of this fell into the eyes of Bai's father. She did not change her attitude just because he agreed to let her daughter marry him. Instead, she took even more attentive and considerate care of him. Lin Feng is a really good guy. Bang! 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 Suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. Chapter 26. Uncle throws a tantrum and asks for money. Lin Feng slaps him in the face. The knock on the door was so deafening that it seemed as if it was going to break down. Come out here now. Damn it, the Bai family is a bunch of worse than pigs and dogs, how dare you lie to me? Quickly open the door. I want to have a good talk with you. The next moment, Zhang Qianfeng's shouting and cursing stopped abruptly. Lin Feng, who came upon hearing the sound, opened the door and stood at the door with a calm expression. He said calmly, "If you keep making noise, I'll sew your stinky mouth shut." Zhang Qianfeng swallowed and looked at Lin Feng timidly. He unconsciously took a half step back and bumped into Bai Yan, who was hurrying over. Zhang Qianfeng looked back impatiently, and when he saw a familiar figure, he instantly had an outlet for his emotions. He cursed arrogantly, "Fuck! Are you blind?" Bai Yan was panting, obviously having come in a hurry. She had just recovered from a serious illness and could not withstand the stress, causing her face to become paler. Even so, she hurriedly said, "Zhang Qianfeng, what are you doing here with Mumu? Go home." After saying that, she grabbed Zhang Qianfeng's sleeve and wanted to lead him away. "You damn bitch, it's none of your business, stay out of it." Zhang Qianfeng shook off Bai Yan's hand without hesitation, with such force that she almost fell. Fortunately, Lin Feng acted quickly and supported Bai Yan. Still in shock, Zhang Qianfeng started talking again. "Bai Yan, you lied to me that your family conditions were average, but I saw with my own eyes that Bai Mumu bought a house worth more than 5 million. How dare you lie to me, you idiot?" He was not satisfied with just scolding Bai Yan, so he took advantage of the fact that no one was stopping him at the door and strode into the villa as if he was in an empty place. The exquisite and grand decoration in the villa made Zhang Qianfeng's eyes even more red. Then, he shouted frantically, "Bai Sanfeng, you old man, where are you? Get out here! What are you doing?" Father Bai walked down the stairs slowly, looking angry. "If you have nothing to do, don't come to my daughter's house to make trouble." "You have nothing to do?" Zhang Qianfeng snorted coldly, "I'm not idle. I'm here to ask for money." When Lin Feng heard his shameless words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He helped Bai Yan to sit down on the sofa in the hall before he freed himself to deal with Bai Mumu's shameless uncle. Lin Feng crossed his arms, looked at Zhang Qianfeng coldly, and said, "Why do you come here to ask for money? I'm warning you. Don't threaten me." Zhang Qianfeng even stuttered while speaking, and his fear of Lin Feng reached its peak. "But for the sake of money," she continued, "at the beginning, Bai Yan lied to me that her family was just an ordinary family, so I only asked for a dowry of 80,000 yuan. But who would have thought that the Bai family was so rich and even bought a villa? Isn't this 80,000 yuan dowry a little too little?" He instantly perked up when he mentioned the money and stretched out a finger. 1 million. I only want 1 million. Lin Feng said, "Okay." Zhang Qianfeng's eyes lit up. "Really? You promised me? How do you pay me?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng curled the corners of his lips and said, "Then I'll burn it for you?" Zhang Qianfeng wanted to agree immediately, but when the words came to his lips, he noticed the other party's implication and said in disbelief, "You? Are you kidding me?" Lin Feng shrugged. "Aren't you kidding me too? 1 million? Your worthless life isn't even worth 1 million. He spoke directly to the point, not hiding his dislike for Zhang Qianfeng. Zhang Qianfeng was so angry that he was out of breath, but he didn't dare to attack Lin Feng. He could only curse at Bai Yan and said, "Is this your family's tutor?" Bai Yan has always been tolerant and has always endured her husband's insults for the sake of her children. But things are different now. What kind of tutor do I have? Why do you, a loser, have the right to point fingers at me? You are obsessed with money, a loser like me, and you want 1 million? Why don't you just dream? I can no longer bear it. I don't need to bear it anymore." Zhang Qianfeng was stunned by the scolding. He opened and closed his mouth, thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Bai Yan sneered and looked at him as if he was garbage. "Let's get a divorce." Just 5 words completely broke Zhang Qianfeng's defense. "Divorce? You damned bitch, what are you capable of? You want to divorce me just because you can't bear to part with 1 million? I tell you, it's impossible." Zhang Qianfeng paused and smiled wickedly. You don't dare to divorce me. If you dare to divorce me, I will fight for the custody of Yingying. Then I will sell this money-losing child of yours to someone else as a lover, and I will reap the benefits." He smiled obscenely and rubbed his hands expectantly. He doesn't act like a father, but more like a beast. But his self-righteous threat did not attract the attention of those present. Father Bai even snorted coldly, and the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. What's wrong with you? Don't you feel sorry for that little bitch Zhang Yingying the most? Why? Bai Yan interrupted him, her words seemed to be covered with ice. "Be careful, Yingying is my daughter, and also my bottom line." Her eyes fell on Zhang Qianfeng. That look was like a knife, ready to cut him 1,000 times and then eat him alive. Zhang Qianfeng, however, seemed to be blind to this look. He laughed out loud and said proudly, "Ha, I guessed it right, didn't I? You still care about Yingying. How dare you divorce Yingying?" He laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Why not?" Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Do we have any evidence of your cheating?" In an instant, the laughter disappeared. "What do you mean? Don't slander me." Zhang Qianfeng became anxious. He did cheat on her, the other party was a graceful girl, he lied to her that he was the CEO of a listed company. But how could Lin Feng have evidence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Slander? Lin Feng laughed sarcastically, "Don't you know whether you did it or not?" After the panic, Zhang Qianfeng started yelling again. "You must be deceiving me. You have no evidence of my cheating." "For sure." Lin Feng ignored his panicked look and said to himself, "The person he cheated with is called Zhao Xiaofang, right?" After he finished speaking, he played the video on his phone. This is the cheating video of Zhang Qianfeng provided to him by the system. In the video, Zhang Qianfeng had one hand around the girl's waist and the other hand touching her face, with a lustful look on his face. It's unknown how Zhao Xiaofang could endure it. In the short 1-minute video, Zhang Qianfeng kissed Zhao Xiaofang more than a dozen times. The saliva was also stringy, and the scene was very disgusting. After the video ended, Lin Feng continued to fiddle with his phone. "I still have the video of you and Zhao Xiaofang at Hentaying Hotel. Do you want to see it?" As he spoke, he searched. There are 2 white figures in the video, looking so happy. Zhang Qianfeng's old face turned red. This time he was completely confused. The underwear was in Lin Feng's hands. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to continue shouting. Divorce, divorce, divorce. He was completely defeated and didn't dare to say anything more. Okay. Bai Yan nodded, looked at her once trusted husband with complicated eyes, and sneered. But you have to leave the house with nothing. Chapter 27 Bathing the Babies. Before leaving, Zhang Qianfeng deliberately gave a look that he thought was affectionate, and asked, Yan Yan, after so many years of relationship, can you leave me some property? This behavior only earned Bai Yan a straightforward get out. So, Zhang Qianfeng could only come in anger and leave in shame. His figure disappeared in the villa, and Bai Yan and Bai's father both breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. I'm free. Bai Yan smiled with relief. Father Bai was also particularly pleased. Okay. He said okay 3 times in a row and patted Bai Yan's hand. After the divorce is completed, we will bring Ying back and live together at home. There was light in Bai Yan's eyes again, and she was particularly looking forward to the future. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt extremely relieved. His gaze shifted to Bai Mumu, who was leaning on the second floor to find out what was going on, and he couldn't help but smile. He was only busy dealing with Zhang Qianfeng. Hasn't he given his fiancée the first blow yet? In the bathroom, the sound of the hairdryer was intermittent. Okay, stop blowing. Bai Mumu turned off the hairdryer with an anxious look on his face, then turned to face Lin Feng. Tell me quickly, what is the outcome of the matter? How did Zhang Qianfeng give up asking for money? Will he be kicked out of the house? A series of questions came down. After she said this, she blinked her big eyes that were full of curiosity. In order to ensure Bai Mumu's safety, and because her hair was still wet, Lin Feng deliberately did not let her go downstairs to face Zhang Qianfeng. He turned on the warm light in the bathroom and let her wait quietly. But since it concerns Bai Yan, Bai Mumu naturally can't wait to know the result. Seeing that she was so anxious, Lin Feng didn't plan to hide it from her. I hired a private detective to take photos of Zhang Qianfeng's cheating. Of course, he has to leave the house with nothing, not to mention asking for money. There is no way. After he finished speaking concisely, he touched Bai Mumu's soft hair, which exuded a fresh fragrance. Well, it's not dry yet. I see. Bai Mumu got what she wanted to know and was very satisfied. Zhang Qianfeng deserves it. This time, my aunt can finally get rid of him. Lin Feng added, I will hire the best lawyer to file a divorce lawsuit and make sure Zhang Qianfeng doesn't get a penny. Now, Bai Mumu was even more satisfied. She smiled and turned on the hairdryer. The hairdryer at hand continued to run, and Lin Feng knew that Bai Mumu was satisfied. He was happy to continue blow-drying her hair. The hair passes through the fingertips, leaving a faint fragrance, which makes people imagine. He recalled that he accidentally used the X-ray when washing his hair just now. Ba. His ears turned slightly red and he quickly cleared his mind of the evil thoughts. Unexpectedly. Lin Feng, what do you think? Lin Feng was confused. Bai Mumu just spoke? What did he say? How come he didn't hear a word clearly? He was actually distracted. Seeing this, Bai Mumu curled her lips. Were you distracted? You didn't even hear what I said. She pointed out the truth directly, causing Lin Feng to scratch his head in embarrassment. He couldn't help but chuckle. I have to trouble my fiancée to say it again. Bai Mumu's cheeks turned red when he said that. Ahem, listen carefully. She cleared her throat, and Lin Feng immediately perked up. Should we give the babies a bath? The children are 15 days old and can take a bath as long as they are kept warm. Lin Feng knew this very well. It was his first time bathing the babies, so he was naturally excited and nervous. Fortunately, his mind is full of parenting experience, which gives him confidence. He first adjusted the temperature of the bathroom to 26 degrees to make sure the babies would not catch a cold before taking out the bathtub. The bathtub was bought when the babies were just born, and it is just the right size. The next most important point is the water temperature. When bathing a newborn, the water temperature should not be too cold or too hot. 38 degrees is a more suitable temperature. Lin Feng carefully filled a basin with water, and the water temperature was exactly right. After doing all this, it's time to pick up the babies. He was about to step out of the bathroom when suddenly, the system sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, give the babies a bath. The mission is successful, the host will receive 1 million in cash, plus experience points 10. If the mission fails, the host will be punished by electric shock. Lin Feng is no longer surprised by the system's tasks. But why is the reward different this time? After making sure that there was no one around the bathroom, Lin Feng asked in a low voice. System, what is the use of this experience value? The system responded quickly. Host, when you take care of the child, you can immediately trigger the training task and gain experience points. Experience points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. In addition, when the host completes the main task, the system will be upgraded. As the system level is upgraded, the items in the mall will become more and more numerous and more rare. Please raise your baby carefully and explore new areas. Note, the current system level is level 2. After the system was introduced, Lin Feng suddenly understood. So powerful? He couldn't wait to see what was in the system mall. As soon as he had this thought, a light blue screen appeared in the void. At the very top, there are 4 large characters system mall, with a faint gold border around the edges of the characters. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It turns out that as long as he wants, the system mall will appear automatically. He quickly scanned the items in the mall. Qing Dynasty Antiques, 50 experience points. Ancient Medical Book, incomplete, 60 experience points. Famous Calligraphy, 150 experience points. Blind Box, 30 experience points. Lin Feng smiled. These are all clearly marked with prices, no cheating. The key point is that this is only a second-level mall, and the items sold are so high-end. When the system is upgraded, I hope he won't be overwhelmed by the choice. Lin Feng, is the water ready? Bai Mumu's voice came into his ears, bringing Lin Feng back to his senses. Only then did he come to his senses and thought of giving the children a bath. He quickly responded, okay. Fortunately, Bai Mumu called him, otherwise if he hesitated any longer, the water would have been cold. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu each brought their first and second baby. As for Sanbao, after washing his 2 sisters, he would be served alone. Is everything ready? Bai Mumu asked before entering the bathroom. Lin Feng nodded, of course I'm ready. Then I have to examine you carefully to see if you are qualified as a nanny. Bai Mumu smiled after joking. She then opened the door and found that the bathroom was at the perfect temperature and the water was just right. The most important thing is that Lin Feng also thoughtfully placed a pure cotton bath towel. He thought of almost everything a baby would need for a bath. Bai Mumu couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng, you have a lot of experience in raising children. Chapter 28. There is a luxury car in the garage. Lin Feng accepted Bai Mumu's praise with a smile. I started learning the day my child was born. He was holding his eldest child, Lin Ruohui, while Bai Mumu was holding his second child, Lin Cixi. There are 2 pink bathtubs in the middle of the bathroom, and 2 small chairs of appropriate height are placed next to them. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu sat down one after another, then slowly put their eldest daughter and second daughter into the water, moving gently for fear of hurting them. Lin Cixi started to laugh as soon as she touched the water. Her big eyes narrowed into slits and her little hands slapped the water surface, splashing some water. Lin Ruohui was obedient and let Lin Feng bathe her. She looked very happy in the water and was not affected by her sister at all. Ruohui and Cixi really have distinct personalities. Lin Feng sighed as he washed. Bai Mumu nodded and agreed, little Cixi is really capable of making trouble. Part of her clothes were wet, and the fabric stuck to her creamy skin. Her second baby was still quite noisy. Lin Feng smiled and quickened his movements. After he finished washing Lin Ruohui, he immediately went to help Bai Mumu wash her second daughter. While joking, the 2 completed the task of bathing their daughters. After washing, Bai Mumu wiped the dense beads of sweat on his head. We have to wipe off all the water droplets on their bodies. Lin Feng took out a soft cotton bath towel and began to wipe Lin Ruohui's body, otherwise they will catch a cold. Bai Mumu secretly sighed that Lin Feng had more parenting experience than her mother, while she carefully wiped Lin Cixi's little arm, meticulously, for fear that her daughter would get cold. After wiping them, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu carried their 2 daughters back to the baby room, one in front and one behind. At this time, Lin Maowei was still quite energetic. His bright eyes were fixed on the toy that kept moving above his head, and his little hands were grabbing in the air again and again. I hope Xiao Maowei can calm down. Bai Mumu rubbed his aching waist and sighed, giving babies a bath is really not an easy task. Unable to bear the thought of Mumu getting tired, Lin Feng said, "Let me help my son take a bath. You go take a rest. I'll give you a massage later." Lin Feng, start pampering your wife as early as possible. A warm feeling flowed through Mumu's heart again, and her smile became more sincere. 5 minutes later. As soon as Lin Feng put Lin Maowei into the bathtub, his youngest son couldn't wait to play with the water. He picked up the little yellow duck in the bathtub, but because he didn't have enough strength in his hands, it fell into the water again in a short while. The little guy didn't give up and tried to grab the duckling again and again. This scene made Lin Feng's heart melt. His son is so cute. Then, Lin Feng's process of bathing Lin Maowei went particularly smoothly. Because the water temperature was normal and Lin Feng's movements were gentle, the little guy was unexpectedly cooperative, and the father and son got along very happily. Finally. It's done. Lin Feng wiped his son clean and breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, the system released the reward as expected. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 million in cash, experience points 10. After taking a bath, the 3 little ones were sleeping soundly in the baby room. After leaving them to Sister Rong's care, Lin Feng came to Mumu's bedroom and prepared to massage her waist. "Mumu, just lie flat on the bed." Lin Feng spoke slowly and calmly. He unbuttoned his cuffs and folded his clothes to his arms, revealing his wheat-colored forearms. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Mumu lay on the soft big bed as he said, but her body was a little stiff. Seeing this, Lin Feng sat sideways on the edge of the bed. A pair of big hands covered Mumu's slender waist, and her face immediately turned red. This was the first time a man had touched her waist. However, she did not resist at all and even began to look forward to Lin Feng's closeness. Lin Feng didn't know what she was thinking. He just said relax and began to find the acupuncture points based on the medical skills in his mind and started massaging them with moderate force. Although it was his first time, his solid knowledge made him skilled in the movements. A pair of hands wandered around Mumu's waist, pressing precisely without any mistakes. At the beginning, Mumu was always thinking about this and that, but because Lin Feng's massage was so comfortable, she began to squint her eyes and enjoy it. The soreness in her waist was no longer obvious, and her body gradually became comfortable. Gradually, sleepiness came over me. She closed her eyes during the comfortable massage and fell into a sweet dream. Moo. After Lin Feng finished the massage, he found that Mumu had closed her eyes and fallen asleep, so he quickly stopped talking. When Mumu fell asleep, her expression was much more relaxed than usual. Her long eyelashes drooped down, and a few strands of hair fell in front of her eyes, making her look particularly beautiful. He curled his lips, and his movements unconsciously became lighter. Lin Feng took apart the quilt and covered Mumu with it, not forgetting to press down the corners of the quilt to prevent her from catching a cold. After doing all this, he turned off the lights and walked out carefully, afraid of waking up Mumu who was sleeping soundly. Leaving the bedroom, Lin Feng stretched. "Taking care of my wife and children makes me feel very happy. If days like this continue, it would be perfect. It can be described as plain and comfortable." Half a month later. The weather was sunny and the temperature was just right. Lin Feng tore off a calendar. 30 days have passed, and Mumu can officially leave the confinement period. He had already prepared to buy some jewelry for Mumu before getting the marriage certificate. The most important thing is to buy a big diamond ring. We are going to get the certificate, shouldn't we be more formal? As the saying goes, there must be a sense of ritual. He was thinking about what to buy when Mumu's voice came over him. "Lin Feng, what are we going out for?" Hearing the sound and looking, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Mumu dressed up carefully. Her perfect makeup and hairstyle made her look glowing, and the right clothes made her look even more charming. Lin Feng swallowed. His wife. Gorgeous. Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, Mumu called out again, "Lin Feng?" "Ahem." Lin Feng's ears were red, he coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, then he said mysteriously, "You will know in a moment, I'll go get a taxi first." As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, are you sure you want to take a taxi?" "Ah." Lin Feng frowned. Why did he feel that the system sound, which was usually cold and calm, seemed a little helpless at this moment? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Besides, what's wrong with taking a taxi? His mind was full of question marks. The next moment. Did you forget that there is a dusty car parked in the garage? After being prompted by the system, Lin Feng remembered his previous reward, a luxury car. During this period of time, he was busy with the Huang family's affairs and dealing with Zhang Qianfeng, so he completely forgot about this car. No need to take a taxi. Lin Feng said seriously, I suddenly remembered that I bought a car. Bai Mumu was stunned and couldn't calm down for a long time. What? Lin Feng bought a car? When did this happen? Chapter 29, Luxury Car. Out on the street, Lin Feng is scolded as a taker. The dusty luxury car mentioned by the system is actually a Lamborghini Reventon. The front looks like a falcon, which is very visually impactful. Bai Mumu's fingertips trembled slightly. She had accidentally seen a piece of popular science before and knew that the price of this car was at least 15 million. A real luxury car. At that time, she also made big promises to Qi Yao, saying that when she had money in the future, she would definitely buy one and take her for a ride. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng helped her bake the pie she had drawn at some point. She got into the car in a daze, her mind still not clear. Lin Feng was also shocked when he saw the car. He specifically searched for the ignition method on Baidu, then pretended to be calm and started the luxury car. The roar of the engine sounded, and after a burst of noise, the car rushed out of the underground garage like a cheetah. The car attracted a lot of attention on the road, and many people took pictures with their mobile phones. Finally, Lin Feng parked the car in front of a luxurious shopping mall. Bai Mao Building. This is the most high-end shopping mall in the city, and most of the items sold there are gold, silver, jewelry, or luxury goods. Those who can come here to consume all have certain assets. Lin Feng unbuckled Bai Mumu's seatbelt and said excitedly, Mumu, let's go, I'll take you to go shopping. Ha! Bai Mumu still got out of the car with a confused look on his face. After getting off the bus, she looked up at the huge shopping mall. In the past, when she came here, she would just browse around casually. After all, the prices of the goods were really prohibitive. Even an ordinary silk scarf would cost several thousand yuan. Lin Feng wants to buy something here? While she was immersed in shock, two figures appeared in front of Lin Feng's car. Not only Bai Mumu, Lin Feng also noticed it. They were two young girls, wearing heavy makeup and smelling of perfume. Hurry, hurry, it's so hard to come across a luxury car of this level, hurry, take a picture for me. One of the girls sat on the hood of Lin Feng's car without any hesitation, posing in various postures without blushing at all. Okay, I'll take the picture for you right away. Sit to the left, yeah. The other little girl was diligently taking pictures of her. The camera made a clicking sound. Lin Feng originally didn't want to bother with them, but unexpectedly Bai Mumu spoke up. Zhang Lili, Wen Yao? There was a hint of disbelief in her words when she called out these two names. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Bai Mumu knew them? They seemed to be friends. He stopped and stood patiently beside Bai Mumu, waiting for her to reminisce with her old friend. When the two excited little girls heard someone calling their names, they quickly turned their heads, with a hint of panic on their faces as if they had been caught doing something secretive. However, when Zhang Lili and Wen Yao saw that the person who was speaking was Bai Mumu, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Lili, who had just sat on the hood, stood up, clasped her arms across her chest, walked forward a few steps, and looked at Bai Mumu carefully. After a while, she finally spoke. Bai Mumu, how come you haven't lost your figure after giving birth to a child? Her words were full of jealousy and a hint of contempt, really. What a pity. Wen Yao also echoed, exactly. I thought she became a yellow-faced woman after giving birth to a child. Ha ha ha. The two laughed wildly. Seeing that the two of them were not polite at all, Bai Mumu clenched his fists, with anger in his eyes. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Feng frowned. Why do these two people seem so hostile right away? He deliberately took a step forward to block Bai Mumu slightly. This action also attracted the attention of Zhang Lili and Wen Yao. When they saw Lin Feng's handsome and cold face, as well as the special temperament that surrounded him, they were all stunned at the same time, and then their eyes were filled with jealousy. Zhang Lili spoke first. Bai Mumu, if I'm not mistaken, this is the person you're looking for to take over, right? Wen Yao also whispered, what's going on? How could she find such a savior? How could a woman with a big belly and who was pregnant before marriage accept a handsome guy? Damn, it's really infuriating. She muttered to herself, thinking that Lin Feng and Bai Mumu couldn't hear her. But Lin Feng, whose physical strength had reached a certain level and whose hearing was amazing, heard these words clearly. TSK, he comes with bad intentions. What do you mean by a taker? Mumu took a deep breath and turned cold, which was unusual for her. Zhang Lily, please be more respectful and stop spewing dirty words. Isn't that dirty? Hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. It was the first time he saw Mumu being so rude to someone. It seems that the two people opposite must have a deep grudge against his wife. After hearing this, Zhang Lily's smug expression froze and turned into an angry one. Mumu, how dare you say I'm dirty? She laughed out loud in anger. It's bad enough that you got pregnant before marriage while studying, but you don't even know the father of the child. You should be the dirty one. That's right. Wen Yao also spoke up, turning her gaze to Lin Feng. Little brother, you probably don't know that the woman next to you has given birth to a child, and her body is already dirty. Don't you find it disgusting? As she spoke, Wen Yao suddenly became shy. Of course, if you feel disgusted by her, you can come to me. I am much prettier than her, and I have a good figure. Most importantly, I am a virgin. Lin Feng had a face full of question marks. Is this Pu she knew? How dare she say that she is prettier than Mumu with a face full of pockmarks? Who gave her the confidence, Pinru? Resisting the physical discomfort, Lin Feng said calmly, keep your mouths clean, don't just spit shit out of your mouth. Mumu, who originally wanted to refute and was afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand her, saw that he chose to protect her without any hesitation, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. It feels so good to be trusted and protected. Her heart was filled with sweetness, pink bubbles were popping up, and she was surrounded by happiness. But Zhang Lily and Wen Yao are in completely different situations from her. When Lin Feng said that, the two of them looked as if they had eaten shit. Did Mumu drug you? Are you so devoted to her? Zhang Lily was attracted by Lin Feng's face, so she didn't say anything too harsh. Little brother, I advise you to wake up as soon as possible and stop being deceived by her. Wen Yao seemed to be heartbroken and said aggrievedly, my kindness is taken for granted. Little brother, why are you so malicious towards us? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Am I more malicious? He sneered. It was you who took photos on my car first, soiled my things, insulted my wife as soon as we met, and even seduced me shamelessly. So, who has more malicious intent? What did you say? Zhang Lily covered her mouth in surprise and almost laughed out loud, pointing at the Lamborghini Reventon. Is this your car? Chapter 30. I'll take care of everything except these two. What else? After saying that, Lin Feng pressed the car key. The luxury car not far away heard the call and rang twice in response to his action. The two beeping sounds were extremely harsh to Zhang Lily and Wen Yao. It was as if there were invisible giant hands in the air, hitting their faces with crackling sounds. In addition to the emotions of embarrassment and jealousy, there was also a hint of desire in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng. However, all of this was completely ignored by Lin Feng. He naturally took Mumu's hand and declared his sovereignty online. Wen Yao was still unwilling to say something to him, and said anxiously, brother. Stop. Lin Feng quickly intercepted the rest of her words. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and stop pretending to be aggrieved? It's disgusting. And stop clucking, are you going to lay eggs, old hen? The last three words were pronounced one by one, without any gentleness. This time, Wen Yao's face turned red with shame and she had nothing to say. What's wrong with being rich? Seeing that Wen Yao had lost her fighting spirit, Zhang Lily began to feel indignant. You want to show off just because you have a few bucks? And, Mumu, you're just a gold digger. You found a good buyer. Heh, it's normal for him to be rich. After all, how can someone without money become your target? After she finished speaking, she looked righteous, with a hint of expectation in her eyes, as if she wanted Lin Feng to discover her uniqueness so that he could leave Mumu and run to her feet. But these little thoughts could not escape Lin Feng's eyes. He locked the car, his eyes dark. Gold digger? Are you introducing yourself? I don't like to insult women, but you, a piece of trash, are an exception. Lin Feng paused, and the oppressive feeling brought by the aura emanating from his body reached a new level. You are just jealous of Mumu, and you pretend to be noble and self-respecting to beg for my attention, hoping to get financial support. Unfortunately, you made a wrong calculation. He exposed Zhang Lily's little thoughts with one sentence, speaking bluntly and ruthlessly, and did not forget to add a sentence at the end. I despise scheming bitches like you the most. Zhang Lily was stunned by these words. No. She wanted to refute, but Lin Feng was obviously too lazy to listen to her. What are you talking about? Shut up, your mouth stinks. We will meet in no time. Then, Lin Feng took by Mumu's hand and strode into the mall without even glancing at Zheng Lili and Wen Yao. They were left alone in the air, messy, powerless and furious. After entering the magnificent shopping mall, Mumu finally laughed out loud. When she was in school, she suffered a lot of ridicule from Zheng Lili and Wen Yao. Now seeing them being criticized to the point of being speechless, she naturally felt good. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. When Mumu stopped smiling, noticed Lin Feng's gaze, and realized that their hands were still tightly clasped together, her little face suddenly turned red. But she still let Lin Feng lead the way and followed behind with a shy look on her face. This is good. That one suits you, too. It's all included. Even though there were some minor incidents, Lin Feng did not forget the main purpose of coming to the mall, shopping. As long as it is something Mumu likes and takes a closer look at. 2 words swipe card. After a tour, I achieved quite a lot. This store is good. Lin Feng stopped in front of a luxury store again. Mumu, let's go buy you some bags. As for bags, there is no such thing as too much. Lin Feng, it's enough. Mumu glanced at the bags in his hands with a worried look on her face. I have enough bags. Although she didn't know what kind of property he had, she felt a little guilty about his squandering. Who would complain about having too many bags? Lin Feng didn't say anything and pulled Mumu into the luxury store. Sir, madam, the prices in this store are very high. Please go to another store. As soon as I entered the store, I was poured a basin of cold water. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng looked up and saw the salesgirl looking at him and Mumu with disdain. He frowned. This attitude, is it because he is dressed too ordinary? I had heard a long time ago that sales clerks in luxury stores are arrogant, but I didn't expect that what they said on the internet was true. It's bad luck, I shouldn't have entered this store. Ding! Temporary task now released, slapped the arrogant salesgirl in the face. The mission is successful, the host will receive 3 million in cash. The voice of the system successfully stopped Lin Feng from stepping out of the store. So he turned around again and glanced at the items in the store. Sir, please. The salesgirl wanted to stop him, but Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, the customer is God, don't you understand? This statement was met with an even more contemptuous look from the salesgirl. She thought that the customer who can consume is God. As for the 2 customers in front of her who were dressed in ordinary clothes and could not afford luxury goods. Not worthy. The salesgirl said nonchalantly, what would you like to buy? But I still have to remind you that if you don't buy anything from our store, don't touch it. If it breaks, you can't afford to pay for it, sir. Every word he said was respectful, but there was no respect for Lin Feng at all. Even the good-tempered Mumu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Lin Feng's clothes. Let's go. We won't buy it from him. Lin Feng gave her a look that said be patient. Mumu was completely confused. What is this for? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Feng's actions gave the answer. He pointed to a row of items on the counter and pulled out a card. This, and that. The moment she saw the card, the salesgirl's attitude changed. Seeing that a big business had come, she came forward happily, smiling, okay, I'll pack it for you right away. Lin Feng did not reject her flattery, but just nodded lightly, waiting for the good show to happen next. 10 minutes later, the salesgirl came with bags of items in her hands, smiling broadly. Sir, the bag you requested is already packed. Would you like to transfer it directly or pay by credit card? Wait, did I say I wanted these? Lin Feng's words stunned the salesgirl. Taking advantage of this interval, he curled his lips slowly. What I'm saying is, I want everything except these. What? The salesgirl's smile was frozen on her face, which looked particularly funny. Her body was stiff, but seeing that the items Lin Feng bought could bring her a certain share, she continued to work patiently. This time it took her longer to pack, a full 20 minutes. But when she looked at Lin Feng with anticipation, Lin Feng smiled again. The smile gave her the chills. Fortunately. Okay, pay. The salesgirl's smile instantly lit up, as if she saw the glorious moment when she became the sales champion. It's just that I don't want to be served by you. Lin Feng casually called over a salesgirl who was working silently. Excuse me, I need to pay the bill. At this moment, the arrogant salesgirl's expression looked like she had eaten a pound of old gay, and the sound of the reward arriving in her account rang out at just the right time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a cash reward of 3 million. Chapter 31, Using the Ability of Perspective to Gamble on Stones for the First Time. Lin Feng was in a good mood after receiving the reward in slapping the arrogant salesgirl in the face. Her face turned black just now. Mumu chuckled, her curved eyebrows and eyes looked very beautiful. I guess you will never dare to look down on others again. Seeing her smile, Lin Feng felt even happier. Then he took a closer look at what he was holding. I have bought almost all the bags, jewelry, bags, and clothes. Next, there is one more crucial thing. Diamond ring. This is also his main purpose for coming to the mall. He calmly led Mumu to the diamond store. Before they arrived, they heard a loud shout. Betting on stones, one cut can make you rich or poor, you can't be cheated or fooled. Cut the stones on the spot, no one is cheated. The shouting was extremely loud in the magnificent shopping mall, and at the same time, it was out of place. At this time, Lin Feng slowed down his pace. Gambling on stones? He has the skill of clairvoyance, and happened to come across a gambling stone stall. Isn't this a chance to test his skills? Mumu, let's go see what's going on and try our luck. Seeing Lin Feng's enthusiasm, Mumu smiled, did not refuse, and accompanied him to the gambling stone stall. Someone came and the boss began to introduce them happily. Look, these are all raw materials from the old mine. Just this pile, we can definitely cut out good materials. He pointed to a pile of woolen materials of various shapes. Lin Feng did not reply to him immediately, but held his breath and concentrated, activating the skill of perspective when no one else could see. After training, he has become proficient in using this skill. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were faintly golden, but the color was barely noticeable. Now, Lin Feng can already see through the surface of the raw material and clearly see the material inside. 1 piece, 2 pieces. After looking around for a while, he didn't see any amazing material. Good stuff is hard to find. Lin Feng thought that there was nothing good in this stall and was about to give up when suddenly, his eyes lit up. Among the most inconspicuous pile of raw materials, he found a piece of good material with crystal clear interior and no dust. It was particularly conspicuous among the pile of waste materials and seemed to be shining. Just one word, beautiful. That's it. Lin Feng curled his lips slightly. Have you made your choice? The boss smiled and reminded him after seeing him look around, if you want to buy it, you can use a flashlight to take a look. At least it can provide some clues. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. He couldn't just buy the good stuff out of the blue. At least he had to proceed step by step and give the boss some preparation. No, I'll choose this one. What he chose was a piece of raw material from the pile in the corner. Very inconspicuous. Ah? The boss looked hesitant. You don't want to look at other materials? Those are all inferior raw materials, at best bean or sticky. Although bean type and glutinous type jade are also jade, their value is not high and cannot be sold at a good price. This one. Lin Feng's face was full of certainty. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Feng, the boss went to the corner and took out the raw material he pointed to. The boss was just about to put the inferior raw material into a plastic bag when Lin Feng spoke again. Excuse me, I'm going to cut the stone right here. A thin stream of water slid down the surface of the wool material, and the fast-running machine rubbed against the wool material, making a sizzling sound and sparks flying. Some elderly people who liked to watch the fun gathered around. TSK, no, young man, I guess you won't get any good stuff from this raw material. Why are you still attacking me? I believe in you, young man. What do you mean by hitting someone? In my opinion, this is totally unpredictable. Little brother, you lose $2,000. Some experts gave their analysis. After hearing their words, Lin Feng still had a faint smile on his face. $2,000. If it doesn't work, consider it a lesson learned. He said modestly. This humble look attracted the love of many elders. The machine stopped and everyone's eyes were focused on the boss's hands. It's a bean variety, the quality is pretty good. Someone in the crowd raised his voice and said something. The sound was like that of small stones falling on the originally windless water surface, causing ripples. The crowd suddenly became vocal. Congratulations. The boss placed a fist-sized piece of raw material in front of Lin Feng and congratulated him sincerely. This piece can probably be sold for 5,000 yuan. Of course, he just thought that Lin Feng was lucky. It looks pretty good. Mumu touched the cold wool and was happy for Lin Feng. You made 3,000. Congratulations! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, not feeling that surprised. Amid the congratulations, his eyes once again fell on the pile of wool in the corner. Boss, there's some good stuff in this pile of raw materials. In that case, I'll buy another one. Lin Feng now went to a pile of raw materials and picked up a piece of raw material the size of a human head. He picked up the heavy wool material with ease. Shocked, the boss still reminded him, "Young man, you should know when to stop. The price of this piece of raw material is much higher than the previous one. Don't lose money again." Lin Feng still had a faint smile on his face. "Just treat it as a practice." Seeing him so sure, the boss sighed. Young people are still impatient. He shook his head, looking mysterious, but the moment he took the raw material, he almost fell into trouble. Well, he forgot the weight of the wool. 5 minutes later, the stone-cutting machine started running again. As the price of raw materials increased, more and more people gathered to watch. This time, more than half of the people who thought that Lin Feng could produce good information were gone, and only a few people were still willing to believe in Lin Feng's luck. The boss cut carefully according to the lines drawn by Lin Feng. After a while, the machine stopped working and the boss's brain stopped working too. This. The boss stared at the cut raw material in his hands in astonishment. "Boss, why are you still stuttering? Are you surprised by the bad quality of the material?" "Ha, let me take a look, what is it?" "Holy shit? Ice type. I hope I am not mistaken." This time, there was no more casual congratulations, and the onlookers were all silent. The scene reflected in their eyes was a piece of crystal-clear icy jade. Mumu also looked left and right. She didn't understand, but seeing the huge reaction from people around her, she knew that this was good material. Among the group of people, Lin Feng was the calmest, with a smile still on his face. He said calmly, "Boss, it seems that my good luck has not yet ended. An ice species as big as a human head should be worth a lot of money." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the boss came back to his senses and turned his head stiffly. "You're right, it is worth a lot of money." He was knowledgeable and knew that this was genuine ice type. This size, and the quality is rare and good, at least worth 8 million. In one sentence, the onlookers were envious. Chapter 32, spending tens of millions to buy a diamond ring for his wife. This kid is really lucky. Luck? Isn't he cheating? Cheating? How is that possible? I was here from beginning to end. I'm sure he didn't even touch the raw material with his hands before buying it. What else could this be but luck? The onlookers speculated whether Lin Feng was a genius in gambling on stones. However, most people guessed that he was not, and he was just lucky. After all, he was able to guess that it was ice type with just a quick glance. This was incredible. Mumu, who had recovered from her surprise, tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Lin Feng, how did you do it?" Lin Feng knew that Mumu was also curious about why he could pick out the ice type from a bunch of rough materials. "You can't say he has clairvoyance. Maybe, somehow I feel that this piece of raw material is destined to be with me." He gave a vague answer. Mumu touched his chin, thought for a moment and then said, "I see, I understand." Lin Feng was shocked. "No what?" He was just about to ask in detail when he saw Mumu curling the corners of his mouth. This is a man's sixth sense. When Lin Feng and Mumu were whispering, a deep gaze was wandering over Lin Feng, as if trying to see through him. Lin Feng was very alert and quickly noticed the gaze. Turning his head suddenly, he found an old man with white hair, ruddy complexion, and strong aura staring at him. The two men's eyes met, and the old man didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about being caught peeping. He just put his hands behind his back and walked towards Lin Feng slowly. The people around also noticed Lin Feng's gaze and looked towards the old man in the direction he was looking. Some people almost cried out in surprise the moment they saw the old man. "Mr. Mu? Why is Mr. Mu here? Is this person's surname Mu?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that the old man looked familiar. "Mr. Mu, he is Mu Siggy." Lin Feng's memory was awakened. In order to accurately bet on the best jadeite, he once deliberately searched on the search software. At that time, Musco's personal information and photos were listed as the first result on the search page. Mu Siggy has been gambling on gemstones for many years and can be considered a leader in the industry. It's just that he just retired not long ago, and there is less and less information about him on the internet. I didn't expect to meet him here. When Lin Feng was thinking about this, Musco had already come to him. She looked so smiling, much kinder than the serious picture on the webpage. What a genius! Musigi looked Lin Feng up and down, determined to study him from beginning to end. I never thought that even though I have one foot in the ground, I could still meet a rare genius. The people around looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Those who knew Mr. Mu could hardly hide the surprise in their eyes. Mr. Mu has been in the gambling stone world for half his life, but he has never expressed such high praise for anyone. You are too kind. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng said calmly, "It's just luck." Hearing this, Mr. Mu became even more satisfied with him. Being so calm and composed, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. I'm very good at judging people. Mr. Mu tried his best to control the arc of his mouth, and the admiration in his eyes was even greater. You and I are destined to be friends regardless of age. Young man, don't refuse. Lin Feng was about to agree when Mr. Mu spoke again. To show my sincerity, let's go and become sworn brothers right now. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Become sworn brothers? Is this still the serious, calm and introverted Mr. Mu that everyone remembers? Swear brotherhood. Under Mu Lao's expectant gaze, Lin Feng shook his head. That's not necessary. But it's an honor to meet someone like Mr. Mu. He denied the latter, but did not refuse to become friends with Mr. Mu regardless of age difference. After all, such a person can guarantee him smooth sailing and great wealth in the gambling stone industry. Afterwards, after a brief chat with Mr. Mu, Lin Feng remembered another thing. He faces the people around him. Everyone, I will sell this piece of ice on the spot. If you like this material, you can bid for it. On-site sales are not uncommon. This auction caused quite a stir. I never thought that a piece of jade as big as a human head could be sold for 15 million. By Mumu sighed as he walked. The fierce bidding just now left a deep impression on her. Lin Feng shook his head. According to the market price, the ice type with that kind of water and texture can be sold for at most 12 million. 3 million, or even more, is the entry gift for them to make friends with me. He had won the favor of Mr. Mu, so naturally many people wanted to make friends with him. So rich? Bai Mumu couldn't help but sigh. Before she could say something else, Lin Feng had already taken her to a place selling diamond rings. The line of words on the door is particularly eye-catching. Buy a diamond ring for your loved one. The diamond rings sold in our store are bound to only one person for a lifetime, giving you a unique love. Bai Mumu paused. Lin Feng held her wrist and said with a faint smile, "Let's go choose a diamond ring." Bai Mumu's ears suddenly turned red. She followed Lin Feng shyly and walked into the store. The clerk who received them was a young lady and was very enthusiastic. Lin Feng looked around and finally made a decision. Which diamond ring in your store has the largest carat weight and the best quality diamond? After hearing this, the clerk was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had seen a man dare to ask this question. Seeing Lin Feng nodded lightly. Although she saw that Lin Feng's outfit didn't look like something he could afford, she still adhered to the principle of professionalism and said, "Please wait a moment." When the clerk left, Bai Mumu still spoke hesitantly. You don't have to buy something so expensive, right? Although she had witnessed Lin Feng's ability to make money with her own eyes and was not worried about him going bankrupt or taking out a loan, she still wanted to help him save some money. Lin Feng chuckled. You deserve the best. He paused, then continued, besides, isn't the reason I make money to provide a better life for my wife and children? Mumu, just enjoy yourself. Bai Mumu wanted to say something else, but the clerk interrupted her. This ring is inlaid with a 15-carat American square diamond and is worth 10 million. Displayed in front of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu was an exquisite diamond ring the size of a quail egg. The whole body radiates brilliant light. Lin Feng's eyes brightened instantly. Okay, this one. He waved his hand and said, just swipe the card. The clerk was stunned for a moment and asked, Sir, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Lin Feng took out the card and handed it to the clerk, saying lightly, I want this ring by swiping the card. I was surprised and delighted to see that the store's treasure was being sold. Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away. At the same time, the clerk did not forget to speak attentively. Ma'am, I brought you to our store to buy a diamond ring again, and I bought you the biggest and best one in the store. This gentleman must love you very much. I wish you two a long and happy life together, and may you have a son soon. Upon hearing this, Mumu lowered her head and her cheeks turned red. But the smile on her lips shows her happiness now. Ever since she met Lin Feng, she felt like she was soaked in a honey pot, filled with happiness. Chapter 33. Get the certificate. Get married. After buying the diamond ring, the next step is naturally to get the marriage certificate. Lin Feng drove and took Mumu to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But when they arrived at the door, he parked his car farther away because it was difficult to park. He and Mumu walked the remaining distance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When he was only one street away from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure and frowned slightly. Shen Han? Directly opposite him was his materialistic ex-girlfriend. Shen Han is now dressed brightly and beautifully, but what cannot be ignored is the darkness under her eyes and her slightly listless spirit. Seeing Lin Feng paused, Mumu tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Feng's mouth curled up unkindly. "I just met an acquaintance." Seeing this, Mumu didn't ask any questions and just followed Lin Feng quietly. After crossing the road, Shen Han happened to look up. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Lin Feng. "Lin Feng?" Shen Han hung up the phone. When she saw Mumu beside Lin Feng, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "Long time no see." Regardless of the consequences, Shen Han stepped forward, crossed his arms, and carefully inquired about Mumu, not forgetting to mock, "You found a girlfriend after breaking up with me? It's rare that someone would like you when you are so frustrated." TSK, you're lucky." When her eyes swept over Mumu, she saw her beautiful face and exquisite makeup, and there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes, but then she thought of something, and the jealousy disappeared in an instant and quickly turned into arrogance. When Mumu saw how rude she was, she felt a little disgusted. Without waiting for Lin Feng and Mumu to speak, Shen Han started his one-man show again. This time it is targeted at Mumu. "Sister, you may not know that Lin Feng found you after he broke up with me. Oh, it's also because of your great charm that Lin Feng let you down. It must be hard to be a spare tire, right?" She covered her face and smiled, then added the next sentence clearly. "Congratulations, I don't want Lin Feng anymore, you have successfully become a regular employee." There was a strong sense of boasting in Shen Han's words, and he was also belittling Mumu in his words. These words make people feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng didn't want to pay any more attention to her, but who would have thought that Shen Han would bully Mumu for no reason? Then he couldn't just ignore it. "Who do you think you are? What can a cheating scum like you say about my woman?" This sentence made Shen Han a little confused. When she was dating Lin Feng, he was almost gentle and kind, which was completely different from his current appearance. Even though they broke up, you can't curse each other so harshly. You dare to scold me?" Shen Han clenched his hands tightly, with complex emotions surging. Before she could figure out how to fight back against Lin Feng, a fat man with a big belly was walking towards the Civil Affairs Bureau across the street. His clothes were obviously worth a lot of money. "Husband." Shen Han smiled instantly. Her biggest trump card is here. When the man walked to Shen Han's side, Shen Han naturally took the man's strong arm, and when he looked at Lin Feng and Mumu, his expression turned arrogant. The man asked in confusion, "Who are these two?" "I told you about my useless ex-boyfriend and his current girlfriend." Shen Han was calm and composed, not afraid that her boyfriend would get angry if he knew. "You should know that I complained to you before." Shen Han is very satisfied with her current boyfriend. He is rich and wealthy, gentle and considerate, and takes special care of her little temper. Just recently, his company seemed to have some problems. But it doesn't matter anymore. Shen Han thought helping someone in need is precious. She would lend a helping hand and lend him money when her boyfriend needed it most. In the future, he would definitely remember her kindness. After Shen Han fantasized about a life of wealth and glory, she raised her head with pride. "Lin Feng, I have to thank you." Shen Han paused, and the smile on his face became even warmer. "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have met the right person. You probably don't know him. After all, he is an upper-class person and you can't get in touch with him. But today I can satisfy your curiosity. My husband is the CEO of Mushy Group." If it weren't for the last sentence, Lin Feng might have believed that Shen Han had found a good partner and a golden rice bowl. But he knows the CEO of Mushy Group. There's something wrong with this. He couldn't help but think of the pig killing scam. Usually someone forged an identity, approached a girl, and eventually defrauded her of her money. Given the current situation, although we cannot say for sure that Shen Han is the pig in this serial scheme, it is very likely that she has been deceived. If it was a stranger, he would have reminded him. But Shen Han? Why should he remind someone who betrayed his feelings? Besides, even if he reminded her, this stupid woman wouldn't believe it. She would only laugh at him arrogantly, saying that he was jealous of them. If that's the case, why bother yourself? Oh, I wish you a long and happy life together. Lin Feng said casually, and took Bai Mumu forward. Seeing Shen Han still blocking the way, he continued, "Make way, you are blocking the way." Shen Han was stunned by the emotionless words. Things are not going right. Shouldn't Lin Feng be jealous and angry, and then roll around in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau like a clown, begging her not to leave, and finally be harshly rejected by her? While Shen Han was confused, Lin Feng had already entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Only a back view is left. Just wait and see. Shen Han gritted his teeth and stomped his feet unwillingly. Lin Feng, I will make you jealous of my future life. Mumu, don't mind it. As soon as he left Shen Han's sight, Lin Feng hurriedly began to explain. That crazy bitch just now was my cheating ex-girlfriend. I hate her 100% now. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers, his expression was solemn and his tone was extremely serious. I, Lin Feng, swear here that I have never done anything to Shen Han. Okay. Bai Mumu stopped him from swearing to the sky and smiled sweetly, I believe you. I will believe you even if you don't explain to me. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. Looking around, he found the registration area. Lin Feng smiled and said, we will get the little red book soon. After saying that, he took Bai Mumu's hand and walked towards the registration window. After sending Shen Han away, everything went much more smoothly. Because they had made an appointment online, at that time, the two of them directly filled out the declaration for application for marriage registration. Then we took photos and got the certificate. A set of processes that flow smoothly. When Lin Feng got the freshly made little red book, he curled his lips slightly and looked at Mumu affectionately. From this moment on, Mumu, you are my legal wife. Mumu's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Oh, let's talk about it when we get home. Chapter 34 Lin Feng beats up the rich second generation. After a day of shopping and getting the marriage certificate, Bai Mumu returned home feeling tired and leaned back on the sofa. As for Lin Feng, with his strong physique, he can easily stroll around for a whole day. You moved them all back? Chi Yao looked at the large and small bags of jewelry and couldn't help shaking her head. Lin Feng, you didn't win the lottery, did you? She had just come back from performing a short play, and the remuneration she received was probably not as much as what Lin Feng and Bai Mumu spent today. Especially the all-American square diamond 15 carats. Chi Yao was sighing, but Lin Feng was admiring the freshly made little red book. He looked at them again and again. It was not enough for him to appreciate them alone, so he laid them flat on the table, found a place with good lighting, and took a photo with his mobile phone. Perfect. He smiled. After taking the photos, he posted them on his Moments. Caption, must have certificate to work. The first person to be swiped was Chi Yao. TSK, TSK, TSK. She shook her head. I suddenly feel like the air around me is filled with the sour smell of love. Later, Bai Mumu also saw this circle of friends. Her ears were red and she looked shy. After a while, when more and more red dots appeared on the circle of friends, Lin Feng clicked on it happily. Most of the people who liked his posts were his classmates and friends since childhood. He scrolled down and a comment caught his eye. Astronomical clock, Lin Feng is getting married soon? Congratulations, may you have a happy marriage. Astronomical clock was his high school class monitor. A very organized person, at that time, he was the most capable assistant to the high school teacher, and he was deeply impressed by him. As he was reminiscing, the cell phone in his hand vibrated. Breaking away from his memories, Lin Feng lowered his eyes. As luck would have it, the one who sent the message was the astronomical clock. He opened the other party's chat box. Astronomical clock, getting married so suddenly? Astronomical clock, there is a class reunion tomorrow. Bring your wife along. It will be a blessing from your old classmates. Lin Feng doesn't have a deep impression of high school. He only remembered that he was doing exercises and reviewing his lessons day and night. He doesn't have a very close relationship with his high school classmates. But the astronomical clock had already said so, and for the sake of face, he couldn't refuse. Mumu. Lin Feng decided to ask Bai Mumu's opinion first. Tomorrow our high school classmates are going to hold a class reunion. They want us to go. Do you have time? Mumu answered almost without thinking, of course there is time. Lin Feng had helped her so much, it was just a class reunion, so of course she had to accompany him. Seeing Mumu agreed, Lin Feng nodded. His slender fingers typed a line of words on the phone screen. Lin Feng, since the squad leader invited me, there is no reason for me not to go. The other party replied almost immediately. Astronomical clock, I knew you could come. The address is room 502 of the Donghan Hotel. Astronomical clock, see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The Donghan Hotel is neither far nor close to the villa where Lin Feng lives. In order not to be late and to prevent traffic jams, Lin Feng and Mumu decided to go out on time at 6:30. Lin Feng packed up early. He was only wearing casual clothes, and the beige windbreaker made him look tall and slender with a cool temperament. The overall look gave him a unique charm. Faint footsteps were heard from the second floor. Lin Feng raised his eyes when he heard the voice, but his movements froze. Mumu dressed up carefully today, with perfect makeup, decent clothes, and a gentle temperament. In ancient times, Mumu would definitely be a lady from a noble family. Then, the two of them went out and got into the car one after another. Lin Feng even considerately opened the car door for Mumu. Fortunately, there was not much traffic jam, and 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Donghan Hotel. This is a 4-star hotel with exquisite decoration. As they approached the hotel, a waiter led Lin Feng and Mumu to box 502. The door of the box was half open, with a gap. A faint voice could be heard from within. Oh, what kind of successful career is this? I was just lucky and got a small project. How much? Not much, probably a few million. I heard his voice before I saw him. Lin Feng knew without even thinking that the owner of this feminine voice was Ji Zihui. Among his high school classmates, Lin Feng was most impressed by Ji Zihui. It's not because this guy is so good, but because he always tells the high school teacher about his classmates and he is a bit effeminate. Because of his well-off family background and the protection of his teachers, he usually acted in a pretentious manner and even bullied his classmates. All in all, not a good impression. Sir, please come in. While I was thinking, the waiter had already opened the door of the private room. Lin Feng nodded slightly, yes, thank you. He strode into the box, while Mumu slowed down half a step behind him. Ji Zihui, who was still showing off in the last second, was quiet for a few seconds. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Feng, he smiled again. Ah, Lin Feng, you're finally here. I heard from Wenzhong that you're married. Let's see what the bride looks like. Halfway through his words, Ji Zihui saw Mumu's appearance clearly. He was startled. What a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and skin as white as snow. His eyes were fixed on Mumu, unwilling to move even a little, and the heat in his eyes was hard to ignore. Embarrassment gradually spread in the air. Ji Zihui, have you seen enough? Lin Feng reminded him and Ji Zihui came back to his senses. Lin Feng, you are so lucky. He retracted his gaze, put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and led him to sit down. However, every time he stole a glance at Mumu, his vision was still unclear. Because of this, Lin Feng chose to sit between Mumu and Ji Zihui. Only then did Ji Zihui calm down a little. The atmosphere of the high school classmates' reunion reached its climax because of Lin Feng's arrival. They all wished Lin Feng a happy golden wedding anniversary. Of course, there is also Ji Zihui's self showing off from time to time. I'll raise a glass. Ji Zihui stood up. Lin Feng, you are older than me, so I call you brother. He picked up his glass. Brother, sister-in-law, I offer you a toast, may you have a baby soon. Although Ji Zihui's eyes were unfriendly just now, Lin Feng did not lose face because of the presence of his classmates. He picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with him. The cups collided, causing a crisp sound. Ji Zihui finished the white wine in his glass, poured another one, and walked straight to Mumu's seat, impatiently. Sister-in-law, toast to you. He looked drunk, but his eyes were clear. Seeing that Lin Feng did not refuse, Mumu also smiled kindly, picked up the mango juice that Lin Feng had prepared for her in advance, and was about to clink glasses with Ji Zihui. When the two cups were about to clink, Ji Zihui suddenly stretched out his hand. The greasy big hands wandered over Mumu's tender little hands, shocking Mumu as if she had been electrocuted. Her hands loosened and the cup fell to the ground. Ji Zihui was still smiling. Ha, how come sister-in-law can't even hold the cup steadily? Lin Feng frowned when he noticed something was wrong and spoke coldly. Don't you want your dirty hands anymore? Chapter 35 Mushy Group announces termination of cooperation. Lin Feng's words didn't leave Ji Zihui any face. Lin Feng, Ji Zihui is probably just drunk. Peacemaker Tian Wenzhong saw that something was not right and quickly stood up to mediate. Zihui apologized to Lin Feng and his wife. The rest of the students echoed. Unlucky. Amid the voices of agreement, Lin Feng glanced at Ji Zihui indifferently, then stood between him and Bai Mumu, took out an alcohol wipe and handed it to Bai Mumu. Mumu, wipe your hands. His claws might have touched something. They're dirty. His voice was loud and Ji Zihui could hear it. Ji Zihui was pretending to be drunk in the first place. This time he was scolded and became so angry that the last trace of alcohol on his body disappeared completely. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. Lin Feng, you are looking for death. After saying that, he stepped forward with his fist raised, wanting to teach Lin Feng a lesson. The students at the scene couldn't help but start to worry. Ji Zihui has practiced taekwondo for 2 years. With this punch, Lin Feng's face will definitely be bruised. Many female classmates felt a little regretful but did not dare to speak out to stop it. When everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to be knocked down, Lin Feng dodged the punch with lightning speed by turning sideways. With his current agility, it was effortless for him to dodge the punch. Ji Zihui's punch missed, and when he was surprised, Lin Feng punched him back. The powerful fist hit Ji Zihui's lower abdomen. He instantly felt his stomach churning and the leftover food was about to be beaten out. There was an uproar all around. Ah! After a scream, Ji Zihui fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. From analyzing the power contained in the punch just now, he knew that he could not beat Lin Feng. But he was unwilling to give up. Lin Feng, you don't know who my father is? He took a breath and showed the backer he had always been proud of. My father is the chairman of the G Group. G Group? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, it sounded familiar. Huang Yao always liked to tell him about the big and small things about the Mushi Group. He also vaguely remembered that the G Group was a small company that came to Mushi Group to seek cooperation. There are interests involved, and Mushi Group is still in the upper hand, so everything will be easy. Oh, then what? Lin Feng smiled, you're so old, and you're still looking for a father? The provocation in the words was obvious. Lin Feng, don't be so proud. Ji Zihui moved back, took out his cell phone in a panic and called his dear father. The call was picked up quickly. Hey, Dad, I'm being bullied, come and help me. Yes, room 502, Donghan Hotel. You'll be here right away? Good. After a brief conversation, Ji Zihui became proud. After hanging up the phone, he laughed grimly. Lin Feng, my dad is coming, just wait and see, I will make you suffer, ah. Another punch. The punch hit his left eye. The area around Ji Zihui's eyes instantly turned purple. Faced with his cocky and feminine side, Lin Feng really couldn't stand it anymore. Then there is no need to endure anymore. 20 minutes later, Ji's father hurried to the hotel. Open the door. Ji Zihui was hiding in the corner, afraid that Lin Feng would punch him again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was leisurely peeling shrimps for Bai Mumu, and he had already reached the last step. There was also a circle of surprised classmates. The atmosphere is weird. Father Ji was stunned for a few seconds, then woke up from Ji Zihui's painful wails. He hurried forward to help his beloved son up, looked him around, his eyes filled with heartache. Who hit you? Asked Ji's father. Him. Ji Zihui pointed at Lin Feng without hesitation. Dad, he is just jealous of me, a pariah. He is jealous of what I have. Puff. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. Is he jealous of Ji Zihui's effeminacy and his disgusting disease? He is still a pariah, how noble is he? Ridiculous. But Lin Feng was too lazy to explain more. Young man, you are very brave. After confirming the target, Ji's father started the fight directly. You dare to provoke the G Group, are you tired of living? His voice was cold. Lin Feng replied calmly, and then? Ji's father choked, but then immediately recovered. If you dare to provoke the young master of my G Group, I will make you suffer the consequences. Not only you, but also your family and friends are all responsible. Father G stroked his beard and said, "Of course, if you kneel down and apologize to my son and let him vent his anger, I can also be merciful and not bother with you, a junior." Father G looks so superior that if you don't know him, you might think he is some kind of immortal. I see. Lin Feng understood instantly. It was G's father who gave Ji Zihuai the courage to bully his classmates when he was in high school. Father G was confused when he heard this. Lin Feng suddenly said, "You have cooperation with Mushy Group, right?" It's not a rhetorical question, but a declarative sentence. How do you know? Father G was now even more confused. Not only do I know that, Lin Feng said as he dialed Huang Yao's number, "I can also ruin your cooperation." Haha, you young brat, what are you dreaming about? If you can make Mushy Group and my G Group terminate their cooperation, I will call you a senior. G's father obviously didn't believe it. While he was speaking, Huang Yao on the other end of the phone had already answered. "G Group, do you have any impression?" Lin Feng went straight to the point without any hesitation. "Yes, isn't it the small group that rushed to cooperate with Mu Shi?" The loudspeaker was turned on, and the other party's magnetic voice reached the ears of everyone present. Father G's body stiffened. This voice sounds so familiar. Ignoring his stunned expression, Lin Feng spoke again, "Let's terminate the cooperation. The character of the chairman of G Group and his son is not very good. If we cooperate, we will be tainted with bad luck." Huang Yao listened and didn't ask why, just said okay. After a while, he asked hesitantly, "Is there nothing else? The major shareholder of Mu Shi Group is looking for him for such a small matter?" "It's okay," hanging up. Lin Feng hung up the phone. Less than a minute after hanging up the phone, G's father's cell phone rang. It's a message. The message above was really sent by the person in charge of contacting them from Mu Shi Group. G's father quickly glanced through it and the 4 big words "termination of cooperation" were glaring. A bolt from the blue. After losing the order from Mu Shi, their company lost tens of millions. Tens of millions is a fatal blow. Moreover, since a small company like his was terminated by Mu Shi Group, which big company would cooperate with them in the future? The loss is incalculable. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he stared straight at Lin Feng. Mr. G, who was so arrogant a few minutes ago, is now extremely humble. "Lin Feng, can you please forgive me and forget about today's unpleasantness?" Chapter 36, The Gold Digger Seduces Lin Feng and is slapped in the face in public. Lin Feng said firmly, "Not good." What a joke. He is not a fish with only 7 seconds of memory, why would he forget? Father G has never been so humble. But now the fate of G Group is decided by Lin Feng, so he can only grit his teeth and swallow it. I understand. You're still not satisfied. I'll let my rebellious son apologize to you right now. Even honorifics were used. Yes. Lin Feng nodded calmly, "Please start your son's performance." Father G broke another back tooth. "Ji Zihuai, come and apologize to Mr. Lin Feng." "Dad." Ji Zihuai suddenly felt wronged. He was seriously injured, but his father actually got scared. Isn't it Mushy Group? He only needs to move his fingers. It can't shake the other party's position in the slightest. Ji Zihuai accepted his fate instantly. He got up bearing the humiliation, unwilling to accept the disgrace, but for the sake of Ji's family business and for justice, he still limped to stand in front of Lin Feng, his eyes full of determination. "Stop." Lin Feng interrupted Ji Zihuai's one-man show. "Idiot, do you think you are the leading actor? You have so many scenes, but you keep your head down and dawdle. You deserve to be nothing." Ji Zihuai. After gnashing his back teeth, Ji Zihuai lowered his head and said, Lin Feng, I was drunk and did something wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Feng said slowly, "Did you touch my hand just now?" Although Ji Zihuai's train of thought was not clear, he slowly understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. He turned to Mumu again, slapped himself on the face and said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been tempted by your beauty, please don't bother with me." "Lin Feng, is this okay?" It was the first time that Ji's father and Ji Zihuai apologized to someone like grandsons. I thought Lin Feng would give in and say good things about Mu Shi Group to Huang Yao. But the opposite happened. "Just because you apologize, my wife and I have to accept it? Then you are more domineering than robbers." Lin Feng spoke slowly. "Now that you've apologized, what are you waiting for? Go away. It's unlucky to be in the same room with you guys." The G family father and son did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. They could only leave in embarrassment and deal with the mess in the company. After they left, the air in the box became much fresher. Brother Lin Feng, do you still remember me? Ah? You don't remember? It doesn't matter. There's still time. You can get to know me slowly. This is their contact information. I'm waiting for you anytime. You must contact them. When the seductively dressed female classmate handed the contact information to Lin Feng and moved a long distance towards him, Lin Feng resisted the urge to overturn the table and glared at the female classmate with a frown. No, are you mentally retarded? The female classmate was stunned. Huh? You are so coquettish and have body odor under your armpits. Don't you think I despise you? You seduced a married father and did it in front of my wife. Do you think there are not enough labels on you and you have to add a mistress to stop? Lin Feng let out a breath secretly. I cursed out all the words that I had been holding back, and I felt much more relieved. The female classmate was also an expert at acting weak, but she was at a loss for a moment. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she looked at Mumu with grievance, who she thought would be soft-hearted. Sister, I didn't. I just wanted to catch up with my brother. How could brother Lin Feng misunderstand me? Sister, you understand women. Can you explain it to Lin Feng and speak for me? After a pause, the woman gave Lin Feng a loving look and said, I don't want my brother to misunderstand me. The ending sound is very long. Lin Feng and Mumu looked at each other and only got one message from each other's eyes. They are all going to be disgusted to death by this man. I'm not a saint. Mumu said calmly, without a trace of emotion in her voice, so, don't seduce my man, okay? Sister by Lianhua. Mumu rarely criticizes others. She has a good temper, but she won't tolerate such a woman stepping into her minefield. The development of events was not at all what the White Lotus had expected, and her crying stopped abruptly. There was still a tear hanging in the corner of my eye, half reluctant to fall away, and the situation was embarrassing. At this time, Lin Feng held Mumu's hand and interlocked their fingers. Even though they shook hands many times and got the certificate, Mumu's face still blushed. But there was a smile on her lips. However, the happy smile was particularly dazzling in the eyes of female classmates. Don't be so delusional. Lin Feng said at the right time, I will always be loyal to Mumu. This statement is very powerful. For a moment, Mumu became the object of everyone's envy. Since Lin Feng can become friends with Huang Yao, he must be from the upper class. It's so blissful to have a rich boyfriend who expresses his love in public. In addition, Mumu is beautiful, and when she stands together with Lin Feng, they are a match made in heaven. This model couple is even more enviable. Mumu's dimples appeared as she smiled, and she held Lin Feng's hand tightly back, expressing her trust in Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Mumu with a smile in his eyes. Sudden. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, show loyalty to Mumu in front of outsiders. I received the mission reward, medical skill plus 30. Lin Feng laughed even more happily. Is there such a good thing? In the end, the only one injured at the scene was the magnificent White Lotus. She is heartbroken. After eating and drinking, this wonderful class reunion is coming to an end. Next time, see you next time. You. I'm fine. Do you want me to take you away? I can even carry you. Lin Feng. You're getting married, so I have to show my appreciation. Come, I'll carry you two young couples home. Tianwen-zhong, who was drunk, was holding the toilet and vomiting while seeing his classmates out. Even after a few years, his organizational skills are still very strong. It just has a bit of taste. The mind is not that clear yet. Lin Feng politely declined Tianwen-zhong's suggestion to take the newlyweds home, and walked towards the parking lot under Tianwen-zhong's reluctant gaze, like an old father. Although Lin Feng only drank 2 sips of white wine, he remembered the traffic rules and called a designated driver. When there were only 200 meters left to the parking lot, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. He was about to answer the call when his eyes stopped at the caller ID. His body stiffened and his eyes were no longer as gentle as before. Wang Yamei. His mother. She was originally the closest family member, but in Lin Feng's eyes, she was even like an enemy. Just because Wang Yamei is a mother who cheated on her husband and abandoned her family. With a sneer, Lin Feng pressed the connect button. Lin Feng, I'm boarding the plane right now. It will take 6 hours to get to your place. Your stepsister will be traveling with me. Pick us up at the airport at 4 a.m. There was no room for maneuver, the tone was completely commanding. Chapter 37 The mysterious old man has a heart attack. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Who are you talking to me as, my mother? He paused, then sneered, but when you abandoned your husband and children, you were no longer a mother. But beasts. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but Wang Yame, as a person, completely embodies the word indifference. The other party was obviously shocked by these words. After all, when Wang Yame left, Lin Feng was still a child who could only cry and run behind the taxi she was riding in, begging her not to leave. Lin Feng's change is huge. Lin Feng, I gave birth to you. You should respect me instead of blaming me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have come into this world. Do you know? While Wang Yame was chattering, Lin Feng hung up the phone without saying a word. This set of rhetoric is really a form of moral blackmail against him. If he had the right to choose, he would never be reborn into Wang Yame's belly and become her mother and son. This is the biggest bond between Wang Yame and me. For him, it is also a shackle. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's aura was still cold. Bai Mumu, who had remained silent, had worry in her eyes. Seeing him hang up the phone, Bai Mumu asked tentatively, Lin Feng, are you okay? The gentle words seemed to bring strength to Lin Feng. He smiled reluctantly, don't worry, I'm fine. Bai Mumu pursed her lips, but still spoke. Lin Feng, although I don't know what happened, if you have something you can't solve, you can tell me and I will do my best to help you. This time, Bai Mumu took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand. Her words were gentle yet firm. You can believe me, we are husband and wife, lovers who will accompany each other for the rest of our lives. In an instant, the coldness around Lin Feng melted away. He just felt that Bai Mumu brought him endless strength. Lin Feng nodded gently. Okay, I will always believe in you. Although the impact of Wang Yame's sudden appearance was somewhat dissipated by Bai Mumu's gentle consolation, it was still a time period when emotions were most intense. Late at night, Lin Feng still tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with the image of Wang Yame cruelly leaving. The shadows of a person's childhood take a lifetime to heal. Lin Feng immediately felt that this was true. Turning on the light, he turned over irritably, threw back the quilt, got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom. The warm yellow light did not make him feel better, and there was still a knot in his heart that had not been untied. When Wang Yame was caught cheating on her husband, her father was already furious. Wang Yame showed no remorse and angrily accused her father of being incompetent and failing to give her enough money, which was why she slept with someone else. Afterwards, Wang Yame left without mercy, saying that she wanted to go abroad with the man in her bed and live the life of a rich wife. Lin Feng chased the taxi she was riding in for a full 1,000 meters, but his mother did not show any sympathy. But a hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune always strikes the unfortunate people. The day after this incident, his father was so sad that he accidentally fell into the lake while drunk and drowned. From then on, Lin Feng thought that he had become an orphan completely. No father. Also no mother. The complicated past was like a slideshow, constantly playing in Lin Feng's mind, scene after scene. His painful past gave him a headache. Lin Feng simply stopped thinking about it and just sat quietly on the futon in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, in a daze. The light in the neighbor's bedroom was still on. The two villas were not far from each other. The floor-to-ceiling windows of Lin Feng's room were located facing his neighbor's bedroom. He began to divert the pain that Wang Yame inflicted on him by asking himself, what are my neighbors busy with? His neighbor is a little old man with a quirky personality. He is usually careless and only likes to study some medical knowledge. Although he lives nearby, it must be said that Lin Feng has not spoken a few words to him yet. Should I chat with this old man tomorrow and find some topics to talk about? Lin Feng thought, after all, they were neighbors, they would see each other every day. Just when his attention was completely diverted, the little old man who was studying at the desk a moment ago now turned pale and fell down. Not good. Lin Feng reacted quickly. He stood up without thinking, put on a coat, and walked towards his neighbor's villa. When he arrived in front of the neighbor's house, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and kicked it. When life is at stake, all money is nothing but clouds. Ding! Ding! Warning! Warning! Outsiders are invading. Outsiders are invading. The property management fees in this villa area are high and the property management is also responsible. Each villa has an automatic alarm system. As long as the door is opened by external force, the artificial intelligence will automatically transmit the message to the security guard, who will rush to the owner's location within 5 minutes. But now Lin Feng had no time to think about anything else. He just strode into his neighbor's house. He immediately found the room where his neighbor was based on his memory. With a clang, the bedroom door fell down. Another door was scrapped. The neighbor was not completely unconscious at this time, but he was still in a daze and realized someone was coming. The little old man curled up on the ground, looking painful and unconscious. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and hurriedly took his pulse. Lin Feng, who has extremely high medical skills, masters a lot of medical knowledge. At the moment of taking the pulse, the brain seems to be able to automatically filter knowledge and put the useful ones in the forefront. Within a minute, Lin Feng analyzed why the old man fainted based on his condition and pulse. Heart attack. The situation was urgent, so he glanced around. He knew that his neighbor was a doctor, but he didn't know whether he was a Chinese or Western doctor. Most of the medical skills the system gave him were traditional Chinese medicine. In this situation, if acupuncture can save lives, the effect will definitely be good. Got it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A pack of silver needles was neatly placed on the old man's desk, and a few needles were stuck in a skull mold. Lin Feng quickly put the needles together and also put away the silver needles on the mold. After a simple disinfection, his eyes became determined. This is my first time practicing. Lin Feng whispered, silently encouraging himself, come on. Fortunately, countless well-organized knowledge ran through his brain, and Lin Feng seemed to be assisted by God. He found the acupuncture point in the blink of an eye, and his hands moved without delay. A silver needle was inserted into the acupuncture point exactly, with no deviation in the force. The old man's expression suddenly improved. However, Lin Feng did not dare to relax. He picked up another silver needle and aimed it at the second acupuncture point. Just as he was about to take the plunge, a male voice suddenly appeared. What are you doing? Stop it. Breaking into a house and killing people? Lin Feng knew that they were the security guards who had just arrived after receiving a warning signal. Only. He holds such a thin silver needle. It doesn't look like he's killing anyone, does it? Chapter 38, Medical Master. I have to admire the imagination of these security guards. I'm Lin Feng, the owner of the villa next door. This old man has had a heart attack. I'm giving him acupuncture to save him. I need you to call 120. Thank you for the trouble. Lin Feng said this quickly and continued with his actions. He couldn't be distracted now. The security guards looked at each other. They had an impression of Lin Feng, the owner of a Lamborghini Reventon. After a little hesitation, one of the security guards made a prompt decision and said, call 120. He looked determined. We have to trust the owner. Besides, Lin Feng didn't seem to be trying to harm the old man. So, the security guards were responsible for waiting for the ambulance, while Lin Feng was responsible for giving the old man acupuncture to buy time for rescue. Both parties' hearts were in their throats. Lin Feng was fully focused, and after finding the right acupuncture points he inserted the needles, gradually becoming proficient in the technique. About 7 or 8 minutes later, when Lin Feng inserted the last needle, the old man's face was no longer the horrible blue-white color, and his breathing gradually became stable and comfortable. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After his treatment, the old man will most likely be out of danger. Just at this moment, the sound of an ambulance was getting closer. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his head and felt a lot more relaxed. Finally, I'm here. Afterwards, because the old man was unable to contact his relatives immediately, adhering to the concept of saving lives to the end and sending Buddha to the West, Lin Feng had no choice but to send the old man to the hospital with the doctor. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor pushed the old man to the emergency room for emergency treatment. Lin Feng was not in a hurry either, and paced outside calmly. He knew the old man's current physical condition. He was no longer in danger of death. 20 minutes later. The lights in the emergency room dimmed and the old man was safely sent to the general ward to wait for his relatives. Lin Feng followed behind. In order to take care of his lonely neighbor, he could only rest for a while on the bench outside the ward. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the night outside the window and a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Feng slapped his thigh. I almost forgot my wife was at home. He left in a hurry, so naturally he didn't have time to tell by Mumu in advance that he was going out to save someone. Now that the old man's condition is stable, Lin Feng has to stay with him until he wakes up. In order to prevent Mumu from worrying about not being able to find him when she wakes up tomorrow, he has to report it. Linfeng quickly opened his mobile phone and quickly found the chat interface of wife. Edit the text and send it. Linfeng, my neighbor had a sudden heart attack. I am with him in the hospital. Don't worry. Linfeng, oh, right. Linfeng, the other party is a man, and he is elderly. After sending it, Linfeng felt relieved instantly. He couldn't stop smiling when he thought about his wife caring about him. 2 words, sweet. When Jiang Qianyi woke up, he was stunned to find the familiar smell of disinfectant around him. Shouldn't he be at home studying surgery? Why is he in the hospital? Who sent him to the hospital? Cough, cough, cough. All kinds of doubts swirled in his mind, but the dryness in his throat made it difficult for him to speak. Yesterday, he vaguely saw a young man giving him an acupuncture. The young nurse on round saw this scene and walked quickly to Jiang Qianyi's bedside. Be careful, she said, carefully helping him up. But she heard from the doctor yesterday that this old man was not a simple person and must be taken good care of. After helping him up, she considerately gave Jiang Qianyi a sip of water. Only then could Jiang Qianyi speak. Thank you. His voice was still a little hoarse, but it contained a sense of majesty that was hard to ignore. Excuse me, who brought me to the hospital yesterday? Where is the person who brought me to the hospital? The young nurse shook her head helplessly and apologized. Old man, I only know that a young man brought you to the hospital. He just went out, probably to buy breakfast. Also, you were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment because of a sudden heart attack. After hearing what the young nurse said, most of Jiang Qianyi's doubts disappeared. He nodded calmly. At the moment, the only thing he wanted to know was who brought him to the hospital. Just when Jiang Qianyi was confused. The next moment. Linfeng held his breakfast in one hand, humming a little tune, and with his other free hand, he slowly pushed open the door of the ward. You're awake. Linfeng noticed Jiang Qianyi's gaze the moment he looked up. He was not surprised at all, and his tone was as calm as ever. I just bought this breakfast downstairs in the hospital. It's soy milk and fried dough sticks. Please eat it. Don't be disgusted. The young nurse tactfully left the ward. Only Linfeng and Jiang Qianyi were left in the room. Of course I don't mind. Jiang Qianyi's mouth curled up. Young man, what should I call you? Linfeng, you can just call me Xiaofeng. Linfeng put the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the small table. Xiaofeng, thank you. Jiang Qianyi said seriously, if it weren't for you, my life would have been taken away by the king of hell. My name is Jiang Qianyi, and I'm the old director of the city's central hospital. I retired last year and I like to study medicine at home. I'm also a surgeon, and I'm a little famous. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. He did not hide his identity at all and was very open and honest. Of course, he is not just an ordinary surgeon, but an internationally renowned surgical expert. I see. Linfeng smiled. To be honest, I also know a little bit about medicine. Oh? Jiang Qianyi immediately became interested. Shall we chat? He is passionate about medicine and really enjoys talking to like-minded people. Linfeng was not in a hurry either. He poured the soy milk into a small bowl and handed the fried dough sticks to Jiang Qianyi. Mr. Jiang, let's eat and talk at the same time. A surgical genius was carrying fried dough sticks and happily chatting with a young man who was ordinary in appearance. This scene was really shocking to outsiders. But after Jiang Qianyi finished the chat, he still felt unsatisfied. Great, great. I didn't expect that you have such a detailed understanding of medicine and such solid knowledge. At your age, you are a rare genius to be able to master this much. Jiang Qianyi was quite excited. He thought about it and tried to accept Linfeng as his apprentice. But during their communication, he felt that there was nothing to teach Linfeng. Xiaofeng. Finally, Jiang Qianyi patted Linfeng on the shoulder and said solemnly, from now on, we will be friends, friends regardless of age. This was the most compromised solution he could come up with. Hearing this, Linfeng raised his eyebrows. How come this is another friendship regardless of age difference? He is almost becoming the pride of the elderly. But Linfeng still did not refuse Mr. Jiang's kindness. He put on a smile, my pleasure. After getting a positive answer, Jiang Qianyi asked Linfeng a lot of questions, all about medicine. It was not until Linfeng's cell phone rang that Jiang Qianyi reluctantly let him answer the phone. Linfeng just felt dry mouth. He licked his lips and pressed the connect button. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Linfeng, I am Huang Yao. Do you have time? It's about the company, I want to talk to you. Chapter 39, The Ji Family as Father and Son. After Huang Yao hung up the phone, he gave his assistant a few brief instructions and drove alone to the villa where Linfeng lived. He just heard from the phone that Linfeng was speaking more anxiously than usual. It must be because Linfeng attaches great importance to Musher Group. Huang Yao gritted his teeth when he thought about the fact that Linfeng held 23% of the shares but completely trusted him to manage the group, while he himself was just a hands-off boss. With Linfeng's talent, it would be a shame if he didn't manage a company. Huang Yao thought that Linfeng was finally ready to manage the company, and when he arrived in front of the villa with a grateful heart, he stopped. He frowned slightly. At this moment, in front of Linfeng's villa, there were two sneaky people snooping around. Huang Yao asked coldly, "Who are you?" The two figures were obviously startled. The old man and the young turned around at the same time. When they saw that the person coming was Huang Yao, Ji's father and Ji Zihui looked at each other for an instant, as if they saw countless hopes. Mr. Huang. Ji's father's eyes were filled with tears. Although he was still wearing a well-fitting suit, he looked haggard, his hair was unkempt, and he looked a little disheveled. As for Ji Zihui, he was even more embarrassed than his father. In addition to his exhausted look, the bruises on his eyes were the most obvious. Facing Ji's father's enthusiasm, Huang Yao silently took a step back. "Who are you?" He was full of question marks. Who is this? Why did he appear in front of Linfeng's house and know him? When Ji's father saw that Huang Yao didn't recognize him at all, his heart sank. "Boss Huang, I'm Ji Wenxiang. I'm your partner." Ji's father looked bitter and almost cried. You can't listen to Linfeng's one-sided words and cancel our company's cooperation. After our company lost the order from Mushy Group, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse and we are close to bankruptcy. A middle-aged man, at this moment, is as fragile as a child. Ji Zihui also echoed, "Boss Huang, I accidentally provoked Linfeng. I am responsible for my own actions. Please don't vent your anger on my father's company, okay? Please." Although Huang Yao didn't know the situation, he had roughly analyzed something based on Linfeng's phone call yesterday. It should be that Ji Wenxiang's son annoyed Linfeng, so Linfeng called him and asked him to inquire about the cooperation with Ji Group. Ji Wenxiang saw that things were not going well, so he came to Linfeng's house to beg for mercy, but who would have thought that he would meet him? I have to say, he has such bad luck. I just happened to meet this unlucky father and son. Huang Yao knew that the person Linfeng hated was definitely not a good person. While Huang Yao was thinking, Ji's father and Ji Zihui saw that he didn't say anything, so they both stepped forward and prepared to continue to nag him. Unexpectedly. "Ji Zihui, why are you and your father coming to my house? You're sneaking around. It's Linfeng." He had just come back from the hospital and still smelled faintly of disinfectant. The sense of oppression that Linfeng brought to Ji's father and Ji Zihui was so strong that for a moment, they forgot what to say next. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Linfeng walked up to them. "You came to my house to commit suicide?" This cold sentence made Ji's father and Ji Zihui tremble. Linfeng didn't want to waste any more words with them, so he just pointed to the location of the gate of the villa complex. "The door is there, you can get out now, or I'll call security to kick you out." No one moved. Linfeng rubbed his temple with an impatient expression. "Roll. Linfeng." Ji Zihui suddenly jumped up, holding his mobile phone and recording a video. "I recorded everything you just did, I will post the video online." His expression gradually became ferocious. "Because of personal grudges, you want our Ji family to go bankrupt and my father and I to be homeless. I will expose you." Seeing this, Ji's father also took out his cell phone and took pictures of Huang Yao and Linfeng in the face. "Everyone, please judge for me." Huang Yao, the current president of Mushy Group, and his friend Linfeng forcibly stopped cooperation because of personal matters. "We went to apologize, but they still insulted us. This is unforgivable. Who can redress our injustice? Linfeng also beat my son." Ji's father turned the camera to Ji Zihui's face. "Son, Daddy is sorry for you. Linfeng has a lot of power behind him, and Daddy can only use this method to protect your rights. Even though he is old, he is still a good hooligan." Linfeng was overwhelmed by their constant quarrels. "Brother Linfeng." Huang Yao silently moved a few steps towards Linfeng. "What should we do now?" He knew that if public opinion fermented, it would have a huge impact on the Mumu group. The most urgent thing is that he should listen to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't answer him immediately, but took out his cell phone. "Hello, security?" Lin Feng said in a cold voice. "Yes, it's me. I met two psychopaths. Can you please come and throw them out of the villa complex?" "Yes, thank you." After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he patted Huang Yao on the shoulder. "I asked security to come." When the security guards dragged Ji's father and Ji Zihui away, they were still shouting that Lin Feng and Huang Yao would suffer a bad end. The shouting and cursing was so shrill. But Lin Feng didn't care too much about these insults, they didn't matter at all. But he still prepared a backup plan. Huang Yao. He fixed his eyes on Huang Yao. "Please make a copy of the surveillance video of room 502 of the East Han Hotel from 7:20 to 10 last night. It contains footage of Ji Zihui showing off and seducing my wife. We should keep it just in case. Public opinion on the internet can be devastating, so you have to be careful no matter what." Huang Yao nodded heavily. "Okay, leave it all to me. It will be easy if we have surveillance and facts." He believed that Lin Feng would not target them for no reason, as Ji's father and Ji Zihui said. "This is a list of the major and minor events that have happened in the company recently. Don't forget to take a look." Huang Yao handed the documents to Lin Feng, then immediately turned around and left, waving his hand. "I'm going to copy the surveillance." Lin Feng looked at the thick document in his hand and sighed. Why is Huang Yao so persistent in wanting him to participate in the decision-making of Mumu Group? He shook his head helplessly, then took the documents and returned to the villa. Just as I entered the villa, the cold air from outside had not yet dissipated when the phone rang again, as if urging my life to end. Did Huang Yao forget to tell him something? Lin Feng took out his cell phone while thinking. Afterwards, when he saw the caller ID, he frowned and his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. "It's Wang Yame again." The haunting continues. After cursing, Lin Feng still picked up the phone. "Lin Feng." A sharp female voice sounded, filled with anger. Lin Feng calmly put the phone away and said, "What's up?" 2 words, no warmth at all. The other party's accumulated anger was obviously even more intense because of his attitude. "Lin Feng, I asked you to pick me and your sister up, don't you remember? What's the point of me giving birth to you? You're not filial at all. It's better not to give birth to you. I can't count on you for anything. You disappoint me so much." Chapter 40. Let the fire burn bigger. Disappointment? The emotion in Lin Feng's eyes faded away little by little. He said coldly, "Wang Yame, you not only cheated on me, but also cruelly abandoned your family. This is why Dad was so sad that he drowned. After that, I was left alone and relied on charity from relatives to survive until adulthood." He calmly recounted his most painful memories. He tore open the scabbed scar himself, and after some growth, the tender flesh underneath no longer bleeds. After a pause, Lin Feng curled up the corners of his mouth in a sarcastic smile. "You have never been responsible for me, why should I repay you? With your thick skin?" The other party fell silent. Wang Yame didn't know how to answer Lin Feng for a moment, but she had her own reasons. When she cheated on her husband, Lin Feng's father could no longer live with her. She could only hook up with the cheating partner, Brother Wang. But Brother Wang was about to go abroad, and she couldn't bring a burden with her abroad, right? But Lin Feng was a piece of flesh that fell from her body after all. How could Lin Feng choose not to be filial to her just because she made some wrong decisions in the past? As Wang Yame's anger rose, her cell phone was taken away by an external force. She was slightly stunned. But when Wang Yame saw that the person who took the phone was Wang Xiaoxiao, the well-behaved daughter born to her and Brother Wang, she didn't say anything after all, but smiled dotingly. You see, the daughter she personally raised just loves her mom. "Brother Lin Feng, hello, my name is Wang Xiaoxiao, we are half-siblings from the same mother." As soon as she got the phone, Wang Xiaoxiao turned on the speaker and started introducing herself. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, she spoke again. "I think that since Mom has been pregnant for 10 months and has worked hard to give birth to us, we should be filial to her and should not disobey her no matter what. Like me, I have a proud mother and an honest father. I have been filial to my parents since I was a child, even now." Wang Xiaoxiao's tone became more and more proud, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. "Now that I have returned to China after completing my studies, I will soon become a doctor in the city center hospital. I will still be filial to my mother and remember my original intention. From the beginning to the end, no matter her tone, intonation, or the content of what she said, it didn't sound like a younger sister talking to her brother. Instead, it sounds more like a boss lecturing his subordinates. The arrogance in his tone was difficult to conceal. Lin Feng on the other end of the phone couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. While expressing her filial piety to Wang Yame, she also did not forget to show off the status she would soon have. She is really frugal with her saliva. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "Oh, so what?" Wang Xiaoxiao choked. She was not a fool, so she could naturally hear Lin Feng's perfunctory response. How dare a loser who was abandoned by his mother ignore her words? Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that Lin Feng was hopeless. You deserve to be thrown away. Wang Xiaoxiao said coldly, Lin Feng, since you won't listen to my advice, then just rot and stink in the corner alone. Originally, my mother wanted me to support you and stop you from being such a jerk, and I agreed. But because of your attitude, I regret it. After saying that, Wang Xiaoxiao hung up the phone angrily. Mom, let's go. She took Wang Yame's arm. Your son is hopeless. It's not worth worrying about him. Hearing this, Wang Yame hesitated to speak. In the end, she didn't say anything and just sighed slightly. Yeah, okay. Xiaoxiao, you are the one that makes your mother worry the least. A busy tone sounded and Lin Feng exited the call interface. He was in a calm mood at the moment and was disdainful of Wang Xiaoxiao's showing off. I really don't know where Wang Xiaoxiao got the nerve to show off in front of him. Doesn't she know that her proud mother is a mistress and her honest father is an unfaithful man? He could only comment, what an idiot. Ignoring the unpleasantness just now, Lin Feng decided to do some serious work. He walked to the nursery with a smile on his face. Seeing the 3 sweet-smelling little ones playing in the crib, Lin Feng's heart was instantly healed. He picked up a small toy and began to coax his babies. Afterwards, he was busy changing diapers, feeding milk powder. He was having a lot of fun. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, changing diapers for the babies. Rewards, experience points 10, medical skills plus 3. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, making milk powder. Gat. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, play with the babies. Rewards, experience points 20, physical strength plus 5. After Lin Feng teased Sanbao, he straightened up. This morning, he gained 50 experience points, plus 8 points of medical skills and 9 points of physical strength. Lin Feng can't wait to go to the system mall. He rubbed his hands and opened the system mall. It's still the familiar screen projection. He immediately fell in love with the blind box that cost 30 experience points to buy. It's fun to draw blind boxes. This is it. Lin Feng pressed the buy button. Congratulations to the host, after opening the blind box, you will get fortune-telling skills plus 20. Fortune-telling? The system is going to make him become a fortune-teller. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Suddenly, Huang Yao called. The phone rang shrilly, and Lin Feng took 2 steps outside before answering it. On the phone, it was Huang Yao's urgent voice. Lin Feng, something bad has happened. Hurry up and check the internet. Public opinion is everywhere. The excitement on the internet was due to the video recorded by Ji's father and Ji Zihuai in the morning. There were no censorship in the video. It included scenes of Lin Feng threatening them, as well as scenes of Ji's father and Ji Zihuai complaining. This is a video released by the official account of G Group, with a sentence, I hope everyone will give us justice. When the group officially releases this kind of video, it naturally attracts the attention of netizens. The popularity is soaring. TSK, not stupid enough. Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all. He slowly scrolled through the various comments below. Everyone, listen to me. The person in the video is Lin Feng, a senior student at Huada University. There is also Huang Yao, the current CEO of Mushy Group. Let us boycott capitalists together. Everyone, look, this is Lin Feng's wife. Picture, her name is by Mumu. She is probably of the same character. Let us curse her together. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone knows Qi Yao, right? This is a picture of her and Lin Feng and his wife appearing at the hospital entrance together. What the hell? 2 women and 1 man living in harmony? Qi Yao is Lin Feng's concubine, right? This is the posthumous photo I photoshopped for them, please praise me. Insults and doxing. In the end, some people even photoshopped pictures of the deceased. It's worthy of the fighting power of netizens. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Coincidentally, at this moment, Huang Yao sent another message. Huang Yao, what should I do? Mushy Group's stock is on a downward trend. Should I release the surveillance video now? Lin Feng opened his dialog box and made a voice call directly. After the call was connected, he spoke briefly. Just be patient. Let the fire burn bigger. Chapter 41, Internet Slander. Lin Feng's Comeback. Since this is related to the Mushu Group, naturally many people will come out to support it. Or, step on it. 3 hours after the video was released, some groups that had cooperated with Mushu Group came forward. Jiangyan Group, forward, video. I didn't expect Huang Yao of Mushy Group and his friend Lin Feng to do such a thing. Jiangyan Group speaks out for the Ji family father and son. And unilaterally terminates all cooperation with Mushy Group. Songgang Group, I am the chairman of Songgang Group. I watched Zi Hui grow up. Now that something like this has happened, I have to speak out even if it offends Mushy Group. At the same time, I declare that Songgang Group will no longer cooperate with Mushy Group in the future. More than a dozen groups spoke out one after another for the Ji family father and son. They all spoke righteously and wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and the Mushu Group. These groups are certainly not staunch defenders of justice. They are just protecting their interests. Publicly announcing the termination of the contract with Mushy Group can not only avoid being smeared, but also gain praise from a number of netizens. Why not? Nowadays, netizens are giving thumbs up to these groups, praising them for being good industries that dare to fight against evil forces. It is precisely because of this that this matter has received more and more attention and has become increasingly popular. The hot search ranking is also gradually rising. It was simply a step towards the direction that the Ji family father and son were most looking forward to. However, the protagonist Lin Feng, who is being criticized by netizens, is leisurely at this moment. The weather is so nice. Lin Feng took a breath of fresh air and sighed. I should take my wife and children out for a walk and bask in the sun. He and Bai Mumu walked slowly along the path, enjoying the evening breeze. Compared to Lin Feng's leisure, Bai Mumu was still a little worried. She asked hesitantly, Lin Feng, are we not going to control the public opinion on the internet? Public opinion harms people. If we allow netizens to insult us without refuting the rumors, the consequences will be disastrous. It's okay. Lin Feng rubbed Bai Mumu's soft hair and gave her a comforting look. Trust me. His eyes were full of confidence. I will make the Ji Group fall into dust and ruin the reputation of the Ji family father and son. When Bai Mumu heard him say this, the heavy stone in her heart slowly fell to the ground. She believed in Lin Feng's strength. Since he had said so, he would definitely be able to resolve this crisis. As for the comments about her on the internet, she just treats them as passing clouds and they have no practical impact at all. Bai Mumu felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing that she showed no emotion, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his wife was not affected by those remarks. As the sun sets, Lin Feng pushes the children home, holding Bai Mumu's hand. Happy and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, the phone in my pocket vibrated twice at inopportune times. He handed the stroller to Bai Mumu and then turned on his cell phone. 2 new messages. Huang Yao, after receiving your message, the students who were bullied by GZY have contacted me. They promised to explain everything GZY did one by one. Huang Yao, you don't know what GZY's grandson did. It is outrageous to both humans and gods. Huang Yao, he once dragged a girl into the woods and kissed and hugged her, and then threatened her family. It was so disgusting. From the message he sent, one could feel Huang Yao's anger even across the screen. After reading it, Lin Feng hated GZY even more. Beast. He spoke coldly, his voice colder than the temperature in December. Your good days are over. Back at the villa, Sister Roan pushed the children back to the nursery. Lin Feng took Bai Mumu's hand and sat on the sofa. Mumu, it's time. Lin Feng said softly, then he found the hot search list and showed it to Bai Mumu. The current popularity has reached the top. This also means that we can release evidence. The first hot search was a line of large characters. Lin Feng and Huang Yao are bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Give justice to the father and son of the Ji family. It was followed by the word explosion. Seeing this line of words, Bai Mumu clenched his hands tighter, as if to give Lin Feng strength. Yes. She nodded heavily. It's time to make the Ji family's garbage pay the price. Received instructions from my wife, counterattack immediately. Amid by Mumu's pleasant laughter, Lin Feng opened his private Weibo. The Weibo name is just the two simple words Lin Feng. His Weibo was also exposed by netizens, and he received a lot of abuse in private messages. Lin Feng skipped them one by one. He immediately posted a new post. The content is simple, just a video. Caption: The truth. After the release, Lin Feng immediately contacted Huang Yao and asked Mushi Group's official Weibo to forward his message. As soon as Lin Feng and Mushi Group, who were in the whirlpool of public opinion, released the news, netizens flocked in instantly. Return the truth? A last-ditch effort? Disgusting, so disgusting. How dare you post on Weibo? The two above, you should just take a look at the content of the video posted by Lin Feng. That is right, I finished reading it, and now I think GZY deserves to be beaten, because he covets Lin Feng as wife. If someone covets my wife, I will definitely give him a left hook and a right hook. +1 for those who have read this. GZY, the good father, tried to seek justice for his son afterwards, but he unexpectedly ran into a tough opponent like Lin Feng. So cool. For a time, public opinion reversed. The target of the attack suddenly became the G family father and son. Just when I thought the matter was over, Lin Feng released another video. This time, his caption was much longer. Their youth should have blossomed like flowers, but was ruthlessly crushed by the devil. It is urgent to speak up for them and oppose school bullying. Every word is profound. Netizens clicked on the video in confusion, left the video in anger, and turned to attack GZY's entire family. In the video, it is the person who was bullied by GZY in the past who was telling the camera about his evil deeds in the past. There are pictures and the truth. Some of them, while recording the video, recalled GZY's original behavior and felt a chill down their spine and burst into tears. So, in just 20 minutes, the trending searches changed. The first hot search: oppose bullying. The second hot search: why don't the G family father and son die yet? Hot search number 3: Lin Feng and Huang Yao slap each other in the face online, ushering in a reversal. Lin Feng flipped through the comments. In addition to the criticism of the G family father and son, some netizens also apologized to him and Mushi Group. G Group's stock price also plummeted. TSK, evil will be punished. Lin Feng was not surprised by the current situation. After a while, when he continued to flip down, his fingertips stopped. This comment. In Lin Feng's site, several comments appeared on the paper. Am I the only one who thinks that Lin Feng and Bai Mumu look very compatible and are very pleasing to the eye when standing together? In the hotel surveillance, Lin Feng expressed his loyalty to Bai Mumu. What a wonderful couple they are. They are a model couple. Lin Feng, this comment. You have good vision. Chapter 42: You want to be able to eat 4 dishes in your life. The turmoil on the internet was properly resolved. Lin Feng ignored the goodwill shown by G Group and just wanted to concentrate on his own affairs. Huang Yao, I have sent the formula of the anti-hair loss shampoo to Mumu Group, and they agreed to discuss cooperation with Mushi Group. Huang Yao, Lin Feng, this formula is yours, why don't you go and discuss cooperation with Mumu Group? Lin Feng put down the teacup. Mumu Group is the top shampoo company in the city. He gave the formula of anti-hair loss shampoo to Huang Yao in order to reach a cooperation with Mumu Group in the name of Mushi Group. After reading the message sent by Huang Yao, Lin Feng slid his slender fingers across the screen. Lin Feng, okay. Lin Feng, time and place? Even if Huang Yao didn't say anything, he had to take the initiative to propose to go in person to discuss cooperation. After all, he knew that the effectiveness of the anti-hair loss shampoo would definitely cause a sensation in the market, and he discussed cooperation with the Mumu Group just to borrow their reputation in the shampoo industry. The real sales volume still depends on the final effect of the shampoo. Therefore, he needs to gain enough benefits from this cooperation. They agreed to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng was dressed in a suit and tie and attended the cooperation with Mumu Group. He drove to the downstairs of Mumu Group and walked into the main entrance of the group slowly and unhurriedly. But he didn't notice at all that there was a pair of eyes following him from behind. Lin Feng? How could it be him? He came here. Are you running business? Wang Xiaoxiao, who was passing by, was surprised when she saw the person in the photo. They were quite far apart, so in order to confirm whether the person just now was Lin Feng, she even went into the Mumu Group and prepared to go and find out in person. Lin Feng! Wang Xiaoxiao shouted. When Lin Feng heard the unfamiliar female voice, he stopped and turned around, all in one go. When he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's face, which was 4 or 5% similar to Wang Yame's, he instantly guessed that the woman who called him was Wang Xiaoxiao. Who are you? Lin Feng pretended not to recognize her and asked back. I thought you were so smart, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even recognize me. After confirming that it was Lin Feng, Wang Xiaoxiao became even more arrogant. Her words were full of contempt for Lin Feng. All right. Wang Xiaoxiao waved her hands, looking very compassionate. To tell you the truth, I'm Wang Xiaoxiao. Logically, I should call you brother, but your identity and background really don't make it worthy for me to call you brother. So, Lin Feng, as your sister, I have become a doctor. As your brother, you are still working for others at this age. Isn't it shameful? Even though they had just met, she did not hide her dislike for Lin Feng. Shame on you? Lin Feng raised his eyebrow. Why is it shameful? Although he was not a worker, it was still difficult for him to understand what Wang Xiaoxiao said. In any profession, there is nothing to be ashamed of as long as profits are made through legitimate means. And this noble lady Wang Xiaoxiao actually thinks that working people are shameful? Doesn't she work in a hospital? While Lin Feng was thinking about this, Wang Xiaoxiao sneered arrogantly. Lin Feng, do you have any ambition? After all, you have some blood similar to mine. Why are you willing to work for others for the rest of your life? She looked Lin Feng up and down and found that he looked quite handsome in a suit, but that was only on the outside. Without your parents' attention and your own hard work, you will never be able to eat 4 dishes in your life. She added, of course, don't think my words are harsh. I am doing this for your own good, brother. I just want to save you and help you return to the right path. The disdain in his words was simply hard to ignore. Lin Feng was silent for a while. He just thought Wang Xiaoxiao was sick. Why is she so superior? She looks so high and mighty. Who does she think she is? A god? When Wang Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything, she felt inexplicably refreshed. Well, do you think what I said? Stop. Lin Feng interrupted her next words at the right time. Sure enough, a dog can't spit out ivory. Lin Feng shook his head. As expected, you can't speak any human language. Huh? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoxiao stood there in a daze. Her mind went blank and she never expected that Lin Feng would refute her. Logically speaking, Lin Feng should be ashamed and then kneel down to lick her. What do I mean? You idiot, you still have the nerve to ask. Lin Feng said coldly, you said it's for my own good, but you showed off your current status and position and looked down on the so-called workers with a condescending look. Wang Xiaoxiao, who gave you this sense of superiority? Your behavior, to put it mildly, is Miss Pride's ignorance. To put it in a worse way. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Xiaoxiao and snorted with disdain. It's Puxin's sand dollar. Wang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She just felt a buzzing sound in her ears. A loser dares to scold her? The blood in Wang Xiaoxiao's body flowed backwards and her expression became ferocious. She pointed at Lin Feng and cursed, Lin Feng, do you know how to respect others? You are so ignorant and rude, no one will respect you in this life. You deserve to be a bug in the gutter. Showing meanness. Mr. Lin, so you are here. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a male voice came. It was Mr. Lu from Jiamu Group, who was responsible for receiving Lin Feng. I'm Lu Chang, you can just call me Xiao Lu. Mr. Lu smiled and was very respectful to Lin Feng. I will be responsible for receiving you this time. Please come with me to the conference room to discuss the details. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded. He ignored Wang Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. Wang Xiaoxiao felt instantly slapped in the face. How is it possible? Lin Feng must have used some tricks to make people mistakenly think he is so noble. So, Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Lin Feng is an ignorant and shameless villain, he has a bad character, you should open your eyes and don't be misunderstood by Lin Feng's appearance. Mr. Lu paused when he heard the voice. He just felt that this woman was a little seriously ill. It may be that some outsiders are not allowed to enter the group. Please wait. After Mr. Lu and Lin Feng apologized, they took out their cell phones and sent a voice message to the security guard. There is a crazy woman at the entrance of the company, drive her away. 3 minutes later, when Wang Xiaoxiao was thrown outside the door by the well-trained security guards of Jiamu Group, she only felt her face being rubbed on the ground. She certainly would not blame these misfortunes on Mr. Lu. But Lin Feng. Wang Xiaoxiao called her boyfriend who was a boxing coach. Elder brother. It was a guy named Lin Feng who bullied me. Woo woo woo. Brother, you must avenge me. Wang Xiaoxiao cried like a tearful pear blossom. But when she hung up the phone, her expression became gloomy again. She sneered. Lin Feng, if you dare to provoke me, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 43. Lin Feng takes out the recipe and is ridiculed. Lin Feng was too lazy to guess all of Wang Xiaoxiao's little thoughts. He is now very content and is providing a happy life for his wife and children. Following General Manager Lu, Lin Feng came to the high-level meeting room of Mumu Group. Come in, please. Mr. Lu pushed open the glass door for Lin Feng and made a pleased gesture. Well, thank you. Lin Feng did not forget to thank politely. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Lin Feng successfully attracted everyone's attention. Faced with these scorching gazes, Lin Feng was not at all stage frightened. He walked to his seat calmly and began to introduce the session. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng. I was sent by Mushy Group to cooperate with you. We provide the formula of anti-hair loss shampoo, and your company is responsible for selling it. We will split the profits 50-50. Lin Feng's made all the bosses silently give him a thumbs up. However, there are also those who are not convinced. 50-50 split? We just provided a formula, and you, Mushy Group, know how to sit back and reap the benefits. A sharp male voice came, it's just a formula, how dare you ask for such a high price? Lin Feng looked over in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was a man in his early 30s. His ID card showed his position, Manager Zhang of the sales department. At the same time, Manager Zhang was sitting in an untidy manner at this moment, facing Lin Feng with an extremely arrogant attitude. There are 4 big words written all over his body, careless. Lin Feng was not angry, and there was still a faint smile on his lips. Manager Zhang, I believe you haven't read the formula carefully and don't know the effect of this anti-hair loss shampoo, right? After saying that, Lin Feng looked at the others again. Everyone, I am sure that the effect of this anti-hair loss shampoo will cause a certain amount of popularity, and the sales volume will be unprecedentedly good. Puff. Manager Zhang couldn't help laughing out loud. May I ask, who gave you the courage? Manager Zhang paused and narrowed his eyes again. Pinru? In the conference room, bursts of light laughter suddenly rang out. According to what Manager Zhang thought, Lin Feng should be feeling extremely ashamed at this moment. But looking at Lin Feng's current state, he is still as calm and composed as ever. I still say the same thing. Lin Feng said calmly, Manager Zhang, please use it and understand its functions and effects before giving your opinion. Then you will know that it is this that gives me courage. Manager Zhang was speechless for a moment. Well said. The president sitting in the main seat spoke up, I tried the shampoo, and it works well. If it's just a 50-50 split, it can be seen that Mushy Group has made certain concessions. If that's the case, then why would Mumu Group not cooperate? Hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. It's done. Cooperation with Mushy Group will definitely bring you unexpected surprises. As he spoke, Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Seeing this, the president of Mumu Group straightened his clothes, stood up, and shook hands with Lin Feng solemnly. It's been a pleasure working with you. Lin Feng smiled and said, happy cooperation. Everything went smoothly, and the only one at the scene who had dissatisfaction written on his face was still Manager Zhang. Their sales department only likes obvious benefits. They want 50% share for just a formula? He was the first one to disagree. But the president agreed, and he couldn't refute it. After thinking about it, he just wanted to give Lin Feng a quick slap in the face. Mr. Lin Feng. Manager Zhang spoke slowly, with a smile on his face, but it was not very sincere. In this case, why don't we cooperate as soon as possible so that we can see the results sooner? How about it? What's more, now is the peak sales season, so it can be considered a win-win cooperation. Seeing this, Lin Feng became even happier. Sure. The sooner it is released, the sooner the results can be seen. Why not? But Manager Zhang at this time? He just agreed to it? He must be holding on. Yes, he must be. Half an hour later. After discussing the cooperation, it was still Mr. Lu who personally saw Lin Feng off. On the way, Lin Feng thought of something and stopped. I have one more thing to trouble you with. Mr. Lu quickly said, you go ahead. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and sent the 2 addresses to Mr. Lu. This is the address of Mu Sigi and Zhang Qianyi. When the shampoo is ready, I'll trouble you to mail them a copy and tell them it's from me. When Mr. Liu heard these two names, he paused. He didn't know the former, but he knew who this Jiang Qinyi was. An internationally renowned surgeon. Lin Feng actually knows such a big shot? Therefore, he was more respectful to Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Lin Feng felt relieved upon seeing this, and turned around and left Jiamu Group with peace of mind. Afterwards, after seeing Lin Feng off, Mr. Liu checked Musugo's information again. When he saw the words leader in the gambling stone industry, he completely doubted his life. Lin Feng has disturbed the boss's nest? Lin Feng, who had disturbed the boss's nest, now just wanted to go home to be with his wife. When he drove back to the villa, he found Bai Mumu and sister Rong walking out. Lin Feng got out of the car quickly. You're back? Bai Mumu saw Lin Feng coming back, her eyes curved like crescent moons. The diapers are gone, I'm going to buy some with sister Rong, I'll be back soon. Let's go together. Lin Feng was not willing to miss this golden opportunity to be alone with his wife to buy diapers. Sister Rong, you wait for us at home. I will go with Mumu. Mr. and Mrs. have such a good relationship. Sister Rong sighed and returned to the villa. With Lin Feng around, she naturally doesn't have to worry about Bai Mumu. And Bai Mumu was also happy to go with Lin Feng. She sat in the passenger seat and enjoyed Lin Feng's services, including personally opening the car door, fastening her seatbelt, and closing the car door. Then the two of them went to a nearby maternity and baby store together. As soon as they got off the car, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu held hands and entered the store. Welcome. The store clerk's warm reception. Let's get some diapers. Bai Mumu stated his purpose straight away. The clerk understood and began to introduce everything in detail. This one is more practical, this one is more breathable. After hearing the clerk's introduction, Bai Mumu chose a model that was both high quality and practical. This one is 88 per pack. The clerk took down the diaper and asked, how many packs do you want? When Bai Mumu was thinking about this question, Lin Feng spoke. Let's buy 50 bags first, so we don't have to come back to buy them all the time. Bai Mumu nodded in agreement. The clerk was stunned. 50 packs? Isn't that a bit too much? It's rare to buy so many diapers at one time. Not much. Lin Feng waved his hand. We have 3 children and we don't like diapers very much, so it's easier to buy more at one time. 3 children? The clerk's eyes instantly became starry. Both husband and wife are good looking, so their children will definitely be cute. Having 1 child is already a blessing, but 3 children. ISNT, that triple happiness. Chapter 44. Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend cried and begged Lin Feng for forgiveness. After asking the clerk to deliver the diapers to his home, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu drove back to the villa. Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng even stepped into the villa, the cell phone in his pocket rang like a life-threatening accusation. The caller ID showed Shin Han. Lin Feng frowned and pressed the green connect button. Lin Feng. Save me. The first second the call was connected, Shin Han's hoarse voice pierced my eardrums. Lin Feng calmly turned down the volume of his phone. He said calmly, "What's wrong?" The sound was flat. It was considered well-mannered of him not to laugh out loud when his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him encountered difficulties. Because of Lin Feng's attitude, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. With a sigh of relief, Shin Han spoke again. Lin Feng, I've been scammed. Shin Han wiped her tears and wrapped her coat tightly. She couldn't stop shivering from the coldness all over her body, and even her voice was trembling. My boyfriend. No. He's a piece of trash. He cheated me of all my money, and now I don't even have a home. Can you please have mercy on me and save me? I know that I was wrong in the beginning. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me once, just once. Okay? Shin Han talked incessantly without a moment's pause. She was afraid that Lin Feng would hang up the phone. But Shin Han still has confidence. She has great looks and amazing talent. Just a small mistake. Maybe Lin Feng has stopped thinking about it a long time ago. As long as she softens her attitude a little, Lin Feng will come back to lick her. After all, who doesn't make mistakes? Lin Feng? Shin Han called out tentatively. She was waiting for Lin Feng to give her a way out. But the opposite happened. Lin Feng still had no emotion. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Lin Feng sneered. If he talked to Shin Han for one more second, it would be because he was too soft-hearted. And trying to soften his heart by crying? Ridiculous. Whoever is soft-hearted is a grandson. He still has to take care of his wife and children. He won't care about a betraying scumbag. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked into the villa gate with a smile. Enjoy a life surrounded by happiness. 3 days later, Mumu Group released a new anti-hair loss shampoo. And Mr. Liu did as Lin Feng said and mailed the anti-hair loss shampoo he had just developed to Mr. Jiang and Mr. Mu. 5 bottles per person, striving to be the master of balancing water. But Mr. Liu didn't know that a storm of blood and gore was about to break out on the internet. In the villa, Lin Feng was humming a song while changing the diaper of his second baby. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, change the children's diapers, and gain experience points 10. Finished. Lin Feng wiped his hands, extremely satisfied. Afterwards, Lin Feng collapsed on the sofa, ready to check his phone. A tweet caught his eye. The big boss of the gambling stone industry and the expert surgeon actually fought openly over it? Let us explore together, what is its magic? Is this a marketing account? Lin Feng made a casual complaint. But just after he finished complaining, he realized something was wrong. Today seems to be the day when anti-hair loss shampoo was released. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly opened Weibo and clicked on the hot search with a purpose. Sure enough, it exploded. The hot search exploded. Lin Feng swallowed. He quickly clicked on the first hot search, Mumu Group launches new anti-hair loss shampoo. Among the hot searches, the top one is the introduction of anti-hair loss shampoo released by Mumu Group, etc. Next, Surgical Master Jiang Qianni and A Idle Man Musco, who were certified by Weibo, reposted this Weibo post one after another. Surgical expert Jiang Qianni, anti-hair loss shampoo, Jiang Qianni says it's good after using it. Idle Man Musego, thanks to this anti-hair loss shampoo, it saved the few strands of hair I had left. After the two big guys posted, Weibo was almost paralyzed. The number of comments below increased rapidly in an instant. Yes, this is a series that will be published in my lifetime. Mr. Jiang has posted a Weibo post. Isn't it surprising that Mr. Mu posted a Weibo post? You may not know him, but you can search for gambling on stones and the first thing that pops up is an introduction to Mr. Mu. Hold high the banner of Mr. Mu. These comments are so eye-catching. Lin Feng continued to slide down. Below, netizens praised the famous scene of Jiang Qianni and Mu Sigi exchanging sarcastic remarks. Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his temples. Oh, these two ancestors. Why are you still jealous of him? Now, a bunch of netizens were making fun of the two old naughty boys while also buying anti-hair loss shampoo. They don't care about the results. I just want to show my support for the seniors. After most netizens received the shampoo and used it personally, Mumu anti-hair loss shampoo became popular again. This time, it was not because of the teasing of the predecessors, but entirely because of the good effect. It's really popular. I just wanted to give it a try, but I never expected the effect to be so unexpected. It is indeed a product recommended by both Mr. Jiang and Mr. Mu. Brothers, enter without a brain. Lin Feng read the comments and the smile on his face widened. Now, the anti-hair loss shampoo is popular and he is just waiting for the money to arrive. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Feng frowned subconsciously. Is it Shin Han? After thinking about it, he went to open the door himself. But the person standing outside the door surprised him. Manager Zhang? Lin Feng was confused. What is he doing here? Mr. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Manager Zhang said nothing and bowed at a standard 90-degree angle as soon as they met. I apologize for my recklessness. I was blind and offended, Mr. Lin Feng. Please don't take it to heart. He was sincere and didn't look like he was looking for trouble at all. Lin Feng didn't say anything else, but helped him up first. Manager Zhang, when have you ever offended me? Lin Feng smiled. You didn't know the effect of the anti-hair loss shampoo at that time. For the benefit of the company, of course you have to think carefully about whether this shampoo is eligible to share the profits with your company 50-50. He patted Manager Zhang on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment. Lin Feng actually thought so. He had been petty and wanted to target Lin Feng before, but he didn't expect. Manager Zhang suddenly felt that Lin Feng had grown a lot taller. It was also at this moment that he silently made a decision. From now on, he will be Lin Feng's loyal little fan. Chapter 45, The Brain-Dead Brother-in-Law Challenges Lin Feng to a Boxing Match. Under Manager Zhang's crazy pursuit, Lin Feng had no choice but to find an excuse to go out, and only then did he get rid of Manager Zhang's passionate admiration. He went out and took a walk. When he was about to go home, the uninvited guest appeared again. "Are you Lin Feng?" A rough voice came. Lin Feng raised his eyes when he heard the voice. The source of the voice was a burly man. He had his hands on his hips, pointing at Lin Feng aggressively. But the most eye-catching person was Wang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to the man. Wang Xiaoxiao leaned against the man like a little bird, with a proud look on her face. "It's him." She raised her head proudly. "Lin Feng, this is my boyfriend, Luisi." She introduced him first, and then rubbed against the man's arms. "Brother Luisi, this is Lin Feng. He bullied me in public, you don't know how much he is. Obviously I did it for his own good, but I am so wronged." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This woman is quite good at acting. Hearing this, Luisi became even angrier. "Lin Feng, my girlfriend is so nice, how dare you bully her? As a man, you should solve problems using manly methods." Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said nonchalantly, "Well, so how do you want to solve it?" Luisi was obviously not expecting Lin Feng to agree so readily and was stunned. But then, the corners of his mouth curved up. "Go to the boxing gym with me and have a fight. If I win, you kneel down and apologize to Xiao Xiao." "Lin Feng, so, you lost?" Louis smiled contemptuously. "With your small body, I can beat 10 of them alone. I can't lose." Following Luisi's suggestion, Lin Feng and he came to a luxuriously decorated boxing gym. When everyone in the boxing gym heard that there was something exciting going on, they all gathered together. Luisi and Lin Feng stood in the middle of the fighting arena. He put on boxing gloves and spoke at the same time. "Little rookie, I didn't expect you to dare to fight me." Luisi shook his head in disdain. "If you are like me, I only need to use a little bit of strength to beat you into a pulp." These words instantly made the onlookers excited. "I know Luisi, he's pretty powerful, but the guy opposite him, who is he? With this small body, how many punches can Luisi take? I guess only one punch, not much." Lin Feng stood in the middle of the storm without any emotional fluctuations. He just felt the noise around him. "Luisi." Lin Feng curled his lips and said lightly, "I hope you can still bark here later." Lin Feng mocked online. Luisi's originally arrogant expression instantly cracked when he heard Lin Feng's words. You fucking bastard." Luisi was so angry that her face turned red. He was a rough man with little education, and when Lin Feng confronted him, he had no idea what to say in response. He thought for a long time and could only clench his fists. "Lin Feng, stop being such a sissy. You only know how to say this and that. I hope you can still yell like this when I beat you up." "Humph." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. "Let's wait and see. He likes to beat this kind of ordinary man the most. Do you mindlessly treat others without asking any questions? Like Wang Xiaoxiao, he is an idiot." "All right." The owner of the boxing gym was a gentleman-looking man. He stood between them, not in high spirits. "In that case, then stop talking nonsense and get started." Following the words of the boxing gym owner, Luisi began to warm up. "Lin Feng, today I will beat you till your teeth are all over the ground." Luisi shouted, and punched Lin Feng with all his strength. "That's it?" Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a scornful smile. When the fist was about to touch his face, Lin Feng just slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the punch. Luisi's eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Before he could come to his senses, Lin Feng had already moved. He quickly retreated behind Luisi and raised his arm to punch him. "Brother Luisi." Wang Xiaoxiao's heart was gripped. After she shouted, there was a thump. The punch was so powerful that Luisi was knocked down. Lin Feng, who hadn't used his full strength yet, said, "Ah? No, buddy, are you scamming me?" He knew Luisi was weak. But I didn't expect him to be so weak. If he had known earlier, he should have thrown a lighter punch and had some fun with this loser. As for Luisi, he tried his best to reply to Lin Feng, but due to the pain and dizziness, he was unable to get up. He could only stare blankly, trying to shut Lin Feng up with his eyes. But to Lin Feng, this is not a threat at all. Lin Feng put his hands on his hips and looked down at Luisi, who was knocked down, and Wang Xiaoxiao, who was standing anxiously by the side. You two youngsters, you failed to show off and got beaten up by me instead. It must be quite embarrassing, right? So next time you see me, take a detour and sit at the table with the kids when you eat. Understand? Leaving behind the taunting, Lin Feng was unwilling to waste time here and turned to leave. The next moment, the elegant boss hurriedly called him and took out a business card from his pocket. My name is Jia Rusheng. I recognize your strength. Come here to practice boxing in the future. It's free. It's a real treat for me to see a master like you today. It was the first time that he announced in public that people could come and practice boxing for free. No other reason. Just because Lin Feng is strong enough. He likes strong people. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not refuse in public, but took the business card slowly and waved his hand as he walked out. Thank you. The boss immediately smiled with relief. The people around were in an uproar. This kid is extraordinary to be recognized by the boss. Wang Xiaoxiao watched the whole process in shock, her back teeth almost breaking. She tried to comfort Luisi and then called Wang Yamei in a panic. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to complain. Mom! You have to do justice for me. On the other side, Lin Feng walked towards the villa in waves. Before he got home, he received a call from Wang Yamei. TSK, quite urgent. Lin Feng shook his head. Less than 10 minutes later, after receiving Wang Xiaoxiao's call, Wang Yamei could not wait to seek justice for her precious daughter. He answered the aggressive call without hesitation. Lin Feng. Are you crazy? Wang Yamei shouted at him angrily, you bullied your sister and her boyfriend? Do you know that Xiaoxiao is such a strong person, but she was bullied by you and cried bitterly? Lin Feng, you disappoint me so much. Xiaoxiao wanted to help you so much, but you were not grateful and you bullied her? You are like a piece of shit. Lin Feng sneered. She is partial to her grandmother's family. Don't you even ask about the cause and process of the incident? You're jumping up and down after knowing the result. What a good mother. Lin Feng didn't say anything at first. He didn't speak until Wang Yamei had finished going crazy. Ms. Wang Yamei, if you want to seek justice for your precious daughter, how about we have a face-to-face meeting? Chapter 46. Lin Feng takes his wife and children for a physical examination and is kidnapped by morality. In order to seek justice for his precious daughter, Lin Feng knew that Wang Yamei would agree to an interview no matter what. So when Wang Yamei agreed and immediately asked about the meeting place, Lin Feng was not surprised at all. It was totally expected. This time he wanted to make everything clear. He and Wang Yamei met at a cafe near the villa. Although it is located in a remote area, the coffee in this cafe is sweet and strong, and the decoration is high-end and classy. But if Wang Yamei wants to come here, the drive takes more than half an hour. To come and see him, you have to pay a price. Lin Feng thought about it, picked up the coffee with a frown, and took a sip leisurely. Yeah, not bad. The clock on the wall showed 2:50. His mother should be here soon. In less than 5 minutes. Wang Yamei walked towards Lin Feng's location with great momentum. From her frowning brows, one could tell how angry she was at the moment. Lin Feng. Wang Yamei took a deep breath and threw her exquisite bag on the table. You asked me to come to such a far coffee shop? You did it on purpose. She doesn't act like a mother at all. She sounds more like the cursing widow at the entrance of the village. Lin Feng was not affected by Wang Yamei's rudeness. He still placed the coffee cup in front of him slowly, then slowly raised his eyes and looked at the furious Wang Yamei. She was nearly 50 years old, and even heavy makeup could not hide her wrinkles. At this moment, she was angry and her expression was full of meanness. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Feng calmly moved his gaze to the chair opposite her. Wang Yamei stood here with great momentum, attracting too many people's attention. She had successfully disturbed the guests present. For the sake of face, Wang Yamei sighed and sat opposite Lin Feng. Lin Feng, how do you want me to say hello to you? Your stepsister is doing this for your own good, but you bullied her boyfriend in public. No matter what, you have to apologize to her in public. She is our baby, and she has never been wronged like this before. Wang Yamei must have thought of this set of words before coming here. He spoke very fluently. After hearing this, Lin Feng just smiled sarcastically. Do you know what happened and what happened? Wang Yamei was confused. She had never considered the question Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng didn't play tricks with her and got straight to the point. Your good daughter ran into me at Jiamu Group and started to mock me. Afterwards, she even found her boyfriend and said she wanted to compete with me. I agreed. Wang Yamei's expression froze. She had a vague bad feeling. I won the competition, and this matter should end here. Lin Feng sneered, put down the coffee cup, and stared at Wang Yamei with burning eyes. Who would have thought that she would be unhappy? When Wang Yamei was stared at by Lin Feng, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. After learning the whole story, she opened and closed her mouth, wanting to say something. After a long time of trying to decide her words, she finally spoke with a hint of guilt. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao has been spoiled by us and is so willful. Why can't you just give in to her and spoil her? No matter what, Xiao Xiao's boyfriend is also your future brother-in-law. You can't kill him. I heard that her boyfriend went straight to the hospital because his teeth were loose. Hearing this, Lin Feng was completely disappointed with the person in front of him. Knowing the whole truth of the matter, do you still need to defend Wang Xiaoxiao? What a good mother! Since her heart is not located in the center, it is normal for her to be biased. However, he was too lazy to play this drama of deep mother-son love with her. Stop. Lin Feng stood up and spoke coldly, don't play the emotional card with me. After all, we have no feelings for each other. As long as Wang Xiaoxiao doesn't cause trouble for me, I will be merciful and not deal with her. After all, my time is precious. Ms. Wang Yamei, we have our own way. I hope you won't disturb my normal life anymore. After saying that, Lin Feng left without looking back. Wang Yamei was the only one left at the seat. In that instant, she felt her heart empty. Although it was her son whom she had never been close to, she felt at that moment that she had lost something important. What have you lost? Wang Yamei looked empty-eyed. After a while, she spoke again. Well, luckily I still have Xiao Xiao. Lin Feng isn't important anymore. After coming out of the coffee shop, Lin Feng was not in the mood and went straight back to the villa area. Bai Mumu was teasing the three babies, and when he saw him come home, he immediately smiled widely. Are you back? Are you tired? After listening to Bai Mumu's condolences, Lin Feng felt that the only remaining emotions just now dissipated with the wind in an instant. Just as I was about to reply, the system sounded. Ding, main quest now released, take Bai Mumu and the triplets for a postpartum checkup. If the mission is successful, the host will receive tens of millions in cash and the formula for the ointment to remove stretch marks. If the mission fails, the host will lose 20 points of physical strength bonus. Lin Feng curled his lips. Good things come in pairs. He put his arm around Bai Mumu's shoulders and said softly, don't worry, I'm not tired. Wife, you should go for a postpartum checkup now, right? We have time, shall we go now? Lin Feng's words reminded Bai Mumu. She slapped her thigh and said, yeah, the baby should get checked out too. The two hit it off immediately. The weather was just right when Lin Feng drove the Lamborghini Avington to the hospital. On the way, he did not forget to contact Jiang Qianni. Postpartum physical examination is not a trivial matter, so he still wants Mr. Jiang to find an experienced doctor to check him. It was just a matter of Jiang Qianni's words, but he said he wanted to meet his brother's wife and insisted on being there in person. Lin Feng couldn't refuse and could only let the old man take them for the examination personally. Lin Feng, you're here. Jiang Qianni showed a kind expression as soon as he saw the young couple. This is my sister-in-law, right? Lin Feng, you are so lucky. Lin Feng smiled. Mumu, this is Mr. Jiang, the former director of the Central Hospital and a well-known surgeon. He first introduced himself, and after Bai Mumu finished greeting him, he continued, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help. No trouble. Jiang Qianni waved his hand generously, let's not be estranged from each other. After saying that, Jiang Qianni went to tease the triplets happily again. Just like a naughty old boy. Helplessly, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu looked at each other and smiled. In the dark, Wang Xiaoxiao's men paused while sorting documents. She is here to report today. Everything was going well, but then I happened to meet Lin Feng. What bad luck! Wang Xiaoxiao frowned. But the next moment, she saw Jiang Qianni, a kind-looking man standing beside Lin Feng. Her heart started pounding and she felt extremely jealous. How does Lin Feng know Mr. Jiang? He must be fooling Mr. Jiang. Yes, it must be. Can. but Lin Feng knows Jiang Qianni, so this is a ready-made connection. Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. Lin Feng, it is your honor to introduce me to Elder Jiang. Chapter 47, I like everything except money. When Jiang Qianni saw Bai Mumu and the triplets, he lovingly told Bai Mumu to take good care of herself. He then touched the faces of the 3 cute little ones in turn, and then left the hospital, looking back every few steps. Before he left, he did not forget to ask Lin Feng to come to him when he was free to discuss some medical knowledge. After seeing off Mr. Jiang, Lin Feng prepared to go to the next department for examination with Bai Mumu. Lin Feng, stop! A familiar female voice called out to him. The haunting? Lin Feng turned around and saw Wang Xiaoxiao pointing at him in a domineering manner, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Before he could say anything, Wang Xiaoxiao spoke first. I didn't expect that someone like you could know an upper-class person like Mr. Jiang. Wang Xiaoxiao retracted her fingers, crossed her arms around her chest, and raised her head. I don't know whether Mr. Jiang was deceived by you or for some other reason. In short, you have to know that you and Mr. Jiang are destined to be on different levels. After laying so much groundwork, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Tell me your true intentions. Wang Xiaoxiao blushed when she was exposed. But she was thick-skinned after all, and even so, she still cleared her throat. I can let go of what happened last time, but the prerequisite is that you introduce me to Mr. Jiang. Wang Xiaoxiao gathered her hair with her hands and said, You should know that only intellectuals like me can have common topics with Mr. Jiang. Don't think that I am begging you to do something. I am just giving you a way out. After all, after I join the company, with my shining points, Mr. Jiang will also notice me. It's just a matter of time. Look how shameless. She is both responsible and independent, and is truly a good daughter raised by Wang Yamei. Also, why is she so shameless? Just based on Wang Xiaoxiao's stupid brain, Mr. Jiang would be so angry that he would puff his beard in glare when he saw her. Mr. Jiang is old and can't stand her brainless remarks. Roll. Lin Feng uttered a word from between his teeth. Very impatient. He still had to accompany Bai Mumu to the checkup, so how could he have the time to chat with a crazy woman? Wife, let's go and ignore her. Lin Feng didn't even give Wang Xiaoxiao a look, but pushed the stroller. Okay. Bai Mumu smiled gently. She didn't particularly mind the episode. Just a rude shrew, she wasn't even curious about the other person's identity. Seeing Lin Feng and Bai Mumu interacting, Wang Xiaoxiao became even angrier. Normally, she should have turned around and left. But the temptation of getting to know Mr. Jiang was too great for her. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Just for the sake of getting to know Mr. Jiang, she had to condescend and chat more with someone like Lin Feng. Then, Wang Xiaoxiao had an idea. The person next to Lin Feng should be his wife, right? Since Lin Feng is thick-skinned, she can start with Lin Feng as wife. Hey, stop right there. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly moved to the position in front of Bai Mumu, still maintaining her arrogant attitude. Are you Lin Feng's wife? She asked. The answer is obvious. Bai Mumu looked at Wang Xiaoxiao as if she was a fool. Lin Feng was helping her push the baby, so how could this person ask such a question? Wang Xiaoxiao obviously realized this and had to look away unhappily. You probably don't know that Lin Feng is now a social outcast, unable to do anything. However, I can show mercy and help him. You probably don't know that the old man who was chatting with you just now is the famous surgeon Jiang Qianni. Although I don't know how he condescended to meet Lin Feng, as long as you let Lin Feng introduce me to Mr. Jiang, I will help Lin Feng and find him a decent job. Wang Xiaoxiao finished her chatter and met Bai Mumu's big watery eyes. She was full of confidence at this moment. She knows that men care about their reputation. But for the sake of her husband's future career development, the woman will definitely agree to her conditions. Just by acting as a matchmaker between her and Mr. Jiang, you can gain tangible and visible benefits. Any normal person would know how to make the choice. She raised her head proudly again, waiting for Bai Mumu's answer. Bai Mumu was silent for a moment. Who are you to judge what kind of person my husband is? Miss, please be careful with your words. If you say bad things about my husband again, I will send you to the police station for tea. Bai Mumu rarely blushes. She has always been gentle, but how could she bear it when someone slandered Lin Feng in front of her? Good temper, score points for everyone. When Wang Xiaoxiao heard what this woman who seemed to have no opinion said, the expression on her face turned ugly. Just as she was about to curse, Lin Feng stepped forward. You idiot, you are both a jerk and a jerk? Not only did you insult me, but you also said bad things about me to my wife? Wang Xiaoxiao, you are hopelessly stupid. There was endless coldness in Lin Feng's eyes as he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. You want to meet with Mr. Jiang? Why? With your brain that weighs 4.5 pounds of shit? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Jiang will be driven away by your bad breath before they can even talk for a few words? Also, stop trying to look for a job for me. Who do you think you are? With your mediocre skills, it would take a lot of effort to find a job for yourself. Lin Feng didn't give Wang Xiaoxiao any face at all. Because she doesn't deserve it. Faced with Lin Feng's endless output, Wang Xiaoxiao was completely speechless. Lin Feng, just leave it like this. I don't want to care about you anymore. After leaving a word, she couldn't control her temper anymore and turned around and walked out of the hospital in a rage. Who is she? Bai Mumu asked after Wang Xiaoxiao walked away. My stepsister. Lin Feng replied concisely and helped Bai Mumu sit aside. I see. Bai Mumu sat obediently and let Lin Feng massage her shoulders. How annoying. Who are you showing off your superior attitude to? Lin Feng smiled. It's rare for someone to be so annoying to my wife, so it's her ability. But wife, what you need to do now is to take care of your health and be a lady. You don't have to worry about these things. It was your father who protected you before, but now it's my turn. Lin Feng massaged Bai Mumu's shoulders and back with moderate strength. Bai Mumu nodded shyly. Lin Feng changed the subject and asked in confusion, by the way, speaking of this, I just remembered, why haven't I seen my father-in-law come to our house recently? When this was mentioned, Bai Mumu paused. Noticing her subtle movements, Lin Feng became even more confused. Well, it's a long story. Bai Mumu rubbed his eyebrows. My father runs a small company, and recently the company encountered a financial crisis. He is worried about this matter. Financial crisis? When Lin Feng heard these 4 words, he was stunned. What a coincidence. He has a ton of money. Isn't this just walking into trouble? Chapter 48, Take out 10 million to help father-in-law solve the financial crisis. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Feng patted the back of Bai Mumu's hand soothingly, father-in-law will definitely get through this. Bai Mumu reacted quickly and she immediately understood the deeper meaning of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng is going to use her own assets to solve her father's current financial crisis. She said hesitantly, but. No buts. Lin Feng seemed to know what Bai Mumu would say in advance and interrupted her calmly. There was determination in his eyes. We are a family, there is no distinction between you and me. With just a few simple words, Bai Mumu was instantly surrounded by warmth. Next patient, please, Bai Mumu, please go to room 602. The mechanical and cold voice of the hospital summons echoed in the corridor at an inopportune time. Bai Mumu took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand, with the corners of her mouth curled up in a charming smile. Yeah, okay. Honey, let's go check it out. The host has completed the mission, take Bai Mumu and the triplets for a physical examination. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 10 million in cash and the formula for the ointment to remove stretch marks. After a comprehensive physical examination, Bai Mumu and the triplets were found to be in good health, and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Getting the reward at this time is the best of both worlds. Lin Feng was not afraid of trouble. He first sent Bai Mumu and the triplets home and settled them down. Then, at Bai Mumu's request, he went to Bai's father's small company. Through Bai Mumu's brief introduction, Lin Feng knew that Bai's father started a business at a young age. The company was not large, but it was enough to support the family. Logically speaking, with the assets he had saved in the past, he could have retired, but Bai's father had feelings for the company and hoped to gain profits from it to supplement the family expenses, so he continued to run the company with several old employees. It was just that the sudden financial crisis left Mr. Bai at a loss for a moment, and he has been very busy these days. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. It was obviously something he could solve easily, and Bai Mumu also knew about his property, but he actually had to take the initiative to ask before he could learn about it from Bai Mumu. He always felt that Bai Mumu still didn't completely rely on him. Why? The road ahead is long and arduous. While he was thinking, the navigation said we have arrived at the destination, bringing Lin Feng back to his senses. He got out of the car and went straight to the 12th floor of the building. This floor is the exclusive floor for Bai's father's company. Bai Sanfeng, stop struggling. Your small company is in financial crisis. The only way for it to end up being acquired by our company is to be acquired by our company. You old man, at your age, why don't you stay at home to enjoy your retirement instead of going out and inviting bad luck? If I were to ask you, you are old and your thinking is simply not as good as that of us young people. It is only a matter of time before your company goes bankrupt. The sharp sound echoed in the corridor. Lin Feng frowned and couldn't help but lighten his steps. He was standing outside the glass door at this time and could clearly see what was happening inside. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He wore a pair of gold-framed glasses and looked gentle, but the words that came out of his mouth were not so pleasing. At the same time, Lin Feng discovered that there was a hint of frustration on Father Bai's usually serious expression. The winner takes it all. I know the rules of the business world. Father Bai sighed heavily. Seeing this, the other party did not restrain himself and still had a smug look on his face. Old man, I've disliked you for a long time. When our company was not big and strong, you were the one who gave me the cold shoulder when we were discussing cooperation. How do you feel now? If you ask me, I shouldn't embarrass you at your age. So, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll give you an extra 500 yuan. The smile on his face gradually became evil. Mr. Bai's crutch hand suddenly shrank and his fingertips turned white. Looking from the back, his shoulders became more hunched, as if he had aged 10 years. He really couldn't accept the insult from this junior. Lin Feng, who was standing in the corner, no longer endured it. Can Lin Feng tolerate someone bullying his father-in-law? $500? Lin Feng's footsteps were unusually clear in the empty room. I'll give you $10,000, and you'll break your head for me. How about that? The extra ones are your reward. There was a mixture of nonchalance in his tone, and combined with the meaning of Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged man felt deeply insulted. When Father Bai saw Lin Feng coming, he wanted to say something, but because there were outsiders present, he kept his words to himself for the time being and just stood silently behind Lin Feng. Who are you? The middle-aged man was choked by Lin Feng's words, his face instantly turned red, and then he asked while cursing. How dare you ask me who I am? I'm the only one who slipped through the net of the 9-year education system that doesn't respect the elderly and cares for the young. Lin Feng wasn't polite either. Mr. Bai's archenemy was extremely angry. His fingertips trembled, and he deliberately moved to the side and pointed at Father Bai. Bai Sanfeng, take good care of your people, or I will leave your company with nowhere to go. The only thing you can do is use the company to threaten my father-in-law. Lin Feng shook his head. He took a half step back and stood on the same front as Bai's father, then slowly took out a card and handed it to Bai's father. Father-in-law, this is 10 million, which can alleviate your company's current financial crisis. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng added, just accept it with confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of Bai's father and his mortal enemy both dilated. 10 million? Although Mr. Bai is old, he can still hide his emotions, but his mortal enemy is not so experienced, and his shock is beyond words. 10 million. This young man looks ordinary, but he is actually a multi-millionaire. Thighs. Still a golden thigh. The man instantly forgot how Lin Feng scolded him just now, and only 4 words remained in his mind. Boss, please protect me. It was all a misunderstanding. The man rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. I guess we don't know each other yet. Let me introduce myself. My name is. Shut up. Lin Feng interrupted the other party without saying a word. No one wants to know who you are. After handing the card to Mr. Bai, he looked at the man and sneered, if you want to win me over and think that I can invest in your company, you are totally wrong. You are a piece of social scum. I feel unlucky just by looking at you. Besides kicking someone when they are down, do you have anything else in mind? Investment? You should pray that I'm too lazy to target your company. He spoke bluntly and without showing any mercy. Although Mr. Bai felt that it was inappropriate, he had to say it. Lin Feng's retort is good. At the scene, only the middle-aged man was left with a burning fire in his heart. He was so angry at Lin Feng that he was shaking all over and had his words stuck in his mouth, but he was afraid of someone like Lin Feng who could spend 10 million in one breath, so he could only suppress his anger. After glaring at Mr. Bai, the man snorted coldly. Bai Sanfeng, you are lucky. He thought about it and said again. I just don't know how long your good luck will last. After the man finished speaking, he left without looking back. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Feng raised his voice. My father-in-law's good luck will surely last longer than your life. Chapter 49. Are you sure? Do you want to fight me? After the man disappeared from the company, Father Bai handed the card to Lin Feng intactly. He sighed imperceptibly. Lin Feng, I am just an old man with one leg in the ground. I will be satisfied if you and Mumu live your life well. As for the company's affairs, you don't have to worry about them. Whether we can survive this time depends entirely on God's arrangement. I won't force anything. Although Father Bai really wanted to use the 10 million given by Lin Feng to save the company, in comparison, he wanted Lin Feng and Bai Mumu to live a more prosperous life. He subconsciously thought that the 10 million that Lin Feng took out in one go was all his savings. It was a lot, but he couldn't take it. Seeing a hint of loneliness in Bai's father's eyes, Lin Feng knew that Bai's father cared about the company, but he just didn't want to take his money. Father-in-law, I'll take you somewhere. Ah? Father Bai was confused. Where are we going? Isn't this topic changed a bit too quickly? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Jugung Gambling Stone City. Since Mr. Bai felt that the process of making money was difficult for him, he would prove to Mr. Bai how strong his ability to make money was. Relying on gambling on stones to make profits is his fastest way to make money so far. Jugung Gambling Stone City is the largest known gambling stone city in the city. There were people coming and going inside, and it was even a bit crowded. There are people everywhere who concentrate on selecting raw materials. After looking around, Father Bai roughly understood what this was used for. He said worriedly, Lin Feng, gambling on stones can make you rich or poor. Don't get addicted to it, or you will lose everything. Hearing this, Lin Feng curled up the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I know my limits. With Lin Feng's verbal agreement, Father Bai felt much more relieved. He knew that Lin Feng was a reliable kid. While Father Bai was thinking, Lin Feng used his perspective skills. For a moment, the internal structure of countless raw materials was clearly displayed before his eyes. Some are completely turbid, while others are crystal clear. He scanned the area and finally confirmed the target. Leading Father Bai to a small stall, Lin Feng said straight to the point, "Boss, I'm here to buy raw materials." The boss, who was taking a break, glanced at Lin Feng and said casually, "Well, choose. No returns or exchanges are allowed after the goods are sold. You should understand the rules of the industry." After saying that, the boss continued to lie on the rattan chair, fanning himself leisurely. "Okay." Lin Feng responded and immediately selected the raw material he had just liked. He weighed it in his hand and continued speaking louder. "Boss, I've picked this one." Lin Feng's action of selecting the raw materials, which took no more than a minute, successfully made the boss jump up from the rattan chair. "Young man, are you full of youthful energy?" Lin Feng still had a smile on his face. "I like this piece of raw material. How much is it?" "One price, 30,000. The boss thought Lin Feng would bargain, but he nodded without hesitation. "Make a deal." The boss does the cutting of the raw materials himself. He was curious about what the young man could choose in just 1 minute. But the more he cut, the more his pupils trembled. The sparkling green almost blinded his eyes. "It's ice type." The boss rubbed his eyes deliberately. "That's right. Although it is not big, it is a purebred imperial green after all. At least, it's worth 6 million. You kid." The boss's hands were trembling slightly as he returned the raw material to Lin Feng. "You're lucky." Lin Feng was not surprised at all. "Well, I'm lucky today." After laying the groundwork, Lin Feng pointed to another piece of raw material and said, "Boss, buy another one." Father Bai, who had been silent but already shocked, opened his mouth when he saw this, but didn't say much in the end. He believed in Lin Feng. "You won't always have good luck." The boss took out another piece of raw material, this one, 50,000. "Okay, let's cut it on the spot." Lin Feng still looked calm and composed. The boss narrowed his eyes. Why does he feel that the piece in his hand is also of good material? 10 minutes later, the boss was shocked again. "Good guy, glass type. This head is bigger than the previous one, and the quality is also better. I think it is worth this amount." The boss made a 9 gesture. 900,000? Father Bai asked tentatively. No. It's 9 million. Father Bai was completely shocked. At this moment, Lin Feng made 15 million? He actually thought that the 10 million that Lin Feng took out was all his assets. The pattern is small. While Mr. Bai was shocked, Lin Feng stretched and proceeded to the next step. I want this. This piece. Wrap it up. Lin Feng's words were suddenly interrupted. Following closely, a figure quickly came in front of him, picked up the raw material that Lin Feng had just touched with his fingers, and treated it as if it were a treasure. He had been observing Lin Feng for a long time and knew that he could always find good materials every time he took action. That young man has already earned 15 million, why not give him some? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his thoughts became clear, and he turned his finger in another direction. Wrong, I want this. No, this is mine. Sure enough, he picked his material halfway again. But the boss hesitated. This guy is a neighborhood bully with a bad temper. If you don't give it to him, he will definitely make a fuss. But it was clearly the raw material that Lin Feng chose. When the boss was in a dilemma, Lin Feng sneered and spoke. Okay, I'll give it to you. I hope you can have some good luck, too. The man's mind is full of thoughts, I'm going to get rich overnight. This made him particularly generous when paying 100,000 yuan, without blinking an eye. Of course, when the raw material worth 100,000 yuan was only cut into bean-shaped seeds, or bean-shaped seeds with cracks, the man's face changed instantly. He was stunned and muttered, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only then did he remember Lin Feng's action of changing the raw material just now, and his mind suddenly became clear. He turned his head stiffly, looked at Lin Feng fiercely, and said with gritted teeth, how dare you play tricks on me? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He spread his hands and said helplessly, is there? I didn't do anything, it was your choice. I even showed mercy and gave away the selected wool. Lin Feng is right. The loss of $100,000 was caused by the man's greed. But a bully is a bully. He couldn't go against the industry rules, so he could only vent his anger on a young man like Lin Feng who looked frail. You're looking for death. The bully rushed forward a few steps and grabbed Lin Feng by the collar. You dare to play tricks on me without even asking who I am. I don't know who gave you the courage. His voice was deafening. Father Bai's expression changed instantly. But Lin Feng still looked indifferent. He raised an eyebrow and gave a friendly reminder. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chapter 50. The bully threatens Lin Feng. The man was stunned by Lin Feng's incoherent question. At this time, shouldn't a normal person kneel on the ground and beg for mercy crying? After all, he is so ferocious and a well-known bully. What else? The man calmed himself down and mistakenly thought that the other party was frightened, so he put on a vicious expression again. I'm going to beat you right here today until you cry for your father, ah. As the man was speaking, Lin Feng suddenly punched him in the face. With a howl of pain, the bully who was just shouting now fell to the ground, covering his left face tightly and wailing desperately. He could feel that his big tooth was loose and the taste of rust was spreading in his mouth, mixed with bad breath. A little nauseous. Before the man could break free from the pain, Lin Feng turned his wrist and slowly walked towards him. The noisy discussions around seemed to disappear in an instant, and Lin Feng's steady steps were like stepping on the bully's heart, and every step made him tremble. Horrible. The seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was so scary. Almost as a subconscious move, the bully couldn't stop himself from backing away. The cloth rubbed against the gravel ground. But no matter what, he couldn't escape from Lin Feng's grasp. Aren't you going to fight me? Lin Feng asked lightly, his voice indifferent. Why, are you scared? A mocking smile appeared on his face. The bully took note of it all. Enduring the pain in his teeth, he glared at Lin Feng. You, don't mess around. Be careful or I'll destroy your family. The vague threat did not make Lin Feng feel the slightest bit of fear. Just a useless guy who can only talk. Oh. Lin Feng squatted down and grabbed the bully's collar in the same way as the bully did just now. With your fat body and IQ that's so low that it can be compared with that of a wild boar? My family is ruined? How ridiculous. Yes or no? Lin Feng pronounced the last three words one by one. Every time he finished a word, a heavy fist would hit the bully's face. One punch on the left cheek, two punches on the right cheek. Now, the left and right are symmetrical. Lin Feng let go of the other person's collar with satisfaction. In the bully's panic-stricken expression, he stood up as if nothing had happened and wiped his hands with a wet tissue with a look of disgust. It's so dirty. Big fat ass covered in oil. Beating up this kind of scum would dirty his hands. The bully's ears were ringing and his vision was blurry. But he still analyzed what Lin Feng said based on his lip shape. Humiliation rushed straight to the brain. He clenched his fists, but did not dare to confront Lin Feng. He could only stumble up and stagger a few steps before he could stand firm. After standing firm, he glanced at the crowd of onlookers. Everyone, please redress my grievances. This person cheated me and beat me up. He is a complete villain. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. A bully who is well known far and wide is saying that he is a bad person. What a joke. But he didn't stop it, he just folded his arms across his chest and watched calmly. As for the onlookers, they were shocked by the bully's actions and remained silent for a while. The bully paused. His expression turned fierce. It's just that such an expression on the pig-like face is quite humorous. None of you are allowed to buy this man's materials. If anyone dares to buy, I will have people keep a close eye on you and your family. I want him to have good materials but not be able to sell them. Do you understand? The bully's words are quite intimidating. Passers-by who knew and looked at each other in confusion and were not prepared to get involved in this mess. Those who didn't know were also frightened by his behavior and were not prepared to help a stranger like Lin Feng. Wang Wu, you are so shameless. A powerful voice suddenly emerged from the silent crowd. The bully Wang Wushuan looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Feng waited and watched who was talking. In the chaotic crowd, at this moment, a group of people unanimously made way for it. Boss Jean? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. This Mr. Jean is the buyer of his raw materials last time. Now it seems that the power behind him is not small. Brother Lin Feng, long time no see. Boss Jean came up to Lin Feng without saying a word, with the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, looking inexplicably kind. Boss Jean, long time no see. Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. This Wang Wu is a notorious bully in the neighborhood. He always does things recklessly because his family is rich. He offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. By the way, did Brother Lin Feng find some good material again? It happens to be what I need. I'll buy it for 15 million. Boss Jean was very polite. He knew that Lin Feng was deeply loved by Mr. Mu. And the hair loss shampoo that Lin Feng sells is also very good. When he was over 40, he was finally no longer troubled by hair loss. Wonderful. Lin Feng said calmly, thank you for buying the material. Boss Jean will take it away later. Boss Jean made a few polite remarks before turning his attention to Wang Wu. Wang Wu, who gave you the courage to deal with my brother? Wang Wu panicked the moment Boss Jean appeared. He dared to threaten the onlookers, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to disobey Boss Jean. He is a famous jeweler. Boss Jean, please listen to my explanation. I don't want to hear it. Get out of here and don't pollute my brother's eyes. Boss Jean is in full swing. How could Wang Wu dare to be so arrogant? Yes. I'll leave right now. Don't be angry. After he apologized with a smile, he ran away in shame in full view of everyone. Before leaving, he didn't even dare to glare at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng smiled. It turns out he is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Because of Boss Jin's attitude towards Lin Feng, the onlookers instantly started gossiping. They all speculated about Lin Feng's identity that made the usually serious Boss Jin take such a fancy to him. Lin Feng ignored their speculation and went to a tea house with Bai's father. A lot quieter. Father-in-law, now you can accept the card, right? Lin Feng pushed the card in front of Bai's father again. This time, Father Bai did not refuse. He finally understood that it only took Lin Feng a moment to earn 10 million. Good job, but I can't accept this card for nothing. Lin Feng, if you invest in my company, you can also get a share of the profits when the company does well in the future. Father Bai was very enthusiastic and Lin Feng couldn't refuse. Thinking that Bai's father ran a small department store, Lin Feng gave him the formula for the ointment to remove stretch marks. This is? Father Bai took the note with a confused look on his face. This is a cream formula that can remove stretch marks after 5 uses. Once it is launched on the market, it will definitely be a hit unless something unexpected happens. Father Bai took Lin Feng's words to heart. He treasured the recipe like a treasure and planned to start studying it when he got back. Although he didn't know why, he felt What Lin Feng gives will definitely help his company reach a higher level. Chapter 51. My ex-girlfriend begged me to get back together. After solving the problem with Bai's father, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Mr. Bai back to the company, he received the long-awaited news. Jia Yang, I was doing internship recently and didn't have time to congratulate you on getting your marriage certificate. Lin Feng, you're awesome. You can still get a beautiful girl when you're about to graduate from university? Zhao Yang, tomorrow at noon, we will have a dormitory dinner at Donghua Hotel. You must bring your wife with you. We won tea leave until we are drunk. Zhao Yang is the dormitory head. He works efficiently and knows his way around. I just like to meddle in other people's affairs sometimes. Lin Feng thought about it and didn't refuse. Lin Feng, of course, see you there. He has a good relationship with his college roommate, so how could he refuse his kindness? Besides, having such a beautiful, gentle and considerate daughter-in-law, I must let them take a good look at her. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu, dressed neatly and appropriately, appeared at the Donghua Hotel on time. This is a restaurant of neither high nor low quality, suitable for their dinner party. When we arrived at the box, we were greeted with all kinds of blessings. Zhao Yang pushed up his glasses and said cheerfully, Lin Feng, congratulations. Hello, sister-in-law, my name is Zhao Yang, and I'm Lin Feng's college roommate. I wish you a happy marriage and a long-lasting marriage. Won't this lead to a son soon? Bai Fei, the most eccentric student in the dormitory, poked his head out. He had a wisp of hair on his head. Although he was in his 20s, he looked like a high school student. He showed his big white teeth. Sister-in-law, the fact that you have chosen Lin Feng is a blessing from your previous life. You have to be more tolerant of this straight man Lin Feng in the future. Straight man? Bai Mumu smiled. She didn't think so. She thinks Lin Feng is a warm man. Bai Mumu smiled gently, thank you all for your blessings. Lin Feng also talked about the past with everyone one by one. Finally, he set his sights on Luo Lai, a roommate who had some minor conflicts with them. At this moment, Luo Lai was still sitting on the chair, holding up the wine glass and letting the red wine flow across the glass. He looks like a worried little man. I only see the new people laughing. When the surroundings became quieter, he spoke, who hears the old people crying? Hearing the voice, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This. The newcomer refers to Bai Mumu. Isn't that old person Shen Han? The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Just kidding. Luo Lai put down his wine glass, pretending to be very intimate with Lin Feng, and came up to put his arm around his shoulders. I just suddenly thought of Shen Han, and felt that it was a pity that you two didn't continue together. If you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. Lin Feng calmly walked around him and held Bai Mumu's hand. Shen Han is just a bad memory. Mumu is my wife now, so let's not mention those insignificant people. He was really disgusted with Shen Han. Irrelevant? Luo Lai shook his head. I was quite envious of your love at that time. Shen Han got up early in the morning to queue up at the breakfast shop to buy breakfast for you. He began to talk about the past. Lin Feng frowned. Bai Mumu's face didn't look very good either. Is it never going to end? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, the door of the box opened. Lin Feng. It's Shen Han. He could guess the source of the sound with his eyes closed. TSK, the ghost is still there. Shen Han ignored Lin Feng's disgusted expression and appeared in front of everyone with a sincere face. Lin Feng, I know that you are still at odds with me because of what I did in the past, but I regret it. You should give me a chance. Shen Han first spoke to Lin Feng. The next second, she set her eyes on Bai Mumu again. Your husband doesn't love you, you should know that I am his white moonlight. Shen Han's eyes were red, as if he had suffered some great injustice. Your name is Bai Mumu, right? Ms. Bai Mumu, I, Shen Han, am here to warn you to stay away from Lin Feng. He likes me, and the one who is not loved is the third party. So as the main person, I am warning you to stay away from Lin Feng. If you are sensible, I will not care about what happened between you two. Bai Mumu was completely confused. Is this woman crazy? Still white moonlight? It's good enough that Lin Feng doesn't disgust her. Bai Mumu knew this very well and did not feel any sense of crisis. It's just that it's a bit helpless. Why do I meet people with mental problems everywhere? Without waiting for Bai Mumu and Lin Feng to speak, Shen Han continued chattering to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know you were confused for a moment, and that's why you got together with Mumu just to piss me off. You two have a child, but I don't mind. I can raise the child as my own because I love you enough. Lin Feng, I love you. Please be with me. The atmosphere was awkward. After Shinhan finished his monologue, Lin Feng rubbed his eyebrows. He first took Mumu into his arms before continuing. Are you ill? He was not moved at all. Instead, it was all disgust. You cheated on me for money and were with someone else. Now you're trying to keep me. Who gave you the face? If you hadn't encountered a pig-killing scam and I hadn't happened to be wealthy, would you have performed this kind of play for me? His bland narration. Shinhan's face turned pale instantly. She always thought that Lin Feng was soft-hearted and would definitely forgive her. But now, things seemed to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. Listen to my explanation. Roll. Lin Feng interrupted her coldly and opened the door of the box. Is the security here? A crazy woman ran into our box and started going crazy. Please ask the security to kick her out. In one sentence, it was concise and to the point, without any mercy. Shinhan's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and he looked at Lin Feng with tearful eyes. Lin Feng is immune to all of this. What a joke, would he be soft-hearted? If Shinhan wasn't beaten till he was left with a toothless body, it would only be because he has good manners. Shinhan was dragged away by the security guards. When she left, she was still wailing and kept saying, Lin Feng, I love you. Lin Feng pretended not to see anything. After Shinhan left, the box became much quieter. Luo Lai couldn't contain his excitement and was the first to speak. Lin Feng, you have no heart. Shinhan loved you so much in the beginning. How can you be so ruthless just because she made a mistake? She just made a mistake that all women would make. You are such a cruel man, you will definitely regret it. After all, Shinhan is so perfect and so pitiful. After he said that, Lin Feng sneered. Luo Lai, you like Shinhan, right? Luo Lai was stunned. While he was confused, Lin Feng continued speaking without hesitation. You started talking about Shinhan as soon as I walked in, and now you're still talking about a woman like this. I'm not interested in knowing what conspiracy you have, but your methods are too crude. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. Two idiots together are still idiots. I can detect your little thoughts from 10 miles away. Stupid. Chapter 52. Sorry, I am the owner of the villa. The meal was not pleasant, but it was really good. Luo Lai was always a loner and he would often tell tales at school, which made Lin Feng and others quite unhappy with him. Now that graduation was approaching, Lin Feng was able to give him a good scolding, which could be regarded as fulfilling the dreams of the other roommates. In the end, Luo Lai slammed the door and left. Lin Feng didn't care whether he was angry or not. He just acted as if nothing had happened and continued chatting with other roommates, and showed his affection with Mumu by the way. Before leaving, the roommates all shouted, "We've had enough dog food. Let's meet again another day." After having a good meal and a good drink, Zhao Yang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "You have started a family at such a young age, remember to take good care of your family." He likes to talk about this and that when he drinks. Lin Feng held his forehead helplessly. But he still sincerely thanked his two roommates. It was almost 4 o'clock when Lin Feng took Mumu home. But what Lin Feng didn't know was, an uninvited guest broke into the villa where he lived. Wang Xiaoxiao carried the latest model of bag and dressed up carefully before standing in front of Lin Feng's house. After making inquiries from many sources, she found out Lin Feng's current residence. Working for others, and still being able to live in a villa? Wang Xiaoxiao adjusted her sunglasses and said with disdain, "Fools have good fortunes." She thought that Lin Feng was a lowly person working for the owner of the villa. Of course, she would never think that this villa belonged to Lin Feng. Wang Xiaoxiao adjusted her clothes and took off her sunglasses. Then she put on a smiling face and rang the doorbell of the villa. The doorbell rang twice and Sister Rong opened the door for her. Seeing that it was a strange face, Sister Rong's face flashed with surprise. "Who are you?" Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Sister Rong, who was dressed appropriately, and naturally assumed that she was the owner of the villa. There was a hint of flattery in her smile, unintentionally. "Hello, I'm Lin Feng's sister. I'm here to discuss something with him. I shouldn't have bothered you so much. Please forgive me." When Sister Rong heard Wang Xiaoxiao say that she was Lin Feng's sister, she suddenly realized and nodded. Only. Lin Feng's sister was too polite to her. In order to show that she was polite and sensible, Wang Xiaoxiao deliberately restrained her emotions. She thought that Lin Feng must have been involved with old Jiang because of Sister Rong. Sister Rong can give alms to a trash like Lin Feng. If she could win Sister Rong's favor, the future is limitless. Please come in. Sister Wang Xiaoxiarong made way for Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao kept smiling and followed Sister Rong into the villa. The elegant and simple decoration made her envy even stronger. While she was still observing her surroundings, Sister Rong brought her a cup of light tea. Thank you. Wang Xiaoxiao was flattered, a touch of joy rippled in her heart. This kind of work should be left to Lin Feng and his wife. Speaking of this, Wang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. You don't know that Lin Feng has a bad character in his hands and feet, maybe not clean either. He is not suitable to take care of people in the villa. At most, he is strong. Alas, I really can't say that I have such a brother. But after all, our blood is inextricably linked, and I can only take care of him. Wang Xiaoxiao's phone call, which was made up out of nothing, left Sister Rong confused. Lin Feng is taking care of someone in the villa? Then what does she do? Sister Rong felt that Wang Xiaoxiao respected her more than her brother Lin Feng. Just when countless question marks appeared in Sister Rong's mind, the door of the villa opened. Wang Xiaoxiao and Sister Rong looked over subconsciously. It was Lin Feng and Mumu who had just returned from the party. The moment Lin Feng saw Wang Xiaoxiao, he instantly felt unlucky. How did she get here? Lin Feng asked coldly, how did you get in? She said she was. Why can't I come? Sister Rong was halfway through her words when Wang Xiaoxiao interrupted her with righteous words. Lin Feng, I have to talk about you. When facing Lin Feng, she acted superior again. If you work for this aunt, you have to fulfill your obligations. You can't treat this place as your own home just because she has a good temper. Do you understand? You already have a family to support, so maybe I'm embarrassed to say this, but as your family member, I have to say these words because it's for your own good. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiaoxiao as if she were a fool. As if to say, are you sick? Mumu also felt that Wang Xiaoxiao was a little sick, but she didn't show her disdain on her face. She just silently disliked Wang Xiaoxiao in her heart. Sister Rong, who had just reacted, quickly broke the atmosphere. Miss, what are you talking about? I'm not the owner of the villa, Mr. Lin Feng is. I'm just working here. After thinking for a while, Sister Rong asked again. Aren't you Mr. Lin Feng's sister? How come you don't even know this? Sister Rong's words froze Wang Xiaoxiao's expression. What? Lin Feng is the owner of the villa? How is it possible? Wang Xiaoxiao murmured. The blood in her body seemed to turn cold in an instant. That's enough. Lin Feng turned sideways impatiently, you can go now. Don't dirty my floor. There was no mercy at all. Wang Xiaoxiao's face turned red instantly. She wished she could find a place to hide. At this time, the bell of the villa rang again. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Is it lively today? Then, an old and steady male voice came. Lin Feng, it's me. Old Jiang dressed up specially and found where Lin Feng was according to the address. He smiled kindly. This is? When old Jiang saw Wang Xiaoxiao's unfamiliar face and the frozen atmosphere at the scene, he opened his mouth awkwardly, what's wrong? The moment Mr. Jiang entered, Wang Xiaoxiao's embarrassment turned into surprise. She actually met Mr. Jiang. Although it was because of Lin Feng, she didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude. There are only two words left in my mind, fawning. As long as she can get the help of Mr. Jiang, she will definitely be promoted step by step after her internship in the hospital and become the envy of everyone. Wang Xiaoxiao felt from the bottom of her heart that she had skipped grades since elementary school, her academic performance was always at the forefront, and her social skills were even better. Such an outstanding girl will definitely be liked by Mr. Jiang. So, before Lin Feng replied to Mr. Jiang, Wang Xiaoxiao took the lead and spoke. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have admired you for a long time and have always wanted to meet you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. After Wang Xiaoxiao thought about it, she straightened her back. I am Lin Feng's sister, Wang Xiaoxiao. Her expression was bright, and she deliberately emphasized the 5 big words Lin Feng's sister. Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. Why are there always trash who look down on him with condescension? while at the same time using his connections to try to pave the way for their own future. That's nice to think about. The only thing in Lin Feng's mind now is he. Chapter 53, Zhang Lao came to ask Lin Feng to help. So she's Lin Feng's sister. Seeing that Wang Xiaoxiao was Lin Feng's relative, old Zhang's smile remained amiable. It's like a kind elder meeting a likable younger generation. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoxiao didn't know that Mr. Jiang was kind to her because of her relationship with Lin Feng, but just thought that Mr. Jiang liked her from the bottom of his heart. This made Wang Xiaoxiao even more proud. She believed that as long as she talked to Mr. Jiang about medical issues again and let him know how smart she was, he would definitely love her like his own daughter. Even accept her as a disciple. By then, she will be able to walk around freely in the city center hospital. As for Lin Feng? I am destined to be stepped on by her. It was only because of Lin Feng that she was able to meet Mr. Jiang this time, so Wang Xiaoxiao secretly decided that when she was happy in the future, maybe she could help Lin Feng. When Wang Xiaoxiao was daydreaming, Lin Feng laughed. This idiot, doesn't she think that Mr. Jiang likes her, a polite junior, from the bottom of his heart? He couldn't let Mr. Jiang be fooled. Thinking of this, Lin Feng whispered to Zhang Lao, can I have a word with you? Okay. Old Jiang always responded to Lin Feng's requests. He and Lin Feng came to a farther place. Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Although she is my stepsister, we have no feelings for each other. After this period of contact, I found that she does have some problems with her character. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. After Mr. Jiang understood Lin Feng's implication, his smile froze instantly. His expression gradually became serious. Zhang Lao nodded thoughtfully, I see. In that case, he can no longer pretend to be a kindly old grandfather. When old Jiang and Lin Feng returned to Wang Xiaoxiao again, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Mr. Jiang, look, my brother is also ignorant. You came in and didn't sit down, right? Come, I'll help you to the sofa and rest. Wang Xiaoxiao tried to go forward and support Mr. Jiang. But this time, Mr. Jiang did not let her move. No. He calmly avoided Wang Xiaoxiao's affection and even took half a step back. His expression was no longer kind, but serious and solemn as usual. Wang Xiaoxiao panicked instantly. Why did Mr. Jiang's attitude suddenly change? She shifted her gaze to Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Just now, after Lin Feng called old Jiang out, the other party's attitude changed. Lin Feng, this idiot, must have said something bad about her. Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt furious. She withdrew her hand from the air and looked at Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng, do you think you are doing this right? Being called out suddenly, Lin Feng was speechless. Ignoring Lin Feng's impatience, Wang Xiaoxiao continued. Just because I'm doing this for your own good and you don't like my way of caring, you're targeting me everywhere? Lin Feng, did you say bad things about me to Elder Jiang? Or even spread rumors? Although her words were questioning, her expression was firm. It seemed as if she was certain that it was Lin Feng who was saying bad things about her. After saying this, she didn't give Lin Feng a chance to refute and looked at old Jiang again. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. My brother has always been a hopeless case. He is not good at anything. He has always been jealous of me, so he said bad things about me to you. But I won't care too much, I just hope you don't misunderstand me. After Wang Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she was so confident that she thought that Mr. Jiang would turn around and scold Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was happy to watch the show. But Mr. Jiang's reaction was completely beyond Wang Xiaoxiao's expectations. Mr. Jiang did not reply to Wang Xiaoxiao immediately. Instead, he took out a business card and handed it to Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao took the business card with a look of surprise. Just as she was about to thank Mr. Jiang for his interest in her, she found the contact information of the psychiatrist on the business card. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Wang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. This is my former student, the one who treats the brain. I think you have a brain disease. You should get treatment. Don't give up on treatment while you are still young. It seemed that Mr. Jiang's patience had been exhausted by her at this time. Poochie. As soon as old Jiang finished speaking, Lin Feng laughed out loud. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang's mouth was so poisonous. This smile is particularly obvious in a quiet environment. Wang Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. She clenched the business card in her hand, her eyes red. How could Mr. Jiang insult her? Or was it because of a social scum like Lin Feng that he insulted her? But even though she felt so aggrieved, she did not dare to blame Mr. Jiang. After taking a deep breath, Wang Xiaoxiao managed to calm down. Suppressing the trembling in her voice, Wang Xiaoxiao put on a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Thank you. Thank you very much. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After speaking haltingly, Wang Xiaoxiao fled the villa with unsteady steps. So embarrassing. After Wang Xiaoxiao's figure completely disappeared, Lin Feng gave Bai Mumu some instructions on how to take care of her health. Bai Mumu went upstairs before he took old John to see the triplets. The triplets are sleeping. Each one is carefully cared for and has fair and tender skin. She also inherited the looks of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu, and is extremely cute. Mr. Jiang was instantly surrounded by warmth and overflowing with love. He carefully touched the triplets' faces, and they seemed to have become 10 years younger. He loves Lin Feng's child with all his heart. Elder Jiang suppressed his excitement, afraid of waking up the children, and whispered, "When the children grow up, if they inherit your medical talent, they must be sent to me to learn. I will teach them everything I know. Old Jiang, as the saying goes, like nature, like fish. I hope Lin Feng's child will learn medical skills." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "Of course. By the way, Mr. Jiang, are you here just to see the children this time?" After Lin Feng raised the question, old John's expression froze. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. "Let's talk outside." Old Jiang didn't want to wake up the babies who were sleeping soundly. Lin Feng nodded and went to the main hall with old Jiang. Elder Jiang handed a dozen documents to Lin Feng. "This is the medical record of an old friend of mine. His illness is quite serious. I don't have any other options at the moment, so I thought of gathering ideas and asking you to help me take a look." He looked serious. Lin Feng also put away his smile, took the medical record and read it carefully. In the room, the only sound was the faint sound of flipping pages. After waiting for a long time, Lin Feng rubbed his swollen temples and spoke. "The patient is weak, so it is more appropriate to use Chinese medicine to treat him carefully." Lin Feng's words instantly ignited hope in old Jiang. He asked many people, and the answer he got was, "difficult." But Lin Feng is an exception. He was right about Lin Feng. After the surprise, Mr. Jiang hurriedly held Lin Feng's hand, trying to suppress his excitement. "Lin Feng, please help my old friend. He is in a critical condition now, and I am at my wit's end. Please help me." Mr. Jiang trusts Lin Feng. He knew that since Lin Feng said it could be cured, there must be a chance. Old Jiang excitedly held Lin Feng's hand. "Just tell me if you need anything, I'll do my best to help you. But the patient's identity might be a little sensitive." Chapter 54, Being Received as a Guest of Honor by the Rong Family. When Lin Feng stood at the gate of Rong's house, his heart was filled with waves. But since he had already agreed to Mr. Jiang's request, he naturally had to do his best. The Rong family is one of the 4 major families in Baiqing City. It is a symbol of power, money, and status. It is also a family standing at the top of the pyramid in the city. Unexpectedly, the old friend mentioned by Mr. Jiang was actually the current head of the Rong family, Rong Dihai. In the past, he could only see Rong Dihai on TV. While Lin Feng was thinking, a young man in a suit stopped him and old Jiang. He looked up. The man's suit was ironed meticulously and there were no wrinkles. Her appearance and temperament are also extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the eldest son of the Rong family, Rong Yifei. He is also the future heir of the Rong family. "Mr. Jiang, you are here." Rong Yifei spoke indifferently, but he still bowed slightly when facing old Jiang. Then, he glanced at Lin Feng casually. Just for a second, then looked away. "Who is this?" he asked Mr. Jiang. "This is my friend." Elder Jiang deliberately took a half step back and introduced Lin Feng generously with a smile on his face. "He is knowledgeable and talented. After reading your father's medical records, he thought that Chinese medicine would be a better way to treat Dihai's condition. So I brought him here to see him." When Mr. Jiang introduced enthusiastically, Rong Yifei frowned. He didn't believe in his heart that this young man, who was not even older than him, could cure his father's illness. After all, even Mr. Jiang often sighed when facing his father's symptoms. This distrust was also shown on Rong Yifei's face. He looked Lin Feng up and down again. However, this time, the look was purposeful. His gaze was like a knife, moving all over Lin Feng's body, and finally stopped in front of Lin Feng, colliding with his gaze. The moment their eyes met, it turned out that Rong Yifei was at a slight disadvantage. He was startled, but still maintained his original expression. "Hello, I'm Rong Yifei." It was impossible to tell whether Rong Yifei was happy or angry from his expression. He said, holding out his hand. Lin Feng shook hands with him. "Hello, Lin Feng. My father's condition is serious, even Elder Jiang finds it difficult to treat." Rong Yifei paused. "Excuse me, why are you so confident that you can cure my father?" He exudes the majesty that only belongs to a superior. After pausing for a moment and noticing Mr. Jiang's disapproving gaze, Rong Yifei smiled faintly again. "Of course, I'm just asking, no offense meant. After all, it's my father lying on the hospital bed. As a son, I should understand the professional level of the doctor treating him." Rong Yifei slightly moved sideways to make way for the stairs leading to the second floor. "However, Mr. Lin Feng, you are recommended by Elder Jiang. I think you are not too bad." This sentence not only gave Lin Feng a way out, but also gave the other party a subtle reminder. You were brought to the Rong family by old Jiang. If your level is low, it will be old Jiang who will be embarrassed. At that time, losing Mr. Jiang's trust would be an inevitable result. But facing Rong Yifei's words, Lin Feng was calm and said calmly, "Of course I can understand that as a son, you attach great importance to your father's illness. Since Mr. Jiang trusts me, I will naturally not let him down." Rong Yifei's hand hanging by his side paused. Be neither arrogant nor impatient, and remain calm and self-controlled. Maybe, this young man named Lin Feng has some abilities. The room was dimly lit. On the bed, Rong Dihai, who was once a powerful figure, is now so weak that he can't speak and is barely breathing. He coughs from time to time, and when it is serious, he even coughs up blood. Rong Yifei looked away reluctantly. "Thank you for the trouble." He nodded at Lin Feng. Lin Feng strode to Rong Dihai's bedside. After taking the patient's pulse, as he expected, the condition matched the information given to him by Mr. Jiang. Fortunately, there is still hope for treatment. He took out the silver needles after saving old Jiang last time. He bought a set of silver needles and carried them with him in case of emergency. Disinfection first. Everything is ready and Lin Feng is focused. This time, there can be no mistakes. He used the silver needle in his hand and pierced the acupuncture point. Pay attention to the position, depth of needle insertion, and force. Lin Feng seemed to be unable to feel the sounds around him. All that remained in his mind were the acupuncture point maps and a wealth of medical knowledge. In fact, there was no other sound in the room except for breathing. Rong Yifei didn't dare to speak and disturb Lin Feng, and he even slowed down his breathing rate. Mr. Jiang, who was well versed in medical knowledge, could hardly conceal the amazement in his eyes. Genius! Lin Feng is the pride of heaven. He couldn't help but feel happy for Rong Dihai. This time, there is real salvation. It took Lin Feng a full hour to pull out the last silver needle. Cough, cough, cough. Rong Dihai's breathing became increasingly obvious and his face became much redder. A visible transformation. Rong Yifei was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng is so capable. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Mr. Lin Feng, I apologize to you for my distrust just now." He was just reckless. If Lin Feng turned around and left, the Rong family would suffer a huge loss. Lin Feng waved his hand, not really caring. "It's okay. The old man's illness still needs to be treated with medication. I will come here to give him acupuncture on schedule. After 5 more sessions, his condition will be relieved. It's just, based on careful conditioning, I can only guarantee to increase the old man's lifespan by 5 years." 5 years? Rong Yifei covered his mouth. Completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng snatched his father back from the hands of death, and it took him 5 full years to fight for it. Rong Yifei immediately bowed 90 degrees. "Mr. Lin Feng, thank you for your help. From now on, you are my benefactor, Rong Yifei, and a guest of honor of the Rong family. If you need help from the Rong family, please don't be shy." Rong Yifei thinks Lin Feng is worth it. Lin Feng also raised his eyebrows slightly. A guest of honor of the Rong family? Then it will be much more convenient for him to do things in the city in the future. After returning home, Lin Feng learned that Mumu was going to help Bai's father make an ointment to remove stretch marks. As it happened, he also had something to do. So when Mumu was hanging out in his father's company, Lin Feng would always rush to find his wife right after giving acupuncture to Rong Dihai. As time went by, the relationship between the two continued to heat up. Inside the company, Father Bai looked at the affectionate figures of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu, and felt that he was like a light bulb. Just see. Lin Feng was hugging Bai Mumu's waist from behind, his voice low and hoarse. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Bai Mumu felt the wetness on her earlobe and smiled shyly. The atmosphere is just right. When Lin Feng was about to take the next step, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng rubbed his brows helplessly. He picked up the phone calmly, but on the other end of the line he heard Sister Rong's crying voice. Sir, please come back soon. The triplets were stolen. Chapter 55. The guard team is dispatched to rescue the triplets. On the way back to the villa, Bai Mumu couldn't stop shaking. It's been a peaceful time for just a short while, how could such an emergency happen? She couldn't help but think in a bad direction. Seeing this, Lin Feng took Bai Mumu into his arms and comforted her softly while waiting for the traffic light. Although he was unusually flustered at this moment, he still patiently repeated it over and over again. Don't worry, Mumu, the babies will be fine. As they spoke, Bai Mumu's emotions stabilized, and at least she stopped crying. Lin Feng also gradually calmed down. The original journey of 20 minutes was reduced to 13 minutes by him. When we arrived at the villa, we saw Sister Rong standing at the door looking around. When Sister Rong saw Lin Feng and Bai Mumu coming back, she hurried forward to explain the situation. Sir, your sister is here. She said she has something to talk to you about and wants to apologize for what happened last time. Seeing that she was sincere, I let her go in first. Speaking of this, Sister Rong looked annoyed. It's all my fault. Later, I found out that the 3 children were missing. I quickly checked the surveillance and found that after she entered the villa, she sneaked into the baby room while we were preparing milk powder for the children and stole the 3 children. Blame me, blame me. If it weren't for me. Sister Rong felt extremely guilty. She loves her 3 children very much and takes care of them as if they were her own family. After something like this happened, she wished she could turn back time. But Wang Xiaoxiao is Mr. Lin Feng's half-sister after all. As a confinement nanny, how dare she turn her sister away? Don't blame yourself too much. No one wants to see this happen. You should first think of a way to find where the children are. Then, he thought clearly about what to do next. Suddenly, Lin Feng's cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Unfamiliar number, Lin Feng, I am Wang Xiaoxiao. Unknown number, your children are in my hands. If you want to save them, take 10 million and send them to the first trash can near number 6 Street, Dongjiao Road. We will give you the money and the children. Unknown number, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that your children are very cute. He. Wang Xiaoxiao's voice was close to madness. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes dangerously. He guessed that the location given by Wang Xiaoxiao was most likely fake. But now he can only calm Wang Xiaoxiao down. After thinking about it, Lin Feng typed out a line of words. Lin Feng, okay, I promise you. Seeing this, Bai Mumu calmed down and looked serious. The address. She hesitated for a moment, it doesn't seem real. That's Main Street. No matter how stupid Wang Xiaoxiao was, she couldn't tie the 3 children there. It's too easy to arouse suspicion. It's most likely a fake address. I agreed to it just to buy time. After a brief explanation, Lin Feng called Rong Yifei again. The Rong family is undoubtedly his largest network of contacts at present. Lin Feng, what's wrong? After a few days of getting along, Rong Yifei and Lin Feng have become good brothers, and they speak more casually. Yifei, my children have been kidnapped. I need some people to help me rescue them. Through surface analysis, Lin Feng was unusually calm. Little did he know that his palms were already covered with sweat. The triplets and Bai Mumu are his weaknesses and the most important family members. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Rong Yifei instantly realized the seriousness of the matter, and even his voice became steady. Okay, I'll contact the escort team right away. Don't worry, the guard team only serves the 4 major families. They are well trained and a top-notch team. They will definitely help you rescue the children. With Rong Yifei's words, Lin Feng felt a little more at ease. He also forgot that Rong Yifei couldn't see and nodded to himself. After a while, Lin Feng came back to his senses. Yifei, thank you. This is gratitude from the bottom of my heart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng received the contact information of the captain of the escort team. When he was thinking about how to quickly find Wang Xiaoxiao's exact location, the system sound rang in his mind. Host, have you forgotten that you still have a system? There was a hint of sorrow in his tone. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. He also has a plug-in system. Can you determine the exact location of the babies? He lowered his voice so as not to attract other people's attention. Sure. Now provide the host with the specific location of the triplets, as well as their vital signs. Ding. The triplets are detected in the ruins of Guahai building. Sure enough, in the suburbs. Lin Feng confirmed the triplets' vital signs again, and only after making sure that they were temporarily fine did he send a message to the captain of the escort team. Lin Feng, Guahai building. Lin Feng, the children are there. We will meet them in half an hour. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the destination. He didn't alert the enemy, he just parked the car outside. Let's get off. Lin Feng stopped by Mumu from getting out of the car. Mumu, trust me, I can handle it by myself. You are weak and emotional, so wait for me in the car. Wang Xiaoxiao might do something extreme, so he needs to ensure Bai Mumu is 100% safe. Hearing the sound, Bai Mumu stopped moving. Lin Feng is right. In her current physical condition, she couldn't provide any help even if she got off the car. And she believes in Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Bai Mumu nodded firmly. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. After comforting Bai Mumu, Lin Feng immediately headed outside the ruins. A well-trained guard team successfully reunited with Lin Feng. Inside the ruins, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was able to pay attention to all the situations outside, panicked when she saw Lin Feng and this group of fully armed guards. Impossible. Wang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. The address she gave to Lin Feng was obviously a fake one. How could Lin Feng find her exact location? At this moment, her expression was close to collapse. She has studied hard since she was a child and is a child of destiny, but why can her useless stepbrother own a villa and have money? He even has connections like Mr. Jiang. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoxiao became jealous and crazy. There was redness around her eyes. In the current situation, she has the upper hand. She has Lin Feng's 3 most cherished children in her hands, and this is also her biggest trump card. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed crazily. Lin Feng, your ability really surprised me. She raised her voice, but what's the use of you finding me? Your children are in my hands, I can kill them easily. She was very emotional. Wang Xiaoxiao, don't be impulsive. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted the crazy woman, fearing that she would do something to hurt the child because of her impulse. Impulse? Wang Xiaoxiao laughed wildly again, and the crazy sound even scared the sleeping child next to her into tears. I dared to kidnap your child, and now you tell me not to be impulsive? I have to say, Lin Feng, you are so lucky at this point, I am still willing to give you the opportunity to choose. Lin Feng calmed down and said, okay, you go ahead. A hint of pride flashed in Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes. As long as you agree to my 3 conditions, I will release your child and reunite you and your son. Otherwise I'll throw them off the building right now. None of us will have an easy life. Chapter 56 Lin Feng breaks off relations with his mother Wang Yame. I promise you. In order to appease Wang Xiaoxiao's emotions and as a delaying tactic, Lin Feng agreed. Wang Xiaoxiao became even more proud. She liked the feeling of Lin Feng being under his feet and having to obey her commands. The first condition is that I want money. 50 million, not a cent less. Her eyes were full of greed. The second condition is that I want you and Elder Zhong to recommend me and praise me. I promise you everything. Lin Feng said calmly, then what about the last condition? Wang Xiaoxiao raised her head with satisfaction. The last condition. I want you to sign the contract immediately. Transfer all the company shares you hold to my boyfriend. Damn, she is still in love. It seems like she has no idea what is going to happen to her. Okay. Lin Feng took a deep breath, I promise you too. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Wang Xiaoxiao thought about it and said again. We must make a written agreement and sign a contract. Of course. Lin Feng's eyes swept over the guards approaching Wang Xiaoxiao. In less than a second, his eyes fell on Wang Xiaoxiao again. You can draft a contract. I will find a lawyer and witnesses. This way, you can feel more at ease. What do you think? He had to divert Wang Xiaoxiao's attention. Why are you so cooperative? Wang Xiaoxiao frowned. Because my children are the most important people in my life. Lin Feng gave her a suitable answer. Only then did Wang Xiaoxiao completely dispel her remaining doubts. She felt vaguely comfortable. Look, the biggest handle on a rich and powerful man like Lin Feng is in the hands of Wang Xiaoxiao. Ha, Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so affectionate. I thought. Wang Xiaoxiao began to show off. She didn't notice the captain of the guard who was only 5 meters away from her. Halfway through his words, at Lin Feng's signal, the captain of the guard team pounced and directly controlled Wang Xiaoxiao. Ah! A cry of surprise spread out. You! Let me go! Let me go! Wang Xiaoxiao struggled like crazy. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, no matter how hard she struggled, it was of no avail. In the end, Wang Xiaoxiao could only be buckled with a silver bracelet. Lin Feng quickly reached the second floor of the ruins, and after a careful search, he found the triplets in a hidden corner. The 3 babies were in the soft and comfortable stroller. They were frightened by the noise just now and were sobbing one by one. After carefully checking that all 3 children were safe and sound, Lin Feng finally felt completely relieved. Don't be afraid, babies, Daddy is here. He ignored Wang Xiaoxiao's abuse and only transported the triplets to a safe place before asking Bai Mumu to get out of the car. Bai Mumu was held in Lin Feng's arms. Seeing that the 3 children were fine, she felt relieved instantly. I was scared to death just now, but fortunately, I have you. Bai Mumu patted his chest and gently stroked the faces of his 3 babies as if he had survived a disaster. His movements were gentle for fear of scaring them. If you look closely, you can see tear marks at the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that those tears were shed because of worry. Lin Feng held Bai Mumu tighter, giving her enough sense of security. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. This is the guarantee from Lin Feng. Lin Feng secretly decided that he must have a position that no one could shake. Only in this way can the safety of Bai Mumu and the triplets be guaranteed. Bai Mumu nodded gently. When Lin Feng was comforting his frightened wife, a familiar and sharp female voice came. Lin Feng! Get out here! Wang Yame? Lin Feng looked up at Wang Yame unhappily. At this moment, Wang Yame's hair was a little messy, and her makeup was not as delicate as before, and she looked very embarrassed. But the anger in her eyes could not be ignored. Oh, are you here to call me to task? Lin Feng thought. What are you doing here? Lin Feng blocked Bai Mumu and faced the angry Wang Yame calmly. What? Wang Yame sneered, how dare you ask? Even if your stepsister did something wrong, you can just resolve it and communicate privately. How could you let someone take her away? She is my child who I carried for 10 months and gave birth to with great effort. I have spent so much money and effort to raise her over the years. Yet you arrested her without any consideration for me? Lin Feng, do you still have me as your mother in your eyes? Wang Yame is domineering and speaks sharply. It was as if Lin Feng had made some huge mistake. After hearing these words with distorted views, Lin Feng just felt nauseous. Wang Xiaoxiao is the child born after Wang Yame carried the baby for 10 months. What about him? Isn't he the flesh that fell off Wang Yame? I'm partial to my grandma's house. It is outrageous for a mother to say such things to her own child. And then? Lin Feng said calmly, Ms. Wang Yame, she touched my bottom line. She has to pay the corresponding price for anything she does. She deserves to be imprisoned. I should be thankful that my child was not injured. Wang Yame was obviously annoyed by Lin Feng's address again. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. My request is simple. I want you to write a letter of forgiveness so that Xiaoxiao's life will not be tainted. Wang Yame was halfway through her words when she felt really bad about it and added a few more words as if to give alms. Mom also knows that Xiaoxiao was impulsive this time. Don't worry, I will ask her to give you a sincere apology afterwards. You are brother and sister, and this kind of thing can be put behind us after the apology, okay? She deliberately softened her tone and waited for Lin Feng's answer with anticipation. Faced with Wang Yame's expression, Lin Feng almost vomited out his overnight meal. Nausea. So disgusting. Wang Yame is not worthy of being his mother. Lin Feng spoke coldly under the other party's expectant gaze. Wang Yame, you are so disgusting. What? Wang Yame was stunned. Ignoring her reaction, Lin Feng spoke slowly. Ms. Wang Yame, I want to sever the mother-son relationship with you. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Please don't disgust me in front of me again. His voice was cold. Wang Yamei was about to get angry, but when she saw the determination in Lin Feng's eyes, she panicked. Of course, she is not reluctant to give up her family. She just doesn't want to give up the benefits. Lin Feng's current assets are enough for her to live out her days in peace and become an old lady that everyone envies. But if the relationship is really severed, she will get nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Yamei became extremely anxious. Lin Feng, you calm down, calm down. Wang Yamei spoke haltingly. After sorting out her thoughts and analyzing the pros and cons, Wang Yamei finally made up her mind to speak. Mom had a bad attitude just now. I apologize to you. Xiaofeng, we can put off writing the letter of apology for a while. Wang Xiaoxiao did something wrong and should be punished. During this time, we can catch up with each other and write the letter of apology after a while. Is that okay? After all, she is your sister. Wang Yamei felt that she had used all her patience on Lin Feng. He. Lin Feng chuckled. He was completely disappointed with this so-called mother. Mother and son reminiscing about the past? Are there any past events worth recalling? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Yamei coldly. Instead of talking to a stranger like me, why not take a last look at your good daughter? Chapter 57, a 100 million birthday gift. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Yamei lost her balance and almost fell to the ground. When Lin Feng was little, he would follow her around and call her mom sweetly. He was also a caring little baby. But now, how come he has become so cold-blooded? Wang Yamei's brows were almost twisted into a knot. Lin Feng, I am your mother, don't you even have the most basic respect? Wang Yamei's voice trembled, and she held it in for a long time before uttering these words. Of course, she was obviously lacking in confidence when she said this. Lin Feng sneered. His laughter hurt Wang Yamei so much. However, Lin Feng did not give Wang Yamei time to digest the pain. Soon it won't be. Besides, when have you ever worried about me? From childhood to adulthood, I have never even received a call from you. If he had a choice, he would definitely not be reborn into Wang Yamei's belly. Wang Yamei was speechless for a moment. Even though Lin Feng was very close to her, only a few meters away from her, she always felt that the gap between them could not be any deeper. She completely lost this child. She lost Wang Xiaoxiao, who made her proud, and she also lost Lin Feng, who had achieved success and fame. A feeling of powerlessness spread in Wang Yamei's heart. Lin Feng, mommy only wants to ask you one thing. Wang Yamei sighed, your sister is still young, can't you forgive her and write a letter of apology to her? She can't ignore Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao is her only chance to turn things around in the future. Lin Feng said without hesitation, no. She's not little anymore. Lin Feng held Bai Mumu's hand tightly, feeling mixed emotions. He led Bai Mumu to the car, and when passing by Wang Yamei, he shouted a word to her. People should always be responsible for their own actions. After saying that, he strode out of the desolate factory without looking back. Only Wang Yamei was left standing there in a daze. She had abandoned Lin Feng and went abroad, but now retribution has come. Lin Feng's stable emotions were not disturbed by the appearance of Wang Yamei. He didn't take it to heart at all. After returning home, he and Bai Mumu gave the triplets a bath. According to Lin Feng's original words, if you have come into contact with Wang Xiaoxiao, you have to get rid of the bad luck. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, giving the babies a bath. Reward, experience points 20. Without the bother of trivial matters, Lin Feng can take care of his 3 babies more seriously. The research and development of the ointment is nearing completion. Lin Feng asked Bai Mumu to go and do it, while he took on the responsibility of taking care of the triplets and ensuring that the children would be protected and no longer in danger. After a short while, the experience points accumulated reached 160. He was very satisfied. Open the system mall. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The light screen reappeared. After some thought, Lin Feng still exchanged for the blind box. The moment you buy 3 blind boxes, the system will issue rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained fortune-telling skills plus 40, cash 30 million. Lin Feng fell silent. Is the system trying to make him develop into a divine fortune teller? As Lin Feng sighed, the sound of a door being pushed open reached his ears. Bai Mumu is back. His eyes lit up. Just when he was about to give his beloved daughter-in-law a big hug, unexpectedly, Mr. Bai followed closely behind him with a happy look on his face. Lin Feng paused. Father-in-law, you are here. Come in and sit down. He smiled. It seems that he can only hug his wife after his father-in-law leaves. Since entering the door, the smile on Mr. Bai's face has never disappeared. He waited until he sat down on the soft sofa before speaking. Ah, Linfeng, your formula is amazing. After the company developed it, the effect was amazing, and the sales volume was unprecedented. This has also led to an increase in the company's stock price. Father Bai laughed heartily and looked much better than in the past few days. Bai Mumu was peeling an apple nearby. Linfeng, thanks to you, my dad's company was able to come back to life. Seeing the father and daughter so happy, Linfeng was also sincerely happy. He said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment. I got this recipe by chance. I was just lucky." After he finished speaking, Father Bai remembered something and slapped his thigh. "I almost forgot. I have one more thing I need to tell you in person this time. Tomorrow is my old man's birthday. It's a double blessing for the company to turn around at this time. So, I'm going to have a birthday party." The birthday party was organized by Bai's father and by Mumu, and the guests were mainly their relatives. Bai's father also asked Linfeng to invite some friends to make the party more lively. When the banquet was about to begin, Linfeng was dressed in a suit and tie, while Bai Mumu was wearing an exquisite little dress. As soon as the two of them appeared on the stage, they became the focus of the whole audience. His gaze was fixed on them almost instantly. Linfeng also gave the pink and white hollowed-out auspicious and abundant revolving bottle that he exchanged from the system mall to Father Bai. Father Bai suddenly couldn't stop smiling and kept praising Linfeng. But this scene became a joke in the eyes of others. "Is that Bai Mumu's husband? I heard that my cousin got pregnant before marriage. I don't know if this man is the biological father of her children." The speaker was Bai Mumu's cousin, a young woman with heavy makeup. It is the best age, but the original youthful vitality is covered by heavy makeup. Compared with Bai Mumu, she even looked like a woman in her 30s. "You don't understand." Bai Mumu's second uncle looked at his niece with lustful eyes. "With my niece's looks, there are a lot of men vying for her. Who would care whether she has given birth to a child or not?" Then, several relatives echoed. "That's right, this man is a living visual animal." "Shoo, keep your voice down, they are coming this way." Linfeng and Bai Mumu naturally noticed the burning gaze. Since they couldn't ignore it, they came to see what these people were talking about. "Linfeng, this is my cousin, and this is my second uncle." As they got closer, Bai Mumu began to introduce them one by one. Linfeng greeted everyone in turn. "This must be my brother-in-law, right?" Bai Mumu's cousin He Ziyu said calmly, "My brother-in-law is very broad-minded. I am also curious and want to know if my cousin's child was conceived by you two together, or I have no blood relationship with you." She emphasized the latter part. As soon as these words were spoken, the gossiping relatives around started discussing the matter one after another. There are also those who are laughing secretly. He Ziyu smiled proudly. Since childhood, Bai Mumu has been better than her in every way. Now that the other party has something to laugh at, she naturally cannot let it go. Hearing this, Bai Mumu's face looked bad. Seeing someone scolding his wife, Linfeng couldn't stand it and spoke before Bai Mumu. "Everyone, all you know how to do is talk nonsense? If you can't control your mouth, I can help you." Linfeng's eyes were sharp and his voice was extremely cold. Chapter 58, Seduction of the Flirtatious Cousin. The relatives who had been chattering just now did not expect Linfeng to dare to say this. They did not know the current achievements of the Bai family, nor did they know Linfeng's worth. They just thought that they were still small characters who could be manipulated by others. But even so, they were speechless after hearing this. However, the anger in my heart was surging and was about to erupt. The one who couldn't hold back his thoughts the most was the youngest among them, He Ziyu. The words "I'm not happy" were written all over his face. Linfeng didn't care about their expressions and was only focused on seeking justice for his wife. When the atmosphere was tense, the door of the banquet hall opened again. Romifei and Huang Yao entered the banquet hall one after another. Elder Jiang and Elder Mu followed closely behind. They instantly became the center of attention. Regardless of other people, just the most ordinary Huang Yao is someone they can't afford to offend. Why would all these big guys show up at Bai Sanfeng's birthday party? Countless question marks arise. Even Bai's father was confused. The next moment. "I am Jiang Qianni, Linfeng's brother. Musego is also the brother of little friend Lin Feng. He came to celebrate your birthday. The scene of two middle-aged men claiming to be Lin Feng's brothers was indeed a bit funny. The relatives and friends standing by were all stunned. Oh my god. I must be dreaming. This is the medical expert Jiang Lao and the gambling stone king Mu Sigi. Ah. I'm going to faint. At this moment, everyone was restless, but no one dared to act rashly because they knew that these two were the top figures in this city. But now, everyone has to celebrate Father Bai's birthday one by one. If it were filmed and posted online, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Lin Feng, the calmest person at the scene, walked slowly into the crowd and put on a smile. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my father-in-law's birthday. Brother, you are too polite. Romifei spoke first, and then he pointed at the pink and white hollowed-out auspicious and abundant rotating vase placed on the gift table by Bai's father. This gift is quite eye-catching. I can tell at a glance that it is from you. This workmanship and quality are worth at least a small goal, right? Not bad, Lin Feng, you have a rich family background. You have a good eye too. Romifei's voice was loud and was particularly obvious in the quiet environment. Worth 100 million? Oh my god, Bai Mumu has found a golden thigh? Getting pregnant before marriage and still having a husband like this, TSK, what luck? There was constant discussion around. There were also countless big hands in the air, hitting the faces of those relatives who had just gossiped, making loud slapping sounds. Did they just laugh at Lin Feng? Thanks to Lin Feng for not caring. Otherwise, all of them would have to pay the price today. Seeing so many big guys around, these people naturally were reluctant to leave, nor did they dare to hang around in front of Lin Feng. After careful consideration, they could only sit in the corner dejectedly, like a stinky rat in a gutter. Without the gossips of the bedbugs, the party was much quieter. Lin Feng introduced Mr. Mu and others to Bai's father and Bai Mumu, and they all had a great time chatting. Among them, Lin Feng was always asked questions by Mr. Jiang and Mr. Mu, which made Romifei and Huang Yao dare not interrupt and could only shake their heads helplessly. Hey, Lin Feng is indeed a popular person. When the atmosphere was just right, Ziyu finally couldn't hold back his desire to hook up with the golden thigh, and he ran forward happily. Brother-in-law Lin Feng, what my cousin said just now was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously. I apologize to you. As she spoke, Ziyu gathered her hair together, looking shy, and she didn't look like she was here to apologize at all. It seems like she is here to seduce men. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Romifei and Huang Yao, and the desire in her eyes was hard to conceal. If she could hook up with any one of them, she could be guaranteed to enter the upper class for the rest of her life, live the life of a rich wife, and become the object of envy of others. The best choice among them is Romifei. Of course, Ziyu thinks that Lin Feng is also someone who can be teased. If she could snatch Bai Mumu's man away, it would also be a kind of glory. Since Lin Feng likes Bai Mumu, she is more perfect than this little bitch, so Lin Feng will definitely be attracted to her. Thinking of this, Ziyu almost couldn't control the curve of his lips. She quickly spoke again, brother-in-law, can you introduce them to me? I like socializing and communicating with like-minded people. You won't refuse my small request, right? She said, blinking shyly. Now, Ziyu, with heavy makeup on, standing next to Bai Mumu, who looked like a little white flower, looked so charming. Lin Feng had an urge to vomit out the overnight meal. Romifei and Huang Yao were part of the aristocratic circle, so they were no longer surprised by this kind of women. Huang Yao crossed his arms over his chest and made a TSK sound. Lin Feng, don't you feel that there is a foul smell in the air? Romifei on the side also smiled and agreed very much with Huang Yao's words. I think so, too. Lin Feng nodded. Cousin, you look like a peacock with its tail spread out, and you smell terrible. He spoke directly without beating around the bush. Romifei and Huang Yao were both shocked by Lin Feng's sharp needs. Lin Feng said, it's just basic operation. Ziyu was completely stunned when he saw this. This is different from what she thought. But she changed her mind and thought maybe this was a good thing. She squeezed out 2 tears, and the tears mixed with mascara ran across her face, leaving a black mark. Ziyu looks particularly weird. But Ziyu herself didn't know this. She still thought that she was the pitiful but persistent and tough heroine. She raised her voice and said, yes, you are high and mighty, but that's no reason for you to bully me. I, Ziyu, may not be a lady from a big family, but I can't accept you treating me like this. I thought the young masters of big families were very polite, but I didn't expect. Hizio shook his head in disappointment. The next moment, she pretended to be strong and walked out of the banquet hall. She looked aggrieved on the surface, but she was already excited deep down. She thought, where have the young masters of your family ever seen a woman as charming as her? They must have been interested. She just needed to wait for the fish to take the bait. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. After Hiziyu's figure completely disappeared, Ronifei couldn't help but complain. Ha! This girl, is there something wrong with her brain? Huang Yao also agreed and said, she must be crazy. Lin Feng sneered. She probably thinks she's a strong and kind little white flower. It's just that it turned into a pitcher plant with abnormal brain development. Hiziyu left the banquet hall and waited at the door on purpose. So cold. She was only wearing a small skirt and shivered in the cold wind. But Hiziyo didn't dare to leave. She was afraid of missing the beginning of the idol drama and afraid that Ronifei and the others wouldn't be able to find her. In this way, Hiziyu waited unremittingly for more than half an hour, from a look of anticipation to a look of despair. No one came out to look for her until she was frozen. At this time, Hiziyo suddenly realized one thing. This time, she didn't get anyone's favor. On the contrary. This kind of behavior will make people laugh. She, Hiziyu, has become a complete joke. This is all Lin Feng's fault. Just wait. Chapter 59 by Mumu enters the entertainment circle. Such an insignificant episode like Hiziyu did not affect the overall atmosphere of the banquet. At a banquet, Lin Feng, Jiang Lao and others had a great time chatting. When the banquet was about to end, Lin Feng saw that Bai Mumu had stayed for too long and was afraid that she would feel bored, so he took her to the small terrace in the banquet hall to get some fresh air. I can finally breathe fresh air. Bai Mumu sighed. She was so busy with socializing just now that her mouth was dry. Lin Feng held Bai Mumu in his arms and smiled warmly. Thank you for your hard work, daughter-in-law. After saying that, he rubbed Bai Mumu's shoulders. Lin Feng's massage technique is really top-notch. Bai Mumu closed her eyes comfortably. After making sure that Bai Mumu had relieved her fatigue, Lin Feng stood beside her and held her hand. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng finally spoke. Mumu, you were unable to do the things you liked because of your pregnancy some time ago. Now that you are out of confinement, is there anything you want to do? I can help you plan it. Lin Feng's words froze the smile on Bai Mumu's lips. I do. Bai Mumu sighed halfway through her sentence. It's just that the last time the babies were kidnapped is still fresh in my mind. I have to take good care of them and not make any mistakes. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng held Bai Mumu's hand and tightened it a little more. Mumu, I've thought about it. Bai Mumu raised her eyebrows, somewhat curious about what Lin Feng had considered. She is also looking forward to it. If it is as Lin Feng said, it would not be bad if she can do what she likes. I will hire top bodyguards to protect the baby's safety 24 hours a day. As for taking care of them, Sister Rong will do it herself. His eyes fell on Bai Mumu. Mumu, you just need to do what you want to do, and I will help you with the rest. Lin Feng's words were like a reassurance, making Bai Mumu's worries disappear completely. The corners of her mouth curved up. As for what I want to do. After Bai Mumu thought carefully, he spoke with his eyes curved. I want to work hard in the entertainment industry. After confirming that Bai Mumu wanted to work in the entertainment industry, Lin Feng prepared to find a reliable entertainment company for her. He must ensure that Bai Mumu does not suffer any injustice. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to discuss this matter with Rong Yifei. Lin Feng, Yifei, does the Rong family have an entertainment company? My wife is planning to enter the entertainment industry, and I want to find a suitable entertainment company for her so that she won't be bullied. After sending the message, the other party replied within seconds. Rong Yifei, the Rong family is not involved in these industries. Rong Yifei, however, most of the Yi family's businesses are related to the entertainment industry. Xingyu Entertainment is owned by the Yi family. I have a good relationship with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. I will talk to her for you. After reading these two messages, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. The Yi family is also one of the four major families. In recent years, the Yi family and the Rong family have been equally powerful. Then he started to reply. Lin Feng, okay, thank you brother. Rong Yifei still replied quickly. Rong Yifei, it's awkward for us to mention the word thank you. Here, this is the contact information of Yi Lingfei, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Ron Yifei gave Yi Lingfei's business card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and added him immediately. The person recommended by Ron Yifei must be reliable. He thought the other party would have to wait a while before accepting his friend request. But who would have thought that within 5 minutes, the system prompted that Yi Lingfei had accepted the friend request. The other party was very enthusiastic. Yi Lingfei, hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I heard from Ron Yifei that you have a photo of Miss Mumu. Yi Lingfei, I don't mean to offend you. You know, in the entertainment industry, appearance is a must. Lin Feng naturally knew this. He flipped through the photo album. There are not many photos of Bai Mumu in his phone. After a careful search, Lin Feng found a frontal photo of Bai Mumu. Bai Mumu was developing the ointment at the time, with a serious expression, and the sunlight was shining brightly on her face, as if she had been coated with a layer of golden light. Looks especially good. The more Lin Feng looked at it, the happier he became. It took a minute before he sent the photo. Lin Feng, okay, is this one okay? This time, Yi Lingfei didn't reply quickly. After nearly 5 minutes, the messages started to arrive. Yi Lingfei, sign the contract. You must sign the contract with our company. Sign the best contract. Yi Lingfei, I have seen beauties, but it is very rare to see someone as stunning as this at first sight. She will definitely be a big hit. Yi Lingfei, I will go find our company's top agent and focus on training Mumu. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that Bai Mumu's appearance would definitely be loved by everyone and make flowers bloom wherever she went. Entering the entertainment industry will definitely be amazing. After setting a time, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu came to Xingyu Entertainment headquarters together. Yi Lingfei was out today on business and could not sign the contract immediately, so she just asked their company's top agent to meet Bai Mumu first to confirm the details of the contract. Since this matter concerns Bai Mumu, Lin Feng attaches great importance to it. He could arrive at the waiting room on the first floor of the headquarters half an hour in advance and wait. The temperature in the room was just right, so Lin Feng and Bai Mumu could chat leisurely. During the conversation, Bai Mumu was obviously a little nervous. Lin Feng's gentle words soothed her panicked mood. Mumu, you will definitely succeed. Lin Feng patted Bai Mumu's little hand with a smile in his eyes, don't be nervous. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the clock. It's 12:50. This gold medal agent is already 20 minutes late. He frowned slightly, but didn't show his displeasure too obviously. After he said that, before Bai Mumu could respond, the door to the waiting room was pushed open. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu looked up at the same time. I saw a middle-aged woman rushing in, carrying an expensive bag in her hand, wearing colorful clothes, sunglasses, and the perfume on her body was so strong that it was pungent. Bai Mumu almost sneezed. This perfume is too good. But she just frowned slightly, then relaxed her brows, showing no dissatisfaction and still maintaining a faint smile on her face. The gold medal agent took off his sunglasses and did not feel guilty at all. Are you the newcomer recommended by the vice president? She pointed at Bai Mumu and said in a bad tone, you're just okay looking. Do you have any talent? The entertainment industry doesn't need pretty faces. Oh, by the way, I don't know how you hooked up with the vice president, but as long as I don't give in, you can forget about entering Xingyu Entertainment. She raised her chin. It seemed as if she was the owner of Xingyu Entertainment, and Yi Lingfei was just her subordinate. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't this gold medal agent too arrogant? Not only was he late, but he also tried to intimidate them in overt and covert ways? Who gave her the courage? Chapter 60 The Stupid Agent's Show of Power. Let's not talk about being late. Once they get to the place, they start pointing fingers without saying a word, and even maliciously speculate on the relationship between the artist and the company boss. As he spoke, Lin Feng folded his hands on his knees and looked at the bossy woman calmly. As expected of a top agent, you are so arrogant that you don't even take the company's vice president seriously. Lin Feng guessed that this old lady was most likely just pretending when she said she was not afraid of Yi Lingfei. The reason for doing this is to give new artists a warning and make young people who have just entered the entertainment industry think how authoritative she is, so that the artists will follow her lead and be obedient puppets. This little trick is really ridiculous. Who are you? Sister Du was disobeyed for the first time. Her tone rose. How dare you say I'm right or wrong? Do you want to implicate this girl and prevent her from signing a contract with the company? After she said that, she stared straight at Lin Feng, trying to make Lin Feng bow his head. But when he felt the scorching gaze, Lin Feng didn't care. He still looked calm and composed. Do you think the company is your home? No matter how you take turns, it's not your turn to act arrogantly, right? You're still pretending to be awesome. What a waste of your ability. You're just an agent. If you don't know me, you might think you're the boss behind the company. Lin Feng's tone and expression were cold, without a trace of warmth. Sister Du subconsciously took a half step back. What a strong aura. When she regained consciousness, she felt ashamed. She was actually scared by a young man who had just started out? A rage burned in her heart, causing her chest to rise and fall violently and her breathing to become heavier. I won't sign an artist like this. He has no respect for others and has low moral standards. Oh, you dare to go against me? This is what happens. She said something coldly, picked up her bag, turned around and was about to leave. Lin Feng remained calm and unhurried, and Mumu didn't care either. If she really had an agent like this, she would be in trouble. It is better to stop loss in time. There are other brokers to choose from anyway. If worst comes to worst, she can still sign a contract with another company. Sister Du walked slowly. After a full 10 seconds, she saw that Lin Feng and Mumu were still leisurely, and her rage suddenly grew even greater. In that case, she would tell the vice president that Mumu was not good in every way and prevent them from ever stepping into the company again. After thinking it over, Sister Du raised her hand and tried to grab the door handle. But before she could take the next step, the door opened. Oh, you are so awesome. I can hear you bluffing from a distance. People in the know that you are the agent of this company. People who don't know probably think you are the major shareholder or the big boss of this company. I say, who gave you the courage to show off here? The person who came was Roni Fei. Roni Fei was wearing a windbreaker today. After opening the door, he put his hands in his pockets, looking casual. But having been immersed in power since childhood, even if he does not deliberately restrain his temperament, he can still make people's hearts tremble. Master Rong? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Sister Du naturally knew Roni Fei. As a gold medal agent, she once met the eldest son of the Rong family, who was also the future heir of the Rong family, at a banquet. Of course, she could only watch from afar in the audience, and it was nothing like today, where they could have such a close conversation. But she is used to reading people's expressions and praising the powerful and criticizing the weak. I also know that Roni Fei is helping Lin Feng and Mumu. She said she wasn't afraid of the vice president or the power, but I'm just talking nonsense to the newcomer. Brother Yi Fei. Lin Feng happily waved at Roni Fei. Why do you have time to come here today? The tone is familiar. Sister Du felt disappointed again. Today, she seemed to have offended someone she shouldn't have offended. Roni Fei didn't pay any attention to Sister Du's emotions. He walked around her and went straight to Lin Feng. I came to see how brother Lin Feng is doing, and by the way, to see if there are any monsters or demons in the Yi family company. As he spoke, he naturally shifted his gaze to Sister Du. Sister Du felt as if a hole was about to be burned in the place where Roni Fei was staring at. So creepy. Then it's time for you to come. Lin Feng joked. The more relaxed they are, the more nervous Sister Du becomes. This, golden agent, my wife doesn't like you, please leave gracefully. Lin Feng spoke lightly. He really didn't want to waste any more time on this talented person. It was originally an irritating remark, but after hearing it, Sister Du felt relieved. Finally, I can step out of this Shura field. After a brief chat with Roni Fei, Lin Feng took Mumu out. Lin Feng and Yi Lingfei briefly explained the situation, and Yi Lingfei said that she would help Mumu find a new agent. Before he had taken 2 steps out of the door, a figure attracted Lin Feng's attention. The woman had bright red lips, a hot body, and was dressed brightly. The sound of her high heels stepping on the ground echoed in the corridor. It's the movie queen, Gu Mimi. He is also a top artist of the entertainment company. However, Lin Feng didn't notice her because she was pretty. He noticed that Gu Mimi's eyebrows were dark. His accumulated fortune-telling skills allow him to calculate when a person's disaster will occur based on his facial features. 3 days later. Gu Mimi is in trouble. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but Yi Lingfei helped him, and now he has saved their company's cash cow, which can be regarded as repaying the favor. Mumu, wait a moment. Lin Feng paused. He shifted his gaze to the young actress, Ms. Gu Mimi, please stay. Gumini stopped when she heard the voice. Whom? She raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Feng. Are you the company's newly signed artist? Are you here to ask for my autograph? Lin Feng and Mumu both look hard to ignore, and they appeared in the company, so she naturally thought that Lin Feng called her to ask for an autograph in his capacity as a company artist. You misunderstood. Lin Feng smiled. I just wanted to take the liberty of reminding you. Don't go out alone these few days, and avoid remote corners. Especially after 3 days, you need to be extra careful. These words left Gumini completely confused. Is this person a fortune teller? Okay, I'll remember that, thank you. As usual, she said a few perfunctory words and sent Lin Feng and Mumu away. Gumini was naturally skeptical about Lin Feng's words. After hearing this, she couldn't help but worry about it. Halfway through her walk, she suddenly stopped. Recently, it seems that some fanatical fans have been harassing her online. It's just something to mention anyway. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. Ah Chang, please go to and from get off work with me these 2 days. Thank you for your help. Normally, her assistant would take her to various locations, and since it was just a longer journey, the assistant naturally wouldn't refuse. But the assistant still complained silently in his heart. When did Sister Mimi start believing in these things? Chapter 61. The actress was threatened with a knife by a fan. Because of this episode involving Sister Du, Yiling Fei personally expressed her apologies. After all, she heard from Rong Yifei that Lin Feng not only had a close relationship with Old Jiang, but also had superb medical skills. It even bought Mr. Rong 5 years. Which family has never been sick? Befriending a skilled doctor is the right choice. Afterwards, Yiling Fei carefully selected and decided on an agent with strong business ability and good character, Shen Feng, and asked her to train Mumu specifically. This time, the contract signing process went exceptionally smoothly. Shen Feng is a gentle and considerate older sister. She is not only careful but also has a good temper. Lin Feng naturally would not worry that Mumu would be wronged by her. This way, he can rest assured. After signing the contract, Mumu officially became a member of Xingyu Entertainment. When Lin Feng accompanied Mumu to record a song, he couldn't help but sigh. His wife is a talented woman. Before Mumu signed the contract, she had an original song that she arranged and wrote herself. When Lin Feng heard it, he was completely mesmerized. He firmly believed that Mumu could reap the glory that belonged to her in the entertainment industry. It's ready to be released. After recording the song, Mumu happily opened the door of the practice room and sat down next to Lin Feng skillfully. Lin Feng was extremely happy. He ruffled Mumu's soft hair and said, "My wife is so amazing, she will definitely be famous." Mumu's face turned red when she was praised. When Lin Feng saw Mumu like this, he couldn't let her go. Immediately after Mumu released the new song, Lin Feng reposted it immediately. NPS. My wife's new song, I hope you will support it. I have heard my wife singing a cappella before, and I heard the original version about 70 to 90 days earlier than you did. Lin Feng, who loves his wife. Lin Feng and Mumu had already become popular because of the previous events and had accumulated a certain number of CP fans. Now, Mumu has released a new song and Lin Feng has publicly shown their love, which has sparked a discussion. Netizens said, "The song is so good, it made me cry." Some netizens also expressed, "Posting dog food and showing affection publicly, this is a one-stop service. Singles can't stand it. I can't stand it." After a day's work, Gumini just felt tired. She and her assistant were walking on the path, preparing to take a shortcut home so they could rest early. Unexpectedly, the next moment, something unexpected happened. "Mimi?" In the dim environment, a voice full of expectation sounded. Gumini's sleepiness disappeared instantly. She raised her eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. He was a disheveled man. The man was dressed formally, but what was hard to ignore was the heat in his eyes and his slightly abnormal mental state. Even more frightening is, he has a knife in his hand. A sharp fruit knife, still shining with a cold light. Gumini couldn't help swallowing and put on a smile. "Excuse me, who are you?" she asked tentatively, but had already silently taken a few steps back. "Me?" The man chuckled. "I'm your fan. I've watched every TV series you've starred in countless times. I have a whole wall of your photos in my house. They all show my love for you." After saying this, the man's expression suddenly became depressed. But I don't like sharing you with so many people, Mimi. I want to have you all to myself. I want you to be mine alone, okay? Okay. Answer me. He gradually became insane. The fruit knife in his hand swung around with his movements. A cold light flashed. Mimi's pupils suddenly dilated because of fear. Bloody disaster? She wants to run. But at this moment, her legs softened, causing her to stand still, unable to move. Assistant Aching stood in front of Mimi at the right time and whispered, "Sister Mimi, be careful." But no matter how low his voice was, the other party heard it. Why? Why don't you like me? Slice your face, Mimi, and you will belong to me forever. They all love your appearance, but I. The man slowly raised his head. Love your soul. After saying that, he suddenly stepped forward. The fruit knife kept waving in his hand. His target is Mimi's face. Sister Mimi, run. The assistant quickly protected Mimi and fought with the man. Fortunately, he had practiced taekwondo and could demonstrate a few moves. Mimi, who had finally come to her senses, took a deep breath, thought of her professional moves when filming martial arts scenes in the past, and suppressed her fear as she stepped forward to help Aching subdue the man. The mentally deranged stalker chopped around without any skills, which made it possible for Mimi and Aching to find the right moment and directly control each other. Fortunately, the man is just brave, not strong. Within 5 minutes, Mimi and Aching controlled the man. They pinned him to the ground to prevent him from attacking again. But the crazy illegitimate fans are still muttering words like "I love Mimi" and "I want Mimi to belong to him alone" without any fear. It's as if they know that people with mental illness don't have to take any responsibility. Mimi ignored him, took out her cell phone and dialed 110. I want to call the police. Binyuan community, someone stabbed someone with a knife. After finishing the transcript, Mimi wrapped her clothes tightly. She had never experienced this before, and fear began to grow. At the same time, she also thought of what Lin Feng said 3 days ago. Be careful, especially after 3 days. Mimi murmured, "Who are you? Why are you helping me? Sister, what are you thinking about?" Seeing this, Aching asked worriedly. Aching, we met that couple 3 days ago. Do you know who they are? Mimi, is your face okay? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a hurried voice. It's Sister Du Mimi, yes, the gold medal agent. Sister Du's makeup was a mess at this moment, obviously because she was in a hurry to come here. The moment she saw Mimi, she found that her expression had not changed, so Sister Du breathed a sigh of relief. Just make sure the money tree's face is alright. It's okay. I'm sorry for making Sister Du worry. Mimi forced a faint smile. It's okay. Sister Du picked up the water on the table and drank it all. I'm dying of thirst. She pursed her lips with a hint of unfulfilled desire, and then said calmly, You still have an announcement to catch up with tomorrow, so go back home early to rest today, and be ready to come to the company at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mimi, I don't need to give you time to relax, right? If you're not hurt, you can just get some sleep. Be good, don't be pretentious. Sister Du didn't give Mimi the right to refuse. And Mimi's eyes dimmed for a moment. Sister Du has been very kind to her and she cannot let her down. Yeah, okay. She agreed reluctantly. Only then did Sister Du nod with satisfaction. When Sister Du left, Mimi turned on her cell phone and sent a text message. 3 days ago, someone spoke to me for 1 minute in the corridor on the first floor of the company. Check the surveillance video to see who this person is. Chapter 62 Lin Feng and his wife suffered cyberbullying. Why? Why are they so popular and praised by others? In a factory dormitory, Ziyu stared at the news about Mumu releasing a new song on his mobile phone, jealousy overflowing from his eyes. When she thought about how she was freezing to death outside at the last banquet but still failed to get the golden thigh, and how she became the laughingstock of her relatives after dinner gossip, she started to bite her nails in annoyance. Suddenly, she froze. Mumu, you are not some clean little white flower. Thinking of Mumu getting pregnant before marriage, Ziyu's mouth curled up in an unfriendly arc. She has been surfing for many years and naturally knows the horror of public opinion. Mumu is a little famous now, why not take this opportunity to pull her down? Poochie. Ziyu laughed triumphantly, let you guys bully me. Ziyu quickly opened her scarf. She used to like sharing her daily life and had accumulated hundreds of followers on Weibo. She thought about it and gave a rather eye-catching beginning. The popular young actress by Mumu actually gave birth to 3 children, the result of a love affair with a wild man. I call it dirty and cheap, and unlucky. Hizio started typing. She drummed her fingers continuously, becoming more and more excited the more rumors she spread. She couldn't wait to see Bai Mumu and Lin Feng being scolded and disliked by thousands of people. 20 minutes later. Hizio typed the last word and pressed the send button. Then she leaned back in her chair and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite refreshed. Bai Mumu, Lin Feng, just wait and see. A hot search titled Bai Mumu got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a child with a wild man quietly appeared on the hot search list. Although it was just at the bottom, many people were curious and clicked on it because the title was so exciting. Gu Mimi is one of them. When she has nothing to do every day, she likes to check the trending searches. The same is true today. Having just finished filming her scenes, Gu Mimi naturally clicked on the trending search list while taking a break. From beginning to end, there is nothing much to worry about. Just as she was about to exit the page, she noticed this trending search. By Mumu? A newcomer in the entertainment industry? Gu Mimi raised her eyebrows. She opened the trending search and found a familiar photo. It's her? The first hot search was posted by Hizio. In order to let netizens find the target of attack accurately, she specially posted a photo of Bai Mumu. The familiar features made Gu Mimi eager to scroll down. She roughly read the content of the post and frowned. She has gone from being an unknown little character in the entertainment industry to becoming a movie queen, and she understands a lot of things. In the previous post, the poster kept saying Bai Mumu got pregnant before marriage, but the other party was being vague from beginning to end. Some even have contradictory statements. This is most likely a rumor. Gu Mimi narrowed her eyes. She scrolled down again. Most netizens simply glanced at the content of the post and read the words emphasized by the poster, and they were sure that Bai Mumu must be an unfaithful woman who was playing around with other women in private. Fortunately, there are still some people who are protecting Bai Mumu's vital interests and carefully analyzing the questionable points in the article. Bai Mumu. Gu Mimi silently repeated Bai Mumu's name. Later, she found that many people were talking about Lin Feng in the comments. She followed the clues and found Lin Feng's photo. Although it was just a blurry photo, it was enough for her to recognize that Lin Feng was the person who saved her. Gu Mimi's eyes gradually became firm. She must not be ungrateful. After thinking about it, Gu Mimi forwarded Hizio's original post. And add text. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread them. After sending it, Gu Mimi let out a breath. She knew that this behavior would definitely anger Sister Du. Can. Gu Mimi smiled bitterly and then shook her head. It doesn't matter. Inside the villa, Bai Mumu had just finished feeding her 3 babies. She put on a loose pair of pajamas. Her pair of slender, snow-white legs came into view. She was lazily lying on the sofa. Seeing this, Lin Feng sat beside her and rested his chin on Bai Mumu's shoulder. A faint body fragrance came to his nose, which was very comfortable. Lin Feng was just about to start walking on the beautiful legs. The cell phone kept ringing at this inopportune time. The moment Bai Mumu turned on the phone, the high-performance phone started to lag. Something's wrong. Bai Mumu asked puzzledly. Lin Feng also noticed something unusual. Maybe it's just because of the memory, or because your new song is popular and some fans came to express their love for it? After listening to Lin Feng's guess, Bai Mumu touched her scarf and immediately found out. The latest people following you, 999 plus. Latest comments, 999 plus. The latest likes are 999 plus. Bai Mumu clicked on the latest comment, confused. Mumu. Are you good friends with our Mimi? She actually came out to prove her innocence for you. Is this girl helping girl? It's even trending on the search list. Mimi? Who is Mimi? Bai Mumu glanced at the last sentence, did not reply to this person's message, and instead clicked on the hot search. After clicking in, she was stunned. The first hot search was the big words Gu Mimi proves Bai Mumu's innocence. Mumu, go and see what's going on. Lin Feng said with curved eyes. Bai Mumu nodded, okay. She clicked on the trending search and found the post forwarded by Gu Mimi. The title above made her cover her mouth. Who framed me? This was totally an unprovoked disaster. But Bai Mumu had another question. Gumini, why are you helping me? She is a famous film queen, why are you using your big account to support her? Maybe, I'm just feeling indignant. Lin Feng said casually. But he knew. Gumini is repaying a favor. Repay him for saving my life. While Bai Mumu was confused, Lin Feng clicked on the original post and browsed through it. After reading it, he sneered. You only rely on your mouth to spread rumors, without considering the consequences, right? He immediately took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and found a WeChat friend with the note lawyer he. This was the lawyer he contacted Rong Yifei in advance when he learned that Bai Mumu was going to develop in the entertainment industry and asked him to recommend a lawyer. He is also one of the most renowned lawyers in the city. Clicking into the chat box, he sent a concise message. Lin Feng, lawyer he, please send me a lawyer's letter. 10 minutes later. The lawyer's letter issued by lawyer he and forwarded by Lin Feng and Bai Mumu instantly caused a sensation. Even if some people don't know Lin Feng, they know the famous lawyer he. It is worth a fortune to ask him to fight a lawsuit. Now, you are actually involved in such a small matter as spreading rumors on the internet? After the sensation, netizens gradually understood one thing. Lin Feng was actually able to find lawyer he to sue. Netizens speculated that the force behind Lin Feng must be terrifying. The person who spread the rumor is definitely doomed now. Chapter 63: The Unknown Secrets of Female Celebrities. After sending the lawyer's letter, Bai Mumu's agent happened to find her and was ready to have a personal discussion on how to resolve the current situation. Seeing this, Lin Feng went to the company with Bai Mumu. He wasn't there to watch the fun. He wanted to thank Gumini in person for speaking up for his wife, and also take the opportunity to expand his network in the entertainment industry. If it were in the past, he wouldn't care about these things. But it's different now. Now that Bai Mumu is in the entertainment industry, he has to protect his wife. Gumini, are you so brave? How dare you clarify for a little star on the 18th line? Is it necessary? What can she bring to you? Most importantly, why don't you listen to me? Now that you've grown up, have you forgotten my kindness to you? If it weren't for me, you'd probably be working somewhere washing dishes now. You probably won't be able to pay off the huge debt your parents owe you until you die. In the corridor, Sister Du was scolding Gumini. She was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick. While cursing, she would occasionally hit Gumini's shoulder. Spit was flying in the air. However, Gumini, who looked glamorous outside, did not refute Sister Du at this moment. No matter what, Sister Du is her guide. Although the other party's words were harsh, but she is right. Her parents were heavily in debt, and if she hadn't been able to enter Xingyu Entertainment, she would have spent the rest of her life paying off debts. However, the sour feeling still lingered in her heart. She wanted to break away from Sister Du. In just a moment, she began to feel disgusted with herself. Gumini thought that she was being ungrateful. Gumini, are you listening to me? Sister Du's loud voice brought Gumini back to her senses. She came to her senses. I heard it. Gumini pursed her lips and answered obediently. But for some reason, Sister Du still felt angry. You look like a good girl, but you're actually very stubborn. I got an advertisement for you a few days ago, but you didn't go to shoot it, right? Gumini, what do you want me to say about you? It's such a good advertisement, I fought for you, but you don't cherish it? Good advertising? Gumini smiled self-deprecatingly. Can a company that exploits women be considered a good client? What are you laughing at? If Gumini didn't need to use her face to make money for her, Sister Du would have wanted to slap her. Sister Du took a big sip of water and her temper calmed down a little. But Gumini and Sister Du didn't notice Lin Feng, who was turning the corner. Lin Feng crossed his arms over his chest as he listened to this conversation that blew up his entire world. To be precise, it was Sister Du's unilateral output. Lin Feng thought about it. He has to help his future partners. Just when they were achieving mutual benefit and win-win results, Gumini was exploited by Sister Du and became depressed. TSK, listen, what are you talking about? Lin Feng walked out of the corner slowly and spoke leisurely. The sudden sound almost made Sister Du choke on her water. She coughed a few times and was about to lose her temper, but when she saw that the person coming was Lin Feng, she swallowed the curse words. This person cannot be offended. Originally, it was Gumini's own hard work. With her good looks and acting skills, she has thrived in the entertainment industry. But when I heard just now. Lin Feng paused and fixed his eyes on Sister Du's face. Why do you feel that you are the real hero? If you don't know, you might think it's you, the gold medal agent, who gave Gu Mimi such a good look and made her acting so superb. Gu Mimi was stunned. This is the first time someone has said this. She thought she wanted to get rid of Sister Du's dirty thoughts, but they lingered in her mind again. In comparison, Sister Du was very panicked. She dared not be angry or speak now. Lin Feng's friend is Ron Yifei. She would never dare to offend him. Yes. I said the wrong thing in a hurry. Sister Du quickly apologized with a smile. But obviously, Lin Feng was not going to appreciate it. He remained calm. Did you say the wrong thing in a hurry? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who can be fooled? By the way, if I remember correctly, a few days ago, Shujia Company announced that it would cooperate with Gu Mimi. However, this company does not seem to have a good reputation. As a top agent, how could you let Gu Mimi cooperate with them? Is it because you have poor vision, or is it? Lin Feng emphasized his tone. You are consuming Gu Mimi in order to extract profits from it. Sister Du was confused. How could her little actions be exposed in front of Lin Feng? When she was at a loss, Lin Feng ignored her and turned to face Gu Mimi, who was thinking about life. Do you want to change your agent? Straightforward. Faced with this problem, it has to be said that Gu Mimi was shaken. But. No buts, follow your heart. Lin Feng interrupted Gu Mimi. After a pause, he added. Even without this agent, you can still shine in the entertainment industry with your looks and hard work. Besides, having a new agent will be good for your future development. This Ms. Du openly or secretly accepts advertisements that are not suitable for you in exchange for her own interests. Is she really the mentor you think she is? Lin Feng's words made Gu Mimi realize for the first time. Shut up. You shut up. Security. Security. Seeing that Gu Mimi did not refute Lin Feng, Sister Du was completely panicked. She didn't care whether Lin Feng would let Ron Yifei target her or not. She only had one idea, to keep Gu Mimi, the cash cow. Change. Gu Mimi spoke up. She looked up. I want to change my agent. I don't want to be constrained anymore. Du Yan, I don't owe you anything. Gu Mimi spoke with clear and loud voice. Lin Feng curled his lips. Yeah, I get it. Sister Du was more panicked than ever before. She said sternly, Gu Mimi, how could you do this to me? I am your guide. You are ungrateful and worthless. That's enough. Stop acting like a shrew and going crazy here. This time, it was Gu Mimi who scolded Sister Du. Even if there is a favor, I have repaid it. You know how much money you have made from me over the years. I will find the company and discuss with the company's top management to change a new agent. Sister Du, please save some face and don't let me make everything you have done public and embarrass you. Sister Du was silent now. She slumped to the ground, dazed. Lin Feng was too lazy to respond. He just typed in a phone number and said something to Gu Mimi. It's just a matter of changing agents. It's just a matter of making a phone call. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was connected. Hello, Lin Feng, are you calling me about Mumu's matter? Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Yi Lingfei's voice came from the phone. Mumu's issue has been resolved. I have another matter to discuss with you. How about I use a free consultation opportunity to get Gu Mimi to change her agent? Yi Lingfei paused. Is there such a good thing? Gu Mimi's stupid agent, she had wanted to change him a long time ago. Sure. It's a deal, don't go back on your word. Yi Lingfei said, this business is too profitable. Chapter 64. Can you be gentle? It's resolved. The company should handle your matter in time. Lin Feng hung up the phone, his eyes swept across the absent-minded Sister Du, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Congratulations, you've gotten rid of a mentally retarded agent, and your future will surely be bright. Hearing the sound, Gu Mimi's heart beat faster. Over the years, how much wealth has Sister Du gained by taking advantage of her gratitude? And how many things has she forced her to do that she doesn't want to do? Her heart was tormented when she went against her conscience again and again and shot commercials for unscrupulous products. This not only goes against her original intention, but also lets down her fans who support her. Now, she is finally free. Mr. Lin Feng, thank you. From the conversation between Yi Lingfei and Lin Feng, Gumini learned the name of her savior. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You're welcome. It's just a small favor." As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Du stood up with the help of the wall, and anger climbed onto her already harsh face, making her look even more ferocious. "Gumini, you ungrateful beast. It was me who had the foresight to pull you out of the quagmire, and this is how you repay me?" The voice is sharp. She pointed tremblingly at Gumini, her eyes filled with reluctance. Since her cash cow was about to run away, she no longer cared about Lin Feng. "My mind is full of asking Gumini to come back. After all, except Gumini, the rest of her subordinates are a bunch of ugly ones, and she has no luck in training another movie queen. And you." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Sister Du's eyes widened viciously, staring at Lin Feng. "You are the culprit of everything. If it weren't for you, how could I be in such a mess? Lin Feng. You are bullying others by taking advantage of your power. You are helping Gumini so much, don't you just want to sleep with her?" Sister Du spat. But these vicious remarks did not hurt Lin Feng at all. He still looked calm and composed, and even felt that the scene of Sister Du going crazy was particularly ridiculous. Rolling around like a pig. "Show, no noise allowed in public places, do you have manners? If you go crazy again, I don't mind contacting the security department and asking them to kick you out of the company." Lin Feng glanced at Sister Du lightly and met her vicious gaze. Unexpectedly, the other party got scared and looked away awkwardly. Sister Du was silent. After getting angry, she became much more clear-headed. Losing Gumini is almost certain. Because of this, she cannot anger the mysterious Lin Feng again. If she is fired from the company because of this, it will be difficult for her to survive in the future. All she could do was keep silent. It can stretch and shrink. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Feng moved towards the room where Mumu was. When passing by Sister Du, he did not forget to add one more sentence. "Of course, this is not to praise you, I just think that your behavior. Like a bastard." Every word was so heartbreaking that Du Yan's face turned green with anger. Lin Feng has an accurate grasp of time. When he arrived at the door, Mumu's agent Xiaoqing had already conveyed the company's intentions. "The company is ready to strongly support me in clarifying this matter." Mumu took Lin Feng's arm and smiled, "Evildoers will be punished." Mumu could not forgive He Zio's behavior. In this case, she would not plead for mercy on behalf of this cousin who had confused values and was vindictive. She has a kind heart. But she is no saint. She deserves it. Dare to mess with my wife? This is what happens. Lin Feng curled his lips and chuckled, his eyes filled with doting. After a pause, he thought of something and opened the chat box of the captain of the guard. There is action. Receive. The escort team completes the instructions within 24 hours, and messages are basically replied within seconds. After sending it, he learned that Mumu still had work to do, so after giving her instructions, he set off for He Zio's home. It's time to make some idiots pay the price. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife at this moment. At the same time, He Zio smashed the porcelain cup and trembled with anger. Bitch, bitch. Mumu is a bitch who has been ridden by thousands of men. And Lin Feng, they deserve to die too. This couple should go to the 18th level of hell. Her chest rose and fell, and her eyes were red. On the computer screen, the comments section of Mumu Studio's clarification statement was displayed. They all scolded her. The words were so sharp that He Zio had to take them seriously. But what did she do wrong? The last time she made a fool of herself was because of Lin Feng. In addition, no matter how hard she tried, she was not as likable as Mumu. She just doesn't accept it. Why isn't she the one who has happiness? His thoughts became increasingly confused. He Zio could no longer control his emotions, and he burst into tears, with big tears falling from his eyes. Sudden. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. He Zio just felt overwhelmed. Is someone here to laugh at her? She wiped away her tears reluctantly. Her eyes were full of resentment and her eyeballs were covered with red bloodshot. The whole person walked towards the door like a ghost. When she reached the door, she opened it without asking who it was. But when she saw Lin Feng's face, her breath was choked. What followed was the anger that had been accumulating for a long time. Lin Feng, you still have the nerve to come here? Do you know how badly I was scolded because of you? She screamed and yelled at the top of her lungs. Because of me? Lin Feng remained calm. He sneered, it's obviously because you asked for death. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed you. He Ziyo was about to retort when he caught a glimpse of two tall men behind Lin Feng. What do you want to do? You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. Do I need to tell you this? Lin Feng's voice was cold. Her mind went blank and her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. She could roughly guess what would happen next, and a suffocating feeling of tension lingered in her heart. He Ziyu asked softly. Can you be a little gentler? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then spoke. She's a bitch, so disgusting. Take away. Upon hearing the order, the two guards directly held He Ziyu down. Lin Feng spoke lightly. He Ziyu, don't worry, I just invite you to have tea. When he arrived at the police station, He Ziyu was completely dispirited. She was dejected, listless, and shed a few tears from time to time. No matter what you ask her, she sticks to the four-word principle, refuse to cooperate. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng was not panicked. The gifts he gave to He Ziyu were more than just these. At this time, the door of the police station was pushed open. The visitors were a middle-aged couple who were well-dressed and looked nervous. The first time he saw them, Lin Feng knew that they were He Ziyu's parents. The next moment, when Mrs. He saw He Ziyu being controlled in the corner, she couldn't help her emotions and hurried forward. Ziyu. Ziyu, are you okay? Darling, Mommy and Daddy are here to seek justice for you. We will definitely not let you suffer any injustice. She coaxed him gently without asking why He Ziyu was here. TSK, a loving mother often spoils her child. Lin Feng sighed. While Mrs. He was comforting He Ziyu, his father was also busy. He walked straight to Lin Feng, untied the black bag in his hand, and revealed a dozen thick Mao Zedong banknotes inside. Don't you just want money? Here's 100,000 yuan. Lin Feng, you are the husband of that girl by Mumu, so the extra money should be considered as a reward for you. Father He took a deep breath, his expression serious and full of confidence. We, the He family, want to settle this with you privately. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone in the police station turned around and looked at his father as if he were a fool. Chapter 65, 100,000 to get rid of a beggar? His father's words caused the police station to fall into a mysterious silence for a moment. He Ziyu looked up suddenly. 100,000 yuan? Being able to give away gifts worth over 100 million yuan at will, how could Lin Feng be short of these 100,000 yuan? She tried to speak up to stop her father's behavior, but it was too late. Lin Feng didn't care about the 100,000 yuan at all, and didn't even look at it. What a joke! Even a fraction of his assets is more than 100,000. He folded his arms across his chest and his voice was indistinguishable from joy or anger. They usually don't properly control their children's behavior. Now that something has happened, they only know how to use money to settle it. No wonder He Ziyu has bad morals. Is it inherited? They are indeed a family. Their brains are not working well. Lin Feng's words completely ignited the fuse, causing his father and mother to become more angry than ever before. Young man, don't be too aggressive. Father He turned his head and looked at Lin Feng threateningly. Aren't you angry enough to call me a young man? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and replied domineeringly. Father He turned on his cell phone, entered a string of numbers, and called Father Bai. He did not forget to preach before the call was connected. You don't know how to talk, so I'll communicate with your father-in-law and talk about whether you are worthy of Mumu. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Threaten him? Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Lin Feng didn't say anything either, he just stood there, waiting for the show to begin. Seeing him like this, his father and mother thought he was afraid and looked very proud. Half a minute later, the call was connected. Brother Bai, your daughter's husband is amazing. He sent my daughter to the police station. I must get an explanation for this matter. If you ask me, this guy is rude and has no morals. He is not worthy of Mumu at all. The sooner they get divorced, the better. Mr. He went straight to the point and talked non-stop. On the other end of the phone, Father Bai was silent at first. After a while. Hijio, are you out of your mind? You called me and scolded my son-in-law? If it wasn't for Ali, I would beat you to death. Ali is Bai's father's deceased wife. And his mother is her sister. It is for this reason that Mr. Bai has been tolerant of their family again and again. But they actually dared to scold his good son-in-law? I can't stand it any longer. Seeing her husband being scolded, his mother was unhappy. She snatched the phone and asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Are you stupid and don't understand what I mean? Go get some treatment for your brain when you have time. If you dare to talk nonsense and slander my son-in-law again, I will definitely not forgive you." After saying that, Mr. Bai hung up the phone angrily. Only his father and mother were left with confused looks on their faces. In the past, although Father Bai was not very affectionate towards them, at least he could not get angry. This time, why did you scold them without saying anything? After being confused, they realized a serious problem. Both Mr. Bai and Lin Feng are unmoved, so how can they rescue their daughter from danger? When his father and mother were at a loss, the door of the police station was pushed open again. As the door opened, everyone looked towards the door. In an instant, several discussions emerged. "Captain Morong? How come the captain of the guard has time to come to our little place?" Almost everyone was stunned. Morong Fu, the captain of the guard team, is a person who can only be seen on TV. Now, I am lucky enough to see the real thing. Everyone was shocked. After a moment, his father came to his senses. The moment he saw Morong Fu, he had only one thought. Hold the thigh. He was also an official of some importance. If he could obtain the protection of the captain of the guard, in the future, you will surely rise step by step and reach the peak of your life. At this moment, his father no longer remembered his Ziyu. He was completely satisfied and was trying to curry favor with Morong Fu. Afterwards, his father saw Morong Fu walking slowly towards him, and he became even more excited. Could it be that Morong Fu came here specifically for their family? He worked diligently and was finally appreciated? A beating heart, trembling hands. When Morong Fu and his father were no more than 5 meters apart, his father quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and then said, "Captain Morong, you." Before he could finish his words, Morong Fu ignored them and walked straight to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin Feng." Morong Fu lowered his head slightly. "Be respectful. Our escort team will be fully responsible for Hezio's affairs. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin Feng, we will definitely give you a satisfactory result." Lin Feng nodded without any emotion. "Okay, thank you for your help." Morong Fu waved his hand quickly. "It's no trouble, it's an honor for our guard team to be able to help Mr. Lin Feng." There is so much to this simple conversation. His father and mother no longer looked as arrogant as they did just now. They never expected that Lin Feng actually knew the captain of the guard. The most surprising thing is the captain of the guard's attitude towards Lin Feng. This is simply too much respect. Heziyu, who was in the corner, had never expected this scene. She knew that Lin Feng was rich, and now thinking carefully, he also had power. Is this the benefit of getting to know Rong Yifei and others? Why is Bai Mumu's husband so outstanding? The jealousy in her eyes was about to overflow. While Heziyu and his family were thinking about life in a messy way, Lin Feng said calmly, "Take it away." Upon hearing the voice, Morong Fu waved to the team members behind him, indicating that they should take Heziyu to the guard department. Heziyu's parents were now completely alert. Not only were they unable to curry favor with Morong Fu, but their daughter was also about to be captured. You know, if you are caught by the guards, there is no possibility of bribery. There cannot be any stain on their daughter. With nowhere else to go, his father shifted his focus. He looked at Lin Feng intently. It's not like they are desperate, they can ask Lin Feng for help. His father quickly took 2 steps forward with a good attitude. "Lin Feng, our family was ungrateful before. After this incident, we will definitely take Heziyu home and discipline him properly." His mother also quickly agreed. "Yes, yes, yes. Also, you are Mumu's husband. Although Ziyu and Mumu are only cousins, they have a deep relationship, comparable to real sisters. We are all family, so please be merciful and let our Ziyu go, okay?" These repeated pleas did not shake Lin Feng at all. He put one hand in his pocket, looked rather nonchalant, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Sisters?" "Yes, yes, yes." His mother thought there was a chance and nodded repeatedly. "I have never seen a family of sisters where the elder sister could frame the younger sister. My Mumu doesn't have relatives like you." At this point, Heziyu has brought this upon herself. When she slandered Mumu, why didn't she think about the relationship between them? He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. There was no way Lin Feng would be so generous as to forgive him. Zio deserves to be punished. After hearing these words, his father and mother knew that there was no way back. Their daughter is destined to be punished. Chapter 66, A Private Jet as a Reward. Finally, Mr. and Mrs. He left the police station with a look of disappointment and helplessness on their faces. They knew they couldn't persuade Lin Feng. Zio is destined to be responsible for her actions. Lin Feng looked at the embarrassed backs of his father and mother, and his heart was calm. Ding! Main quest released. When the system sound came, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Assignment: take the triplets to take photos of their 100th day. Mission time limit: 48 hours. Mission successful, reward private jet 1. If the mission fails, the host will lose the existing property. Oh, a private jet? Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. It just so happens that after he and his wife have their wedding, they can take a private jet for their honeymoon. The main focus is sweetness. Thinking of this, Lin Feng prepared to call Bai Mumu. But after thinking about it, he was afraid that Bai Mumu was busy at the moment and calling her would disturb her, so he opened the chat software and edited the message. Lin Feng, the babies are 100 days old. Mumu, are you done with your work? Let's take the babies to take 100-day photos. After sending the message, Lin Feng did not take any time off. He began looking for the most famous photo studio in the city. What we give to our babies must be the best. After Bai Mumu finished her work, she received a message from Lin Feng. Just as she was about to reply, she saw Lin Feng's car parked downstairs of the company. Bai Mumu smiled sweetly. After saying hello to his agent, Bai Mumu happily took the elevator downstairs, opened the car door naturally, and sat in the passenger seat. In the car, Lin Feng had already picked up the babies. The eldest and second child are entertaining themselves, while the youngest child is sleeping soundly. Seeing Bai Mumu get in the car and waiting for her to fasten her seatbelt, Lin Feng happily ruffled her soft hair. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. I have an appointment at the best video studio in the city, which is not far from here. Honey, if you are tired, just take a nap. I will call you when we get there. Seeing Lin Feng being so attentive, Bai Mumu's smile became even more intense. She smiled and said, okay. 15 minutes later, the luxury car arrived at the photo studio. The rate of passers-by turning their heads is 100%. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Feng pushed the stroller into the photo studio. The boss greeted us personally. Hello, let's take the 100-day photo. After briefly explaining the purpose of our visit, the boss became worried when he saw the 3 babies in the stroller. This is a huge workload. How should she ensure that all 3 babies cooperate at the same time? The boss sighed. Fortunately, money talks. Lin Feng chose the most expensive grade, and the boss took the order with a smile. However, she never expected that there would not be the panic and crying as she had expected. These 3 dolls. Cute and lovable. He was simply the most obedient baby she had ever seen. The shooting was almost done, and the boss couldn't help but sigh. It's rare to see such obedient babies. These 3 babies are so cute and lovable. They will definitely be outstanding when they grow up. The boss was very envious. If she could have such beautiful triplets, she would definitely thank God 800 times every day. Thinking of this, the boss looked up at Lin Feng and Bai Mumu again. She instantly thought that triplets were cute and that this was the most normal thing. Excellent genes. With such good-looking parents, it is hard for their children to not be good-looking. Hearing people praising their children, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu smiled at each other. After the boss praised me, I worked even harder. After all, the output rate is too high. Babies with divine looks look good in any photo. After the boss worked for a while, he finally finished the filming and also notified Lin Feng and Bai Mumu when they could come to pick up the finished product. At this time, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, Private Jet 1. Lin Feng curled his lips. The means of transportation for the honeymoon is here. When he thought of his honeymoon, he decided to prepare for the wedding early. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Feng began to think. He held Bai Mumu's little hand. Mumu, do you want to try on a wedding dress? After sending the triplets back to the villa, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu found a wedding dress shop with good reviews. As soon as you enter the door, you will see all kinds of wedding dresses. It's simply dazzling. When the clerk saw the customer coming, he stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Hello, what type of wedding dress do you need?" "Mumu, I have to listen to you on this matter." He respected Bai Mumu's ideas and was not going to tell Bai Mumu what wedding dress she should wear. He would only give some suggestions if Bai Mumu needed it. A warm feeling flowed through Bai Mumu's heart. She thought about it carefully. Getting married is a big event, and choosing a wedding dress is of utmost importance. "I prefer Chinese wedding dresses." Bai Mumu paused. "I think Chinese phoenix crown and bridal robe are more elegant and suit my taste." "Miss, can you recommend 2 sets for me?" she asked politely. When the clerk heard that Bai Mumu wanted to choose a Chinese wedding dress, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Ah, okay. Most couples now choose Western-style wedding dresses. I was surprised that you two chose Chinese-style wedding dresses. Come on, how about this one?" Hearing what the clerk said, Lin Feng frowned slightly. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Why did this clerk say such a thing for no apparent reason? But seeing that she was recommending wedding dresses, Lin Feng did not disturb Bai Mumu's progress in choosing a wedding dress. Suddenly, there was a puff sound and it spread throughout the store. The source of the voice was a girl in her early 20s. The clothes she wore were all luxury goods, and the bags she carried were limited editions, worth at least 200,000. The most eye-catching thing is the hairpin on her head. It is made of ice type and the carving technique is also of top quality. But Lin Feng saw the mockery in her eyes and frowned. How come there are still people who choose Chinese wedding dresses these days? The rich girl spoke with disdain. "If you ask me, Western wedding dresses are the eternal gods. They are noble and pure white. Aren't they better than bright red and green?" Hearing this, Bai Mumu also stopped choosing her wedding dress. After the rich girl finished speaking, the followers around her also echoed her. "That's right. Why would anyone like Chinese wedding dresses? You like things from so many years ago? You must be a country bumpkin." Seeing this, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. "Mind your own business," he said calmly. "Do you have nothing better to do than to come here and give orders?" The rich girl was stunned when she was called a country bumpkin. Do you know who I am?" She raised her voice. "I am Ling Ling, the only young lady of the Ling family in the imperial capital. I am an upper-class person who is going to marry the second young master of the Hua family, one of the 4 major families in your city. You dare to scold me? Have you thought about the price? The Ling family is a lower middle-class family in the imperial capital. This is what Ling Ling is proud of." I thought that after hearing this, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu would prostrate themselves on the ground and apologize to her for their rudeness just now. Lin Feng didn't care at all after hearing this. He said calmly. "Oh, and then?" Chapter 67, Fighting with the Miss of Beijing. Lin Feng was not surprised, someone else was surprised. The clerk who had just served Lin Feng and Bai Mumu covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Are you the fiancé of the second young master of the Hua family?" Ling Ling was confused at first when she saw Lin Feng being so cold, but after seeing the clerk's reaction, she nodded proudly. This is the normal reaction. Of course, the second young master of the Hua family personally pursued me, so I reluctantly agreed to come to this small place for marriage. After Ling Ling answered, the clerk suppressed his excitement and turned to look at Lin Feng and Bai Mumu. "We are not going to serve you anymore in our bridal shop. Please turn left when you exit." Joke. An ordinary couple and the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Even a fool knows who to please. How can you bully the weak? Bai Mumu said angrily. That's right. At the same time, a sharp female voice echoed. Boss? After seeing the appearance of the person who was speaking, the clerk seemed a little flustered. The person who came was the owner of the bridal shop. She was wearing a suit and looked quite aggressive. A real queen. The clerk hurried forward and explained to the boss, "Boss, this lady is the eldest daughter of the Ling family and the fiancée of Mr. Hua." Hearing this, Ling Ling chuckled. She likes to tell those who don't know what's good for them to get out of her sight. Ling Ling had already taken it for granted that the owner would drive Lin Feng and Bai Mumu away. But she guessed wrong again. Come on, drive away customers? I don't think this is the right thing to do. The purpose of our store is to treat all customers equally. How can you flatter us? You are not fit to continue working here. Come to me today to collect your salary and leave. The store owner's main theme is decisive and ruthless. Her words were almost irrefutable. The clerk panicked for a moment. But no matter how she begged, the owner just said 2 words, "Get out." At this moment, Ling Ling also had an unhappy expression on her face. She has been raised like a star since she was a child. Who dares to disobey her? But today everything goes wrong. Do you know how powerful my family is? You are so brave to disobey me. She put her hands on her hips and acted bossy, trying to save face. Hey, are you the owner of this store? If you don't apologize to me, I will definitely send people to smash your store. And you. Ling Ling vented her anger on Lin Feng and by Mumu again. You dare to say that I am meddling in other people's business? I will make sure that you can no longer survive here. Even if you become beggars on the street, no one will give you a dime. Certainly. Ling Ling raised her head. Now you beg for mercy and admit your mistakes. I am magnanimous and willing to forgive your ignorance and rudeness. After hearing this, Lin Feng thought that Ling Ling was an idiot. How did the young master of the Hua family fall in love with her? How ridiculous it is to marry a mentally retarded person into the family. Only. Lin Feng also felt that the nobles in the imperial capital should be quite arrogant. A small and not so famous family can do whatever it wants here. The imperial capital is indeed a gathering place for the rich and powerful. A playground for the rich and a place of suffering for the poor. After he thought about it, he saw that no one in the room paid attention to Ling Ling, so he was happy to speak. I sincerely advise you to stop performing one-man shows, as it can easily lead to mental disorder. Lin Feng's words echoed in the store. This time, Ling Ling was completely furious. She was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick. No matter how expensive the makeup was, it could not hide the harshness and hideousness on her face. Ling Ling sent a voice message to her bodyguard while her hands were shaking. Get in here. Smash the store for me. Only after she finished sending it did she feel refreshed. She will deal with this ungrateful shop owner first. As for this couple, she will torture them slowly. The next moment, 4 bodyguards in black came in one after another. Each of them looked so imposing and powerful that they seemed to be ready to smash the bridal shop. Ling Ling said proudly, "Are you scared?" The owner of the bridal shop felt nervous. But she didn't show much panic on her face. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the guards for doing this? After hearing what the shop owner said, Ling Ling felt as if she had heard a joke. They are indeed people from the bottom of society. Ling Ling shook her head. If the guards dare to arrest me, I will make their captain pay for it. After saying that, Ling Ling also lost her patience. She gave the order, "Smash it." The 4 bodyguards each held an iron rod. One of them took action first, aiming at a wedding dress, raising his arm, ready to smash the dress stand in front of him. But who would have thought that before the iron rod fell, Lin Feng moved forward quickly and swiftly and punched the bodyguard in the face. The bodyguard didn't even have time to react. The severe pain made the bodyguard cover his eyes and scream. Now, the remaining 3 bodyguards no longer had the same determination as before, and only felt that Lin Feng was a little scary. The person he beat up was the one with the highest fighting power among the 4 of them. One punch, so awesome? Damn it! The bodyguard who was beaten by Lin Feng finally relieved the pain and became angry and said viciously, "Come together, beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy, so that the lady can vent her anger." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 dared not disobey. Although Lin Feng's punch just now was extremely powerful, they had no choice but to go ahead despite the order, even though they were afraid. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. A bunch of rubbish together can't accomplish anything. He pinched the joints. In that case, I'll play with you guys. After saying that, Lin Feng was not afraid when surrounded by 4 people. He moved quickly among the 4 men, and whenever he found a flaw, he would deliver a fierce punch. Every punch hits the flesh. The sound of fists hitting flesh, and the subsequent howling, terrified everyone present. Especially Ling Ling and her group of little followers. Where have they ever seen someone with such high fighting power? Seeing 3 people being knocked down, Ling Ling quickly spoke. "Waste. Stand up and knock this bastard down." Almost at the same moment as she finished speaking, the last bodyguard could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Ling Ling swallowed. Now, it's over. Before she could figure out how to get away, she noticed Lin Feng's gaze. Eerie and scary. She subconsciously took a step back. Lin Feng sneered, "Now, can you get out of here?" He just felt unlucky to be in the same room with someone like Ling Ling. Ling Ling was angry, but she also knew that under the circumstances, she couldn't offend Lin Feng again. "You will be retaliated by the two great families. You are finished. You are finished." Ling Ling uttered the harsh words tremblingly. Then she kicked the bodyguard on the ground. "A bunch of rubbish, get out of here." After Ling Ling left, Lin Feng shook his head. "That's it?" Just as he was about to say something else, Bai Mumu's phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Mr. Bai. Lin Feng swallowed the words on his lips and waited quietly for his wife and father-in-law to talk. Bai Mumu answered the phone. The next moment, Father Bai's serious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mumu, something bad has happened. Something went wrong with the stretch mark removal cream. Someone used this cream and I had an allergic reaction all over my body and almost went into shock." Chapter 68, Lin Feng's father-in-law's company was in trouble. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu sat together on the sofa in Bai's father's office. Because the ointment for removing stretch marks became popular, Bai's father's company's market value increased and he also moved to a bigger and better location. This made Bai's rival company very angry. Who would have thought that after finally having a chance to hold their heads high and live a peaceful life, an accident would happen not long after? Both Bai's father and Bai Mumu looked solemn. Compared in this way, Lin Feng felt much more indifferent. "If you ask me." Lin Feng picked up the teacup and just opened his mouth. Bai's father and Bai Mumu looked at him in unison, looking forward to his next words. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and continued, "Father-in-law, there is a traitor in your company. The ointment formula was very popular some time ago, and no accidents occurred. But now something went wrong. It can be seen that it is not the ointment formula itself that is wrong." Lin Feng knew that there could not be any mistakes in the ointment formula given by the system. And now the biggest possibility of something going wrong is someone in the company was bribed and deliberately replaced the ingredients in the ointment, which caused the purchaser to suffer from allergies after using it. Father Bai and Bai Mumu looked at each other after hearing this. They all believed what Lin Feng said. After all, his analysis was very logical. The only difficulty now is to find the traitor. Bai Mumu was just about to ask Lin Feng what to do next when there was an urgent knock on the door. The person outside the door was so anxious that he pushed the door open impatiently before Mr. Bai said, "Come in." "Boss, something bad has happened." The Hong group and the family of the victim who was allergic to the ointment came together to cause trouble. The president of Hong group is Bai's father's mortal enemy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The other party can't sit still anymore. The first floor of the company. Hong Qingxian, the president of Hong group, was blocking the entrance of Bai group with a group of people. The posture is big enough. Hong Qingxian took a deep breath and raised his voice. "There is a problem with the ointment of Bai group. We need an explanation. The victims don't know how to defend their rights, so we at Hong group will help them. We will definitely give justice to the innocent victims." He had a loud voice and there was no vibrato when he spoke. On the contrary, the pronunciation is clear and melodious. It was as if he was truly filled with righteous indignation and was specifically speaking up for the victims. Before he finished speaking, the victims' families behind him shouted one after another. "We want to defend our rights. Protect our own interests. I hope your company can give us an explanation." Sudden. The security guards of the Bai group filed in and blocked the group of people in front to prevent them from getting emotional, mistakenly entering the company and hurting unrelated people. This was Mr. Bai's idea. At the same time, Bai's father and Lin Feng also appeared behind the security guards. "Bai Sanfeng, what do you mean by this?" Hong Qingxiang was the first to be unhappy. "You want to bully others by taking advantage of your power? I, Hong Qingxiang, will be the first to disagree." After saying that, he waved his hand. In an instant, more than 10 cameras were aimed at Mr. Bai's position. Lin Feng frowned. Was this a premeditated plan to crush the Bai group with public opinion? Mr. Bai's expression also became more solemn. Just as he expected. The next moment, Hong Qingxiang took out a mobile phone and pointed the camera at them. "Dear netizens, if I don't speak up for the victims today, who should we turn to for justice and help tomorrow if this happens to me and my family?" The Bai group bullies people by taking advantage of their power. They didn't care about the victims when the ointment had an accident. We must criticize this behavior. Hong Qingxian's performance in this scene was perfect. Boss. Bai's assistant showed his cell phone to Bai. The content on the screen was Hong Chengxiang's live broadcast, and they were facing him. Now netizens are all praising the Hong group and belittling our company. If we continue to develop like this, my company will probably suffer a severe blow. The assistant couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This matter has become a hot topic because of the operation of the Hong group. With public opinion, they have to resolve it quickly. Either find out who is behind this immediately, or compensate the victims. However, doing so also proves one thing. There is indeed a problem with the ointment. Afterwards, no one would buy the ointment anymore, and the Bai group was completely buried in the dust because the matter became a big deal after the victims fought for their rights and the Bai group had to solve the problem. But how can they find the betrayer in such a short time? This is simply a fantasy. Father Bai also anticipated what the assistant could think of. He looked worried and sighed sadly. Having worked in the business world for half his life, and with the people around him following him for a long time, he thought everyone was loyal to him, but there is still a traitor. Just as Mr. Bai was trying to find a solution, Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and appeared in front of the camera without any cover. Everyone, our Bai group was slandered by evil people, which led to the accident. We will investigate the truth of the matter in a short time and give justice to the victim. His voice was exceptionally loud. Hong Chengxiang was also stunned for a moment. But soon he came to his senses and continued shouting. Why should we trust you? We can't just sit there and wait for death. Think about the wives who have allergies. They have suffered, and we must seek justice. The others followed suit and echoed. Yes. Why? We want an explanation today. Stop bullying us. Lin Feng faced this group of people calmly. Then, he noticed a group of people getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. The escort is here. Morong Fu came to Lin Feng first. He said respectfully, Mr. Lin Feng, what do you need us to do? He looked like he was ready to follow Lin Feng's orders. Hong Chengxiang, who had been shouting just now, was stunned. Guards? He was startled. However, regardless of Hong Chengxiang's panic, Lin Feng curled his lips and said lightly, Mr. Morong, please send people to guard all the entrances and exits of the Bai group, even the ventilation holes. I will find out the rest of the things one by one. If you need the help of the guard team, I will contact you again. After he said that, Morong Fu nodded. Clear. Naturally, he would not refuse Lin Feng's request. Morong Fu repeated Lin Feng's request, and then the guards quickly guarded every exit that could leave the company with a firm expression. Now, Hong Chengxiang was completely panicked. It is well known that the guard team handles cases quickly. How did that old man Bai Sanfeng hire these perverts? If the matter is found out. Hong Chengxiang swallowed. He couldn't bear the consequences. Now, he could only continue to speak louder. We must defend our rights. We cannot be afraid of the guards. All he could do was to let the relatives of the victim cause trouble, so as to let Baishur Group compromise with him. Chapter 69. There is a spy in Bai's father's company. While Hong Chengxiang and the victim's family were arguing outside, Lin Feng entered the company, closed the door, and gathered all the employees of Bai Group together. The Bai Group was closed down and they were unable to leave the company, and some people had already complained. At this gathering, discussions emerged. Why are you locking us up in the company? We should be free, right? Why should we be locked up here if something goes wrong? Keep your voice down. Maybe they are just looking for a scapegoat. Don't let yourself be pushed out as the scapegoat. You won't be able to explain yourself when the time comes. At this time, Lin Feng and Bai's father appeared in front of everyone, one after the other. The discussions disappeared instantly. But some people are still resentful and even show their dissatisfaction on their faces. Lin Feng looked around before speaking. Everyone, we suspect there is a traitor in the company, so we can only put you in an awkward position for the time being. After all, it involves personal safety. The guards need to search the dormitory and find the cause of our client's allergy. As long as the truth is revealed, you can leave the company and go home to rest. Then the company will have a day off. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the hall. When the employees heard the previous words, some of them cooperated fully without any dissatisfaction on their faces while others were still whispering and complaining about it. But after hearing Lin Feng's last words, they were all very happy. Just cooperate with the investigation and you can have a day off. This is a good deal. What's more, they don't need to do anything at all, they just need to wait quietly for the results. But when everyone was happy, a person in the corner suddenly turned pale. Beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead and his hands clenched unconsciously. The whole person is abnormal. But he thought he was in the corner and Lin Feng couldn't see him. But he miscalculated. Lin Feng's mobile phone was connected to the surveillance camera in the company's lobby, and the status of everyone was displayed in real time on the phone's screen. He naturally noticed the employee's abnormal behavior. After asking father by, Lin Feng curled his lips. Lu Hui. So the traitor is you. After a while, Lin Feng sent a message to Morong Fu again. Lin Feng, if the guards in the hall see anyone acting suspiciously, don't speak out to stop them, just pretend you didn't see anything. There was no way Lu Hui would just sit there and wait for death. He was originally bewitched by Hong Qingxiang and accepted 100,000 yuan from the other party, and then mixed a kind of medicinal powder into the ointment. This matter can be described as high risk and high reward. Things were going smoothly. But what they never expected was that the guards would search the dormitory in a big way before the drug powder was dealt with. When the powder is found, it will be conclusive evidence. Now, he can only take a chance and turn being single into a motorcycle. Lu Hui gritted his teeth. He looked around and saw that all the guards around him were guarding carelessly and didn't seem serious at all. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he sneaked towards the dormitory. There was no noise on the road. However, halfway through the walk, Lu Hui suddenly felt something was wrong. Along the way, he didn't see any guard members searching the dormitory. Is this a trick? As he was thinking, he heard footsteps lingering in the corridor. Lu Hui held his breath instantly and hid to the side. As for the doubts he had just had, he threw them all out of his mind. After a while, the footsteps gradually disappeared. He then continued to hold his breath and concentrate, walking forward. Fortunately, his dormitory was not far from the hall, and he reached his destination in less than 5 minutes. Lu Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He flashed and entered the dormitory. Damn it, I'm scared to death. Lu Hui cursed in a low voice, even this guard team is not as scary as the legend says. They are a bunch of rubbish. They can't even catch me. Afterwards, he didn't bother to complain about anything else. He just found the medicine powder quickly, held it in his hand, and prepared to find a place to destroy it. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. It's you! Lu Hui, who had been gloating just now, felt his legs go limp when he heard the sound. Who? Found him so soon? Lu Hui's body stiffened and he turned around slowly. At the door, Lin Feng was holding a mobile phone. The camera is facing him. Lu Hui quickly threw the powder aside and pretended to be dumbfounded. What do you mean by me? I don't understand. I just came to the dormitory to find something. You are not allowed to slander me. What? I can't even go back to the dormitory. Don't think you can be so domineering. I have a temper too. Be careful or I'll call the police and sue you for restricting my personal safety. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then chuckled. He just used a basic attack, and this idiot used his ultimate skill? If it's so easy to grasp, then things will be easy to handle. Lu Hui didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, and when he saw him smile, he became furious. He cursed and said, "Damn it, pretty boy, what are you laughing at? Laugh at your stupidity." Compared with Lu Hui, Lin Feng was much calmer. He still looked calm and composed, and spoke in an unhurried and steady manner. I followed you all the way and recorded everything from your sneaking to the dormitory to getting the powder. He paused, his eyes fixed on Lu Hui's face. How about it, Lu Hui, do you want to appreciate it? The other party was completely panicked now. Lu Hui swallowed. Just now, he had clearly looked around carefully. How could he have ignored Lin Feng who had been following him? Is Lin Feng also a master of tracking? This matter is too outrageous. Lu Hui suppressed his fear and continued to play dumb, saying, I don't understand anything. Lin Feng didn't know what to do since the guy didn't know the answer to any of the questions. Lu Hui thought he was very smart. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this behavior was not a big deal for him. I originally thought that the company's traitor should be a smart person, but now I see. Hong Qingxiang's vision is not very good. It was a wrong decision to arrange you as the traitor. To tell you the truth, I didn't send anyone to search the dormitory. I was just fooling you. I didn't expect you to take the bait. It really saved me time and effort. Lin Feng's words made Lu Hui break down again. There was a fierce hatred in his eyes. There's also a hint of fear. He was strong and calm, stammering, You shut up. What do you know? Lin Feng shook his head and decided not to continue wasting time. Tell me, is the person behind you Hong Qingxian? Tell me your plan clearly, and maybe I can consider letting you go. This is the last chance Lin Feng gives Lu Hui. After hearing this, Lu Hui not only did not express gratitude, but also sneered. What Hong Qingxian? I don't know him. The main point is to never admit it. He felt that as long as he didn't admit it, Lin Feng would not be able to find out anything. In that case, don't blame me. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't plan to waste any more time. He clapped his hands and a guard team member came out from the corner. Please help me check. Lu Hui's account flow. Chapter 70. Lin Feng cleans up the chairman of Hongshi Group. Ignoring Lu Hui's panic, Lin Feng asked the guards to control him, then he went back to the lounge and drank tea leisurely without any panic on his face. In just 5 minutes, the guards had checked Lu Hui's account transactions clearly. Morong Fu was quite considerate and restored all the chat records between Lu Hui and Hong Qingxiang. So fast? Father by side walked around to the back of Lin Feng and noticed the chat history above the screen. After observing it carefully, he almost cursed. What a Hong Qingxiang! Father Bai gritted his teeth, frowning. He is so treacherous and inhumane. A woman who just gave birth is already weak, and now she is allergic. Fortunately, no one died. After he said that, he let out a breath, as if he had survived a disaster. He is a villain after all, with no moral bottom line. Lin Feng helped Bai's father onto the sofa, but Hong Qingxiang's good days are coming to an end. The corners of his mouth curved. Today, I promise to treat Hong Qingxiang to a pot of good tea. The guard's tea smells delicious. After contacting Morong Fu, Lin Feng personally went to Hong Group with his guard team. Because of the presence of the guards, no one from the Hong Group dared to stop them. Green lights all the way. After Hong Qingxiang got the news, he immediately stopped Lin Feng and the guards. What do you mean? The guards can just barge into our company? Believe it or not, I will report you. Hong Qingxiang appeared calm on the surface, but his voice was actually trembling slightly. He knew that the other party must have found out something. Otherwise, how could he come to Hong Group with such fanfare? But he couldn't just confess. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Morong Fu looked at each other and chuckled at the same time. Hong Qingxiang, is your brain just for show? If you don't need it, just unscrew it and use it as a chamber pot. Are you playing dumb here? Is that fun? Lin Feng crossed his arms and said without mercy, You bribed the people in my father-in-law's company to put allergic powder in the stretch mark removal cream. Lin Feng sneered. Where did you come from, you beast? Why haven't I heard of such a famous pigpen that can produce a talent like you? Hearing this, Hong Qingxiang's face turned green. But he didn't dare to curse back, so he could only hold his breath and said through gritted teeth, Lin Feng, what right do you have to speak nonsense? Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. He paused, then waved to the people from the Hong Group. Everyone, the reputation of our Hong Group is at stake. We can't let them talk nonsense. He yelled so loudly that his voice echoed throughout the hall. Afraid someone couldn't hear me. The employees around also began to whisper. The guard is so powerful? Now the whole city is controlled by them? We don't accept that. Oh, using power to oppress others, the Baisher Group is really lawless. The discordant voices became more and more obvious. Lin Feng and Morong Fu were not panicked either. They have evidence in their hands. Ignoring Hong Qingxiang's slightly smug expression, Lin Feng took the briefcase from Morong Fu. Seeing this scene, Hong Qingxiang was stunned for a moment. Is there really solid evidence? How could the guard team find out the truth in such a short time? His thoughts were confused. Before he could figure it out, Lin Feng's voice came again. Using power to pressure others? Lin Feng shook his head and kept opening the file bag. Now take a closer look at what your President Hong has done in private. After saying that, Lin Feng took out the printed evidence from the file bag. It is the chat record between Hong Qingxiang and Lu Hui. He specifically borrowed a photocopier from Bai's father and printed a thick stack of documents. Here is the evidence. He threw sheets of paper with chat records printed on them in front of Hong Qingxiang. The papers were scattered. Curious employees came forward, picked up a sheet secretly, and looked at the content on it. It's jaw-dropping. This is too outrageous. I didn't expect that President Han would be this kind of person. Nothing happened here. If someone died, he would be taking their life lightly. According to the records, Hong Qingxiang used coercion and inducement on Lu Hui, as well as bribes and a transfer of 100,000 yuan. The purpose is to let Lu Hui tamper with the ointment. The next moment, after seeing the printed content clearly, Hong Qingxiang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, bang bang bang, almost jumping out of his throat. He looked pale and didn't even know what to say. This is... I am not. He stuttered and couldn't even put together a complete sentence, making it difficult to understand what he meant. Lin Feng didn't care about his condition and spoke lightly. Hong Qingxiang, do you have anything else to say? In a flash, Hong Qingxiang lost his mind. His lips trembled and he fell to the ground in despair. Lin Feng, please forgive me. He lowered his head and begged for mercy, without any of his usual arrogance. I will pay for all the compensation. Let's settle it privately. I will give you any amount of money you want. Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. TSK, what a waste. Still want to settle it privately? Why didn't you think twice before doing the evil thing? He turned his head and ignored the embarrassed Hong Qingxiang. Captain Moron, take him away. After a pause, Lin Feng added another sentence. Prepare some good tea for President Hong. After all, he has no time for tea after being thrown into prison. Hong Qingxiang's defense was completely broken. After dealing with Hong Qingxiang, Lin Feng did not take any time off. Without hesitation, he came to the gate of Bai Group. At the door, the victims' families were still waiting. After a long time, they all showed signs of fatigue. Then, Lin Feng's appearance made them instantly alert. Without waiting for everyone to say anything, Lin Feng spoke first. Everyone, the matter has been investigated. It was Hong Qingxiang, the president of the Hong Group, who teamed up with our company's internal employees to put special powder in the ointment. But no matter what, since this is related to the Bai Group, we will compensate you for your medical expenses and mental damages. Lin Feng's words made the victims' relatives who had been waiting anxiously excited. They originally thought that the Bai Group, a bullying team, would definitely not seek justice for them. Instead, the president of the Hong Group personally came to their aid. Who would have thought that in the end, there would be a polar reversal? Some of them had tears in their eyes and wanted to hug Lin Feng. For some ordinary families, getting compensation is like timely rain. Bai Group, this move was recognized by most people. At this time, there was an uproar on the internet. Chapter 71, Kyoto's rich girl comes to cause trouble. Within one day, the online comments on the Bai Group and the Hong Group reversed again and again. Netizens know the truth. Some are keen on insulting the Hong Group for being a beast in disguise, while others are happily promoting the Bai Group and the effectiveness of the ointment for removing stretch marks. The Bai Group once again became a hot topic. However, the title this time has become The Bai Group Clears Its Name and Slaps the Hong Group in the Face. On the other side, netizens were rushing to promote Bai's company. Bai's reputation and popularity increased, and the company's market value reached a new level. On the other hand, Bai Mumu was not idle at home either. While Lin Feng was still dealing with other follow-up matters, she went into the kitchen and set the table herself. Bai Mumu first sprinkled some rose petals on the table. The bright red rose petals are eye-catching and beautiful. She put more candles and dimmed the lights. Candlelight dinner. The atmosphere is full of ambiguity. After the arrangement was completed, Bai Mumu curled her lips, quite satisfied. Now, just waiting for Lin Feng to come home and enjoy himself. After personally visiting the victims and their families, Lin Feng drove back to the villa alone. He can't wait to see his wife every day. Lin Feng parked the luxury car steadily in the underground garage and walked briskly. Only. After he opened the door of the villa, he felt something was wrong with the house. Why is it so quiet? What happened? With doubts in mind, Lin Feng slowed down his pace and looked around cautiously. When he reached the restaurant, he stopped for a moment. Bai Mumu was wearing sexy lace pajamas, sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face. Beautiful and sexy. The lights were dim, and the candlelight reflected on her face, outlining her perfect features. This. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Who can stand this? You're back. Bai Mumu greeted softly, "Come and sit down. I've cooked a table full of dishes for you. You can try my cooking." Lin Feng's body reacted before his brain. He sat down opposite Bai Mumu without hesitation. The faint scent of roses fills my nose. Seeing that he was seated firmly, Bai Mumu pushed the dishes in front of him, still maintaining a gentle smile. "Try it now. Thanks to your help with my dad's matter this time, Lin Feng, thank you." Lin Feng's hand froze as he picked up the food. "What are you thanking me for?" He smiled helplessly. "Your business is my business. We are husband and wife as one. Husband and wife are one." After hearing these 4 words, Bai Mumu's heart trembled. Lin Feng really soaked her in a honey pot. "Well, no thanks." Bai Mumu responded calmly, and his trust in Lin Feng suddenly increased to 100%. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, and suddenly, wow wow wow! Crying could be heard coming from the nursery. Sister Rong hugged Sanbao and hurried to the restaurant. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu had no time to care about the candlelight dinner. They stood up together and went forward to observe Sanbao's condition. Sanbao's cry is piercing, it's a loud cry. The little guy closed his eyes and opened his mouth, and soon his little face turned red. "What should I do?" Sister Rong said anxiously. "The young master keeps crying, but he doesn't seem to be ill. It's like..." She paused before making up her mind to speak. "It's like I'm possessed." Bai Mumu was startled and quickly hugged Sanbao in her arms to comfort him. In the past, as long as she hugged the little one, even if he cried, he would slowly stop crying under her gentle comfort. But today, the little guy's crying didn't stop for a long time, and the sound didn't even show any signs of decreasing. "This is not good." Lin Feng frowned and observed carefully. At first, he had no idea what was going on with his youngest son's inexplicable crying. However, Sister Rong's words gave him an idea. His 3 darlings were chosen by the system. Maybe they would have some special abilities. Just as I was thinking about it, there was another loud noise. Lin Feng rubbed his eyebrows. Before one wave subsides, another wave arises. "Mumu, don't worry, I'll take care of it, you can comfort the baby." After comforting Bai Mumu with a few words, Lin Feng moved to the main hall with peace of mind. In the main hall, Ling Ling was leading a group of people, standing in the center with great fanfare. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Are you here to show off again?" Seeing Lin Feng coming down, Ling Ling sneered. "Oh, you can still afford to live in a villa?" She looked around and sighed. "You must have sold your kidney to afford this villa? The decoration is so shabby, it's suitable for you to live in. But since you have offended me, I will definitely not let you feel comfortable. It would be best if this villa is destroyed." Ling Ling finished her non-stop chatter and raised her head. She couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's panicked expression. But the opposite happened. Lin Feng, who was standing right opposite her, remained calm. Ling Ling couldn't help but clench her fists. She hated the way Lin Feng looked. People like this should kneel on the ground, kowtow to her and confess their guilt. "You like smashing things so much?" Lin Feng ignored Ling Ling's anger and said calmly, "Don't let your brain go blank when you were smashing things, causing you to be mentally retarded now." Ling Ling almost vomited a mouthful of blood. She resisted the urge to spit out blood and gritted her teeth as she said, "Do you understand the current situation?" "What's the current situation?" Lin Feng's eyes fell on the row of bodyguards behind Ling Ling and sneered, "Just relying on these few pieces of trash?" Ling Ling was stunned. Is Lin Feng stupid? What right does he have to say such things? Who gave him the confidence? Ling Ling hasn't come to a conclusion yet. The next moment, Lin Feng clapped his hands and gave her the answer. 4 imposing bodyguards filed in, with the red spider lily logo on their cuffs. Ling Ling was stunned at first, and then she burst out laughing. "You don't think that these 4 bastards can defeat my Ling family's well-trained bodyguards, do you?" Lin Feng did not reply, but simply said, "Go. You don't know your own limits." Ling Ling waved. 5 minutes to smash this villa to pieces. 5 minutes later. Ling Ling's group of bodyguards were howling in pain on the ground. The scene was so spectacular. As for the 4 bodyguards, all is safe and sound. They even feel like they haven't stretched their muscles yet. How is this possible? These are obviously a group of well-trained people from my Ling family. Ling Ling's eyes widened, and the fear she realized belatedly made her back feel cold. Lin Feng just felt that Ling Ling was reckless. These 4 bodyguards may seem ordinary, but in fact, they are all masters selected from thousands of people. He gave them each a monthly salary of 500,000 yuan. Money should be spent wisely. Ling Ling, right? Lin Feng slowly walked in front of Ling Ling. You are such a loser. I reluctantly offer a suggestion, restrain yourself a little? Now, in her eyes, Lin Feng was like a Shura from hell. The situation was not right, so Ling Ling didn't dare to continue talking. Withdraw! She shouted without caring about Lin Feng. After shouting, she was the first to escape from this horrible villa. He didn't even dare to look back at Lin Feng. That's it? Lin Feng said with a TSK. He looked at the Ling family bodyguard who was howling on the ground and gave him a warm reminder. The master has run away, why don't you get out of here? Chapter 72 Qin family in Kyoto. Under Lin Feng's cold gaze, the Ling family bodyguards fled in a panic. You dragged me and I dragged you, so how could I care about my dignity? A bunch of rubbish. After complaining coldly, Lin Feng went to observe Sanbao's situation again. The baby was crying just now, but after the troublemakers left, the baby fell asleep. Bai Mumu looked at Sanbao who was sleeping soundly in her arms with a gentle expression. Sanbao's condition was stable now, and the heavy stone in her heart finally settled down. Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. After that crazy woman Ling Ling left, Xiaobao fell into a deep sleep as if relieved. He couldn't help but think too much. Could it be that his little son could foresee the good and bad things that were about to happen? The next moment, Lin Feng made an excuse and went to the small balcony on the second floor. System, are the triplets? Yes. The system seemed to know what Lin Feng was going to ask and couldn't wait to answer him. Seeing this, Lin Feng closed his mouth and waited for the system to answer him. Host, you guessed correctly, the triplets each have their own abilities. For example, Xiaobao's ability is to predict the future. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He guessed right. What about Dabao and Erbao? This depends on the host's slow observation. Great system, and it also knows how to keep you in suspense. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. In this case, he will have to pay more attention to the abnormal behavior of the triplets in the future. While I was still thinking about this, the phone in my pocket vibrated. It's Mr. Jiang. Lin Feng answered the phone without saying a word. Lin Feng, are you free to come to the hospital? I have a patient from Kyoto. Would you like to see him? Old Jiang is mysterious. However, Lin Feng did not refuse. Mr. Jiang would not look for him for no reason. The identity of this patient may be unusual. Arriving at the city central hospital, Lin Feng took the elevator directly to the top floor. Even though Mr. Jiang had retired, the hospital still left him a quiet lounge. The door of the innermost room on the top floor was half open. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door politely. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Old Jiang smiled. Madam Qin, the genius doctor I told you about is here. Hearing this, Mrs. Qin mentioned by old Jiang also became interested and turned her gaze to the door of the room. As someone who has been praised so highly by Elder Jiang, I must treat him well. He stopped talking halfway through. The moment Mrs. Qin saw Lin Feng, she was stunned. His eyes revealed an uncontrollable look of surprise. Lin Feng was in the same situation. He and this Mrs. Qin are surprisingly 60% similar. Especially those eyes. As if they were carved from the same mold. Although there are many strange things in the world, this coincidence is too much. Bizarre. Lin Feng, come in quickly. When he was stunned, Mr. Jiang greeted him quickly. Lin Feng finally came back to his senses, withdrew his gaze for the moment, and walked into the room slowly. Elder Jiang quickly introduced, this is Madam Qin from Kyoto. He emphasized the word Qin. Lin Feng also understood the old man's implication. The Qin family in Kyoto is one of the top wealthy families. It has just declined slightly in recent years, but it is still at the top of the pyramid. Mr. Jiang wants to introduce him to the big family in Kyoto. Yes, paving the way for him. When Lin Feng was sighing at Mr. Jiang's good intentions, Mr. Jiang introduced Mrs. Qin. Madam Qin, this young man is called Lin Feng. Although he is young, he has superb medical skills. Compared with me, he is even better. How about asking him to take your pulse? Mrs. Qin was originally immersed in surprise, but now she felt pleasantly surprised. At such a young age, he is worthy of such praise from Mr. Jiang. This young man is really not simple. Of course, it's my honor to have this famous doctor take my pulse. Mrs. Chin smiled kindly without any airs. Thank you for your help. As she spoke, she placed her hand on the pulse pillow. It's a piece of cake. Lin Feng responded and put his hand on Madame Chin's wrist. He calmed down and felt his pulse. However, during this time, he could sense Madame Chin's burning gaze, which was always wandering on his face, as if to see through him. Lin Feng did not show any displeasure, nor did he interrupt the other party, but just let Mrs. Chin observe. It must be said that he was also curious. It's not surprising that he and Mrs. Chin look alike. But when he thought of Wang Yame's virtues, he couldn't help but doubt. Is he really Wang Yame's biological child? Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will take root and sprout. Lin Feng plans to take some time to investigate the matter. It was also to give him peace of mind. Putting aside these complicated emotions, Lin Feng calmed his mind and took the patient's pulse with peace of mind. Sudden bang! The door to the lounge was kicked open. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Who on earth is this person who has the guts to kick the door of John Lau's lounge? Mom, can this crappy hospital cure your headache? I found a famous doctor in Kyoto, and he can definitely cure it. Let's leave today. I can't stay in this crappy place for another day. The visitor's words were full of ill intentions. Mr. Zhang's brows, which had been relaxed, frowned at this moment. He didn't speak first, but waited for Mrs. Chin to speak. Mrs. Chin rubbed her swollen temples, sighed imperceptibly, first gave Lin Feng an apologetic look, then withdrew her hand and looked at her only son. Qin Ji, you are not allowed to disrespect Elder Jiang. Also, you are so arrogant. Who allowed you to have this bad habit? Mrs. Chin has always been troubled by her son. An unlearned and unskillful dandy. In the aristocratic circle of Kyoto, when other rich children started their own businesses early, Qin Ji was still eating, drinking, having fun, and flirting with girls, living a life of debauchery and causing her a lot of worries. It can be said that he is a waste. Unfortunately, this is the only heir of their Qin family. Mrs. Chin, what bad luck! Qin Ji was instantly displeased when he heard what Mrs. Chin said. Just as he was trying to refute, he suddenly noticed Lin Feng. One glance gave him a strong sense of crisis. How come this guy looks so much like his mother? From childhood to adulthood, almost no one said that he looked like his parents. Many relatives also joked that he might not be a member of the Qin family, but was just picked up by his parents on the roadside. This has always been a thorn in his heart. Now that he saw Lin Feng, the thorn seemed to be stirring his wound again. A dull pain. Qin Ji took a deep breath and barely ignored the feeling of suffocation. He clenched his fists. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Qin Ji looked at Lin Feng coldly, without any warmth in his words. Let this young man take your pulse? Don't tell me he is a charlatan who was here to cheat you out of your money. In my opinion, this kind of social rubbish should be thrown into the trash can. That's where he should be. Qin Ji crossed his arms over his chest and asked Lin Feng in a menacing tone. What do you think, this quack? What I said makes sense, doesn't it? Chapter 73. I feel special when I see you. Qin Ji, watch your words. Mrs. Chin couldn't bear to see her son being so aggressive. She never imagined that her son would be raised to be the dandy he is today. But it was as if he was cursed. No matter how she and her husband tried to guide Qin Ji onto the right path, Qin Ji would always go astray inadvertently. It's ridiculously biased. It was as if he was deliberately going against them. At first, they thought Qin Ji was a rebel. But gradually, Mrs. Chin discovered a fact that she had to admit. Qin Ji weighs 140 kilograms and weighs 139 kilograms. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been worry-free. Mom, why are you speaking for outsiders? Qin Ji has always been arrogant and unruly. Mrs. Chin scolded him for a quack doctor, and of course he refused to accept it. You can't be partial to him just because he looks like you. I am your biological son. Qin Ji spoke the last sentence with particular emphasis. He was reminding Mrs. Chin. Wake up, you should stand on your own son's side and criticize the unscrupulous mediocre doctor together. It would be best if you could get rid of this quack. Let him roll as far away as possible. Speaking for outsiders? Mrs. Chin laughed in anger. She held onto the handle of the chair and barely stood up. Qin Ji, do you want to listen to what you are saying? It was obviously you who was unreasonable first, and now you are talking nonsense? Apologize to Dr. Lin immediately. Madam Qin is a gentle and decent lady, and a good wife to the head of the Qin family. At this moment, she got angry, which was rare. Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. Young Master Qin is really good at making people angry. It was also his ability that he could make Mrs. Qin, who was famous for her gentleness and consideration, so angry that she could not stand. Seeing this, Qinji did not restrain his temper at all. His fists were still clenched. I apologize to him? Qinji felt more and more that his mother was favoring this so-called doctor. Why? He doesn't accept it. He should receive all the favor of his mother. Madam Qin, you should help him unconditionally. Qinji glared at Lin Feng and said viciously, impossible. I can't possibly apologize to a piece of trash like him. You. Mrs. Qin just felt dizzy. A severe pain came over me, and my vision went dark. Lin Feng quickly supported her, and Mrs. Qin did not fall down. Are you okay? He asked calmly. Mrs. Qin was slightly stunned. She looked at Qinji again, who had an angry face. Well, as expected, there was no trace of worry on his face. Her own son was not as worried about her as Lin Feng, a stranger. Mrs. Qin's heart instantly sank. It's okay, thank you very much. Madam Qin patted the back of Lin Feng's hand. Good boy, I apologize to you on behalf of my unfilial son. He has no control over his words. If he has offended you in any way, please be more tolerant. Mrs. Qin's eyes were dim. Ah. It's all my fault as a mother. I didn't teach him well. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He himself is stunted. This one sentence immediately hit Qinji where it hurt. Qinji wanted so much that he wanted to spit blood on Lin Feng's face. A stranger, are you qualified to comment on the mother-son relationship in our Qin family? Are you qualified to insult me? Do you understand your own position? My mother is honoring you by letting you see a doctor. Don't take advantage of me. Mom, why are you still protecting him so much? I don't understand. Have you been blinded by lard? Qinji chattered on and on. His words were filled with anger. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice. Mrs. Qin sighed heavily, her eyes full of disappointment. How could I give birth to such a child? But when she was teaching Qinji's sister, there was nothing wrong. When Qinji heard the voice and noticed the disappointment in Mrs. Qin's eyes, his anger grew. Damn it, I knew you've always looked down on me. Then I'll leave. After saying that, Qinji turned around and left. He didn't forget to slam the door hard, venting all his anger on it. The poor gate seemed to be crumbling. Rebellious son, rebellious son. Mrs. Qin sat on the chair as if she had lost her strength. She suddenly felt a splitting headache. Seeing that Mrs. Qin's complexion was not very good, especially her lips, which were terribly pale, Lin Feng hurriedly took her pulse again. The situation is not good. He acted decisively. I'll give you acupuncture first to relieve your headache. 3 minutes later. The silver needle accurately inserted into the acupuncture point on Mrs. Qin's head, without any error. As time passed, Mrs. Qin's frown gradually relaxed and her face turned rosy. She looked at Lin Feng's brows and fell into deep thought. So similar. What a coincidence. Or maybe it's a resonance in blood. If she didn't try, she would definitely think about it forever and would never forget it. So, Mrs. Qin took action. During the acupuncture break, when Lin Feng happened to have his back to her, Mrs. Qin's hand sneakily reached behind Lin Feng's head. She thought she was quick enough to pull out 2 or 3 strands of hair, then pretended nothing had happened and kept the rare hair. Lin Feng only felt a pain at the back of his head. He curled his lips helplessly. Miss Qin has very strong hands. However, he did not intend to expose the other party. It's just a paternity test. It just so happens that it can dispel his doubts. Lin Feng turned his head and smiled when he noticed the guilty look that flashed across Mrs. Qin's eyes. Mrs. Qin, don't move your head. Let's continue. After acupuncture treatment, Mrs. Qin felt more relaxed than ever before. She had always had headaches and had sought help from many famous doctors but to no avail. Now, her headaches had been relieved. I have been suffering from headaches since 5 years ago. This is the first time I feel relieved. Thank you, Dr. Lin. She thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. As long as you stick to acupuncture, your headache will disappear after a period of time. Lin Feng curled his lips. Dr. Lin, can we add a contact number? Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to say, I'll have to trouble you again in the future. Contacting you through Mr. Jiang is too cumbersome after all. After a pause, she added. Don't worry, when I recover, I will definitely give you a generous reward. Mrs. Chen was delighted. Thanks to this disease, she was able to add Lin Feng's contact information. Even if Lin Feng was not her child, it would be her honor to be able to make friends with such a genius. Okay. Lin Feng did not refuse and opened the QR code. Mrs. Chen successfully added Lin Feng as her friend. Mrs. Chen, I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Feng is quite capable. Old Jiang spoke, smiling. You two are also destined to be together. To be honest, the first time I saw Madame Chen, I felt that you looked alike with Lin Feng. Maybe you have a special fate. Elder Zhang's casual words made Lin Feng and Madame Chen both freeze. Who knows, maybe they really have a special connection. Chapter 74 Men and Women in the Cinema. Lin Feng came to the city central hospital this time to see Mrs. Chen. Now that Mrs. Chen was getting better, he didn't waste any more time. He chatted with Mr. Jiang for a few words and then went home. After returning home, he let down his guard and collapsed on the sofa. Seeing this, Mumu sat down next to Lin Feng with curved eyes and rubbed his shoulders with moderate strength. She said softly, Is there something Mr. Jiang wants to talk to you about? Is the matter resolved? Mumu's soft and pleasant voice came into Lin Feng's ears, and he instantly felt his fatigue being somewhat dispelled. He answered seriously. I'm just treating the madam of the Qin family in the imperial capital. The Qin family in the imperial capital? Mumu was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that someone from the Qin family would come to our place. She also knew the Qin family. It can be said to be a famous family. It is also a large and complex family. However, she had heard about the young master who was about to inherit the Qin family, and he didn't seem to be very smart. I don't know if he can support the Qin family. Originally, Madame Qin came to see Elder Jiang. In order to pave the way for me, Elder Jiang gave me the opportunity to see her. Only. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Just what? Mumu asked, tilting his head. After a while. Lin Feng replied seriously, I have an indescribable feeling when I see Madame Qin. Mumu was shocked, and his brain started working rapidly. It has to be said that after she knew what Wang Yamei had done, she felt that a woman like this could not give birth to a talent like Lin Feng. But at that time she just complained silently and did not tell Lin Feng about it. But now. Lin Feng, I suggest you check it out. Mumu gently wrapped her arms around Lin Feng, you need to be very careful with this kind of thing. Besides, I think. After hesitating for a while, Mumu spoke lightly. Wang Yamei's genes are really not that good. What she meant was that she felt Lin Feng was not Wang Yamei's biological son. Good. Because it was by Mumu's suggestion, Lin Feng agreed immediately. He really should check it out. Wang Yamei looked left and right, and no one looked like his mother. There is a huge difference between their IQ and appearance. Just focus on your investigation. No matter what, I will bear the consequences with you. Mumu curled her lips. Her voice seemed to be able to fascinate Lin Feng. After hearing this, Lin Feng wished he could rub Mumu into his bones. Then, without saying a word, he took Mumu into his arms and carefully felt the unique body fragrance of Mumu. All his fatigue disappeared long ago. I couldn't find such a good wife even with a lantern, but luckily God has mercy on me and let me meet you. Lin Feng's words made Mumu's face turn red. She smiled shyly, I'm not that good. Why not? Lin Feng retorted, my wife is the best wife in the world. He instantly felt like a wife's treasure. Mumu, who was held in his arms, was overjoyed. It feels good to be recognized by others. Oh right. Mumu remembered something and said excitedly, hubby, let's have a wedding. She wants everyone to know that Lin Feng is her husband. Mumu rarely took the initiative. Lin Feng resisted the urge to laugh out loud and thought carefully. Mumu continued, the wedding doesn't need a big scene. It's enough to invite you and my relatives and friends to witness it. That won't work. Lin Feng held Mumu's little hand. I have to prepare the most grand wedding for you. After he said that, he felt something was missing. What's missing? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He and Bai Mumu didn't seem to have a dating period and got married directly. How can his wife not have what others have? Lin Feng came to a conclusion and said firmly, "Wife, I think we should have a good relationship before getting married." Bai Mumu was stunned. Fall in love? She certainly didn't talk about it. A bit looking forward to it. Afterwards, under Lin Feng's crazy recommendation, Bai Mumu naturally agreed to the proposal of falling in love. After receiving the news that Bai Mumu had approved the request, Lin Feng immediately went to Baidu. For a while. His search history is all the same. How to fall in love. How to fall in love with my sweet wife? The top 10 holy places to date your wife. When he was dating his ex-girlfriend, she would usually take the initiative to ask them where to go and where to eat, like a real boss giving orders. Maybe it's not true love, Lin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But it's different now. Because the other person is Bai Mumu, he wants to have a serious relationship. You have to be sincere. After browsing for a long time, Lin Feng finally made a decision. Go to the movies. Love movie. This is the best choice to bring young couples closer together. After some checking, Lin Feng analyzed that the most popular movie now is a movie about youth love starring a popular young actress and an award-winning actor. Just what he needed. Lin Feng, who felt that the movie tickets were too expensive without blushing or feeling nervous, naturally came to the cinema newly invested in built by Musher Group and chose the VIP hall. Bai Mumu put on a more casual makeup, holding popcorn in her hand, with a happy look on her face. Lin Feng took 2 bottles of ice cola and followed Bai Mumu into Hall 9. The dark environment made Lin Feng quite satisfied. When the movie reaches its climax, he can get intimate with his wife. The sound of abacus calculations resounded through the sky. About 5 minutes later, the movie officially began. Only. The chattering did not stop. Baby, I love you. I love you too, hee hee. Give me a kiss, mwah. Sitting behind Lin Feng and Bai Mumu was a young couple. They ignored the prompts for the movie to start and just kissed sweetly. It's just unbearable to watch. But their voices have not been restrained. At first, Lin Feng was not prepared to confront anyone on such a good day. He just hoped that they would have some self-awareness and be more restrained. But 10 minutes into the movie, they were still singing at the same volume, or even getting louder. It's like jumping on a toilet pole too much. I can't stand it any longer. No, you guys let it slip? This is in a movie theater, not a vegetable market. Can you please be more polite and keep your voice down, please? Lin Feng deliberately lowered the volume to avoid affecting others' viewing experience. The normal way of thinking for ordinary people would be to shut up. But this young couple is flammable and explosive, and their thinking is also different from ordinary people. The little girl spoke first. We paid to come here to watch a movie, why should we listen to you? What, do you own this cinema? Seeing this, the young man also echoed. That's right. We decide whether to speak or not. Who are you? You must be bored. If you keep meddling in us, I'll show you what social beatings are like. Each one spoke a sentence and they cooperated in perfect harmony. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Although this young couple is not very good looking, they have good taste. This cinema indeed belongs to him, Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, the young man started shouting again. Why aren't you barking anymore? What level is it? Watching the same movie as me, do you understand, you idiot? Chapter 75 Lin Feng's True Life Experience. Coward, do you think you are just shouting out for justice? You are really showing off. The young man, who was in high spirits, saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything and thought that he was afraid. A sense of pleasure flashed through his mind, and his words became even more vicious. The little girl had a look of admiration on her face and starry eyes. It was as if her boyfriend was a hero, righteously defending justice for the woman he loved most. Noisy. Lin Feng let out a light tsk. He ignored the young couple's fuss and just sent a message to the person with the note manager Wei. You little jerk, why don't you pay any attention to me? Sir, no noise is allowed in the theater. When the young man spoke again, Manager Wei, who was dressed in a suit and had a distinguished temperament, coldly interrupted his nonsense. The young man was taken aback. He glanced at Manager Wei's name tag. The girl quickly grabbed her boyfriend's clothes and lowered her voice. Baby, this guy is the manager of the cinema. Will he come to support him? Her eyes swept over Lin Feng, slightly timid. How is that possible? The young man was unsure, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend, so he stiffened his neck and shouted loudly. I bought the ticket. Why are you kicking me out? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the manager. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I have to finish watching this movie. Manager Wei remained calm despite the other party's unreasonable behavior. He said calmly, we will return the ticket money double. Security, take him away. Hearing this, the two security guards behind Manager Wei made a pleased gesture. The young couple looked at each other. They knew that if they didn't leave, it might be even more embarrassing. Face is extremely important to them. I'll remember you. The young man took a deep breath and said something vicious. Manager Wei smiled calmly, please do as you wish. He looked like he would not stop until he was pissed off to death. After a moment, the young couple walked out angrily. The girl was very timid just now, but now she had a lot of words to say. I can't help but get it off my chest. She said indignantly, you are a scum who bullies others by taking advantage of your power. Isn't it just that you know the manager? What's wrong with us talking? How can you restrict my personal freedom in public? She chatters on and on. The young man also frowned. Just before they were about to step out of the theater, the staff put up a sign at the entrance of the cinema. The writing above is clear and distinct. In this cinema, brainless and talkative young couples are never allowed to enter. They were both stunned and their faces turned red. Isn't this what they are described? I have never suffered such injustice in my life. The other side. Inside the theater, without the noisy environment, Lin Feng and Mumu's attention was completely focused on the plot of the movie. The acting of every actor in this movie is on point, making the movie fascinating. It feels as if you are there, feeling the love, hate and vengeance of the male and female protagonists. The movie reaches its climax. On the big screen, the male and female protagonists had just resolved their misunderstanding. The male protagonist was holding the female protagonist in his arms and telling her sweet words, his voice low and numb. Lin Feng subconsciously looked at Mumu. In the dim environment, the flickering light from the big movie screen shone on Mumu's delicate face. From Lin Feng's perspective, these lights outlined the profile of Mumu's face. Charming enough. His heartbeat quickened. Just in time. Mumu also turned around at this time. The moment their eyes met, Lin Feng and Mumu were both stunned. In such an atmosphere, they couldn't help but get closer to each other. My thoughts drifted away in an instant. It was like reaching a high ground, and then falling to the ground in an instant. Lin Feng held Mumu's neck with one hand, and the two people's breath became closer and closer, gradually blending. In a blink of an eye, their soft lips touched. It was a kiss that was as light as a dragonfly touching the water. Afterwards, Lin Feng felt the heat climbing up his face, and a fire was burning continuously. He placed his hand over his heart. Thump! Thump! After a while, Lin Feng regained his usual composure and smiled softly. His wife Xiang is so charming. After the movie, Lin Feng and Mumu walked together hand in hand. Their relationship seemed to be getting closer and closer without them noticing. Lin Feng sighed, the cinema is a holy place for dating. While he was thinking about how to take over all the cinemas in the city, the cell phone in his pocket kept vibrating. My thoughts were interrupted. Lin Feng turned on his cell phone. Mrs. Qin, Lin Feng, do you have time? Mrs. Qin, I have something very important to tell you. Just through the text, you can read the other person's urgency. Lin Feng knew that the result of the paternity test was out. And he is most likely Mrs. Qin's biological son. Although he was prepared, he was still stunned when he heard the news. Go quickly. Mumu held Lin Feng's hand tightly, trying to give him some strength. After you meet Madame Qin, all your questions will be answered. Lin Feng, I support all your choices. After saying that, Mumu paused. She chuckled and added, I'll wait for you at home. On the road, Lin Feng was driving at a very fast speed. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the place Mrs. Qin mentioned. Standing in front of the VIP box, Lin Feng's hand was suspended in the air. He took a deep breath. The next moment, his eyes suddenly became firm. He pressed the door handle and pushed the door open. In the room, Mrs. Qin, who was looking up at the sky, turned her head abruptly when she heard the voice. You're here. She smiled in surprise. As if he thought of something, tears welled up in his eyes again. Lin Feng. No, your surname should be Qin. You are my biological son. She looked at Lin Feng carefully, as if she wanted to engrave his face deeply in her mind. Mrs. Qin quickly brought out the paternity test. She wiped away her tears and said, "This is a paternity test. Take a look. I know it may be difficult for you to accept it for a while. It's okay. We can get along slowly." Mrs. Qin, who was graceful and elegant, neither arrogant nor impetuous, rarely loses her composure. But she was really too excited now, and her hands were shaking. Lin Feng's eyes moved downward. Apart from the complicated letters in front, the last line of words in the identification results is particularly eye-catching. It conforms to the laws of inheritance, and the probability of parentage is greater than 0.9999. They are mother and son. Lin Feng curled his lips and whispered, "I probably guessed it." After hearing these words, Mrs. Qin completely lost control of her emotions. She took a step forward and hugged Lin Feng tightly. She said slowly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom lost you." Lin Feng's body stiffened at first. Then gradually relaxed. Perhaps because of blood relationship, he does not reject contact with Madame Qin at all. Even though they had only met once. It's okay. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and carefully felt this unique warmth. "It's not your fault." "Oh, right." Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. "Qin Ji, is this Wang Yamei's child?" Chapter 76, Wang Yamei's Plan. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qin first led Lin Feng to sit on a chair, and then slowly spoke. "Qin Ji and I also did a paternity test, and the results showed that we are not biological mother and son. Back then." Mrs. Qin was slightly stunned when she touched the pain point deep in her memory, and then she continued, "When I gave birth to you, it was too chaotic. I guess, maybe at that time, I took the wrong child. There is another possibility." Lin Feng looked serious. Mrs. Qin paused. "You mean?" Scary thoughts come to mind. Was it Wang Yamei who did this? She investigated this Wang Yamei. He cheated on his wife when he was young and abandoned Lin Feng. Recently, seeing that Lin Feng has good development prospects, he started to pester her again. It can be described as vicious. Maybe, we need to investigate. Lin Feng rubbed his brows. She can do anything. Lin Feng and Wang Yamei had never had a mother-son relationship to begin with, and now that the truth was out, he could even treat this shrew as a stranger. Damn it! Mrs. Qin slammed the table. Then, my hands went numb. She coughed lightly, silently retracted her hand, and then continued to complain. "In fact, I should have done a paternity test with Qin Ji a long time ago. He has inherited all of Wang Yamei's shortcomings perfectly. He is arrogant, a bully, and a real rebellious son. My Qin family actually raised this idiot for such a long time. Now that I think about it, I lost a lot." Mrs. Qin has a deep resentment towards Qin Ji. Her brows were full of disgust. If she had discovered earlier that Qin Ji was a fake young master, she might have been surprised, or even reluctant to let him go. But in recent years, he has become more and more crooked. The crooked one doesn't look like a member of the Qin family at all. She was not making up stories when she said that Qin Ji bullied men and women. This bastard is a real beast. He has done a lot of things to bully others by taking advantage of his power. If the old lady of the Qin family had not protected him and said that he was the heir of the Qin family, Qin Ji might have been exiled by her husband to some remote corner to do hard labor. Fortunately, the truth is out now. Madame Qin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the handsome, young and promising Lin Feng with satisfaction. The arc of her mouth was hard to suppress. Otherwise, I almost thought that Qin Ji had a genetic mutation. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. He said calmly, "Now that the fog has dissipated, what should we do next?" Lin Feng was also testing Mrs. Qin. Test her attitude towards Qin Ji. Just talking about Qin Ji is not enough to prove that she has no feelings for this young master whom she has raised for more than 20 years. Lin Feng believes that they are bound together after all. But he guessed wrong. The next moment, Mrs. Qin smiled with her eyes narrowed. "Can my Qin family still raise a child for Wang Yamei?" "Impossible." There was even a hint of impatience in her tone. "Next, of course, everyone will go back to their own homes and find their own mothers." "Lin Feng, do you have time?" "At 3 p.m., room 502, Green Hotel, let's chat." Wang Yame smiled brightly when she received the news. She picked out her clothes with great pride. She knew that Lin Feng, this little bastard, could not abandon her. My precious son is enjoying a good life in the Qin family, and this little bastard is still filial to me. Wang Yame covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes full of pride. A bunch of idiots. She is the biggest beneficiary. Thinking of this, Wang Yame felt more and more that her decision was correct. She took advantage of the chaos and exchanged her child with Madame Qin. Over the years, she has often inquired about the Qin family. On TV, she often saw news about the Qin family living in harmony, and she felt that her son was quite capable. Over the years, the Qin family had already felt that he was the real young Master Qin. When the time comes, when his beloved son obtains the inheritance right of the Qin family, she will come forward. Isn't it time to become rich and powerful? It is true that wealth and honor are sought in danger. Maybe, Lin Feng would appreciate her kindness in raising him and be filial to her. Although Lin Feng, the real young master, does not have as bright a future as his son, it is the Qin family's bloodline that allows this little bastard to have a promising future. Having two wonderful sons, perfect. She hummed a little tune and dressed herself at the dressing table. In a good mood. It took a while before Wang Yame put down her lipstick. She put on exquisite makeup, carried a high-end imitation bag, wore high heels, and went to the Green Hotel. At this moment, Lin Feng was leaning against the pillar in the hotel lobby, with a dark look in his eyes. He had a dazzling appearance, and Wang Yame noticed Lin Feng as soon as she entered the door. My dear son. Wang Yame smiled widely. She thought to herself, I have to take good care of Lin Feng. Before her biological son inherited the Qin family, she had to let Lin Feng take care of her and respect her. After thinking for a while, Wang Yame opened her arms and walked forward quickly. Oh, Mom knows you're still angry, so here's Mom's apology. Where in the world is there a mother who would apologize to her son? Look how sincere I am. Just forget what happened before. Mom will definitely make it up to you in the future. Let me hug you and see if my good son has lost weight. At the moment when Wang Yame was about to hug Lin Feng slightly turned sideways and openly avoided the hug. He had fits of nausea. Wang Yame's facial expression changing speed is unique. Is this still the good mother who kept blaming him for Wang Xiaoxiao? Wang Yame's expression froze when Lin Feng dodged her. She rubbed her hands awkwardly, feeling countless pairs of burning gazes falling on her. I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could she have suffered such injustice? Wang Xiaoxiao is such a thoughtful little girl. After a while, Wang Yame breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression became depressed again, pretending to look pitiful. Mom knows that you still have resentment in your heart. Don't worry, we will slowly eliminate the estrangement. Little bastard, I'll spoil you for a while. Wang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson when her biological son became successful. Let him know his position. Ignoring the flash of anger in Wang Yame's eyes, Lin Feng refused without a second thought. If you want to get closer to me, then there is no need. Wang Yame choked again. Why does this little bastard always choke her? After taking a deep breath, Wang Yame finally controlled her emotions. By the way, son. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, what your sister did before was indeed unintentional. I went to see her a few days ago, and she had lost a lot of weight. I think she has learned her lesson. When she comes out, I will definitely educate her and guide her onto the right path. After all, we are a family, don't you think? The intention is obvious. Wang Yame looked expectant. But Lin Feng just found her annoying. How can she say such a thing with such a licking face? Lin Feng didn't answer her immediately, but just strode forward. I don't want to talk about it right now. Ms. Wang Yame, come upstairs. There's a surprise. Chapter 77 Large-Scale Recognition Scene. Wang Yame didn't say anything in the end. She was afraid of angering Lin Feng. At least, we can't fall out now. But she still silently cursed ungrateful bastard in her heart. It turns out that they are other people's children, and you can't tame them. Before he knew it, Lin Feng had already stopped in front of box 502. Wang Yame almost bumped into his back. She frowned slightly. Why did it stop suddenly? Lin Feng didn't care what Wang Yame was thinking, but he curved the corners of his mouth when he saw something beyond her sight. Wang Yame asked, Son, why don't you go in? By the way, Mom also wanted to ask you, why did you suddenly ask me to come to the restaurant? Oh, do you want to treat mom to a meal? This is a 3-star hotel, the food there is expensive, there is no need to spend so much money. Although she said this, Wang Yamei still rubbed her hands expectantly. During this period, without Wang Xiaoxiao to earn her living expenses, she had no financial foundation in the country and was not willing to work outside. All she ate was cheap takeout. Now, she can finally enjoy her meal. Wang Yamei's happy fantasy. Oh, since my precious son has booked a private room, mom won't refuse. Wang Yamei had anticipation written all over her face. She naturally walked around Lin Feng, took a step forward, and pushed open the door of the box. A moment ago, she had a bright smile on her face. Next time, mom will treat you to a meal. The door opened. The moment Wang Yamei looked at the scene inside the house, there was sudden silence. Mrs. Qin sat in the chair, still as dignified as ever. And the man sitting next to Mrs. Qin, playing games lazily, isn't he her biological son, Qin Ji? She couldn't help but hold her breath, her pupils constricted, her chest heaved violently, and her face gradually turned pale. Why are Madame Qin and Qin Ji here? Will the Qin family discover something? Countless terrible thoughts gathered in her mind, and Wang Yamei just wanted to run as far as possible. But how could Lin Feng give her this opportunity? He closed the door slowly and calmly. With a bang. The tense string in Wang Yamei's brain almost broke. Qin Ji obviously also noticed Wang Yamei. His expressions are even more interesting. Why does this old lady look so much like him? And why is that pretty boy from last time here too? An invisible feeling of oppression made it difficult for him to breathe. He turned his head in disbelief, trying to gain a sense of security from Mrs. Qin. Feeling the burning gaze, Mrs. Qin ignored him. Qin Ji was even more frightened now. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how much trouble he got into, Mrs. Qin would solve his problems for him. He even only needed to give her a look and she would do things for him and achieve her goals. But today, Mrs. Qin's indifference made him tremble. Without giving the mother and son a chance to think, Lin Feng spoke. I called you all here today because of a trivial matter that happened many years ago. Qin Ji, this is your mother. Maybe, we were taken away by mistake. Lin Feng pointed at Wang Yamei. Her guess was confirmed. Wang Yamei's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. She was an articulate person. But now, I can't say a word. These words were stuck in my mouth. Impossible. Qin Ji was unhappy. He stood up suddenly, and the friction between his chair and the ground caused a noise that was extremely obvious in the closed-in quiet box. He took several deep breaths and managed to suppress some of his anger. Where did you come from? You cheated my mother out of her money, but that's fine. I can forgive your ignorance. His eyes were cold. But now, you still claim that you and I were taken away by mistake? Are you suffering from paranoia? Do you think you can cling to our Qin family? Qin Ji just felt his stomach churning. Nausea. So disgusting. How could someone be so shameless as to make up stories and try to take his place just because he looks like his mother? In order to enter the door of a wealthy family, he even specially found an aunt who looked similar to him, just to deceive him. So shameless. I'm giving you a chance, get out. Qin Ji's voice was deep and threatening. If you don't get out, my Qin family will definitely not let you go. Are you blind? You've got to blame a big family like ours. Low class. Qin Ji spoke the last two words with pauses. His eyes were filled with disdain. It's just a low-level sand dollar scam. He is the eldest son of the Qin family and the heir of the Qin family. Possessed the most noble bloodline. After Qin Ji finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced at the panicked Wang Yamei. Noticing the face that looked 50% like his, he clenched his fists unconsciously. Why does this lady look like him? Unlucky. He waved his hand, signaling the Qin family bodyguards around him to take action. Drive them away from me. Shut up. Mrs. Qin suddenly spoke. The sound of her slapping the table interrupted Qin Ji's words. Qin Ji was confused. Xiaofeng is right. Madame Qin placed the paternity test on the table and said calmly, Qin Ji, you are indeed not my child. Xiaofeng is. As for your relationship with Ms. Wang Yamei, I can pay you to verify it once. Qin Ji was completely panicked. His eyes were blank and he muttered, impossible. Impossible. The Qin family's wealth is about to leave him? Why? At this point, why did this bastard named Lin Feng take away things that belonged to him? No. He is the young master of the Qin family. I don't believe it. Shinji tore up the paternity test without saying a word, then looked coldly at Wang Yame, who was sitting on the ground. You are not worthy of being my mother. There is no temperature at all. Wang Yame froze in place. Shinji didn't feel any pain at all. My mother is the mistress of the Qin family, and I am the heir of the Qin family. No one is allowed to take my place. This bullshit paternity test, maybe it's a conspiracy made up by you guys. He cursed. After cursing, Shinji noticed Lin Feng, who had a calm expression on his face. He subconsciously regarded Lin Feng as the instigator of the conspiracy. It's you who wants to destroy my family. I'm going to teach you a lesson and let you know your place. Shinji rolled up his sleeves roughly and strode towards Lin Feng. How could he look like a noble young master at all? On the contrary, Lin Feng, at that station, the aura lingering around him was hard to ignore. The difference is immediately apparent. Lin Feng smiled. This fake young Master Qin's brain is too slow. At this point, are you still deceiving yourself? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, not panicking at all. The next moment. Stop. How could Mrs. Qin allow Qinji to go crazy? Stop hurting her baby son. Qinji, we are not mother and son. We could have parted ways amicably, but you just acted unreasonably. Don't blame me. Mrs. Qin rubbed her temples and spoke directly. Qinda, kick this mother and son out of the restaurant. Chapter 78. It turns out that Lin Feng is the eldest son of the Qin family. Wang Yame and Qinji were driven away in public. Qinji has lived for half of his life, and his life in the past has been like the moon surrounded by stars. Most of the eyes of others looking at him are full of envy. Not like now? Shinji felt that he would definitely be the main figure in the after-dinner conversation among the group of people who had just had dinner in the lobby on the first floor. This was the first time he had been insulted like this. He clenched his fists, hatred flooding in his eyes. He hated Lin Feng. It's all him. If Lin Feng had not appeared suddenly, he would still be the high and mighty eldest young master of the Qin family. It was all ruined by a pretty boy. Damn it. Qinji was so angry that he cursed. Wang Yame also came back to her senses from her fear at this time. Seeing Qinji was angry, she did not forget to say, "Son, don't be afraid. The Qin family has raised you for such a long time, they certainly can't completely ignore you. After this period is over, go and beg the Qin family's patriarch and Madame Qin. If they are soft-hearted, maybe you can still be the young master of the Qin family." Even now, Wang Yame still has hope. She finally saw through it. Lin Feng hated her completely. Now that he had become the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family, he would not care about her as his adoptive mother. It was better for him to stay away from her. But Qinji is different. At least, the mother and son have the same blood. When Qinji makes a comeback, she still has a chance to reach the top of the pyramid. Who the hell is your son? Qinji had a look of disgust on his face and his attitude was cold as ice. Wang Yame's heart was stabbed hard. She looked hurt. Yes, it was because Qinji didn't know about their relationship yet that he distanced himself from her. Right. Wang Yame felt hopeful again. That must be the case. Son, I am your mother. I was the one who carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Mrs. Qin and I actually lived in the same delivery room at the time, and there were very few people protecting her. The most coincidental thing is, we gave birth on the same day. The time we entered the delivery room was only 20 minutes apart. I knew at that time that this was an opportunity given to me by God. Wang Yame was extremely excited when she said this. Qinji frowned slightly. I have to say, he was a little curious. He asked, and then? When Wang Yame recalled what happened back then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Qin family seemed to be in turmoil at the time, and they were in a state of panic, which gave me an opportunity. Then I secretly ran to the delivery room while they weren't paying attention and switched you with Lin Feng. She said, laughing even louder. This was the craziest thing she had ever done in her life. It's also the smartest thing to do. She had never been destined to be rich, but now, she is finally connected with the Qin family. Wang Yame wiped away the tears that were hanging from the corners of her eyes due to excitement. Son, this is all for your own good. You must respect me and take care of me until the end of my life. If it weren't for her, how could Qin have lived a good life for such a long time? After hearing these words, Qin disgust became even stronger. He took a step back, avoiding Wang Yame's attempt to hold his hand. I said. He took a deep breath, "You are not my mother. My mother is Madame Qin, the mistress of the Qin family. I am the most distinguished young master of the Qin family. He is not without anything. He also has a father and a grandmother. Yes, and my sister. It's impossible that everyone would abandon him like Qin Mimi, right? He wants to go back to Beijing. In short, you can't have anything to do with this and Wang Yame. Everything will be fine." After figuring it out, Qin ignored Wang Yame's crying, pushed her away and left. Like running away from the plague. Wang Yame was completely confused. I felt really disappointed. "Qin, get back here. I'm your real mother. You beast." Amid the rolling sandstorm, Wang Yame's feeble screams drifted away with the wind. Powerless and ridiculous. Inside the hotel, Lin Feng stood in front of the French window, watching Wang Yame and Qin actions calmly. After Qin left, he sneered. Wang Yame had planned everything, but ended up reaping the consequences. "My treasure." Mrs. Qin smiled softly. "Come, tell Mom what your plans are for the future. You have to go back to the capital to inherit the Qin family. Although the Qin family is not as powerful as before, it is still the top family in the capital. I will let your dad take some money and try to let you live a happy life as soon as possible." Mrs. Qin said this. But she still looked forward to it. Not only was her beloved son not led astray by Wang Yame, he also became a person with good relations with Elder Jiang and Elder Mu, and even invested in the Mushi Group. Great achievements. Maybe the Qin family can regain its former glory under Lin Feng's leadership. Of course, if he likes to play badly, that's fine too. In short, just be happy. Lin Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Okay, I'll go back with you. However, before returning to Beijing, there is one important matter to be done." "Mrs. Qin, what's the big deal?" Lin Feng smiled sweetly. "Have a wedding." Mrs. Qin was surprised, but also felt happy from the bottom of her heart. She was relieved that her son had someone he wanted to spend the rest of his life with so early. Such rapid progress? The person you like must be excellent. Oh, right. My baby. She blinked expectantly. I want to meet my daughter-in-law. Lin Feng readily agreed. After Mumu knew about this, she was stunned at first, then she immediately picked clothes and did not forget to take out a bunch of cosmetics. Visible panic. This is too sudden. I need to prepare well. Mumu picked and chose among a variety of clothes for attending formal occasions. Thanks to Lin Feng, who took the time to buy them for her, she had a lot more choices. Lin Feng hugged Mumu's waist from behind. "Isn't it urgent to recognize relatives? Rong Yifei and I have asked around. The Qin family doesn't seem to be doing well these days. We may have to return to Beijing as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work, my wife." After saying that, Lin Feng kissed Mumu on the cheek. Mumu smiled and expressed his understanding. After stopping Lin Feng from rubbing against her and disturbing her makeup progress, Mumu prepared for nearly an hour before she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at herself in the mirror. Formal enough. Only then was she satisfied, and she took Lin Feng to the agreed restaurant. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Mumu arrived at the first-floor lobby of the hotel. This restaurant is the most luxurious in the city. The hall is decorated so magnificently that it is dazzling. Mrs. Qin decided to stay on the 7th floor. As far as Lin Feng knew, she was so wealthy that she booked the entire 7th floor. Just as he was about to take the elevator to the 7th floor, Lin Feng noticed a familiar figure. Isn't this Ling Ling, the proud and arrogant girl from the Ling family in Kyoto? At this time, Ling Ling, who was chatting with people around her, also noticed Lin Feng. Their eyes met. Ling Ling was stunned. "Lin Feng? How could you be here? Could it be? Are you working as a waiter here?" Chapter 79. My head is itchy. It seems like I need to grow a brain. This was in a high-end restaurant, in public, and Ling Ling knew that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to act rashly. She was happy to insult Lin Feng in retaliation for the humiliation she suffered that day. "TSK, the management of this hotel is not that good. Why did they let someone like you in? Aren't you afraid of polluting the hotel's environment?" dirty, dead. Ling Ling was very proud. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. She was certain that Lin Feng would not dare to refute her here. Apart from a little brute force, what else does Lin Feng have? To her, they were not on the same level after all. Ling Ling curled her lips and chuckled. She liked the feeling of being superior to Lin Feng. This little trash can trample Lin Feng under his feet so easily. He is nothing special. While Ling Ling was thinking about this, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted into her nose. An arm was placed on Ling Ling's shoulder. She looked back. Seeing that the person coming was her fiancé, the second young master of the Hua family, Hua Wuyan, she instantly became even more proud. Brother Wuyan. Ling Ling smiled, and her voice became much sweeter. Hua Wuyan rubbed Ling Ling's soft hair lovingly and said softly, "Who are they? How can you talk to such people? It's so cheap." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Why does this guy start spewing shit as soon as he opens his mouth? If you are so rude, one tea you get covered in a sack and beaten up? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but Ling Ling spoke. He is Lin Feng, the man I was talking about. Ling Ling pouted, looking a little unhappy. In the beginning, he was the one who insulted and threatened me. Brother Wu Yan, you have to make the decision for me. So pitiful. As if she was a victim. Hua Wuyan still looked gentle and kind. Okay, I'll make the decision for you. Ling Ling raised her head. She is now like a dog with the support of her master, confident and arrogant. By the way, Lin Feng, I haven't asked you yet, why are you here? You're not here to eat, are you? Ling Ling covered her mouth in surprise. No way, why would you come here to spend money? You can't buy it on credit or pay it in installments. Ling Ling thought that even if Lin Feng had some money, he would not come here to spend money. The consumption level here is the highest in the city. However, I heard that a lady from the imperial capital booked all 7 floors at once. She has to go and find out. If I'm lucky, maybe I can get in touch with this lady. At this time, Hua Wuyan also spoke. He seemed to have inherited Ling Ling's arrogance, and he was just short of glaring at Lin Feng. Hey, if you get down on your knees and try to please my fiancé, I might be so happy that I'll pay for your meal. How is it? Such good opportunities are rare. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Even the tone of voice is similar. Oh, yes. The ways of disgusting people are pretty much the same. After Hua Wuyan finished speaking, he noticed Bai Mumu next to Lin Feng. Bai Mumu is already beautiful, and now that she is dressed up, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. At first glance, Hua Wuyan felt his heart moved. He seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat, beating wildly. His gaze couldn't help but linger on Bai Mumu's face. Then go down again. He stared at Bai Mumu's chest with lustful eyes. It can be described as obscene and perverted. Ling Ling naturally noticed this. But even if she was angry, she would not take it out on Hua Wuyan. After all, she had to give face to her fiancé in front of outsiders. Not to mention, it was Bai Mumu who seduced Hua Wuyan first. Why does she have to dress up so beautifully? Isn't it just to attract a good man like her fiancé? A slut. Ling Ling sneered. Lin Feng, are you comfortable with your wife wearing this? Ling Ling looked at him unfriendly. She looked Bai Mumu up and down. I'm telling you out of kindness. Your wife is a fickle woman. She will definitely change her mind soon. Women understand women best. If you ask me, you should get divorced sooner. He said slanderous words without even thinking about it. Lin Feng suddenly felt that Ling Ling was stupid to a certain extent. He first blocked the malicious gazes of the idiot for Bai Mumu, then he crossed his arms over his chest and spoke coldly. I didn't grow a mouth to let you spray stinky air. Think before you speak. No, your brains are also a mixture of water and sand. What a shame. Lin Feng shook his head. Ling Ling and Hua Wuyan were immediately angry. Just as they were about to curse back, Mrs. Qin appeared in the lobby on the first floor, surrounded by bodyguards. It was less than 10 meters away from them. Ling Ling and Hua Wuyan looked at each other. They thought that Mrs. Qin was coming to see them. Ling Ling quickly straightened her clothes, trying to leave a good impression on Mrs. Qin. With Madame Qin's status in the imperial capital, if she could become friends with Madame Qin, their family would also prosper in the future. You must seize this opportunity. Unexpectedly. Well said. The first thing Mrs. Qin did after she came to them was to stand beside Lin Feng and clapped her hands with a smile. Why don't young people nowadays think before they speak? Lin Feng. He might have inherited his mouth from his mother. Ling Ling and Hua Wuyan on the opposite side never expected that Madame Qin would say this. The words I was about to say to introduce myself were instantly choked in my throat. Mrs. Qin, I am Ling Ling from the Ling family in the imperial capital. After a long while, Ling Ling suppressed her shame and anger and spoke first. My father once cooperated with the Qin family. Do you remember? Don't be fooled by this guy named Lin Feng. He is just an ordinary person with no special abilities. He is not worthy of your protection, Madame Qin. Ling Ling believed that Lin Feng won Mrs. Qin's appreciation by virtue of his eloquent speech. As long as she exposed this matter, Mrs. Qin would be able to recognize Lin Feng's true face as soon as possible. The next moment. What's it to you? Mrs. Qin didn't give Ling Ling any face at all. She paused and added. Do I need you to tell me what to do when I'm protecting my son? This one sentence shocked Ling Ling and Hua Wuyan. Lin Feng is Madame Qin's son. This time, it was Hua Wuyan's turn to react quickly. His face suddenly changed into a fawning one. So brother Lin Feng is Madame Qin's child. Didn't the flood wash away the Dragon King temple? Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Ling Ling and I were just trying to play a joke on brother Lin Feng. The Qin family, the top family in the imperial capital, is an unattainable existence for Hua Wuyan. He regarded everything Mrs. Qin said as an imperial edict. No one even asked why Lin Feng's surname was not Qin. But a hint of doubt flashed across Ling Ling's eyes. She clearly remembered that the Qin family had only one eldest young master. And this young master is definitely not Lin Feng. Mrs. Qin is lying? Or rather, Lin Feng is an illegitimate child and cannot be seen in public? Ling Ling, oh no, my head itches, as if I'm going to grow a brain. Chapter 80, 50 million yuan for changing one's words. Noticing the surprise in Ling Ling's eyes, Mrs. Qin was too lazy to explain to her. There is no need to explain to such an idiot. In the past, she would not even want to see this kind of naughty young lady from a middle-class family in the imperial capital. She looked at Hua Wuyan calmly and said, a joke? Madame Qin was a noble lady who grew up immersed in power. She had assisted the head of the Qin family in managing the Qin family for more than 20 years. Her temperament, shaped by time, made Hua Wuyan feel a terrifying sense of oppression just from her light question. Hua Wuyan was stunned. The fear came over him like a wave, and he even found it difficult to breathe. He replied tremblingly, yes, it's a joke. I admire Madame Qin and young master Lin Feng from the bottom of my heart. Lin Feng sneered. The second young master of the Hua family is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Not only does he always pick on the weak, but his eyesight is also not very good. Madame Qin didn't hold back her complaints. She glanced at Hua Wuyan, snorted coldly, and said, hypocrisy. Mrs. Qin. Ling Ling adjusted her mood and took a deep breath. I'm just concerned about whether my friends have enough money to support their consumption when they come to the hotel. Now that I know that Lin Feng is your child, I am really happy for him. This misunderstanding. In my opinion, forget it. Yo. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Has this idiot learned how to change faces? Friend? Lin Feng chuckled, not giving Ling Ling a chance to refute. The friend who brought bodyguards to my house to cause trouble? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qin frowned even more tightly. She has a relatively mild temper, but she can't just sit back and watch when someone bullies her son. Ms. Ling, it seems that our Qin family needs to reconsider our cooperation with your family. It was just a small collaboration. The cooperation can be terminated with just one word from her. Ling Ling was shocked. She hurriedly said, Mrs. Qin, how can you just stop it? If our family loses this cooperation, the loss will be huge. Please think about it again. How can you easily cancel the cooperation just because Lin Feng and I have some minor conflicts? She spoke righteously. But Mrs. Qin protected her. You should reflect on yourself. After Madame Qin finished speaking, she said to her subordinates in the back, notify them to stop cooperating with the Ling group. In addition, when you work with other companies in the future, remember to find out about the other party's moral character. By the way, notify the Ling family and the Hua family and ask the elders in the family to take good care of their children and stop them from bullying the weak outside every day. Ling Ling was completely panicked. If her father knew that the company lost this cooperation because of her, he would definitely be angry. Seeing that he had angered Madame Qin, Hua Wuyan was at a loss as to what to do, like a headless fly. Ling Ling was about to cry. She said pitifully, "Mrs. Qin, I will apologize to Mr. Lin Feng right now. Please reconsider it." Trying to win Mrs. Qin's favor. Yes. Hua Wuyan quickly agreed, "We apologize." But Madame Qin is not a soft-hearted person. She raised the corners of her eyes and uttered 3 words like a gift: "No need. Qin de, drive them away. I'm afraid they'll be here and ruin my mood for dinner." Ling Ling and Hua Wuyan were driven away in public. The people who come to this restaurant to eat are either rich or noble. Although they don't know Ling Ling from the imperial capital, they are familiar with Hua Wuyan. From now on, the second young master of the Hua family will probably become the laughingstock of their after-dinner conversations. But these are the things that Hua Wuyan and Ling Ling should be worried about. Mrs. Qin's heart and eyes are full of her future daughter-in-law. She chose the most luxurious and quietest box on the 7th floor. After taking his seat, Mumu was obviously a little nervous. Seeing this, Lin Feng patted her little hands and signaled her to relax. Mumu then breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her eyes and said, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Mumu, and I'm Lin Feng's wife." Mrs. Qin smiled and asked, "You're still calling me Auntie?" Extremely soft. There was no trace of the fierce look he had just now. Mumu was stunned, then lowered her head shyly. She called out sweetly, "Mom." "Hey." Mrs. Qin was extremely happy. This daughter-in-law is pleasing to the eye no matter how she looks at her. Thinking of this, Mrs. Qin did not forget to silently give Lin Feng a thumbs up, and her mouth moved during this time. She mouthed, "Good job." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. "Good boy." Madame Qin took out the exquisite wooden box beside her. "I just met Xiao Feng these few days ago, and I prepared it in a hurry. This is my meeting gift for you." She placed the wooden box on the table and opened it. In the box is an imperial green bracelet. Both the size and water quality are of top quality. This is not the end yet. Mrs. Qin took out another black card. "There's 50 million in here, which is a gift from me, your mother-in-law, to you as a compensation for changing your words." 50 million in retrial fees? And the jade bracelet just now. After she learned that Lin Feng was knowledgeable in this area, she looked up the classification and price of jadeite in her spare time, and could roughly guess that this was imperial green. Great value. Mumu was completely shocked. Her future mother-in-law seemed a little rich and inhumane. This. Mumu hesitated. Although a fee for changing one's statement should be charged, the amount is really too large. She was a little undecided and looked at Lin Feng for help. When Lin Feng received his wife's look asking for help, he immediately understood what she meant. He ruffled Mumu's soft hair and said with a smile, "Take it. This is a gift from my mother. We will be a family from now on. These 50 million are just a drop in the bucket for the Qin family. If it's precious. It's the imperial green jade bracelet. The water is full and the color is deep. It's a really good item." Mumu nodded slightly after hearing this. "Thank you, Mom." She stopped hesitating and took the card generously. Mrs. Qin smiled so hard that her eyes almost narrowed into slits. Okay. I heard that you are going to have a wedding. When the time comes, I will plan it for you. Ring, ring, ring." Halfway through her words, Mrs. Qin's phone rang. She didn't want to answer it. But after seeing the caller ID, she still pressed the answer button. It's her assistant. If there is nothing serious, the other party will not call her at this time. "Madam, the batch of raw materials has arrived." The assistant chattered on the other end of the phone. Mrs. Qin raised the corners of her eyes. The first thing she did when she came this time was to seek treatment from Mr. Jiang. The second thing is to select the raw material. Moreover, this batch of raw materials is particularly important to the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Qin suddenly thought of Lin Feng and Mumu. She couldn't leave her son and daughter-in-law here alone. "Xiaofeng, Mumu, I have something urgent to do. I'm going to pick out the newly arrived wool materials." She paused and continued. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Chapter 81. Chiyo was forced to be kept. After Mrs. Qin made the proposal, Lin Feng and Mumu agreed immediately. Mumu was still puzzled. Doesn't Mrs. Chin know that Lin Feng has an extraordinary talent for gambling on stones? Let him join in the fun? She was afraid that Lin Feng would buy all the good jadeite. It was not until Mumu saw Lin Feng make a hush gesture that she suddenly realized what was going on. This guy wants to give Mrs. Chin a surprise. This batch of raw materials is large in quantity and comes from an old mine. Many people came and a lot of them tried their luck. The sales location is in the spacious hall. When Mrs. Chin arrived with Lin Feng and Mumu, many people were stunned. Madam Chin from the imperial capital? They were surprised and their eyes lit up. If they can gain the favor of the Chin family in the imperial capital, even if the other party gives them a small benefit, they can make a fortune. This needs to be praised well. As a result, many people who were well known in the city gathered in the direction of Mrs. Chin. Mrs. Chin, I have heard of you for a long time. I heard that you and your lover are working hard together in the imperial capital. You are truly heroic women. Flattering voices came one after another. Mrs. Chin responded with a curl of her lips, but her voice was indifferent and her face expressionless, making it impossible to read whether she was happy or angry. Until. Who is this? Among the crowd, one person became curious about the identities of Lin Feng and Mumu. Mrs. Chin's lips curled up slightly. I forgot to introduce you all. This is my son, and the one next to him is my daughter-in-law. Open and aboveboard, without any reservation. You can also read from her words a mother's admiration for her younger generation and her sincere pride. The crowd went wild. The young master and young madam of the Chin family? It is rare to see all these characters gathered together. They boasted even harder. Of course, the focus of more people's bragging shifted to Lin Feng. They also saw that. If you want to make Mrs. Chin happy, you have to praise her precious son a lot. Master Long has arrived. The Long family is the first of the 4 major families in Baicheng City. Also involved in the jade business. Hearing the sound, everyone's gaze reluctantly shifted away from Madam Chin and they looked outside reluctantly. I saw that the head of the Long family and the eldest son of the Long family, Long Linfeng, were coming towards Madam Chin with a clear goal. There was a woman beside Long Linfeng. I am about to cry, and I feel pity for him. Ignoring the displeasure on the woman's face, they just thought that Long Linfeng liked this type of girl. Mrs. Chin, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming to Baicheng? I could have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Patriarch Long spoke happily. In his eyes, the Chin family is a strong thigh. Got to hug. If they could get close to the Chin family, their family would no longer be limited to the small city of Baicheng, but move into the imperial capital. Wouldn't it be great by then? Seeing this, Mrs. Chin only responded politely. However, while they were talking, Lin Feng and Mumu also followed the crowd's gaze and looked towards the Long father and son. What attracted them the most was not the head of the Long family, nor Long Linfeng, but Qi Yao. The reluctant woman next to Long Linfeng was Qi Yao. Yao? Mumu frowned. She and looked at each other. Linfeng first replied in a low voice, it is very likely that she was forced. No wonder she seldom came in recent days. Don't worry, I will take care of it. After saying that, when Mumu calmed down, Linfeng raised his eyes. Yao, why are you here? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. In addition, Lin Feng was already the focus of attention. When he spoke, everyone's attention was instantly focused, and even Mrs. Chin and the head of the Long family stopped communicating. Qi Yao didn't expect to meet Lin Feng and Mumu here. She recalled what happened a few days ago. Being pursued and harassed by the eldest son of the Long family. In recent days, the other party even forced her to accompany him to various occasions. Otherwise, he would threaten her with her family. Life like this is extremely miserable. Qi Yao originally wanted to ask Lin Feng for help. She hesitated. The Long family is a big tree with deep roots in Baicheng City, and it supports the sky with one hand. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he is just one person after all, and he does not have the ability to compete with the Long family, a century-old family. She couldn't drag down Lin Feng and Mumu. So, Qi Yao swallowed the words of help and forced a bitter smile. I'm here to accompany Master Long. A concise sentence. She was afraid that if she said too much, others would notice something unusual about her. Upon hearing this, Long Linfeng was obviously satisfied with her answer, and hugged her tighter as if to reward her. Linfeng narrowed his eyes. Something is definitely wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Mrs. Qin slowly walked in front of him. Hello, young lady, I am the mistress of the Qin family in the imperial capital. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Qi Yao was stunned. She knew about the Qin family in the imperial capital. Why did Mrs. Qin seek justice for her? There is no benefit in this either. When she was wondering, she received an affirmative look from Linfeng. As if to say, believe her. Qi Yao finally calmed down. The Qin family supports her, what a great opportunity. She had to seize it. Long Linfeng forced me. He harassed me and seriously affected my normal life. He also threatened me with my family after I rejected him. Mrs. Qin, please make the decision for me. While speaking, Qi Yao did not forget to break free from Long Linfeng's control. Her eyes were filled with disgust as she looked towards Long Linfeng. After hearing her words, the whole audience was in an uproar. Forced drama? No way, the domineering young Master Long fell in love with me? Qi Yao thought that after she finished speaking, Long Linfeng would be shocked. But things are unpredictable. The first to speak was Patriarch Long. The gray-haired old man stroked his beard and said seriously, Linfeng, is what she said true? Long Linfeng smiled. Fake. It's all a matter of consent between young people, how can it be linked to coercion? Long Linfeng stared at Qi Yao, as if threatening, Yao, you have to think it over before you speak. Is there a misunderstanding between us? Or do you want to gain something by making this fuss? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of some people around changed. They have seen many cases where young stars voluntarily submit to unspoken rules and then act pitiful in exchange for more benefits. The next moment. Ha ha ha. The head of the Long family suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out to be a joke between young people. This is just a small matter and it's not worth Madame Qin's worry. He waved his hand. I really want to turn the page on this matter. Qi Yao became anxious for a moment, but was temporarily unable to refute. She really couldn't produce any evidence that Long Linfeng was harassing her. Linfeng frowned and prepared to speak. Sudden. A steady and old voice came. It's so lively. It just so happens that I'm free today. I wonder if I can take the initiative to intervene and settle the case myself? Everyone's gaze shifted again. Then they were all stunned. The person who appeared at the door was Mr. Mu? Chapter 82 Mu Lao's Help. Mr. Mu has the ability to say this. Not only the Long family in Baiqing City, but even families like the Qin family in the imperial capital had tried to win over Mr. Mu. After all, he is the top boss in the gambling stone industry. If any family could get help from Mr. Mu, they would be able to reach a higher level in the field of jewelry and jade. Of course. Madame Qin was the first to come back to her senses. She squinted her eyes and said, Mr. Mu is a man of noble character. If you can uphold justice here, I'm sure no one will question your fairness. Everyone knew who these outsiders were. Madame Qin had also experienced the ups and downs of life in the secular world, and she had already noticed something was wrong with what Patriarch Long and Long Linfeng had said just now. In addition, Qi Yao is a friend of her son and daughter-in-law, so she naturally believes in Linfeng and by Mumu's vision. The faces of both Long family master and Long Linfeng darkened. They never expected that Mr. Mu would be willing to meddle in other people's affairs. Isn't Mr. Mu famous for being afraid of trouble? Seeing this, Linfeng curled his lips and chuckled. Do this pair of idiots really think that their power can cover up all the truth? This time, you are dumbfounded. Yao, explain the matter clearly. Linfeng gave Qi Yao an affirmative look. Mr. Mu and Madame Qin are here, they will definitely do justice for you. Mumu also echoed, Yao Yao, believe us. With encouragement, Qi Yao seemed to have a sense of security. Ignoring Long Linfeng's threatening gaze, she shook off his stinky hand on her arm, took a step back, and kept her distance, her eyes filled with disgust. Long Linfeng, we met on the set half a month ago, and you started harassing me then. Afterwards, I disagreed, and you sent people to affect the crew's filming schedule in an attempt to make me compromise. I put up with all of this. But you shouldn't. Qi Yao raised her eyes and stared at Long Linfeng, you shouldn't threaten me with my parents. As long as I don't agree to get along with you, you will send people to disturb the normal life of the old couple every day. She took a deep breath. I didn't exaggerate what I said. Long Linfeng, do you dare to admit what you did? After Qi Yao finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. When his deeds were exposed to the public, Long Linfeng's brain went into a state of panic and he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. After a while. Fuck. So exciting? Master Long looks so handsome, but I didn't expect him to do such a sinful thing. Isn't it too much to threaten a little girl with your parents? The discussion was neither too loud nor too quiet, enough for Patriarch Long and Long Linfeng to hear clearly what everyone was talking about. Long Linfeng clenched his fists secretly. If he had known this day would come, he would have wanted to have sex with Qi Yao, the bitch, in advance, and then ruthlessly abandon her, so that she would never be able to turn over from the mud in her life. He still softened his heart. Amid the discussion, Mrs. Qin cursed in a low voice, "How vicious." When the noise around him gradually died down, Elder Mu spoke up, "Master Long, do you recognize what this girl said?" His voice was low and full of oppression. Long Linfeng subconsciously wanted to refute. Unexpectedly. "Master Long, please think carefully before you speak. I will send someone to investigate the matter carefully and confirm every detail." Mr. Mu's eyes were as sharp as a torch. "I, Musigo, will investigate this matter thoroughly." In one word, it speaks volumes. Long Linfeng couldn't utter a single word of the rebuttal he had prepared. How dare he lie to Mr. Mu? Even if he is stubborn now, when Mr. Mu investigates the matter thoroughly and the truth comes out, he is bound to become a laughingstock and may even anger Mr. Mu. Long Linfeng knew that if Mr. Mu said he wanted to investigate, he would definitely be able to find out the whole story. He never thought that Qi Yao had a backer. After harassing her, he did not delete the surveillance footage, nor did he pay her hush money. It can be said that what he did can be known with a simple investigation. A long time. Long Linfeng sighed heavily. "Mr. Mu, I admit it." He seemed to be using up all his strength to utter these 4 words, one by one. After saying that, he lowered his head. "Rebellious son." Before Elder Mu could say anything, the head of the Long family roared. He took 2 steps at a time and walked to the front of Long Linfeng. "How could you do such a thing behind my back? This is not only morally corrupt, but also damages the reputation of the Long family. You rebellious son, I will beat you to death." As he spoke, Patriarch Long raised his hand. "Pa!" The crisp sound of applause echoed in the hall. Long Linfeng's head was knocked off balance, with a few strands of hair hanging messily in front of his eyes. He pretended to be aggrieved, with red eyes. She pursed her lips, showing no intention of resisting. The whole audience was silent. Linfeng narrowed his eyes. Wow, are this father and son acting for others? If someone is not aware of the situation, the slap from the head of the Long family might seem horrifying. In fact, it is just a loud noise with small raindrops. It doesn't hurt at all. "Yao, come here quickly." Mumu waved at Qi Yao, signaling her to stay away from scum like Long Linfeng. Hearing the voice, Qi Yao walked to Mumu's side firmly without turning her head. Upon seeing this, Patriarch Long also hardened his heart. "Rebellious son, you've really gone too far this time. Get out, the farther the better, and go home and be confined to your home." His voice was deafening. No one stopped it at the scene. The father and son of the Long family liked acting, so they cleared out a place for them to perform. Linfeng was the one who watched this drama with the most enthusiasm. "Yes. Father, I will go home and reflect on this now." Long Linfeng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, forming a sharp contrast with the furious head of the Long family. He knew that his father wanted him to leave temporarily. Being driven away is just embarrassing, but it is better than offending Mr. Mu and Madame Qin. Long Linfeng can distinguish the pros and cons. This time, young Master Long was in Baiqing City. Total loss of face. After Long Linfeng left the hall dejectedly, the head of the Long family hurriedly smiled apologetically and came over to old Mu. "Mr. Mu, my son is ignorant and has disturbed your interest. Come, let's carefully select the rough materials. This is the highlight of today. You know, these rough materials are all good stuff. They are mined from old mines. We will definitely find rare jadeite." The head of the Long family wished he could take care of Mr. Mu in all aspects, 360 degrees without any blind spots. Winning over Mr. Mu has always been the goal of Patriarch Long. Seeing this scene, the others also came to their senses. They talked to each other, trying to win over Mr. Mu in their words. Little did they know that Mr. Mu, who was surrounded in the center, had a clear goal. His gaze rested on Madame Chin. He just heard that Lin Feng was Madame Chin's biological son. Humph, the Chin family is engaged in the jewelry field, which is in line with his profession. This time, old Jiang Tu, who only knew how to study medicine, had to find a place to cry. Thinking of this, Mr. Mu smiled and spoke to Madame Chin. Mrs. Chin, I heard that the Chin family is a jewelry family. I am not talented. I wonder if I can recommend myself and ask for a sinecure in the Chin family. Chapter 83. A billionaire with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan joins Lin Feng. The whole place seemed to fall into deathly silence. The most confused person was the protagonist of this incident, Mrs. Chin. Mr. Mu took the initiative to apply for a job? How could she remember that in the past, the Chin family had sent countless people to win over Mr. Mu, but the other party only replied with "I'm busy"? Why are you so proactive now? Did she get some good luck? Mrs. Chin, I've decided. I'll go buy a lottery ticket later. Countless question marks emerged, leaving Mrs. Chin at a loss for words. Lin Feng rubbed his brows and whispered in her ear, Mother, please ask Elder Mu what conditions he needs. Don't miss this kind of good fortune if you pass by. Mrs. Chin suddenly realized. Lin Feng is right. She can't be confused anymore, she should take the initiative and seize the opportunity. So, the next moment. Madame Chin pulled the corners of her mouth into a suitable arc, using it to recover as quickly as possible, and said politely, Mr. Mu, I wonder what kind of benefits you need when you come to my Chin family? After a pause, Madame Chin added, just ask. My Chin family will not treat you unfairly. Mr. Mu thought about it. Monthly income of over 3,000 yuan, plus free food and accommodation. He stroked his beard, how? Mrs. Chin was stunned again. Is she dreaming? 3,000? To recruit a big shot like Mr. Mu, she felt that 30 million was not enough. Madame Chin couldn't help but ask, Mr. Mu, are you sure? Mr. Mu had a determined look on his face, and even a hint of pride. Of course I am sure. 3,000 yuan, not a cent less. After saying this, he was still secretly proud of himself. After he entered the Chin family, he asked Lin Feng to gamble on stones every day. Make that old man surnamed Jiang so envious. Mr. Mu almost laughed out loud. Then, Mrs. Chin managed to remain calm, but her voice was still trembling slightly. Mr. Mu, it is an honor for our Chin family that you can come to our Chin family. Lin Feng, who witnessed the whole process, felt helpless. He naturally noticed some of Mu Lao's smug expressions. I guess I want to know how to show off to Mr. Jiang when I get back. Congratulations, Mr. Mu and Mrs. Chin. The Chin family and Mr. Mu have joined forces, which is even stronger than before. With Elder Mu's help, the Chin family will surely rise step by step. I'm here to congratulate Madame Chin in advance. Everyone around congratulated Mrs. Chin. With Mr. Mu and the Chin family will prosper in the gambling stone industry. This is something they tacitly agree on. Madame Chin and Mr. Mu responded one by one, and the scene was peaceful. And at this time, the head of the Long family. He just wanted to grit his teeth. Just now, Mr. Mu personally upheld justice, causing his good son to be embarrassed in public. Soon after, Mr. Mu entered the Chin family in front of him. Why does the Chin family get all the good things? He was jealous. But unfortunately, I couldn't show it on my face. I can only envy, hate and hate silently. The head of the Long family secretly set a goal. One day, he will enter the imperial capital, suppress the Chin family, and become the largest jewelry family in the imperial capital. When Lin Feng saw that the head of the Long family's eyes kept rolling, he knew that he was up to no good. He raised his eyebrows and said, Master Long, why are you silent? Lin Feng's words gradually made the surroundings quiet, and the sounds of congratulations became smaller and smaller. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the face of Patriarch Long. The head of the Long family, who was suddenly named, almost couldn't retract his gloomy expression. He cursed Lin Feng as a bastard 180 times in his heart before he felt relieved. With everyone's attention focused, Patriarch Long quickly put on a smile. I am not happy for Madame Chin and the Chin family. I don't know how to put it for a moment. He smiled genuinely. Lin Feng sneered. Well, Patriarch Long is good at making up nonsense. But he was too lazy to expose it. He likes acting, so he acts more. Just don't offend him. Otherwise, this scene will most likely become a farce. By the way, Elder Mu. Patriarch Long slapped his thigh. Look, I was so happy that I forgot about the important things. He pointed to a pile of raw materials nearby. Let's go and pick out the wool quickly. I can't wait to see you, Master Mu. Take action. The head of the Long family can be said to have interpreted the word flattering clearly. What a flatterer. Of course, there are also a lot of sycophants. After they exchanged some business, Madame Chin made a pleased gesture and said lightly, Mr. Mu, please go first. After saying that, she nodded to the Chin family standing beside her. This is a signal for them to come forward and make their choice. These three people are the ones with the best vision among the new generation of the Chin family. Whether we can pick out good jadeite from this batch depends entirely on them. However, before the three of them stepped forward, Mr. Mu spoke. Madam Chin, the Chin family made their fortune by gambling on gemstones, so your son must have some good skills in gambling on gemstones. Mrs. Chin was shocked. An ominous premonition spread in her heart. Really? Mu Lao said again, why not let Lin Feng try and choose a piece of raw material? How is this possible? Mrs. Chin frowned instantly. Her mind was full of thoughts. Could it be that Elder Mu didn't like her precious son? Was she deliberately embarrassing Lin Feng? Lin Feng only came to the Chin family halfway. Even if he inherited the talent, he didn't know how to gamble on stones without any training. Mr. Mu, you are joking. Xiao Feng is just here to join in the fun today. Just let him observe and learn from the side. Mrs. Chin was extremely anxious and didn't know how to refuse Mr. Mu. After holding it in for a long time, he finally uttered a word and tried to get around it. Seeing this, the onlookers were willing to give Mrs. Chin some face and agreed one after another. Afterwards, Mrs. Chin waited anxiously for Mr. Mu's answer. Sudden. Everyone, I can choose. This familiar voice is Lin Feng. As soon as these words were spoken, the looks of the people around him changed. Most of them are contemptuous. There are also a small number of people who gloat over other people's misfortune. Seeing Mrs. Chin's refusal, they knew that Lin Feng had no talent for gambling on stones. But he just wants to be in the spotlight. In the end, you will definitely fall. When Madame Chin tried to stop her, Mr. Mu waved his hand. Okay, it's settled. Mr. Mu did it on purpose. He had to let people see how powerful Lin Feng was. To avoid any more rumors that Lin Feng is not worthy of the Chin family. Mr. Mu must have good taste. Brother Lin Feng, you insisted on selecting the raw materials despite Madame Chin's objection. I guess you must be very capable. I have limited knowledge, but maybe today I can open my eyes to something ice jade, imperial green, or fu sholu. Brother Lin Feng, I will admire you if you can find any kind of jade. The head of the Long family was being sarcastic online. Lin Feng frowned. The head of the Long family is not an easy person to deal with. However, the Long family wanted to praise him to death, but they didn't know that he was very powerful. This time, the one who gets slapped in the face might be the head of the Long family. Lin Feng curled his lips. The Long family has always been the best in the jewelry field. Now, after hearing what the head of the Long family said, I feel that this reputation is exaggerated. Since you are so eager to see the fine jade, I can't refuse you. In this case, today, I will open the eyes of Patriarch Long. Chapter 84, Picking Up a God-Level Stone. The face of the head of the Long family suddenly turned gloomy. He snorted coldly and said nothing more. He will just wait until Lin Feng makes a fool of himself, and then he will laugh at him. After Lin Feng sent away the head of the Long family, Mrs. Chin was still panicked. If Lin Feng didn't pick good material, he would probably become a laughingstock. Lin Feng, you can't be wronged. When Mrs. Chin was extremely anxious, Mumu took the initiative to pull her hand and patted it soothingly. She spoke softly. Don't worry. Lin Feng never fights a battle he is not prepared for. Mumu's eyes were firm. She had seen Lin Feng gamble on stones. It seems to be glowing. The wool materials we choose every time are always the best. Therefore, she firmly believed that Lin Feng would be able to use his strength to severely slap the face of the head of the Long family. Seeing Mumu say this, Mrs. Chin sighed helplessly. She also came to terms with it. Well, anyway, let Xiao Feng experience the feeling of gambling on stones. She thought, then let her husband try harder. Try to make sure that no one dares to laugh at Lin Feng. After calming down, Mrs. Chin's frown gradually relaxed. At this time, Mumu spoke again. Lin Feng's move is more than just an experience. Mrs. Qin was bewildered by the confusing words. Not an experience? What does this incoherent statement mean? Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Feng came to a pile of raw materials. Wool materials of different shapes and sizes are arranged neatly. Lin Feng paused slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he could see clearly inside the wool. With just one scan, you can determine whether there is good material in a pile of raw materials. But he didn't take any other action for a long time, which made the onlookers laugh. No way? Could it be that this young Master Qin has never been exposed to gambling on stones? It's so funny. He dared to agree to Mr. Mu's request to select the raw materials? Young people nowadays are really hot-tempered. They don't care about anything just to be in the limelight. You still have to have strong personal strength. The discussions disappeared in an instant when their displeased gazes met Mrs. Qin's. Seeing this, the head of the Long family became even more disdainful. Lin Feng, this waste, is nothing without the Qin family. No matter when and where, he has to rely on Madame Qin to support him. A mama's boy? It also depends on his good son's excellence. Patriarch Long raised his head proudly. Right at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he ignored the noise around him. Just as the group of people just said, there are indeed good jadeites among this batch of rough materials from old mines. Among the pile of inconspicuous raw materials, one piece stands out. Different from other jades, this piece of jade has a really pleasing color. Lin Feng took out 2 fist-sized pieces of raw material. He weighed it up. It's not too big of a piece of wool, but precious enough. He curled his lips, turned towards everyone, and spoke briefly. Everyone, you can cut the stone now. During the stone cutting process, most people adhere to one principle: if Lin Feng is lucky and gets a bean type or glutinous stone, they will flatter him. If he is unlucky and gets a piece of waste, they will tell the young master that he was just in a bad state today. In short, the main purpose is to flatter and kill. Most of them felt that Lin Feng was hopeless. This idiot who only relies on visual observation to select raw materials will definitely cause chaos in the Qin family if he inherits it in the future. It will be quite exciting then. Just as they were daydreaming, there was a sudden commotion ahead. Fu Shou? No, it's Fukushu Lucy. It's Fukushu Lucy. Fu Shou Lucy? Mrs. Qin's vision was blocked, but after hearing this, she hurried to the front. As soon as she raised her eyes, her body froze. Shi Shi's subordinates were stunned at this moment. The jade in his hand is composed of 4 colors: red, yellow, green, and purple. The 4 colors complement each other, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Yes. This is indeed a blessing: longevity, wealth, and happiness. Rare is its synonym. Above this, it is probably the legendary level of happiness, longevity, wealth, happiness, and fortune. After the shock, everyone came back to their senses. They seemed to understand in an instant. Why did Mr. Mu want to join the Qin family, and why did he take the initiative to let Lin Feng select the raw materials? It turns out that Mr. Mu knows everything. He knew early on that Lin Feng was a genius. Young Master Qin is worthy of being the heir of the Qin family. Well deserved. I didn't expect young Master Qin to be so outstanding. I was blind just now. Countless praises replaced the sarcastic remarks just now. In the face of this praise, Lin Feng still maintained a humble attitude. Mrs. Qin smiled with relief when she saw this scene. He is worthy of being his biological son. It's just like her and Qin Siyang's IQ. While Mrs. Qin was admiring her outstanding son, a rather discordant voice suddenly rose in her ears from the crowd. Something's wrong. The man was confused and spoke in doubt. I remember that the Qin family had a young master before? Mrs. Qin raised the corners of her eyes. She almost forgot. Everyone. Madame Qin cleared her throat. I just heard someone ask if my Qin family had a young master before Lin Feng. Today I will explain it to you in detail. At the beginning, in the chaos, my son was mixed up with other people's children. I only found out everything a few days ago. So, Lin Feng is the legitimate eldest young master of my Qin family. Mrs. Qin's words were powerful. She had no intention of concealing Lin Feng's identity. Qin Ji has occupied the identity of the eldest young master of the Qin family for so many years, and he must return it to Lin Feng no matter what. Although it was just a title, she had to make this matter public for the sake of her eldest son. The onlookers ate the melons with gusto. Of course, there was also a group of people who secretly set up their mobile phones and recorded this scene. This is big news. If it was released by their own entertainment company and further promoted, and the popularity exploded, wouldn't they make a fortune? Thinking about this, they were having more fun recording. After recording, the next step is editing, writing copy, etc. At last. Release. Linfeng and by Mumu were already popular, and just 2 hours after the video was released, it was ranked 5th on the hot search list. Linfeng's true identity. Click to enter, it's just one sentence. Shock. Linfeng is actually the young master of the Qin family in the imperial capital. Let us carefully explore the mystery of Linfeng's identity. This copy is quite mysterious. Netizens couldn't resist their curiosity and happily watched the video to the end. Then he came out with a look of shock. They had some impression of Linfeng. Isn't he the boss who dotes on his wife? What this big guy did before was shocking enough, and now, it's another thunderclap. It was like a bolt from the blue. Don't give them any time to react. The boss is the boss. At the same time, some netizens do not focus on this. Everyone, am I the only one who thinks Bai Mumu has ridiculously good taste? I used to think she was very happy to have found such an excellent husband, but now, her husband is a young master of an aristocratic family who has been living abroad? I declare that Bai Mumu is the person with the best vision this year. At this moment, the Qin family in the imperial capital was in an uproar when they got the news. Chapter 85 Qin Family Grandmother. Imperial capital, Qin family's old house. The trending search for Linfeng's true identity continues to rise. Qinji originally came to the Qin family's old house to seek a sense of security. After all, his grandmother spoiled him since he was a child and was the type who would give him anything he wanted. Moreover, old lady Qin didn't know that he was not of the Qin family's bloodline. He is in the old house, still the high and mighty young master Qin. Why? Even in this only little nest that belongs to him, he can still find news that Linfeng is invading his life. Damn it! Rubbish, rubbish! Qinji suddenly became furious and started shouting. He gave free rein to his repressed emotions. Why did Linfeng appear? Why did he want to take away the wealth and honor that originally belonged to him? If he could travel back a few days ago, he would definitely not let Madame Qin go to Baicheng. Wouldn't it be good for Linfeng to die quietly in Baicheng? Have to jump. The more Qinji thought about it, the angrier he became. Grass. After cursing angrily, he threw the porcelain on the table, which was worth over $100,000, to the ground with an impatient look on his face. The porcelain broke. The crisp sound barely brought Qinji back to his senses. His head was throbbing with pain. It's a splitting headache. He rubbed his temple irritably, trying to ease the pain. The next moment. My dear grandson, what are you upset about? It was a steady and old voice. Qinji suddenly opened his eyes. Old Mrs. Qin was standing at the corner of the hall, watching him. His eyes were full of heartache. Qinji's heart skipped a beat. Grandma, you. He pursed his lips, you know everything? Qinji smiled self-deprecatingly. The video of his mother publicly announcing that he was the fake young master and Linfeng was the real young master had become a hot topic. How could old lady Qin still be kept in the dark? She had always been a shrewd old lady. Old lady Qin slowly walked to the sofa, sat next to Qinji, and said calmly, I know. Grandma, now that you know, I won't bother you anymore. Linfeng is your biological grandson, and I am just a fake. I don't deserve your love at all. Qinji pretended to look pitiful. He knew that old lady Qin loved him. He is so pitiful, this old lady who values feelings will definitely be moved. He is quite confident about this. Sure enough, old lady Qin spoke. There was a hint of anger in her words, and she frowned and said, What are you talking about, kid? Although you are not of my Qin family's bloodline, our Qin family has raised you for so many years, and there is always affection between us. As she spoke, old lady Qin held Qinji in her arms. She patted Qinji's shoulder gently, trying to give him some reassurance. You have to believe that grandma is always on your side. No matter what, you have to stay in the Qin family. As for Linfeng, as the saying goes, the grace of raising is worse than the grace of giving birth. He might as well stay in Baicheng and take care of his adoptive mother. Old Mrs. Qin paused and continued. Even if he returns to the imperial capital and becomes the young master of the Qin family, he will not be able to shake your position. Qinji's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Fortunately, the old lady was still on his side. Out of Mrs. Qin's sight, Qinji smiled complacently. And then disappeared immediately. He said aggrievedly, "But on the internet, everyone knows that I am not the young master of the Qin family. How about I give up my position to Lin Feng? I only ask to stay by your side and take care of you until the end of your life, okay?" Old Mrs. Qin smiled brightly. "Good boy, I know you are filial. It's just that it's yours, and no one can take it away." Old Mrs. Qin smiled dangerously. "I will handle the things on the internet. My daughter-in-law always likes to solve problems on her own and is arrogant and unreasonable. I should be wary of her." While Mrs. Qin was reviewing documents sent by the company in the high-end hotel where she was temporarily staying, her cell phone kept vibrating. She glanced at the caller ID. Mother-in-law. Mrs. Qin took a deep breath. She knew that when old lady Qin saw the video online, she would definitely call. After adjusting her state of mind, Mrs. Qin answered the phone. Before he could even open his mouth, the other party roared. "You have the right idea, right? You have been in my Qin family for a long time, but you don't know how to respect your elders anymore?" Old Mrs. Qin started scolding her. Lin Feng, who was reading a book on the side, was slightly stunned. Although Mrs. Qin didn't turn on the speaker, Mrs. Qin's voice was loud enough, and coupled with his amazing hearing, he could hear their conversation clearly. Is this grandmother whom he has never met so strong? Before he could think further, old lady Qin spoke again. "I know that the child named Lin Feng is your biological child. Now that he is suddenly found, you want to compensate him, but no matter what happens, you can't be partial, right? Xiaoji was born and raised in our Qin family. He is used to a life of luxury. Now that his identity has been exposed, he must be heartbroken. You have to take care of Qinji's mood, right?" This time the tone was much softer. Mrs. Qin rubbed her eyebrows and asked, "Mom, so you called me to ask me to comfort Qinji?" "Not really." Old Mrs. Qin replied quickly. "You should issue a statement and announce to the public that you gave birth to twins, the second child was lost, and the one who was found now is Lin Feng. Remember, write one more sentence, Qinji is also a well-deserved son of the Qin family." Mrs. Qin was silent. Lin Feng also frowned slightly. This grandmother seems to be a little out of her mind. "Are you defending Qinji so much? Is it worth it for a dude? Mom." When Lin Feng was thinking about this, Mrs. Qin suddenly raised her voice. "If I really publish this, what will Xiaofeng think? We have to tell the truth. It was originally because of my negligence that the Qin family was in chaos that Lin Feng was bullied and abused by Wang Yame for such a long time. Now, how could I, his biological mother, hurt his heart again?" This was the first time that Madame Qin spoke to old lady Qin in this way. Before, she was able to obey the old lady, and would never disobey old lady Qin even if it meant putting herself in a difficult position. But now, she felt that she should stand up. On the other end of the phone, old lady Qin was obviously stunned. As far as I can remember, Mrs. Qin has always been a gentle and virtuous daughter-in-law. Before she opened her mouth, Mrs. Qin felt tired. "Mom, this is impossible." There was exhaustion in her voice. "I still have work to do, so let's not talk about it for now. Please take care of yourself." "Hey, don't, I still." Beep. 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 Obviously, Mrs. Qin hung up the phone before Mrs. Qin finished speaking. After listening to the whole process, Lin Feng felt that this grandmother, whom he had never met, seemed a little confused. No matter how much she dotes on Qinji, she can't make the kind of request she just made, right? It was also announced that Qinji was his twin brother. He doesn't have such a stupid and wretched brother. Chapter 86, After becoming powerful, my aunt came to me. Xiaofeng, don't take your grandmother's words too seriously. Madame Qin paused, carefully worded, and then said, she may be a little confused. How can I let you down for Qinji? She murmured, her brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. Mrs. Qin also couldn't understand why old lady Qin liked the arrogant Qinji so much. She likes him so much that she is willing to sacrifice her own grandson for Qinji. It's okay. Lin Feng put down the book. After years of nurturing, it's normal for grandma to not let go of Qinji for a while. Lin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong. As long as Qinji doesn't do anything naughty, why not let him stay quietly in the Qin family's old house? But he always does some small tricks. Don't blame him for being ruthless. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Mrs. Qin smiled with relief, and the melancholy in her heart was relieved a little. She said that the children born to her and her husband must be smart, generous, and considerate. Mother, I give this blessing of longevity, wealth, and happiness to you. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Fu Shou Lushi, who was standing beside him. He placed the rare jadeite casually on the table. Give it to me? Mrs. Qin was stunned. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Just think of it as the raw material I selected for the Qin family. He is not short of money anyway. It just so happens that sending this piece of jade to the Qin family can slightly alleviate the Qin family's shortage of raw materials. At this moment. Ding! Main quest released. Task content: ask the host and buy Mumu to hold a wedding. If the mission is successful, the host will receive 1 billion credits, plus a system upgrade reward. If the mission fails, the host will lose all assets. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised the corners of his eyes. 10 billion shares of money are not very attractive to Lin Feng. He actually wanted to know the most. What will it look like after the system upgrade? The task issued by the system coincides with Lin Feng's idea of holding a wedding with Bai Mumu as soon as possible. Next, Lin Feng's main job is accompany my beloved wife to choose a wedding dress. Preparing for the wedding. Set an auspicious date. Writing invitations, sending invitations, etc. After discussing with Mr. Bai and Mrs. Qin, it was finally decided that their wedding would be held 5 days later. As for the people invited, most of them were relatives and friends of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu, plus old Jiang, old Mu, and others. After sending out the invitations, Lin Feng contacted the best wedding planning company in the city. After agreeing on a time, he and Bai Mumu arrived on time. Sir, madam, we will hold the wedding on this lawn. The general style will be like this. The people from the planning company showed them videos of previous weddings. Lin Feng looked at the scene carefully. He sighed. It is worthy of being the best wedding planning company in the city. The originally bare lawn, after their decoration, became a suitable wedding scene, prosperous and grand, but not dazzling. How is it? Do you like it? Lin Feng first asked Bai Mumu how she felt. He respected Bai Mumu's ideas. I think it's okay. Bai Mumu nodded. The venue is suitable and the scenery is pleasing to the eye. What do you think, husband? The word husband made Lin Feng very happy. Originally, Bai Mumu didn't often call him husband. Recently, when preparing for the wedding, she kept shouting. Every call was enough to make Lin Feng feel happy. He waved his hand. Okay. Pick the best one. He prepared the best for everything, whether it was a wedding or anything else. 3 words, not short of money. The wedding planner almost burst into joy when he heard this. He really likes this kind of client who is generous and doesn't waste time. When the atmosphere was just right, a voice broke in. Xiao Feng? Lin Feng paused. This voice is so familiar and long lost. He looked back. Sure enough, the person who came was Wang Yame's sister and aunt, Wang Yanan. The two are biological sisters. Morality is naturally the same. Lin Feng remembered that his aunt had always scolded him since he was a child. After Wang Yame ran away abroad with a man and his father passed away, she often scolded him in private, saying that all this was caused by him. It can be said that he is evil from the bone. His expression remained unchanged, but when he saw Wang Yanan's flattering smile, his heart was filled with nausea. Seeing this, Bai Mumu grabbed his hand. Lin Feng finally felt a little relieved. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? Such a famous guy, I can't believe I bumped into you here. Wang Yanan came forward happily. Her daughter also followed her with curved eyes, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and Bai Mumu. When she saw that they were wearing unusual clothes, the envy in her eyes was obvious. I was saying that our Xiao Feng will definitely become very famous and make a lot of money in the future. Look, now she can even hold her wedding here? This must be the bride. She's so lovely, Xiao Feng must have good taste. You're so lucky to marry into our family. Wang Yanan's eyes turned and he rubbed his hands expectantly. Lin Feng, you are rich now, but don't forget me. Your aunt held you in her arms when you were a child. The goal is clear. She smiled brightly. Like a bird that sees food. Old sow. So purposeful? Bai Mumu frowned in physical displeasure. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was not polite at all. Yes, I'm rich now, so my aunt remembered me? But why did you ignore me before and often called me a loser? What's the matter? Was your body taken over by force and your soul replaced? You change your face so quickly. Instead of inheriting China's fine traditional culture, you go around making people hate you. TSK, what a pity. As he spoke, he pretended to suddenly understand. No, I'm the young master of the Qin family, I shouldn't call you aunt. You're right, Ms. Wang Yanan. Wang Yanan's expression suddenly froze. She knew that Lin Feng would scold her. But she didn't expect that Lin Feng, this little bastard, would show no mercy at all in public. She had at least given Lin Feng a bite to eat. At least she hadn't let him starve to death. Ungrateful thing. Wang Yanan cursed inwardly. Her daughter Chen Yaoyao, however, couldn't help but speak out. She took a half step forward, put her hands on her hips, and spoke righteously. Lin Feng, how can you talk like that? If that's the case, I'll have to say something to you. No matter what, my mother has taken care of you, and you have called her aunt for such a long time. How come she has forgotten us now that she has become so successful? Ungrateful, is this the Qin family's upbringing? Chen Yaoyao put her hands on her hips, acting bossy. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. She is quite reasonable? When Lin Feng was about to reply, another female voice mixed in. Elder sister? As the heir of the Qin family, when did I ever have such a hypocritical and brainless sister? Big sister, please don't try to be a relative randomly. Don't make our Qin family a mess. The next moment. Chen Yaoyao's perfect expression cracked. Chapter 87, The Domineering Sister. Everyone's eyes shifted. The person who came had delicate eyebrows and eyes, an extremely aggressive look, and was wearing bright lipstick. With a well-fitting suit and a naturally unique temperament, she looks like a real female president. In terms of his eyebrows and eyes, he is about 60% similar to Lin Feng. Wang Yanan and Chen Yaoyao couldn't help but shrink their heads subconsciously. Just like a turtle that has shrank back its head. There was no trace of the arrogance and domineering look from before. Lin Feng sneered. Bully the weak and fear the strong? In addition, if nothing unexpected happens. He guessed that the person coming was his biological sister, Qin Jiamu. After a while, Chen Yaoyao barely managed to maintain her aggressive demeanor, cursing, "Who are you? Why do you interfere in our family affairs?" Lin Feng sneered. Chen Yaoyao should get some brain treatment. Qin Jiamu had already revealed his identity, but Chen Yaoyao still asked the question, "Who are you?" He should send Chen Yaoyao a copy of the business card of the psychiatrist that Mr. Jiang recommended last time. Early treatment will benefit society. So as to avoid the bad smell every day. Hearing Lin Feng's sneer, Chen Yaoyao suddenly came back to her senses. Realizing how stupid the things she had said in panic were, her face instantly turned red and hot, and she felt completely ashamed. She even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing this, Wang Yanan glared at Chen Yaoyao fiercely and cursed in a low voice, "Shut up! You just embarrass me all day long. Can you learn from your brother and save me some trouble?" Only after cursing did Wang Yanan feel relieved. Chen Yaoyao's eyes were red, but she didn't dare to say a word. She could only sniff silently in the back, looking pitiful. Wang Yanan took a breath. She smiled flatteringly again. "So you are the eldest daughter of the Qin family. I have heard of you for a long time. I am Lin Feng's aunt. Although we are not related by blood now, I treat Lin Feng sincerely." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. How come this guy doesn't blush or feel his heart skip a beat when he lies? Does Wang Yanan treat him sincerely? It's almost the same if you really treat his power and money. Does she really think that she is stupid and everyone in the world is stupid? Could Qin Jiamu be deceived by her? Ridiculous. When Lin Feng's mind was full of thoughts, he heard Qin Jiamu sneer. Treat my brother sincerely? There was a smile in her eyes, but it made people shudder. Wang Yanan clenched his fists inadvertently. Her palms couldn't stop sweating. Wang Yanan swallowed. Why did she feel that Qin Jiamu could see through her little thoughts? Are all noble ladies extremely good at seeing into people's hearts? It took a long time. When Wang Yanan was getting nervous from being stared at, Qin Jiamu finally said, "You should know the status of my Qin family in the imperial capital. Although it is not the top family in the imperial capital, it is at least a century-old family. It is easy for us to investigate something. I have investigated everything about how my brother has been doing these years and whether any heartless relatives have bullied him. When mentioning the ungrateful relatives, Qin Jiamu deliberately glanced at Wang Yanan lightly. This sight made Wang Yanan's legs go weak. The feeling of oppression is too strong. Her heart was pounding and cold sweat was oozing out of her forehead. But she still tried to explain. Yes, the Qin family is well connected, I naturally know that. It's just that over the years, I have taken care of Lin Feng. I even took him to live in my house for a while. When talking about this, Wang Yanan felt like he had found a life-saving straw. She was like a drowning person, desperately asking Lin Feng for help. Xiao Feng, do you still remember this? Auntie asked you to live in my house. I was the only one who took you in. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. Lin Feng was silent. This idiot still has the nerve to bring this up. He rubbed his eyebrows impatiently. Aunt, you have the nerve to bring that up? He chuckled and continued, when you took me to your house, you only gave me leftovers to eat, and you allowed Chen Yaoyao and Chen Dongdong to bully me. You even pushed me out the door after I accidentally broke a plate. It was the coldest time of the year, and I was only 10 years old. There was no trace of emotion in Lin Feng's words. He only stayed for 10 days. This earned Wang Yanan the title of kind-hearted. Qin Jiamu, who was standing aside, had a look of heartache in his eyes. Has a 10-year-old child experienced so much? When Qin Ji was 10 years old, he lived a life of luxury. Not to mention being locked outside in the cold winter. When he went out, he wished he had 4 or 5 bodyguards to escort him and never step on the ground, for fear that the precious young master would get cold. Wang Yanan, you are so vicious. Qin Jiamu's voice was cold and without any warmth. My brother has been harmed by you, and you still flatter me by trying to get close to my Qin family? Dream. These 2 words, like a slap in the face, hit Wang Yanan and Chen Yaoyao hard. At this moment, they looked like clowns. Qin Jiamu didn't want to see the mother and daughter again, and ordered the Qin family's subordinates, drive them away. Remember, take some time to have the Qin family's branch in Baicheng take good care of this mother and daughter. After Qin Jiamu finished speaking, Wang Yanan and Chen Yaoyao were completely panicked. They can't afford to offend the Qin family. But even if they tried to explain it now, it would be impossible. The Qin family's tall and strong bodyguards had already picked them up on the left and right and dragged them out. It was extremely embarrassing. After the annoying person left, Qin Jiamu restrained his overbearing aura. She looked at Lin Feng and Bai Mumu. Ha, I knew it. My brother can't be that idiot Qin Ji. He has to be as beautiful as me, at least. She sighed. Fortunately, this mistake didn't continue, otherwise Qin Ji would have pissed me off to death. Qin Jiamu has been designing clothes abroad in recent years. The purpose is to avoid her annoying younger brother. You can also live a few more years. So as to avoid being pissed off to death by Qin Ji. Lin Feng smiled with his eyes curved. Except for old lady Qin, no one seemed to like this arrogant and domineering young master. Oh, I forgot something. Qin Jiamu remembered something and said quickly, I came back to plan your wedding. I am your sister and an internationally renowned designer. I will definitely make you feel shocked on your wedding day. She looked around and didn't give Lin Feng a chance to speak. You guys, book this place. Also, bring me the gift I gave to my sister-in-law. Yes, that's those dozen bags. Be careful, they are limited editions. Lin Feng? Bai Mumu. Bai Mumu tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and whispered, Husband, should I accept it? Hearing the voice, and seeing Qin Jiamu enthusiastically directing the Qin family to get the bags, Lin Feng spoke helplessly. In my opinion, you should take it. My sister seems to be very wealthy. Well, she looks like a person with excellent temperament. Upstart. Chapter 88 Lin Feng's mysterious father is about to appear. With Qin Jiamu's help, the speed of wedding preparations was greatly accelerated. Within 5 days, everything was successfully prepared. Lin Feng's eyes widened with anticipation. Just waiting for Bai Mumu to marry him in style. On the eve of the wedding, Bai Mumu returned to the Bai family. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he was suffering from lovesickness. I can't swallow my food. Drooped. He was reading out of boredom. Outside the villa, there was a commotion. Lin Feng, come out. Why do you marry another woman? I know you love me, and you still love me, right? Please don't abandon me, okay? Please, Lin Feng. Let's meet, shall we? The sound outside the villa was sharp and hard to ignore. Upon hearing the voice, Mrs. Qin and Qin Jiamu immediately went to the hall. Who is it? Mrs. Qin asked, her brows full of displeasure. Why are you here to cause trouble on the eve of your wedding? Qin Jiamu also nodded and said, Do you need my sister to help you drive her away? Send someone to keep an eye on her. It's fine for today, but if she causes trouble at the wedding tomorrow. She is a little worried. By then, it will be difficult to end. Hearing this, Lin Feng said calmly, She is my money-worshipping ex-girlfriend whom I met when I was dizzy. I will handle this matter on my own. Fortunately, he is about to go to the imperial capital and put things to rest with Shinhan. Otherwise, if Shinhan knew her identity, he would definitely hold on to him like a dogskin plaster and not let go. He must be annoyed to death. When Sister Rome opened the door of the villa, Shinhan's eyes lit up. She cried. His eyes were swollen like a pair of walnuts. His hair was also messy. Lin Feng, you are still willing to see me? Shinhan's mouth curled up deeply, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. You are willing to see me, which proves, you still like me, right? Shinhan urgently wanted to know the answer. She screamed. She won't give up until Lin Feng answers. What are you dreaming about? There was no warmth in Lin Feng's words. It was like a cool breeze in the cold winter, causing Shinhan to shiver all over. She came to her senses and shook her head desperately. No way, you lied to me. Lin Feng was speechless. Is this woman crazy? Mrs. Qin and Qin Jiamu looked at each other, and they could read contempt for Shinhan from each other's eyes. She's a good little girl, why does she have to cling to him? It was clearly her who let Lin Feng down. It would have been fine if he was materialistic at the beginning, as he at least didn't harm Lin Feng again. But now he is reaping the consequences and is still pestering Lin Feng. TSK, the day is filled with bad luck. Little girl, please respect yourself. Madame Qin was full of vigor and said in a cold voice. She had no face for such a person. My son is getting married soon. If you keep pestering me, I will have someone drive you away. Shinhan was stunned. She raised her eyes and looked at Mrs. Qin who was speaking. She didn't know who Mrs. Qin was. But recently, the news that Mrs. Qin and Lin Feng are mother and son has been spreading like wildfire, and she can't help but care. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Feng. She is now the high and mighty young lady of the Qin family. Wait for Lin Feng to inherit the Qin family. She is the mistress of the Qin family. Why should all these good things happen to that bitch by Mumu? Shinhan's eyes became more determined. She has to fight for it. After tidying up his hair, Shinhan wiped away his tears. Mrs. Qin, you may not know about Lin Feng and me. Lin Feng knew what Shinhan meant halfway through his words. She is going to tell a story again. However, Lin Feng did not stop him. He just kept tapping on the phone screen. It seems like sending a message to someone. Shinhan paid no attention to Lin Feng's every move. She was only concerned with expressing her sincerity to Mrs. Qin with a serious face. When Lin Feng and I had a deep relationship, I felt sorry for him carrying too much pressure alone, so I took a detour. I'm not looking for a rich guy. I want to win over rich people and let them help Lin Feng. My sincerity is witnessed by heaven and earth. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng chuckled. Your ability to make up stories is getting stronger and stronger. He said calmly, if I hadn't found you kissing an old man and insulting me, I might have believed your lies. He showed no mercy. He has never been gentle with women like Shinhan. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Mrs. Qin and Qin Jiamu only felt that Shinhan was even more hateful. It sounds very high-sounding. In fact, they are all lies. It's ridiculous. Little girl, don't be so ugly, okay? Qin Jiamu spoke first. She has always been swift and decisive, and never showed any mercy. You should have some shame and stop trying to get close to our Qin family. You have to know that no matter how humbly you beg for peace, there are only 3 words between Lin Feng and you. Impossible. Qin Jiamu spoke each word with emphasis. Shinhan's delusions were completely dispelled. She burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You, the Qin family, are bullying me by taking advantage of my power. You are taking advantage of the fact that I have no one behind me, and you are bullying me like this? Insulting me? Shin Han raised his eyes. Lin Feng, I don't believe you don't like me a little bit. Even if I have to be your lover, a lover who cannot be seen in public, I am willing to do so. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a deathly silence. Lin Feng frowned and felt his stomach churning instantly. Shin Han is so disgusting. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a few figures in the distance and managed to curl his lips. The guards finally arrived. Mr. Lin Feng, I wish you a happy wedding in advance. Morong Fu said with a smile, there is a big case in the team tomorrow, so I can't get away. Sorry. Lin Feng patted Morong Fu's shoulder and said, it's okay, I understand. I'm just asking you to take this woman back to the guards. She's causing trouble here and disturbing my family's peace. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Morong Fu's expression turned serious. He glanced at Shin Han and said in a calm tone, how dare you disturb Mr. Lin Feng's wedding? Come back to the escort with me. Shin Han was stunned. Her head was buzzing. How could Lin Feng let the guards come to arrest her? How could he be so cruel? At the same time, not only Shin Han, Mrs. Qin and Qin Zhaomu were also surprised. They didn't think Lin Feng was cruel, they were just surprised at his connections. They knew that the guard team was a team directly under the 4 major families in Baiqing City. Lin Feng can actually drive this team? It can be seen that he is already at the top of the pyramid in Baiqing. While Mrs. Qin was still in a daze, the ringing of the phone interrupted her thoughts. When she saw the caller ID, a gentle look naturally appeared on her face. Hey, husband. She looks like a little woman. The voice on the other end of the phone was equally gentle. Wife, I'll be in White City in an hour. I promise to be on time for my precious son's wedding. Chapter 89. The current situation of the Qin family in the imperial capital. An hour later, the head of the Qin family arrived at the villa on time. He is refreshed. After arriving at the place, the first thing he did was to kiss, hug and lift Mrs. Qin up high. Lin Feng and Qin Zhaomu on the side. Qin Zhaomu shook his head helplessly and looked at Lin Feng beside him. Brother, you have to get used to it. This kind of scene will definitely happen frequently in the future. The head and mistress of the Qin family have always been in love. This is something that the entire imperial capital knows. Qin Zhaomu has also been a lightbulb for 26 years. She was familiar with this kind of occasion. But Lin Feng still has to adapt. However, Lin Feng felt that his father's habit was good. He was married and he kissed and hugged his wife every day. While he was thinking about this, the head of the Qin family took Mrs. Qin's hand and walked in front of Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng carefully. Then he nodded with satisfaction, tears glistening in his eyes. Thousands of words are on his lips. He didn't know how to express it. Final. It's good that things are cleared up. You've also started a family and a career, and Dad will be relieved. He doesn't like to talk. I still prefer to express my love for Lin Feng through practical actions. Thinking of this, the head of the Qin family waved his hand hurriedly. The subordinate immediately brought a wooden box. He held the wooden box in his hands and opened the lid. A night shining pearl was quietly lying in it. This is my wedding gift to my daughter-in-law. Don't forget to give it to her before the wedding night tomorrow. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He was stunned, not because he had never seen a night pearl before. But he has seen it. A few days ago, when he was preparing a betrothal gift for Bai Mumu, he deliberately used experience points to exchange for the night pearls in the system mall. It's a bit bigger than the one in front of me. I have to say, the system is still awesome. As soon as the head of the Qin family arrived, he immediately called Lin Feng to the study. He and Lin Feng sat side by side on the sofa in the study. Xiao Feng, although I don't want to disturb your mood, you have already started a family and a career. There is one thing I have to make clear to you. The head of the Qin family had a serious face. Seeing this, Lin Feng also nodded seriously. Father, you say. When the head of the Qin family saw Lin Feng being so serious, he immediately thought, that is right, this Lin Feng who was filial to his elders, smart, and ambitious, is his child. After sighing, the head of the Qin family began to talk about business. The Qin family's current situation is not particularly good. The Qin family was originally one of the most powerful families in the imperial capital, standing at the top of the pyramid for many years. However, in recent years, several small families suddenly united to target the Qin family. It's harmless. When the head of the Qin family thought of the troublesome matter, he sighed. However, there seemed to be other forces behind these small families, helping them seize the Qin family's assets. Now, the situation of the Qin family is getting worse and worse. The head of the Qin family did not hide anything. He knew that Lin Feng was the heir of the Qin family and would have to stand on his own sooner or later. Some things are better to know earlier. At least, it can allow Lin Feng to accept and prepare in advance. Lin Feng was not too surprised after hearing what Patriarch Qin said. He has analyzed it. His father has always been a leader in the business world. But even so, the Qin family became increasingly depressed. The only possibility is that someone is targeting the Qin family. This prevented the family from moving forward. Even, we can only go backwards. The head of the Qin family patted Lin Feng's hand. He shook his head and said dejectedly, "It's because my father is incompetent that he can't hand over a Qin family without any troubles to you, and let you worry about these things at such a young age." After he said that, he was actually a little unsure. He also explained these words to Qin Ji. What did Qin Ji do at the beginning? Qin Ji was very impatient and kept complaining without even listening to his words. "Dad, you take care of the Qin family's affairs. I'm too lazy to manage them. Just give me enough money. I just want to be a playboy. By the way, please don't say these things to me again. I can't listen to a single word you say. I might as well go out and play with my friends instead of spending this time." Qin Ji is considered to be the most stubborn one among those who rely on their parents for support. At this time, Lin Feng smiled brightly. "Father, you are already the most outstanding entrepreneur of this generation. It is only because of the evildoers that our family has suffered. Don't worry." Lin Feng's eyes were firm. "I'm here. I will definitely make the Qin family stand at the top again." He wants everyone who has hurt the Qin family to pay the price. As for secretly promoting the power of these small families, he will also find them out one by one. Don't let anyone go. Looking at Lin Feng's determined eyes, the head of the Qin family was stunned. He felt inexplicably at ease. He always felt that Lin Feng could bring him a miracle. Lin Feng is like a rising star. Sooner or later, the Qin family will see the light again in Lin Feng's hands. The head of the Qin family was so moved that he held Lin Feng's hand tightly, with a smile on his face. "Good job. You are worthy of being my son. Dad believes in you. You can do it." The morning light is dim. The wedding scene of Lin Feng and Bai Mumu was personally directed and arranged by Qin Jiamu. Noble and luxurious. But it won't cause visual fatigue. Countless luxury cars were parked in the parking lot outside the venue. Wang Yamei and Wang Yanan stared with their eyes wide open. Another luxury car drove in. Wang Yanan quickly said, "Sister, you said we don't have an invitation letter. Can that little bastard Lin Feng let us in?" She gritted her teeth as she thought of something. He is famous for being ungrateful. TSK, after all, he has called me mom for such a long time. Wang Yamei smiled disdainfully, and then became jealous when she saw the luxurious decorations. "He is ungrateful and didn't even invite me." "It's okay, we can do it by ourselves, who dares to stop us?" Wang Yamei has thought it all out. As long as she persists in trying to please Lin Feng will definitely change his mind. After all, there is some emotion there. By then, she will be able to get some benefits. "Let's go." Wang Yamei raised her chin and pulled Wang Yanan. "Let's go in." The two strode into the wedding venue. The next moment. Seeing this, the bodyguard politely said, "Please show us your invitations, both of you." Wang Yamei's expression froze. "What invitation do you need? Do you know that I am the mother of the groom? If you dare to stop me, aren't you afraid that my son will fire you?" She cursed loudly. Many eyes were focused on her. Wang Yamei didn't care at all. Wang Yanan felt embarrassed, lowered his head and remained silent. She was just planning to sneak into the wedding with her sister and have something delicious to eat. She doesn't care about the rest. The bodyguard frowned. He refused succinctly. "The groom's mother is Madame Qin. If you don't have an invitation, please turn left when you leave." He didn't show any mercy to Wang Yamei. Wang Yamei was stunned. Her face turned red instantly. "You fucking." Just as Wang Yamei was about to start cursing and throwing a tantrum, the head of the Qin family came out and interrupted her. "Ms. Wang Yamei, this is my son's wedding, please don't make trouble." Chapter 90, the grand wedding scene became a hot topic. Qin's father is very domineering. He never imagined that this woman who had stolen his son would now dare to cause trouble at the wedding. And she even said she was Lin Feng's mother? So abominable. This was the first time that Wang Yame witnessed the real head of the Qin family with her own eyes. The intense feeling of oppression made her panic. Sister, let's go. Wang Yanan on the side tugged at Wang Yame's sleeve. Needless to say, she panicked. How could they afford to offend a big family like the Qin family? There is also the head of the Qin family, who is ferocious and evil. She remembered that he was very amiable in the financial news. It's all disguise. The same character as Lin Feng. Why are you leaving? After a while, Wang Yame came back to her senses. She glared at Wang Yanan and said, "Why are you so scared? They dare to beat us up in public?" Wang Yame plays a scoundrel. She didn't believe that the head of the Qin family would dare to send people to arrest her in public at Lin Feng's wedding. Tomorrow's hot search will definitely be the Qin family takes advantage of their power to bully the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. She sneered, feeling relieved. Master Qin, are all members of your family so heartless and ungrateful? Wang Yame said with all her might, I have raised Lin Feng for more than 20 years. He has grown up little by little. I have paid so much even if I have no credit, I have worked hard, right? Who would have thought that once Long Zai Tian became a king, he would forget about his adoptive mother who raised him? She took a deep breath and raised her voice again. You are being unreasonable. Lin Feng. Where is Lin Feng? I want to see him. I want to hear him in person. He wants to say that he doesn't care about the kindness he showed me and wants to abandon me as his adoptive mother. After saying that, Wang Yame threw herself heavily to the ground as if she was going to lose everything. She pointed and said, You are a bunch of high and mighty families. Don't think that anyone is afraid of you. I'm putting this on hold. If I don't see Lin Feng today, I won't get up. Wang Yanan tilted his head when he saw this. Awkward. She really dislikes Wang Yame. As for the head of the Qin family, his brows were furrowed into a shape of the Chinese character Chuan. All the people he came into contact with were social elites. They had never seen such a shameless person who even acted like a spoiled child and made a scene at his son's wedding. The head of the Qin family glanced around calmly. He and his friends, relatives, partners and other people whom he could name were all whispering to each other, as if they were discussing whether what Wang Yame said was true or false. People with normal brain circuits may be able to distinguish right from wrong. Abnormal brain circuits. Will the scandal of his Qin family become a hot topic tomorrow? The Qin family head sighed. As he was thinking of a solution, a voice came. Wang Yame, I wanted to save your face, but who would have thought that you would be so shameless? It's Lin Feng. He wore a smart suit today, which was meticulously groomed. Coupled with his careful dressing, he became even more dazzling. The onlookers immediately turned their attention to him. There was a lot of discussion. Isn't the young master of the Qin family too handsome? Simple, didn't you listen to what the Qin family's young master's adoptive mother said? He is so heartless. He just threw away the adoptive mother who had taken care of him for more than 20 years. It's too much. Why do you believe everything you hear? Maybe this foster mother is just talking nonsense. She doesn't look like a well-educated person at all. There are many different opinions. Lin Feng didn't care about what they said. He just looked down at Wang Yame, without any intention of supporting her. Lin Feng, what do you mean? How can you talk like that? Wang Yame pretended to be angry. Did I raise you to be like this? You have called me mother for such a long time. Heh, this is the Qin family's tutor? Wang Yame wiped away the non-existent tears. I am so pitiful. My daughter was sent to prison by Lin Feng, and my son is not filial. Oh, I don't want to live anymore. Lin Feng just listened to Wang Yame's madness calmly. After she stopped talking, Lin Feng crossed his arms over his chest and spoke softly. I wanted to save your face. Wang Yame was stunned. What's the meaning? Before she could think clearly, Lin Feng spoke again. When you were young, you cheated on me and abandoned me and my adoptive father. You didn't care about my life or death, saying that I was a burden. Now that you have grown up and know that I have assets, you are risking your life to talk about the mother-son relationship? Ask yourself, is there any love between us? And your daughter, Wang Yame, have you forgotten? She was caught because she kidnapped my 3 children. Ha, you even wanted to plead for her and ask me to write a letter of apology. I didn't hold you accountable. I was already soft-hearted. With great force. The way people around looked at Wang Yame changed instantly. From pity at the beginning to contempt. Wang Yame, who was at the center of the storm, never expected that Lin Feng would openly explain everything at the wedding. Her face is red. Like an overripe apple. The coolness penetrated and rushed straight to the brain. She opened her mouth. For a long while, he couldn't utter a word. Lin Feng sneered. The head of the Qin family then said, "Come here, drag the troublemaker away. Watch the gate carefully. Don't let in any more crazy women like this. We in the Qin family don't want to bring bad luck on such a good day." The Qin family didn't need to chase him away. Wang Yanan couldn't stay any longer. He didn't want to eat or drink for free, so he left in embarrassment. As for Wang Yame, she was dragged away. When she was dragged away, her eyes were blank and she kept muttering, "Don't go, son, and don't abandon your mother." I don't know whether to tell Lin Feng or Qin Ji, who was far away in the imperial capital. It doesn't matter anymore. After the wedding, she would never see Lin Feng again. Auspicious day. What became a hot search were not words like the Qin family bullies others. It was just 4 simple words, a wedding of a lifetime. Straight to the top of the hot search list. At the end, there is the word explosion. Click to enter the hot search. The first picture shows luxury cars neatly lined up in the parking lot outside the wedding venue. But sharp-eyed netizens still figured out the owner of the car. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Mu, the eldest son of the Rong family, the president of Mushi Group. He is not only a well-known figure in Baiqing City. Even the heads of the big families in the imperial capital are also present. This can be called the wedding of the century. Many netizens exclaimed, wondering which bride must be so happy. Lin Feng glanced at the hot search content, raised his eyes and chuckled. That's right, it's his bride. He took the initiative to hold by Mumu's hand. Wife, you will be happier and happier in the future. His gaze was looking forward. The tightly closed door slowly opened, and all the guests looked at them. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. Believe me, I will never let you down. Chapter 91 Wedding Night. At the wedding, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu were destined to be the protagonists. Countless eyes gathered to witness them step into the palace of happiness. Mrs. Qin was held in the arms of the head of the Qin family. She had tears in her eyes, and the head of the Qin family also had tears in his eyes. Qin Xiaomu, well, I am shining again. Father Bai, who was standing by, looked up at the sky and murmured, "Wife, did you see it?" It was rare for Mr. Jiang and Mr. Mu not to quarrel, and when their emotions reached a point where they could no longer control themselves, they almost hugged each other and cried bitterly. Romifei and Huang Yao, who were watching the show on the side, looked at each other in bewilderment. Or, they hugged each other and cried? No way. The atmosphere is there. On stage, Lin Feng held by Mumu's little hand. Looking at each other affectionately. Oaths, kisses, toasts. Everything is in order. They finally got married. It's late at night. Lin Feng used his strength to force away Romifei and others who were clamoring to make trouble in the bridal chamber. He stood in front of the bridal chamber and took a deep breath. He sniffed it, and after making sure that the smell of alcohol was not strong, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The little heart was beating fast. A beating heart and trembling hands. Lin Feng pushed open the door. The creaking sound is particularly obvious in the quiet environment. Bai Mumu, who was sitting steadily on the bed, glanced sideways. The moment she saw Lin Feng, a suspicious blush appeared on her pale face. Lin Feng loved her shy look. He closed the door quietly and sat next to Bai Mumu again. The lights are dim. An ambiguous atmosphere lingers. Everything will fall into place. After spending a long time together and sharing weal and woe, Lin Feng and Bai Mumu have already become a perfect match. Lin Feng turned off the lights. He clumsily groped for the cool clothes on Bai Mumu's body. He used kisses to erode every inch of Bai Mumu's skin, leaving her with his own mark. Lin Feng. Bai Mumu's voice trembled a little. Although she was already a mother, she was still a little inexperienced when it came to love. Spring is here and the air is filled with the scent of hormones. It was emanating from Bai Mumu, which made Lin Feng confused. I just want to find that familiar outlet and love her well. At this moment, a faint, untimely sound came from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get rewards. Rewards and such are not important anymore. This was the first time Lin Feng wanted the system to shut up. System, ing. The morning light is dim. Lin Feng and Bai Mumu tossed and turned until late at night. When Lin Feng woke up, Bai Mumu was still in a coma. She was sleeping soundly and Lin Feng couldn't bear to disturb her. He carefully tucked the corners of the quilt for Bai Mumu. Then went downstairs again. "Oh, you look pretty good." Qin Jiamu said jokingly, "You look so happy. Did you make my sister-in-law suffer so much?" Lin Feng blushed for a rare moment. How come his sister? Prostitution in broad daylight. Mumu, stop teasing your brother. Father Qin rescued Lin Feng in time, but the smile in his eyes was not concealed. Lin Feng simply sat down and put on a thick skin. "Sister, I'm married and have children, why are you still single?" This one sentence choked Qin Jiamu to death. Father Qin became more excited. Just as he was about to talk about it, his cell phone rang suddenly. Just by hearing the endless chatter on the other end of the phone, Qin's father's expression changed instantly, his smile froze, and worry was revealed in his eyes. Father Qin said anxiously, "Your grandmother is sick." He said she was sick just to prevent Lin Feng and Qin Jiamu from worrying too much. From what his subordinates said, it was most likely that he was poisoned. Lin Feng didn't have a very good impression of old lady Qin, but she was his nominal grandmother after all. It has to be saved eventually. I'll pack up and go back to the imperial capital right away. You guys stay in Baicheng and don't wander around in the near future. Qin's father was afraid that Mrs. Qin's illness was deliberately caused by someone just to deal with the Qin family. The next moment, Lin Feng's eyes were firm. "Dad, I'm with you." There was a hint of hesitation in Qin's father's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng said again, "I know a little bit about medicine, so you can take me back to the imperial capital." Qin's father was reluctant at first. After all, Lin Feng had just gotten married, and the young couple was so affectionate. How could they be separated? Lin Feng is right. Father Qin couldn't refute it. Seeing his unwavering gaze again, Father Qin finally nodded. Good. Let's go back to the imperial capital. After Lin Feng explained the situation to Bai Mumu naturally agreed and urged him to speed up packing his personal belongings so that nothing else could happen. Lin Feng agreed to Bai Mumu with a guilty look on his face, and they would go on their honeymoon after finishing their business. Before leaving, the two of them stayed together for a long time. Lin Feng pinched Bai Mumu's sore waist, causing her to moan softly. After seeing Bai Mumu's shy look, Lin Feng boarded the plane with satisfaction. 4 hours later, we successfully arrived at the imperial capital. Without having time to appreciate the prosperity of the imperial capital, Lin Feng followed his father straight to the Qin family's old house. A gloom shrouded the old house, and without a backbone, the servants all panicked. Qin Ji, the only one who had some say, was crying bitterly at this moment. His face was covered with tears and snot. Not like the young master from a rich family who has been pampered for more than 20 years. Like the big fat pig at the entrance of the village. "Father! You're finally back." After seeing his father Qin Ji immediately stood up, wiped away his tears, and prepared to give him a big hug. Unexpectedly, as he quickly approached Qin's father, he found Lin Feng, who was standing beside him with one hand in his pocket and a cold expression. Qin Ji was stunned. The hand that was about to hug Qin's father stopped in the air awkwardly. This time, neither is hugging. It's not a good idea to let go. "We meet again," Lin Feng said calmly. The most common greeting tone. He didn't care whether Qin Ji stayed in the Qin family. A mentally retarded person is not enough for him to care about. If old lady Qin cared, she could certainly reward Qin Ji with a place to live. But Qin Ji was furious because of this sentence. "Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Ha, you are not welcome in my grandmother's house." He gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Lin Feng apart and eat him. Qin Ji glared at Lin Feng unwillingly. "Lin Feng, why are you here again? I have already won the love of the Qin family's patriarch and his wife, as well as the huge Qin family assets. You have taken everything away. Why do you have to show off in front of him? That's disgusting. But it's okay. If old lady Qin died, he would soon have what belonged to him. Everything will be fine." At that time, he would take back the gold and silver property that belonged to him bit by bit and make the Qin family regret their current favoritism. Your grandmother? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Even someone as brainless as Qin Shi could understand the meaning of his words. Your grandmother? No blood-related grandmother? Qin Shi's face turned red instantly. His blood boiled and he clenched his fists. Damn it, Lin Feng, what do you mean? What are you showing off? You are a bastard born of a mother but not raised by one. Now you always lie to my parents and they always have a son. This is all a bad habit that Wang Yamei taught you. You are just a piece of shit who only knows how to flatter others. He roared suddenly, causing the servants around him to not dare to look up. They all lowered their heads and acted like quails, terrified of the domineering young Master Qin. There was silence for a moment. Qin Ji. Qin's father spoke coldly, very dissatisfied with Qin Ji's insulting Lin Feng. Why are you shouting here? The majesty of the superior is fully revealed. If you scream again, I'll have you thrown out of the Qin family. Chapter 92. Qin's grandmother is critically ill. Qin Ji's expression changed uncontrollably, and finally became more ferocious after Qin's father finished speaking. It's fine that Mrs. Qin favors Lin Feng. Qin Xiang defends Lin Feng without any reason. Qin Ji was twisted with anger. Father, I have been filial to you for the past 20 years. Why do you favor an outsider so much? Qin Ji choked up several times. Just because of that ridiculous blood relationship, you abandoned me? Lin Feng was silent. No, is Qin Ji crazy? Ridiculous blood relationship. Sure enough, blood ties are extremely important. Qin Ji's thinking followed Wang Yamei's. Fortunately, he lives with his biological parents. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, not intending to pay attention to Qin Ji, and turned to Qin's father and said, Father, let me go see Grandma first. Maybe I can cure Grandma. His medical skills are absolutely unique. Although Father Qin didn't know Lin Feng's strength, he had heard Mrs. Qin say that Lin Feng completely cured her headaches that had plagued her for so many years with just a few acupuncture treatments. He had been looking for famous doctors for several years, but none of them could cure Mrs. Qin's illness. However, Lin Feng cured her. I think he is capable. Father Qin nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go and try it. There's no harm in giving it a try. Don't force yourself, just do your best. Qin's father reminded him kindly. He didn't want Lin Feng to feel guilty for not curing old lady Qin. The moment Lin Feng was about to step into old lady Qin's room, Qin Ji suddenly went crazy and stepped forward to stop him. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why is Master Qin Ji so excited today? It feels like he's afraid of something. Is it my illusion? Oh, it's better for us to stay out of the master's business. The less we know, the better. Just shut up. They were puzzled by Qin Ji's behavior. Qin Ji took a deep breath, then his eyes widened with anger, and he said viciously, Lin Feng, I won't let you treat my grandmother. She almost offended you because of me. You are so vindictive. Can you treat her properly? I won't allow my grandmother to be harmed in the slightest. Don't let your parents be partial to you and not spread the news. Except for me, there will be no one to redress my grandmother's grievances. Qin Ji looked as if he was certain that Lin Feng would hurt someone. He was not worried about old lady Qin. But he knew that Lin Feng had some knowledge of medicine and was acquainted with old Jiang, so he was afraid that he might have some real skills. After all, they were just afraid that Lin Feng would not be able to cure old lady Qin. It took him a lot of effort to make the old lady drink the poisonous tea, causing her to become seriously ill. As long as she dies. In her will, 15% of the shares of Qin Group belong to him, Qin Ji. There cannot be any mistakes in this process. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. Something is wrong. There was something wrong with Qin Ji today. Really? A terrible thought lingered in his mind. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. So, after he had treated old lady Qin, he would have to verify his idea just in case. Qin Ji, get out of the way. Qin's father's face turned cold. Father. Qin Ji stamped his feet in a feigned impatience, his face firm. Grandma is old, she only has me. I only have her. We depend on each other for survival, the last bit of tenderness. Are you going to give it to Lin Feng too? I will find the best doctor in the capital to treat Grandma. Isn't this 1,000 times better than asking a layman like Lin Feng to treat her? No matter what, I will help my grandmother escape today. His words were earnest and affirmative. It was as if he was telling everyone, wanting everyone to subconsciously believe, Lin Feng wanted to kill old lady Qin. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng cleared his throat. Qin Ji, are you okay? She is my grandmother. We are related by blood. No matter how much I hate her, I can never do anything to her. On the contrary, you are delaying the time like this. Aren't you afraid that grandmother will miss the best time for treatment? Should I ask you what is the purpose of doing this? Lin Feng looked at Qin Ji with a curious expression. His eyes are like hooks. When Qin Ji met his gaze, his heart trembled. You are talking nonsense. You are making up stories. He couldn't help swallowing. Just as the two were confronting each other. Hold down Qin Ji and don't allow him to disturb my son's treatment of the old lady. Qin's father naturally stood on Lin Feng's side. The person in charge of the Qin family spoke, and the servants who had complained about Qin Ji in the past suddenly had someone to support them. They all stepped forward and held Qin Ji tightly, completely ignoring his struggles. They must seize this good opportunity. Who made Qin Ji act like a bully and beat and scold them whenever he was in a bad mood? It's all retribution. Ignoring Qin Ji's cursing, Lin Feng signaled Qin's father and went straight into the old lady's room. After such a long delay, his grandmother's condition has become urgent. Lin Feng took the pulse first. The knowledge engraved in his mind allowed him to immediately analyze what kind of poison old lady Qin had been poisoned by, and in a short period of time, he came up with a prescription and acupuncture point map. Dad, go get me some medicine. While Lin Feng was disinfecting the silver needle, he listed a series of medicine names. Qin's father immediately asked the servants to boil the medicine. Afterwards, he witnessed with his own eyes Lin Feng giving acupuncture to the old lady. The thin silver needle in Lin Feng's hand seemed to have life as it pierced into old lady Qin's dry and bruised skin. Flowing like water. No lag at all. Qin's father was stunned. He rubbed his eyes. His son is so awesome? It's not like what Qin Ji said, he is a layman. His child is indeed a treasure favored by Mr. Jiang. When Father Qin was lost in thought, Lin Feng gave him the last injection. At the same time, old Mrs. Qin's complexion became much rosier. Lin Feng himself breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I had been a little later, he would have been powerless to save the situation. Qin's father stepped forward and observed the condition of old lady Qin. The originally bloodless face has regained some redness. You can tell at a glance that it's much better. Father Qin, I'm cheering for my son. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and took advantage of Qin's father's surprise to open the system all. Now, he has enough experience points. I bought 3 blind boxes in a row. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained fortune telling skills 30. Congratulations to the host. After 3 consecutive sounds, Lin Feng opened his eyes slowly. Now, he can calculate the past and the future. After using the fortune-telling technique, Lin Feng's brain started working rapidly. Just 3 minutes. Lin Feng figured out the truth of the whole matter. He guessed right. It turned out to be that beast Qin Ji. He was afraid that old lady Qin would also favor him and change the doctor's orders, so he decided to kill her and take advantage of her trust in him. Poisoning. It's so abominable. Dad. Lin Feng said lightly. He got straight to the point. While investigating the cause of my grandmother's poisoning, please investigate Qin Ji carefully. Chapter 93 Qin Ji owes 200 million yuan. Father Qin was shocked. He originally thought that Qin Ji only loved power and was reluctant to leave the Qin family. He would never dare to do something that touched his bottom line, such as murdering old lady Qin. But now that Lin Feng said it, he couldn't help but look at Qin Ji, who was tightly controlled, and said lightly. Good. You must always be on guard against others. After all, they are not biological father and son. Not to mention, what Qin Ji had done over the years really disappointed him. If the Qin family wants to investigate, they won't be slow. Before old lady Qin woke up, Butler Qin had neatly placed the evidence of Qin Ji's murder of old lady Qin on Qin's father's desk. He has evil intentions. Butler Qin was promoted by the old lady. Upon hearing the news, he wanted to cut Qin Ji into pieces. Our Qin family has raised him for more than 20 years for nothing, and this is how he repays us? Especially the old lady, she was the best to him. How could he, such a beast, have the heart to do that to him? Father Qin frowned. The document in his hand clearly described everything Qin Ji had done, item by item. Even the time Qin Ji went to the black market and bought the poison was accurate to the millisecond. I didn't expect that. Qin's father sneered, and the majesty of the superior was fully revealed. My Qin family has raised a wolf cub for more than 20 years. He raised his eyes, his gaze firm. Butler, call Captain Gu. Just say, I want to clean up the garbage in society. When Captain Gu and Qin Ji met in the hall, Qin Ji was stunned and had a bad premonition. He knew Captain Gu. When he was at a loss, Qin's father brought Lin Feng into the main hall. Lin Feng put one hand in his pocket. He just glanced at Qin Ji indifferently, with a dark look in his eyes. A nameless fire burned in Qin Ji's heart. But Qin's father didn't give him the chance to attack. Qin Ji, do you have anything to say about the poisoning of my Qin family's old lady? It was the Qin family's old lady, not his Qin Ji's grandmother. Qin Ji's hands clenched suddenly, and his heart beat faster and faster. He had no time to dwell on the title that Qin's father had spoken. He simply felt his brain go blank and he was surrounded by countless fears. Could it be that the Qin family has figured out everything he did? Having been with Qin's father for such a long time, he certainly knew the other's temper. If you are not absolutely sure, you will not take action. But he still chose to play dumb. What? Father, Grandma is in danger. Could it be that Lin Feng killed Grandma, and you are going to put this crime on me? After he finished speaking, the hall became very quiet. Only Lin Feng raised his eyes and glanced at him, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, as if saying, Qin Ji, are you still trying to be stubborn? Qin Ji was irritated and opened his mouth to express his displeasure. Damn it, Lin Feng you. Enough. Qin's father suddenly slammed the table. The huge sound resounded throughout the hall, causing Qin Ji to be stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Qin's father in disbelief. You are still being stubborn and trying to slander my son? Qin's father threw the evidence in Qin Ji's face. Dozens of papers with his methods and times of committing the crime were scattered on the ground. Qin Ji staggered half a step. He squatted down and picked up the papers one by one. Then when I saw the contents on the paper, I almost collapsed. After a while, you, the Qin family, are slandering me. He yelled, as if he could be safe and sound this way. I didn't. It was Lin Feng, it must be Lin Feng, he forged evidence and slandered me. It was your Qin family that favored Lin Feng and treated me as an outsider, so you pushed me as a scapegoat. He seemed to be crazy. Father Qin was so angry that he had a headache. Outsider? Lin Feng curled his lips. Aren't you an outsider? After the truth was revealed, you still coveted power and wealth, and stayed in the Qin family's old house with a flattering face relying on your grandmother's love for you. If you behave yourself, I won't bother with you, and you can continue to enjoy a wealthy life under the protection of your grandmother. Lin Feng paused and chuckled, even though this shouldn't be your life. But you broke the umbrella yourself. How stupid. There was no warmth in his words. Qin Ji shuddered. Lin Feng's words were like nails, punching a lot of holes in his heart. It made him feel miserable. You have no moral bottom line, Qin Ji, are you a beast? Your grandmother has doted on you for more than 20 years. Even though she knew you were not of the Qin family, she still protected you. But you want to poison her to death just for your shares. What is your heart made of? Lin Feng stabbed Qin Ji in the heart again. You are talking bullshit, you are talking nonsense. I didn't murder my grandmother. I didn't. Qin Ji collapsed. He slumped on the ground, as if he had no bones, with only his mouth remaining strong, spitting out dirty words like crazy. Father Qin couldn't bear to listen any longer. Captain Gu, please take him away. He glanced at the raging Qin Ji and sneered, interrogate him further. Don't worry, Qin Ji is no longer a member of my Qin family. Captain Gu, who had heard of the big news from the rich family, nodded, but did not show much surprise. He just ordered people to drag the crazy Qin Ji away. With the evidence against the Qin family, it is estimated that Qin Ji will have a smooth journey to prison. The main goal is speed. Old Mrs. Qin was no longer in danger, and Qin Ji was also executed. Lin Feng was very happy and prepared to send a message to his wife to discuss their honeymoon. But things don't always go as planned. Before he could dial by Mumu's number, he heard bursts of incessant noise coming from outside Qin's house. It is only natural to pay back your debts. Qin Ji of the Qin family is refusing to pay back his debts, and is forcing us to death. Lin Feng put down his phone and looked at Qin's father. Let's go and take a look first. Qin's father remained calm, but his pace quickened a lot. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Push open the door. Outside the door, a group of business elites in suits and ties stood in the front row, most of whom were heads of middle-class families in the imperial capital. Behind them were the family bodyguards. They were holding up a banner and shouting loudly the words "paying back debts is only natural" on the banner. Qin's father was stunned. When did his Qin family owe money? Qin Xiyong, your son Qin Ji borrowed nearly 200 million from us before. It's all written in black and white in the contract. If you don't pay back the money, we won't leave. One of them explained in a stern voice. The head of the Wei family, who was standing at the front, put one hand behind his back and said arrogantly, "That's right. By the way, Mr. Qin may not know that we have already discussed with Mr. Shin that because your Qin family has a bad reputation, he will no longer sell raw materials to the Qin family." Father Qin's temples were throbbing. It's Qin Ji again. 200 million is nothing to the Qin family. But Boss Shin's supply of goods is indeed the lifeblood of their family. At this time, unexpectedly, Lin Feng calmly took out a card and waved it in front of everyone. This is 200 million, after you take it. Roll. Chapter 94. Old Lady Qin is awake. The person who had just been holding the IOU and was shouting had stopped talking. They frowned and looked at this rather unfamiliar face. Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Feng. Isn't this the real young master that the Qin family just found? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. The Qin family is unlucky enough. The fake young master has squandered the family fortune for more than 10 years, and now the real young master is even more ignorant. Exactly. Is he qualified to butt in on the elders' discussion? He is indeed a wandering young master who doesn't know the rules. I don't know if there is anyone to teach him, huh? The discussion made Qin's father frown. Although he didn't quite understand or agree with Lin Feng's approach, were these people worthy of scolding his son? Lin Feng was not affected at all. He always turned a blind eye to these discussions. What was stored in his mind was knowledge and his wife's sweet words. He was too lazy to remember this bunch of meaningless words. As you said, it is only natural to pay back debts. Lin Feng handed the card to Butler Qin. Butler Qin, please give the card to the creditor. I am generous and will pay for the evil done by Qin Ji. He doesn't lack these little things. Lin Feng looked around and said in a low voice, "It's over. If you dare to cause trouble at the Qin family again, I promise that you will regret it." The sentence was full of threats. The group of people closest to Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in their hearts. How can this kid, at such a young age, have such a strong aura? Hasn't he been wandering outside for more than 20 years? But why do they think? Lin Feng is like a young master who has been raised in the Qin family since childhood. His momentum is no weaker than Qin Xiyong's. Even better than ever. Humph, it's just paying off a debt, don't be so proud. Patriarch Wei was the first to come back to his senses. He glanced at Lin Feng coldly. Boss Shin said that he would no longer sell raw materials to the Qin family. This is what you should be worried about. They knew early on that the Qin family could afford to pay back the 200 million. The fatal blow was the raw material provided by Boss Shin. As we all know, the probability of Mr. Shin producing good quality raw materials from the old mine has always been high. The reason why the Qin family has not fallen despite being targeted by many families is not only because of its strong financial resources, but also because of Boss Shin's supply of goods. Lost the supply. The crisis facing the Qin family is unprecedented. Really? After Patriarch Wei finished speaking, a fleeting worry surfaced on Qin's father's calm face. But this hint of worry was still accurately captured by the head of the Wei family. The curve of his mouth deepened. He wants to crush the Qin family to death and let the Wei family stand at the top of the imperial capital. Just as I was daydreaming, I heard a burst of mocking laughter. He raised his eyes and looked for the source of the sound with an unhappy look on his face. It's Lin Feng. He was mocking the head of the Wei family. What do you mean? Asked the head of the Wei family coldly. I'm just laughing at your stupidity. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He looked directly into the eyes of the head of the Wei family, which frightened the other party and made him take a half step back. My Qin family has no shortage of this batch of junk. It's just raw material, there's plenty of it. The most important thing is whether I can cut good jade, just by chance. This is what he is best at. Lin Feng didn't continue with the second half of the sentence. He just wanted to make these people who were taking advantage of the situation curious, frightened, and even unable to sleep or eat, fearing that the Qin family had some other cards up their sleeves. Oh, indeed, the Qin family has a trump card. He is the trump card. When the head of the Wei family was listening to Lin Feng's next words, there was no further news. He was furious. He, the dignified head of the Wei family, was actually fooled by a young boy who was inexperienced in the world. Okay. Patriarch Wei gritted his teeth and said the word okay 3 times. His face was filled with gloom. I want to see how long your Qin family can be so arrogant. Don't bother. Lin Feng was unwilling to be outdone. Father Qin opened his mouth and wanted to stop Lin Feng. But it's too late. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Maybe Lin Feng would not vent his anger. If they treated the debt collectors properly, the other party would not let the Qin family go. Instead of feeling so aggrieved, it would be better to let Lin Feng satisfy his desire to talk nonsense. As for the raw materials, we have to find another way. The Qin family doesn't welcome you. Father Qin thought it through and said calmly, please leave as soon as possible and don't tear each other apart. Patriarch Wei and others became increasingly angry. Humph, the Qin family is rich and powerful, so I don't think they are afraid of a shortage of supplies. That's right, we are waiting for the Qin family to achieve greater success. I hope that in a few months, the Qin family can still stand at the top of the pyramid in the imperial capital. After some sarcastic remarks, everyone left the Qin family satisfied, feeling much happier. After they all left, Father Qin pinched his brows tiredly. Next, he will be busy. If Boss Shen refuses to sell supplies to the Qin family, then how many bosses in the industry are suitable and willing to sell raw materials to the Qin family? Dad, don't worry. Lin Feng's words slightly soothed Qin's father's irritability. I will find a way to solve it. He has already thought of a solution. And definitely possible. Hearing this, Qin's father was relieved. He knew that Lin Feng was comforting him. My dear children are still caring. Just as Father Qin was about to sigh, an anxious voice came. Master, good news. The old lady is awake. Although old lady Qin woke up, the poison still caused harm to her. The old lady, who used to look so energetic, now lies weakly on the soft big bed, breathing faintly. Mom, how do you feel? Qin's father immediately sat on a chair beside the bed and asked with concern. Lin Feng stood aside, nonchalantly. When old lady Qin saw Qin's father coming, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But when she turned around and saw Lin Feng again, the smile froze instantly. Old Madame Qin said coldly, why is he here? If you enter my Qin family, you must abide by my Qin family rules. When you see the elders in the family, don't you know how to greet them politely? You are an uneducated thing. You deserve to be abandoned by your mother Qin Ji. Chattering. Lin Feng felt annoyed. He can speak so well just after waking up, so he must have recovered well. Mom, what are you talking about? Father Qin stood in front of Lin Feng. Xiao Feng is your grandson. Oh, I would rather my grandson was Xiao Ji. Lin Feng. An old lady who doesn't distinguish between relatives and strangers. What expression would old lady Qin have if she knew that it was her beloved grandson whom she missed day and night that made her unable to get out of bed? Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. Old Madame Qin looked around and didn't see Qin Ji. She was stunned and asked unhappily, where's Xiao Ji? Are you guys not letting him come to see me because of Lin Feng? Old Mrs. Qin just thought that Lin Feng was petty. Does she think that by doing this, she will distance herself from Qin Ji? It's really ridiculous. When Qin's father saw this, he was about to speak when Lin Feng spoke. I'm so filial, Grandma. I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Let us talk about your great son Qin Ji. Chapter 95, Qin Ji is executed, and Qin's grandmother knows the truth. Under the strong persuasion of Qin's father, old Mrs. Qin finally reluctantly agreed to talk to Lin Feng. The door is closed. Only Lin Feng and old lady Qin were left. Seeing this, old lady Qin said nonchalantly, go ahead, my time is precious, please be brief. She was tired. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. It just so happens that I didn't intend to waste too much time talking about it. Old Mrs. Qin choked. Does Lin Feng want to piss her off to death? But Mrs. Qin hadn't gotten angry yet, so Lin Feng didn't give her a chance and said, "Grandma, you've been poisoned." It was almost fatal. Old Mrs. Qin frowned. She had grown up in the cannibalistic aristocratic circle of the imperial capital, so of course she knew the intrigues and deceptions that existed among the wealthy families. She has always been shrewd. This was the first time that poisoning happened to her. Old Mrs. Qin did not interrupt Lin Feng again, but listened quietly. She wanted to know who murdered her. The one who murdered you was Qin Ji. Qin Ji knew that you had no defenses against him, so he personally poisoned you and lured you into drinking the poisoned milk. Afterwards, just wait for your death and 15% of the shares will belong to him. Lin Feng answered all of Mrs. Qin's questions as if he had telepathic communication with her. What? Ahem. Old Mrs. Qin was frightened by Lin Feng's words and kept coughing. She absolutely didn't believe it. Qin Ji is the grandson she has raised for more than 20 years. How could he possibly harm her? Lin Feng must be making this up. Definitely. Lin Feng was in no hurry to explain. He just poured a glass of water for old lady Qin and handed it to her. "Drink it, you are weak, don't get angry. Stop mad at yourself." Old Mrs. Qin did not appreciate it. She tilted her head and sneered, "Lin Feng, do you think I am confused? Do you think I will believe everything you say? She's not that easy to fool. You just feel jealous that Xiaoji has been occupying your identity for more than 20 years and enjoying wealth and glory for you for such a long time, so you slander him. You shouldn't have such thoughts." Old Mrs. Qin shook her head. "Lin Feng, you disappoint me so much." She thought that Lin Feng was at least a sensible person. Look at it now. Unjustly accusing her grandson without any evidence? She just felt that Lin Feng was not a good person. How could her simple and kind grandson compete with Lin Feng? Fine. Fortunately, she supports Xiaoji. All her shares in the Qin group are enough for Qin Ji to squander his entire life. When old lady Qin was thinking about how to gain more rights and status for Qin Ji, Lin Feng didn't say anything, but handed a dozen pieces of paper to old lady Qin. Above. This is the result of Qin's father's investigation. It is also evidence of Qin Ji's crime. What do you mean? Old Mrs. Qin was puzzled. Lin Feng didn't urge her, but just said calmly, "You will know when you see it." Old Mrs. Qin felt that Lin Feng was being mysterious, but curiosity still drove her to read the text above. Halfway through reading, the old lady's hands began to tremble. At 3:32 p.m., Qin Ji gave her the poisoned milk and tricked her into drinking it. It turned out that he knew the contents of the will long ago. 4 shares. Killed his loving grandmother. Even though old lady Qin knew that he was not of the Qin family's blood, she still loved him. But even so, Qin Ji still hardened his heart and killed old lady Qin. All kinds of evidence are laid out in front of us. No matter how dumb Mrs. Qin was, she knew that Lin Feng did not lie to her. Not to mention, she is so shrewd. It was as if a knife was stabbed into her heart, and Mrs. Qin was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe. Her sharp eyes, at this moment, were filled with sorrow. Qin Ji has been disguising himself, he has been lying to you. Lin Feng sighed, "You know that, right? After all, his acting is poor. Outside, Qin Ji bullies men and women and does all kinds of evil. He is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. He is taking advantage of your power, you should know that." Lin Feng's words made old lady Qin even more miserable. Emotional. For a moment, old Mrs. Qin had difficulty breathing. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng immediately pressed the acupoints for her. After a while, only then did old Mrs. Qin resume her normal breathing and her emotions became much more stable. Yes. She was just indulging Qin Ji. She even didn't hesitate to sacrifice her own grandson for him. All of this was just because of the affection Qin Ji had for her when he was a child. Old Mrs. Qin was reluctant to give up this so-called relationship between grandparents and grandchildren. But causing a great disaster. Raising a beast with wolfish ambitions. No. Qin Ji is not even as good as animals. Lin Feng, you. Old Mrs. Qin hesitated to speak. She misunderstood Lin Feng and even wronged him. But her habit of always being the one who does what she says made her not know how to bow to Lin Feng. I can't even utter the simplest 3 words, "I'm sorry." It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. How can an elder apologize to a younger person? She was just so awkward. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng took a sip of the water in the cup and moistened his throat. I never care. He returns all the good things to him. As for old lady Qin, he can only respect. Now that you know the truth, you should take good care of your injuries and stop thinking about Qinji. Grandma, I still have things to do. Please have a good rest. Lin Feng didn't want to talk to old lady Qin anymore. After he finished speaking, he walked out on his own. Old Madame Qin was the only one left in the room. She looked towards the door, thoughtfully. She seems lost this grandson. It was she who pushed Lin Feng away herself. I feel empty inside. After talking with old lady Qin, Lin Feng almost went straight to ask Qin's father to take him to the largest gambling stone city in the imperial capital. When he arrived at the place, he stood at the door. Father Qin paused. What's wrong? When he knew that Lin Feng was going to select raw materials, he felt happy but also worried. Mrs. Qin told him the details about Lin Feng's selection of the rare jadeite. Only. Father Qin was still afraid that Lin Feng relied on luck. When I have thousands of thoughts. Lin Feng said, Father, just remember the raw materials I chose and mark them later. Pay together at the end. Father Qin was stunned. Lin Feng means to buy a bunch? He quickly followed Lin Feng into the gambling stone city and asked carefully, Son, how much raw material do you plan to buy? Now that Boss Shen won't sell us the rough material, we have to find another way. Gambling on stones is risky. One time doesn't mean everything. Just try it for a bit. My baby. You got lucky once, but don't get carried away. Father Qin couldn't help but shout in his heart. He was stunned for a moment. Lin Feng had inadvertently used his X-ray vision. The internal structure of countless raw materials is revealed, so clear that it cannot be clearer. Only then did he answer Qin's father. Dad, trust me. Just remember the number I marked. Lin Feng looked serious. Father Qin felt elated when he was called Dad. 3 seconds later. He actually nodded stiffly. Good. Whatever my son says is fine. Lin Feng curled his lips, his eyes firm. All these good materials belong to Lin Feng. It's settled. Chapter 96. The company is facing bankruptcy. Lin Feng spends 500 million. This, that, and these three. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Feng was just selecting the raw materials randomly. If you have 5 seconds to choose one tea, you lose everything? But Qin's father followed him and asked his subordinates to mark the items and pay for them later. Although he didn't know whether Lin Feng was sure, he still wanted to do well what Lin Feng had asked him to do. No matter what the result is. Not long. The wool materials are marked from number 1 to number 121. Neat and tidy. Lin Feng curled his lips. All of them are good materials of glutinous variety and above. Even a piece of Fu Shou Lu Shi was found in it. Worth over 100 million. But the onlookers didn't know that Lin Feng was completely confident, they just thought he was showing off, and they started talking about it. More than 100 pieces of raw materials, the value must be at least over 100 million, right? Can he buy it? I guess he's here to grab your attention. If he can pay, I'll call him daddy without a second thought. No, why do you think he can't afford it? Don't you know? He is the young master of the Qin family, and the one next to him is Qin Xiong, the head of the Qin family. What? Young Master Qin? I take back what I just said. He can definitely afford it. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, the topic of their discussion instantly changed from whether Lin Feng can pay to why Lin Feng is a prodigal son. The Qin family is rich, but no matter what, they can't squander it like this. No matter how wealthy you are, you can't afford to squander it like this for a period of time. Live beyond your means. They just feel the pain. Master, the calculation is done. At this time, the Qin family's subordinates took out the calculated bill and handed it to Master Qin, a total of 530 million. 530 million. Father Qin frowned slightly. If it were the Qin family in its heyday, this would only be a small amount of money. The Qin family is now in danger. It's a bit painful to take out these 500 million. He hesitated. The main reason is that Lin Feng selects the raw materials too quickly. It's like a blind audition. Just luck? He didn't know how to tell Lin Feng. When he was preparing to ask him to choose half less, Lin Feng took out a card from his pocket. Yes, swiped the card. Without even blinking. Lin Feng knew that this pile of raw materials could create far more than 500 million yuan in value for him. In that case, why hesitate? Of course it has to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. There was an imperceptible tremor at Qin's father's fingertips. So, paid? In shock, he even forgot to ask how Lin Feng had so much savings. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding between father and son that Lin Feng noticed Qin's father's worry. After paying, walk up to him. Dad, don't worry. I guarantee that this batch of wool is worth every penny. Lin Feng returned with a full load. Although Qin's father was still worried, he didn't say much. He chose to believe Lin Feng. At this point, he can only trust his son. Immediately, the two came to Qin Group, one in front and one behind. The news that Boss Shen would no longer sell raw materials to Qin Group had spread throughout the company. It's obvious that someone spread it deliberately. There is a traitor in the company. Nowadays, the morale of the Qin Group is unsettled. Most people are terrified that the next moment they will lose the job they are so proud of. There is another group of people who are already preparing to find their next home. The appearance of Qin Xiyang and Lin Feng made them barely stop showing their panic. Boss Qin. Qin Xiyang had just arrived and hadn't spoken yet when a voice from the crowd spoke up. Something happened at home, and I'm planning to resign. Boss Qin, please approve my resignation application. He is an employee who has worked in Qin Group for 1.5 years. Above average working ability. It's just that his moral character is not very good. He asked for resignation with a smile on his face. Qin Xiyang knew from her years of experience that nothing was wrong at home and he just wanted to use this as an excuse to move to the next company to work. I guess he has already found his next company. There was a darkness in his eyes. Lin Feng, who was standing by, asked at the right time, "Is there anyone else who wants to resign?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became agitated. After a while, I want to quit. And me, my mother is sick and I have to go home to take care of her. I've been approached by a company with better job conditions and benefits. So, I'm leaving. We all know the Qin family's current situation. I don't want to do this anymore. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. It is human nature for them to seek a way out. Lin Feng was not unhappy at all. The same is true for Qin's father. Lin Feng said calmly, "Father, since they want to leave, let them go." Father Qin took a glance. Fully half of the people are ready to resign. At the critical moment of the company, the departure of half of the employees was like adding fuel to the fire. But he knew that these people were determined to resign, so how could he retain them? After a while, Qin Xiyang made up his mind and said, "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He took a step forward and faced the crowd. "Everyone, my father has agreed to your resignation applications." After Lin Feng said this, some surprised voices were heard from the crowd. Most of them didn't expect that leaving their jobs would be so smooth. I thought it would take a while to deal with it. But Lin Feng changed the subject. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Just what? Lin Feng didn't keep anyone waiting and immediately continued, "But if you resign now, you will never be able to work at the Qin Group again." Lin Feng is determined to help the Qin Group out of its predicament. With the help of the system, he knows that the Qin Group will get better and better. Become the top family in the imperial capital. No doubt about it. This group of people chose to leave when the Qin Group was in trouble, so they cannot regret it and take up another position when it is prosperous. That doesn't make sense. It was quiet all around. Then, most people still expressed their stance they wanted to resign. Okay, let's go to the HR department. One day, half of the people left. The company is quite spacious. The rest of the people are all ready to advance and retreat together with the Qin Group. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Thank you all for being willing to stay at Qin's at this time. Qin Fu's eyes were full of gratitude. When the Qin Group rises again in the future, I, Qin Xiyang, will not treat you unfairly. The remaining old employees said, "It doesn't matter." They will do their best to help. Even, no profit is sought. They have all received help from Qin Xiyang to varying degrees. Such a good boss is rare. Lin Feng chuckled, interrupting the sentimental scene. With him around, they will never be treated unfairly. He said with a frown, "Everyone, I'll have to trouble you to bring the stone cutting machine here." Everyone was confused. Seeing Chin's father nodded, they fetched the stone cutting machine in confusion. When they came back, the people who had taken the machines were stunned. Just see. The company's hall was cleaned up, and there was a large area with a pile of raw materials placed on top. Lin Feng picked up a fist-sized piece of raw material in front of everyone's surprised gaze. "Everyone, I'm sorry to bother you. I want to cut the stone on the spot." Chapter 97. Lin Feng uses his clairvoyance to successfully help the company survive the crisis. 121 pieces of raw material, neatly arranged. Qin Xiyang glanced around. He prayed silently. If there were any ice type or imperial green jade among them, he would be very grateful and thank God for his mercy and not letting Lin Feng lose too much. I wish his son better luck. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Only when the jade is placed in front of Qin's father can he feel at ease. 2. He selects the wool material too quickly. If time wasn't urgent, he would have gone slower. At least don't let Qin's father worry so much. "Mr. Qin, young master, shall we start cutting?" A voice brought Lin Feng and Qin Xiyang back to their senses. Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, cut it." Surprises are coming. The blade runs at high speed, cutting on the raw material. As the sound of cutting continued, Qin's father's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He was afraid of the constant stream of bad news. Lin Feng sat aside, drinking tea leisurely, without any impatience. "Dad, come and sit down. You've been standing for so long, aren't you tired?" Lin Feng considerately pulled out a chair for Qin's father and poured him another cup of tea. The aroma of tea fills the air, soothing your emotions. Hearing this, Qin's father sighed helplessly. He knew that no matter how anxious he was, he could not change the current situation. It's better to be like Lin Feng and wait for the result calmly. He sighed and sat next to Lin Feng. After getting the tea, I prepared to take a sip. When Bai got angry. The next moment. "It's out. Ice type. I've also got this, it's imperial green. Mine is glass type. Oh my god, how come all of them are green? It's amazing. Such a grand spectacle is rare to see." They are still sighing endlessly. The worst ones are the glutinous ones. It has to be small raw material of the glutinous variety. The heavier ones are almost all good materials such as glass type and imperial green. Hear the sound. Cough, cough. Father Qin was shocked by these words and at the same time choked on a mouthful of tea. He coughed for a long time before he could barely return to normal. Father Qin looked incredulous. "What? All green? Is Lin Feng favored by the goddess of luck?" "No. With this luck, Lin Feng might be holding the goddess of luck hostage." "Yes, yes." An old employee trembled and took out a piece of imperial green, which was of high quality and rich green. "Boss Qin, our company seems to." His voice was trembling and his eyes were filled with tears. Our Qin group, seem to be able to successfully overcome the crisis. So far they have cut about 30 pieces of raw material. Everyone turned green. If this continues, the probability of the remaining raw materials turning out green will definitely be very high. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. "Genius." The old employee sighed in a low voice. After a while, he repeated, "Genius. Master, you are a genius in gambling on stones." When he first learned that these 100 pieces of raw materials were selected by Lin Feng, he thought that Lin Feng was willful. The Qin family had reached such a point, but he was still squandering money. Now, he just wanted to say one thing: young master is awesome. He is short-sighted. Father Qin has seen many storms. But at this moment, his hand that put down the teacup still trembled unconsciously. He looked toward where the stone was cut. All green. Fresh and healthy. Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled. His eyes were fixed on a stone the size of a human head. He pointed and said calmly, "Cut this piece. This piece represents happiness, longevity, wealth, and joy." The employees now obeyed Lin Feng's orders and immediately took the raw material and started cutting. Father Qin also looked expectant. The raw material selected by Lin Feng himself must be so precious. 5 minutes later. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, a piece of fu shou lu shi is freshly baked. There was an uproar. The praises of Lin Feng from the surrounding employees reached a climax. As expected of the young master of the Qin family. This talent for gambling on stones is unprecedented. With the young master here, the Qin group will surely reach a higher level. Go to the next level? With the young master, won't our Qin family go straight to the top? All are sincere praise. The current Qin group no longer looks lifeless. Everyone was extremely excited. The jade on Earth this time is enough to ensure that the Qin family will have no shortage of raw materials for 2 years. Why do we still need Boschen to provide raw materials? I guess those who target their company must be regretting it now. Good boy. Qin Siyang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a bright smile on his face. Good job. At that time, I thought you were just lucky to win the Fusho Lushi lottery. Now I think my son is a rare genius. He just felt comfortable. His son is successful, and he, as a father, also benefits from it. At the same time, he was secretly looking forward to it. If those people from the Wei family saw these piles of raw materials, wouldn't they be so angry that they would fume? TSK, it's so sad that the carefully planned conspiracy failed. He felt happy just thinking about it. When the atmosphere was cheerful, Qin Siyang's phone rang. His face was flushed and he answered the phone without hesitation. Boss Qin, Madam and Miss are here with the young madam. Father Qin turned on the speakerphone. Lin Feng naturally heard these words. His eyes lit up. My wife is here. Father Qin and Lin Feng immediately took the elevator to the first floor. A short absence is better than a new marriage. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see Bai Mumu. When Qin's father saw him like this, he suddenly felt as if he saw his younger self again. This expectant expression is exactly like his. Bite. The elevator door opened. In order to see their daughter-in-law, the father and son quickened their pace at the same time. At the gate, Mrs. Qin was chatting with Bai Mumu. Qin Jiamu was the first to discover Qin's father in Lin Feng. They are coming. Qin Jiamu reminded with his eyes curved. Bai Mumu looked up quickly. The moment she discovered Lin Feng, she wanted to rush up to him and give him a hug of love. Without Lin Feng sleeping beside her, she couldn't even have sweet dreams. Wife. Lin Feng stepped forward and hugged Bai Mumu, greedily absorbing her strength. My dear wife, I miss you so much. Bai Mumu's face turned red. She whispered, I miss you, too. Come on, when you were showing off your love, did you ever pay attention to me, a single guy? Qin Jiamu said helplessly, brother, with your affectionate eyes, if I didn't know, I would think you haven't seen a wife in most of your life. When Qin Jiamu said this, Qin's father and mother couldn't help but smile. Sister, you should find a boyfriend as soon as possible. Lin Feng refused to give in, you'll have to eat dog food every day. Qin Jiamu was silent. Qin Jiamu, okay, I'll shut up. After getting sloppy, Lin Feng took the jadeite of Fusho Lushi from the Qin family employee and showed it to Bai Mumu. So beautiful. Bai Mumu was so attracted that she couldn't take her eyes off. Wife, it's not just the jade that's beautiful. I'm going to show you a good show. Bai Mumu became curious instantly when she heard the voice. Good show? She just arrived in the capital and already there is a lot of excitement? Chapter 98, the head of the Wei family came to mock and was beaten up by Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng didn't tell Bai Mumu what the big show was about. The name is, keep it mysterious. Immediately. Lin Feng asked Qin's father and mother to rest at home and not to care about anything happening in the outside world. It would be better to let everyone know that the Qin family is collectively in a bad state. Qin's father and mother were happy to have a rest. Qin family. A thick and soft blanket was laid in the hall and cleaned several times until there were no dangerous objects on it. Only then did Lin Feng and Bai Mumu carry the triplets onto the blanket. Qin's father and mother sat on the sofa, while Lin Feng and Bai Mumu sat on the other side. As for Qin Jiamu, as a single person, she is not prepared to participate in this group activity. Just watching from the sidelines. Baby, come here. Bai Mumu called the triplets softly, come to mommy. Dad is here too, come on. Lin Feng took Bai Mumu's little hand, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Hearing the sound, Debao and Erbo slowly crawled towards where Lin Feng and Bai Mumu were. It's just that his movements are not yet skillful, and he moves at a snail's pace. Even so, they were very satisfied. Their baby can crawl. Seeing this, Qin's father and mother were unwilling to be outdone. Xiaobao, come here, Grandpa and Grandma. Mother Qin shook the small toy in her hand, making a sound. Grandma has toys here, baby, come here. Unable to resist the attraction of the toys, Sanbao moved. The three babies crawled on the carpet, and it only took them half an hour to go from being unfamiliar to being slightly proficient. The learning speed is very fast. Lin Feng was teasing Bao, shaking the small toy in his hand. Sudden. Bao was no longer attracted by toys. The little body twisted and its gaze slowly turned to the gate. She stared at the door with her eyes fixed. It seems that I can see the scene outside the door. Lin Feng paused. Could it be that Bao's skill is similar to perspective? He was thinking. Wow. 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 It is the three treasures. He foresaw evil and burst into tears. The crying sounded loud and clear throughout the hall. It's quite like a warning. It seems to be saying, the bad guys are coming. Oh, why is your little baby crying? Mother Qin picked up Sanbao with a distressed look on her face and coaxed him gently in her arms. Lin Feng was looking at the gate at this time. He heard a rustling sound. Who could it be? The next moment. Wei Feng, the head of the Wei family, is here to visit. It was the bodyguards hired by the Wei family who spoke up together. The sound was deafening, and even through the door, the Qin family could hear it clearly. Lin Feng curled his lips in a dangerous smile. Yo, are you here to get killed? The head of the Wei family sat confidently on the sofa in the main hall, leaning back on the sofa, his body relaxed, and not at all shy. It was as if he was the master of the Qin family. The behavior is also unpleasant. He peeled an orange slowly, put it into his mouth, and smacked his lips. The constant sound was irritating. Are you eating oranges? Lin Feng asked. The head of the Wei family paused, wondering why Lin Feng suddenly asked this. Isn't this obvious? Then, without waiting for the head of the Wei family to answer, Lin Feng complained calmly, I thought you were eating shit, it's so loud. The head of the Wei family was scolded and threw the orange down angrily. Lin Feng shook his head. It's shameful to waste food. Brother Qin, you gave birth to a good son. The head of the Wei family smiled, but his face was not smiling. He finally started to speak. I heard that your son bought 500 million worth of raw materials at once? TSK, 500 million, Master Lin Feng, you spend money much faster than the previous one, yes. Master Qin Ji. The head of the Wei family thought that his wording was accurate. It's the speed of spending money. He didn't think at all that the raw materials Lin Feng bought could make money. 500 million was just something the Qin family threw to the bosses of gambling Stone City. Lin Feng was lucky, with at most 3 or 4 greens. But so what? It's just a drop in the bucket. Patriarch Wei couldn't help but curl his lips. His plan was implemented faster due to Lin Feng's extravagance. Lin Feng asked again, and then? You've been talking for a long time, and all you've said is what we already know. Why are you gossiping in front of the real master? Isn't this mentally retarded? Patriarch Wei choked again. Why does Lin Feng always choke on his words? Anger lingered in my chest. The head of the Wei family took a deep breath and kept talking to himself. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. What is wrong with him tolerating Lin Feng for a while? After glaring at Lin Feng, the head of the Wei family shifted his gaze and looked at Qin's father. Master Qin, I know that your Qin family is not optimistic. You have wasted part of your working capital for Lin Feng, and you have also filled the gap left by Master Qin Ji. The Qin family is in danger, right? Get straight to the point. Father Qin raised his eyes and said, Don't bother Patriarch Wei to worry about it. Master Qin, you are being too polite when you say that. Master Wei smiled and finally spoke, blurting out the ultimate purpose of this trip. I have a plan. I can acquire the Qin group. How about that? Before Qin's bankruptcy, you can still make some money, isn't it wonderful? Master Qin, please think carefully. This is your only chance. After saying this, Patriarch Wei took a sip of tea leisurely. Lin Feng, not considering it. The head of the Wei family almost spit out his tea. He angrily scolded, We are talking, how can you, a little kid, have the right to point fingers at us? You have no manners at all. Lin Feng spoke coldly, uttering 2 words, retarded. It was complete contempt for the head of the Wei family. And there is disgust. You. The head of the Wei family was so angry, how dare you scold me? Lin Feng calmly asked back, It's just a pile of dog shit, why can't I curse it? Patriarch Wei was completely furious. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. He gritted his teeth viciously. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. He waved his hand and the Wei family bodyguards stood in a row. Smash it for me. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The head of the Wei family was so angry that he didn't care about the consequences. That's the effect he hoped to achieve. As soon as the head of the Wei family finished speaking, the bodyguards carried out the order instantly. Lin Feng curled his lips. It's time for him to stretch his muscles. 5 minutes later. Bang! 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 With the bodyguard lying on the ground as witness, Lin Feng punched the head of the Wei family 3 times in a row. He was beaten so hard that he was dizzy and seeing stars. After the fight, Lin Feng threw the head of the Wei family to the ground like throwing away garbage. He wiped his hands in disgust. It took a while for the head of the Wei family to come back to his senses. He looked at the fallen bodyguards in disbelief. Impossible. How come Lin Feng is so powerful? A sense of fear arose. Lin Feng is a brainless and reckless man. Realizing this, the head of the Wei family hurriedly said tremblingly, You just wait. I will definitely avenge today's shame. After he finished cursing, he shouted retreat. A moment. The Wei family ran out in panic. So glorious when coming, so miserable when leaving. Lin Feng, that's it? That's it? He looked disdainful. Sudden. A glance from the corner of my eye. Lin Feng was surprised to find that Debao was repeating his hand movements during the fight. It looks very professional. Chapter 99, The Dragon Gives Birth to 3 Sons, each with its own magical powers. Lin Feng thought carefully. Through his observation, he initially guessed that Debao has a photographic memory. Bao can see through things. The 3 treasures predict the future. Each one is better than the other. He also recalled that the last time Sanbao predicted evil, he did not cry so promptly. Now when the head of the Wei family came, he started crying early, which can be said to be a much faster prediction speed. His mind was racing. No way. Do babies' abilities gradually improve as they grow older? Wonderful. At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system came. Ding. Task released, take the triplets to buy clothes. Task success, reward design skills 1 time full. Mission failed, the host will be punished by electric shock. 1 time top up? When Lin Feng heard these 5 words, he was slightly stunned. The upgraded system is really generous. Unlike the previous practice of adding skill points 1 by 1, after upgrading, you can get all the talent points at once. I have figured out the baby's abilities again. Another system upgrade with generous rewards. Double happiness. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled, holding Bai Mumu in his arms, and whispered in her ear, Wife, do you want to take the babies to buy some clothes? His voice was low and numb, making Bai Mumu tremble slightly as if he had been electrocuted. After a while, Bai Mumu hid the dark color on the tip of her ears and nodded. Okay. My parents have nothing to do, so let's go together as a family. Qin's father and mother were happy to accompany the newlyweds to buy clothes for the babies. Qin Xiaomu waved his hand to refuse. She said, I'm looking for a partner, declined to show off my love, and am busy. The Qin couple are figures who often appear in financial magazines and news in the imperial capital. Now they are shopping with Lin Feng, Bai Mumu, and 3 adorable little babies, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. People around were whispering to each other. Master Qin and Madam Qin? The young couple next to them, are they the young master and young mistress? Can you take this old slave with you? Oh my god, triplets. So happy. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute. I want to rub them. Let's just dream about it. Those 3 little darlings are the treasures of the Qin family. They are really good at reincarnation. Woo, I want to start over. Most of them were unaware of the crisis the Qin family was facing, and they all envied the triplets for coming from a wealthy family. Certainly. Most of the onlookers were attracted by the cute looks of the triplets. They couldn't wait to touch the 3 darlings' soft little faces. Under the envious gaze of everyone, Lin Feng chose a children's clothing store. Various small clothes are neatly arranged for people to choose from. When the clerk saw this, she immediately felt that she was chosen by the goddess of luck today. Restraining his excitement, the clerk quickly said, "If you need anything, please call me anytime. Our store mainly sells clothes for babies. The fabrics are soft and suitable, and the styles are beautiful. We guarantee that they can make babies more adorable and comfortable." As she spoke, she looked at the triplets with a loving face. Instantly turned into starry eyes. Who can resist 3 soft and sticky little dumplings? No one can refuse. The clerk said, "Want a rua? Want a hug? I want a kiss." At the same time. What? The entire Chin family is going to pick out clothes for 3 children? Patriarch Wei was stunned when he got the news. He just came to the door and made sarcastic remarks. Shouldn't the Chin family be worried about how to solve the problem of supply? How do you still have time to buy clothes? Could it be that they gave up? Patriarch Wei chuckled. I thought the Chin family was so powerful, but I didn't expect that with just a little planning, I could defeat them without a fight. He looked very proud. Hiss. After saying this, Patriarch Wei accidentally touched the wound on his face. He suddenly grimaced. After the pain was relieved, his face was full of hatred. Damn it, he wants Lin Feng to pay the price. He can't take this beating today in vain. The head of the Wei family rolled his eyes. By now, the Zhang family, the Li family, and the other small families have all received the news that the Qin family is in trouble, right? He smiled evilly. In that case, call them all. Just say, I have a perfect way to defeat the Qin family, but we just need to work together. Then we will defeat this behemoth of the Qin family. We share the blessing. Most of the heads of small families who went to the Qin family to cause trouble with the head of the Wei family that day gathered in the top floor conference room of the Wei group. They all learned that the Qin family was making such a fuss just to buy clothes for their 3 babies. Suddenly, discussions arose. When danger comes, the head of the Qin family does nothing. Is the Qin family going to perish? Of course. Ha ha ha, unity is strength. If we get together as a group, we can easily bring down the Qin family. It's time to reshuffle the wealthy families in the capital, right? After so many years, it's time for us to take the top position. It seems to be a relaxed atmosphere. The head of the Wei family curled the corners of his lips, and when the voices around him became quieter, he said lightly, Everyone, I have a plan that can accelerate the decline of the Qin family. When the time comes, we can eat up the Qin family early and share the happiness. How about that? Patriarch Wei's words attracted the attention of everyone present. They all looked at Patriarch Wei, hoping that he would explain the situation. Under the burning gaze, the head of the Wei family slowly said, The Qin family is currently short of supplies. We might as well take this opportunity to promote the Qin family and let customers buy jewelry from the Qin family. At that time, the Qin family will either publicly raise the issue of resource shortages, or... A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the head of the Wei family. We accepted the order but were unable to deliver it. In the end, we lost the trust of our customers and inevitably fell into decline. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started talking among themselves. After a while, the voice of expression is superimposed. I support this idea. I agree too. Such a good thing, of course I should get a share. Seeing that they all agreed, Patriarch Wei nodded with satisfaction. The Qin family is about to perish. He wanted to see, how could Lin Feng still be so arrogant without the Qin family as his support? Thinking about the scene of him kneeling down and begging for mercy, Patriarch Wei felt cool. 3 days later, the sun was shining brightly. Qin family. As you expected, the Wei family, the Li family and a series of other small families will become restless within 5 days. Father Qin told Lin Feng everything that had happened in recent days. Even the details are not spared. When Lin Feng learned that the Qin family had gained more customer resources than before, he knew that the time was ripe. He has to set up the stage. He tilted his head and said with a smile, Dad, tell everyone to start polishing the jade and making it into jewelry. Since they have provided us with customer resources, we can certainly take this opportunity to make a fortune. The head of the Wei family and his men were able to believe that their plan had succeeded. Unexpectedly, the ultimate beneficiary will be their Qin family. Shooting oneself in the foot. The person of the Wei family head. Stupid as a pig. Chapter 100 Lin Feng's design was stolen by his fellow disciples. After discussing with Qin's father how to deal with a group of small families and confirming that the plan was correct, Lin Feng went back to his room and drew one design after another. The exquisite pattern naturally appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His full talent for design allows him to write with divine power. For a while, the only sound in the room was the rustling sound of the pen tip scratching across the paper. 3 hours later, Lin Feng carefully appreciated the finished manuscript. There is a hairpin painted above. He carefully studies every detail and every design to ensure that the finished product is perfect. There are small words on the side. Mu Feng. This is the first work he designed. Just name it after him and by Mumu. Very romantic. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Feng put down the design and went to open the door. Qin Jiamu was standing at the door. She was curious and wanted to ask Lin Feng how he wanted to play a trick on the small family headed by the Wei family. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, Lin Feng took the lead and said, "Sister, you came at the right time." He took out the design again and showed the pattern on it to Qin Jiamu, not forgetting to explain, "I drew the design, and if the sample is feasible, it will be released to the public in the name of the Qin family." Qin Jiamu hadn't asked the question yet, but she kept it in her mouth. She patiently observed the design drawings, originally carelessly. A few seconds later, Qin Jiamu couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. She took out the design and looked at every detail carefully. "Have you ever studied design?" Qin Jiamu asked, "How many years did you study it?" Even if one has received professional training, without amazing talent, it would be impossible to design such amazing works at such a young age. "I haven't learned it." Lin Feng thought for a moment and added, "It's my personal hobby." "What? You haven't learned it?" Lin Feng nodded. Qin Jiamu suddenly began to doubt his life. She has studied design for so many years, but this is the first time she has witnessed such a perfect design. It is more beautiful than the designs of those old professors, and it makes people unable to take their eyes away. She couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng's talent is so damn enviable. Sudden. Qin Jiamu noticed the two words Mu Feng. She wanted to ask what the two words meant, but suddenly thought, "Isn't this a combination of Lin Feng and by Mumu's names?" Qin Jiamu shut up instantly. And stated. She finished this bowl of dog food. In order to facilitate subsequent treatment, old Mrs. Qin took the initiative to move from the old house to the Qin family and settle down. She also had her own selfish motives. She wanted to get close to Lin Feng and ease her relationship with her grandson. After knowing that it was Qin Ji who harmed her, old lady Qin felt as if she had gotten justice and she became much more sober in an instant. Before, she was too partial to Qin Ji and ignored and even targeted her own grandson. It's totally wrong. Right now, old Mrs. Qin was strolling leisurely in the hall of the Qin family. Nanny Fuma walked out carrying a pile of waste paper. Seeing this, old lady Qin frowned slightly. "By the way, what is this?" she asked. Upon hearing the voice, Fuma hurriedly took out a crumpled piece of paper, unfolded it and showed it to old lady Qin. She explained, "Madam, this was picked up from the young master's room. It should be a scrap design or something like that." She sighed, "Master's paintings are so beautiful, I want to take them home and hang them on the wall as a work of art." While Fuma was speaking, old lady Qin noticed the scrap manuscript. The pattern above is broken by the wrinkled paper. But old lady Qin has sharp eyes. She could see that this was a top-notch design. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng's design talent is higher than Qin Jiamu's? Her Qin family is full of heroes. I see. Give me this one. Old Mrs. Qin wanted to take a closer look and asked for another one. Fuma didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and left. She didn't dare to ask too much about the master's family's affairs. Old Mrs. Qin just sat on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the manuscript, and remained silent for a long time. She had to admit that Lin Feng was so outstanding. 1,000 times better than Qin Ji. She was fascinated by what she saw. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the arrival of his daughter Qin Yao Yao. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Qin Yao Yao sat next to old lady Qin and hugged her arm affectionately. Qin Yao Yao is in her 40s, but she looks like she is in her early 30s. In addition, her sweet appearance naturally adds a lot of girlishness. She curiously shifted her gaze to the wrinkled paper in the old lady's hand. "It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. I was shocked when I saw it. Whose designer is this?" She knows a little about design, and her evaluation of this work is just one word: amazing. If we can get this designer to come to Chin Group, he will be a powerful helper for the group. She analyzed objectively. Old Mrs. Chin shook her head. It's not the work of a famous designer. Chin Yao paused. Then the old lady spoke again. It's Lin Feng. This is a scrap of his design. After these words were spoken, Chin Yao was completely stunned. She knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng still has to call her aunt. But she never expected that Lin Feng's design talent was so terrifying. Mom, can you give me this design? Chin Yao curled her lips. I want to go home and admire it. It's really beautiful. Old Mrs. Chin likes Chin Yao, her caring daughter, the most. She mentioned it, and although old lady Chin was also reluctant to let go of the scrap manuscript, she still nodded. Okay, here you go. Was this designed by Lin Feng? Chin Yao's husband is Meng Xinxin, a professor in the design department of a university. He held the crumpled manuscript in his hands, praising it as if it were a treasure. Yes. Chin Yao didn't hide anything, but this manuscript hasn't been released to the public yet, so be careful and don't lose it, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. These words reached the ears of their daughter, Meng Xinxin. At that time, she was worrying about her design assignment. She happened to have heard roughly what her parents said. Their conversation today was unusually boring. Everything revolves around Lin Feng. Meng Xinxin was a little curious when she noticed that her father was so impressed with Lin Feng's talent. Waited and waited. While Chin Yao was cooking and Meng Dongxing finished sighing, he was reading a book or newspaper in the room while Meng Xinxin went to the living room. She saw it. On the table is a nearly perfect design drawing. Her breath hitched. Mom and Dad said that this work has never been published? The question of how to submit design assignments also suddenly became clear. She reached out and took the discarded manuscript. Then he entered the house like a thief and locked the door. Meng Xinxin's breathing couldn't help but speed up. After taking several deep breaths, she took a photo of the design. The picture was of wrinkled paper, so it's not very clear. Just a blurry photo. Meng Xinxin thought, that's enough. She sorted through the documents and added the photo to her homework. Her hands were shaking when she pressed the submit button. Immediately. Submission successful.